18 years ago, a cataclysmic event shook the world. In an instant, a towering structure materialized from thin air, bringing with it a mysterious gate that unleashed monstrous beings into our realm. Chaos ensued, and humanity found itself in a desperate struggle for survival. But amid the turmoil, something extraordinary occurred. People began awakening to newfound powers, becoming what the world would come to know as players. These gifted individuals were humanity's glimmer of hope, rising to the challenge and becoming a powerful new force to reckon with. They became symbols of wealth and admiration, celebrated as heroes, yet, our main protagonist, whose name is yet to be revealed, was never granted the privilege of choice. Instead, we find him diligently working a part-time job as a food delivery person. Today, he enters the Grand Guild Company building, carrying trays of delicious meals to serve the customers. A man in a sharp suit greets him, directing him to place the food on the designated table. Sorry for being late, our protagonist apologizes as he serves the hungry patrons, urging them to enjoy their meals. As he makes his way back to the restaurant on his trusty scooter, his attention is drawn to a massive billboard displaying the newest hero, Yusikwu. This remarkable individual, aged 18, possesses the rare ability to freeze his adversaries, making defeating them a breeze. Yusikwu is what they call an innate ability user, a player with a cheat-like power, deemed vastly superior to regular players. His daydream is interrupted by an impatient honk from the car behind him. Apologizing once again, our protagonist resumes his journey, navigating through the bustling city streets. Nightfall arrives, and he finally returns to his humble abode. The sight of an overflowing mailbox fills him with anticipation, hoping to find a coveted player invitation letter. However, reality delivers a harsh blow, as he discovers letters demanding loan repayments and hospital bills, but no invitation letter in sight. Disappointed, he lets out a sigh, wondering when his chance will come. With a heavy heart, our protagonist enters the house, greeted warmly by his younger sister. Grateful for his hard work, she shares that she was up doing homework and that their mother is sleeping more peacefully than usual. This news brings a sense of relief to our protagonist's troubled mind. Concerned about their mother's well-being, he starts to inquire if his sister gave her a massage, but before he could finish, she whispers, "Happy birthday." In her hands, she presents a delightful chocolate cake adorned with 18 glowing candles. It's a heartfelt surprise, and our protagonist is taken aback by his sister's thoughtfulness. Amid the celebration, he can't help but ask where she got the money for the cake, considering the funds he gave her for new clothes. His sister denies using the money for the cake, but he can see through her fib as her clothes are tattered. She insists she had money and playfully threatens to eat the entire cake if he won't join her, calling out her name. Yujong, our protagonist, thanks her sincerely, cherishing this unexpected gesture from his little sister. However, before they dive into the sweet treat, she hands him an envelope, suggesting they read the letter first. Thinking it's one of the birthday letters she wrote for him, he opens it and is left utterly shocked. It's a player invitation letter from the Players Association, a dream come true. Speechless and overwhelmed, he finally received what he had been longing for. The letter confirmed that he was indeed a player, someone with extraordinary abilities. His sister confesses that she secretly retrieved the letter from the mailbox to surprise him. Overjoyed, she congratulates her older brother, wrapping him in a warm embrace. Filled with hope and determination, our protagonist believes this is his chance to change their lives for the better. However, as he quietly opens the door to his mother's bedroom, where her frail form lies in bed, he contemplates what lies ahead. The player life offers great promise, but what he desires most is to find a way to heal his mother's illness. Excitement and determination surged through Kim Giju as he stood outside the Grand Korea Players Association building, ready to embark on his journey. Suppressing his emotions, he knew this was just the beginning of something extraordinary. As he entered the building, a friendly receptionist greeted him with a warm good morning. Introducing himself as Kim Giju, he followed her instructions, uttering the words "status window." In an instant, a pop-up window materialized, displaying his name and level 1 status. However, next to his innate ability, there were question marks, indicating it hadn't been revealed yet. Curious, he inquired about this to the receptionist, with a smile. She congratulated him on being an innate ability user, but the specifics remained a mystery for now. Kim Giju was overjoyed. Not only was he now a player, but he also possessed an extraordinary, godlike innate ability. His hands trembled with excitement as he rechecked the status window, confirming the truth of his newfound powers. Unbeknownst to him, another player had overheard their conversation from afar. As the receptionist assured him that a trainer would be arriving shortly to provide detailed guidance, the stranger approached them. To everyone's surprise, the mysterious player turned out to be none other than Yusikwa, the esteemed hero with the freezing ability. Both Kim Giju and the receptionist were taken aback by Yusikwa's sudden appearance. Ever confident, Yusikwa asked the receptionist if he could be Kim Giju's guide, having overheard their discussion unintentionally. While it was against the norm, the receptionist couldn't refuse the request from the newest hero, recognizing him as Yusikwa. After all, she boasted 10 years of experience as a pro, and she was willing to make an exception for such an esteemed figure. Kim Giju couldn't believe his luck. Guided by none other than the renowned Yusikwa, he knew this was a chance to grow stronger, learn about his innate ability, and become a true force to be reckoned with. Following Yusikwa, Kim Giju ventured into the portal zone, ready to face the unknown. Despite his nerves, he affirmed his readiness to proceed. However, upon seeing the multitude of monsters at the entrance of the first floor, Kim Giju couldn't help but express his concern. Yusikwa, on the other hand, remained unfazed, assuring him that this was an unusual occurrence but a great opportunity for them. Explaining that the situation would allow for quicker explanations, Yusikwa introduced the 100 Goblin test. This test was designed to assess the potential of players below level 10. Participants had to defeat 100 goblins without using any skills, and the time taken for this challenge determined their future potential. As Yusikwa elaborated on the ranks based on clear times, Kim Giju learned that innate ability users were the most remarkable. A regular player might take years to reach a certain level, while an innate ability user could achieve the same in just a few months. Their growth potential was truly tremendous, making them stand out in the world of players. Eyes gleaming with ambition, Yusikwa shared his dream with Kim Giju. He aimed to create the best guild, surpassing all others, and to achieve that, he sought skilled players, especially those with innate abilities like Kim Giju. Encouragingly, Yusikwa expressed his anticipation of meeting Kim Giju again in the tower once he became stronger. With newfound determination, they commenced their training, engaging the goblins with tenacity and vigor. For Kim Giju, this was a turning point. He vowed to change his life, to grow stronger, and to unlock the full potential of his innate ability. 5 years had passed since Kim Giju embarked on his journey as a player. Now, in the heart of a dense forest, the sounds of intense combat filled the air. As the view clears, we witness Kim Giju locked in battle with a goblin. With a final strike, he triumphs over the creature, but exhaustion takes its toll, leaving him gasping for breath on the ground. Approaching the scene, two guys speculate that it must be part of the infamous 100 Goblin Challenge, a popular test among players. Despite his victory, Kim Giju's frustration is palpable as he calls out for his status window. Overwhelmed by disappointment, Kim Giju questions how someone like him, who was given the rare opportunity of being a player with a special innate ability, but for the past 5 years it still takes him an hour to kill a goblin. We see the status window, revealing his name, level 1, and innate ability still shrouded in question marks. He has remained stagnant for 5 long years. Amidst a group of players celebrating their swift goblin kills, one figure stands out, delivering a single sword swing that effortlessly obliterates a goblin. The group congratulates each other, reveling in the easy experience points earned. They chatter about leveling up and express excitement for tomorrow's journey to the second floor. scheduled to meet at the entrance in the morning. As the guide bids farewell to the party, hushed whispers follow in his wake. Rumors swirl among the members about their guide, the lowest-ranked player among guide users, who's ironically nicknamed the player who can't level up. Little do they know that this seemingly unremarkable guide is none other than Kim Giju. With his duties as a guide complete, Kim Giju retreats to a secluded area known only to him, a secret spot he's found after wandering on the lowest floor for the longest time. The watch on his wrist reminds him of the significance of this moment. As he gazes at the specific location where a lone goblin spawns daily, he prepares to ambush it. Moving cautiously, Kim Giju steps closer, trying not to alert the goblin to his presence. However, a slight misstep creates a noise that catches the goblin's attention. In an instant, the creature turns, locking eyes with Kim Giju, and launches a fierce attack with its spear aimed straight for his head. Reacting with lightning speed, Kim Giju barely manages to deflect the strike, using his sword as a last-second defense. The goblin's relentless assault pushes him to the limits of his skill, and he realizes that today's battle will be no easy feat. As Kim Giju makes his way to the guide team management office, he unexpectedly bumps into Teo, another fellow guide. Teo appears agitated, offering a quick apology before existing, leaving Kim Giju puzzled by his behavior. Inside the office, he seeks answers from the guide team manager Otashik about Teo's situation. With an embarrassed expression, Manager Otashik reveals that Teo will be taking over Kim Giju's group starting tomorrow. Due to the rumors surrounding Kim Giju, the group requested a change in their guide. This news stings, reminding Kim Giju of the nickname that had been circulating about him. Meanwhile, on the news, the Angela Guild's potential breakthrough on the 75th floor is making headlines, sparking celebration among players. In the world today, everything revolves around players, akin to idols. Gates can manifest anywhere, and the opportunity to become a player is open to anyone. A specific mention on the news catches Kim Giju's attention, a request for help from Korea's Player Association regarding an S-ranked gate in the U.S. The promise of considerable compensation for participants lures many, but for Kim Giju, the path to becoming a true player seems distant. As the guide team manager hands over Kim Giju's paycheck for the day, he expresses that Teo shouldn't be blamed for the recent changes. However, Kim Giju reassures the manager that Teo is not at fault and has nothing to apologize for. The manager then surprises Kim Giju with unexpected news: a commission has been given to him. The revelation leaves Kim Giju astonished, wondering what this commission entails and how it might affect his journey as a player. The next day, a new group member, Kim Seonpil, introduced himself to guide Kim Giju as Sequa's cousin. Surprised by this connection, Kim Giju welcomed him. The rest of the party consisted of Yoon Jae-won, Yoon Sung-woo, and Kim Hanul. They were all gathered for a tutorial lasting 5 days and 4 nights, starting that day. As they set out, they eventually reached a spot to set up camp as night approached. Working together, they pitched tents and prepared food for dinner. Gathering around the campfire, Yoon Jae-won asked a rather blunt question about Kim Giju's level not increasing. Kim Seonpil was visibly frustrated by his party members' impoliteness, but Kim Giju remained calm and admitted the truth. He assured them that if they had any other questions, he would gladly answer. Conversation turned to their training for the day, centered around learning how to defeat monsters. Kim Giju encouraged them, assuring them that they would be able to level up and catch up with others in no time. He mentioned that as long as they didn't encounter a guardian, they wouldn't be in grave danger. Guardians were elite monsters found on each floor, often targeted by guilds and large parties for their valuable experience and item drops. However, they were incredibly dangerous, especially for lower-ranking players. Kim Giju explained that guilds focused on hunting these guardians, particularly on lower floors, so they should be relatively safe from running into them. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the tower, an orc was desperately fleeing from something. Tripping over a rock, the orc fell to the ground, fear coursing through its body. As it turned around, its terror grew as it saw a much larger, more menacing monster approaching. with a chilling crunch of bones and splashing of blood. An even bigger monster with a ravenous glint in its eyes emerged, leaving a scene of horror in its wake. On day 2 of the tutorial, the party found themselves on the second floor of the tower, facing orcs in the forest. Despite being larger than goblins, the orcs were slower, making it easier for the group to clear them. Their combined efforts and newfound skills allowed them to overcome the challenges with relative ease. Day 3 took them to the third floor, where they encountered both goblins and orcs together. However, the lack of intelligence and leadership among the monsters worked in their favor, as the group efficiently handled them. Kim Gijoo's clever tactic of using a single rock to create infighting among the monster party proved invaluable, allowing them to overcome the odds, with the guide's assistance. They swiftly leveled up and navigated through the safest paths. After setting up camp and enjoying a meal, excitement buzzed among the party members as they discussed the upcoming 5th floor test, which they would face after enduring the 4th floor the next day. Anticipation filled the air as they eagerly wondered what classes they would receive upon completing the test. However, amidst the lively chatter and dreams of their future classes, Kim Gijoo found himself lost in thoughts, reminiscing about the 5th floor. There was a hint of nostalgia and perhaps some unresolved emotions tied to that particular level. On the 4th floor, the monsters appeared similar to those on the 3rd floor. But with a crucial difference, they were stronger and faster, requiring the party to adapt their strategy accordingly. Despite the challenge, each member remained in top shape, displaying their newfound skills and learning quickly. However, amidst their progress, a cloud of dust in the distance caught Kim Gijoo's attention, raising alarm bells in his mind. Dust winds were not supposed to appear on the 4th floor today, and this unexpected occurrence filled him with a sense of foreboding. Urgently, he warned the party that they needed to leave the area immediately. Kim Gijoo had long understood that tutorials were no mere game. The risks were real, and the slightest misstep could spell disaster. As the group attempted to escape, one member suffered a leg injury, and another froze in fear as an orc attacked, narrowly saved by a fellow party member. With a sinking feeling, Kim Gijoo prayed that the approaching figure behind the charging orcs was not what he feared, a guardian. Yet, as the dust settled, the colossal monster revealed itself with a deafening scream, confirming Kim Gijoo's worst fear. With time pressing against them, Kim Gijoo swiftly took action. He threw a smoke bomb at the approaching horde of monsters, creating a diversion and buying them precious moments to escape. The healthy members of the party carried their wounded comrades as they followed Kim Gijoo, seeking refuge in a cave nestled on the side of a rocky cliff. Inside the cave, they caught their breath and attempted to assess their situation. Kim Gijoo informed them about the unexpected appearance of a guardian on the 4th floor, emphasizing the need to stay vigilant and understand their circumstances. However, their focus was interrupted when one of the party members remained unconscious due to a poison wound sustained during their escape. Kim Gijoo assured them that she would recover once she took the antidote. But to their dismay, the antidote was missing. It had fallen out of Kim Gijoo's backpack during their hurried retreat. He berated himself for making such a rookie mistake in a critical moment. Despite the urgency of the situation, Kim Gijoo maintained composure and devised a plan. He told the rest of the party to stay put while he went to summon a rescue team. Concerned for his safety, they advised him against venturing out alone, but Kim Gijoo reassured them. With extensive knowledge of the tutorial floors, he believed he could handle the task safely. Emerging from the cave, Kim Gijoo faced a challenging reality. The Guardian's presence had disrupted the monster's usual patterns, making it harder to predict their locations. With only one smoke bomb left, he searched for an alternative path to reach a higher point on the hill where he could light the signal. In a harrowing moment, Kim Gijoo found himself facing the looming threat of the Guardian. As he attempted to light the signal for the rescue team, the Guardian struck him from behind, sending him crashing into a rocky wall, injured and coughing up blood. The explosion from the fallen smoke bomb filled the area with a dense cloud of smoke, obscuring his vision and leaving him disoriented. Summoning his courage, Kim Giju reached for a nearby flare gun and shot it into the air, hoping to attract help. With determination in his heart, he started running, knowing that his only chance of survival lay in putting as much distance as possible between him and the Guardian. Although injured and in pain, he refused to succumb to despair, determined to find a way to escape. As he ran, the path ahead led him to the door that marked the entrance to the 5th floor exam. But this was a treacherous place for a level 1 player like him, a realm of death and danger. The thought of leaving his family behind gnawed at him, making it impossible to simply jump through the door to evade the Guardian. Yet, driven by an instinct beyond reason, he continued onward. The door beckoned with an aura of mystery, tempting him with the possibility of escape, even if it meant facing an uncertain fate on the other side. The Guardian's relentless pursuit left him with a choice: face almost certain death at the Guardian's hands or venture through the enigmatic door into the unknown. Summoning his resolve, Kim Giju made the daring decision to look beyond the door, hoping for a glimpse of what lay on the other side. To his astonishment, the announcement confirmed his status as a player, stating that he had entered the area of the first test, and the conditions had been met. In the midst of confusion and disbelief, Kim Giju found himself lying on a grassy field as the system announcements continued to flood in. The system notified that the unverified ability within him has been identified. Also unexpectedly, the difficulty of the first test has been reduced. To his astonishment, the test turned out to be hunting a goat. This bizarre situation left him dumbfounded, and he instinctively grabbed the sword that materialized next to him, slaying the goat standing just within arm's reach. As the system prompts filled his vision, indicating that he had passed the test and his class had been decided, Kim Giju was bombarded with unexpected rewards. The phrase "perfect clear" echoed in his mind. But he couldn't comprehend what was happening. He had entered the test expecting danger and death, yet it seemed to be anything but. However, his sense of bewilderment intensified as shadowy, black-hair tentacles emerged from behind him, fully enveloping him. A voice from the darkness questioned him, asking if he was its master. Kim Giju's surroundings remained obscured, and he could not see the source of the voice, which sounded like a young boy. In the midst of this strange encounter, the voice expressed frustration at Kim Giju's inability to answer its questions. The voice claimed to have been waiting for a long time and requested a name from him to establish a link. Puzzled and bewildered, Kim Giju questioned the voice, unable to comprehend the situation. The voice, clearly exasperated with him, emphasized the importance of giving it a name for the link to take place. The system message added that an ego had requested to link with him, seeking permission to do so. Realizing that he had to choose a name for the ego, Kim Giju was overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. As he pondered the significance of this moment, everything around him suddenly went black and he started to lose his consciousness. As Kim Giju lay on the hospital bed, slowly regaining consciousness, he was met with the familiar faces of his sister and Taeshik rushing to his side. It had been 2 weeks since he was discovered unconscious inside the 5th floor. Taeshik explained that some guild members had come across the smoke bomb and found the Guardian at the entrance to the 5th floor. Unfortunately, before they could defeat it, the Guardian managed to escape, leaving it at large. Relieved to know that the other party members he was guiding had made it out safely, they visited him in the hospital, bringing comfort to his heart. Kim Giju assured his family that everything would be taken care of by insurance, urging them to get some rest and not worry about him. He looked out the hospital window, pondering the events that had unfolded. Despite passing the test on the 5th floor, Kim Giju couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. He had expected to level up, but he was still stuck at level 1. As he stood by the window lost in thought, a silver metallic snake ring started to form on his index finger, seemingly appearing out of thin air. As Kim Giju stood outside the association building, he is adorned in his guide uniform. His silver snake ring glowed with an intense red aura, signifying the power that lay within him, the power of his enigmatic ego. Stepping through the portal, he emerged on the 1st floor, where other players were engaged in battles against goblins. As soon as he appeared, all eyes turned towards him, intrigued by the presence of the guide who had once been rumored to be unable to level up. However, the whispers of the past were quickly overshadowed by a new reputation that had spread like wildfire: the tutorial slayer. Kim Gijoo's heroic feat of overcoming the fifth floor test had earned him a new title, turning him into a legend among players. As he approached the door leading to the next floor, the atmosphere was tense. Beyond the door awaited a field teeming with menacing goblins and orcs. Yet, undeterred, Kim Gijoo calmly stepped forward, dropping his backpack with determination etched on his face. With a sudden surge of power, the ring on his finger transforms into a wicked black sword with a red eye at the top of the handle. The sword crackles with red electric light, and Kim Gijoo faces the oncoming monsters fearlessly. In a flash, he vanishes from sight, leaving behind only streaks of red light as he moves with incredible speed between the monsters, slashing them down with a single strike. The monsters are taken by surprise, unable to comprehend what is happening as their numbers dwindle rapidly. Kim Gijoo charges forward, unfazed by the danger, as he jumps and strikes the ground with his sword, creating a massive shockwave that cleaves the enemies in half. In the midst of the battle, Kim Gijoo recalls the moment he gave a name to the mysterious voice during the fifth floor test: "RU." The voice, now known as RU, has become his loyal partner and the source of his newfound power. With each swing of his sword, he taps into RU's abilities, cutting through the monsters effortlessly. The status window displays Kim Gijoo's current information: name, Kim Gijoo, level 1, class and ego's partner, innate ability link, the power to connect with an ego, skill assimilate, enabling him to unify with the linked ego and utilize its abilities. As for RU, the status window reveals level 8, strength 18, dexterity 18, health 7, magic 7, and the skill accessory transformation. As the battle continues, the status window updates, showing that RU has reached level 9, further enhancing its strength and capabilities. To Gijoo, it only felt like yesterday when he was still struggling to kill an orc or two. Now it feels like more work collecting mana crystals instead. As he looks at his shining red snake ring, he asks, "Right, Lu?" We are taken back to a 1 month ago, when Gijoo was first discharged from the hospital. He enters the tower to check on his status, and finds it changed. A new class job showed him being an ego's partner. It was a good thing to come to the tower as soon as he was discharged, since he wasn't dreaming and his status really did change. Even though he knew coming to the tower right now was a mistake. If told his sister about his decision, she would call him insane for heading back into the tower right after recovering from a near-death experience. Our hero couldn't just sit still, especially since his status has changed for the first time in 5 years. However, realization dawned on him: he had no clue how to use his abilities, much less how to link with this ego thing. Our hero started to brainstorm on what to do. As if inspiration struck him, he stretched out one arm and with the other holding his face yelled, "Link up." However, only empty silence greeted him, and even the bird watching from a branch was speechless at his idiocy. Our little guy was so embarrassed at what he just did, that he sat down and curled up into a ball. Thankfully, there was no one around to see him make a fool of himself. Our fool closed his eyes and started to mutter to himself, saying how he gave that bratty voice a name, Lu. At that very moment, in a flash of red light, a bluish orb swirling with red aura was floating in front, and the system message informed him that a formless ego, Lu, has been summoned. By the way, our guy was clueless on how he just did it. As the system informed him that Lu's appearance has not been formed, it would be chosen at random due to players' lack of ability. After which the system said the ingredients for Lu's materialization will be automatically absorbed. While Gijoo was confused and trying to figure out what was going on, the orb started to vacuum suck everything from the surrounding area. The backpack with all the expense stuff inside was not spared. It literally took the cloths off our hero back. Thankfully, it left him wearing his underwear, or else we would have had to censor this portion of the story. Once the orb was done, it turned black-red and a pillar of red light descended from the heavens. As the light faded, a black demonic sword was hovering in the air. After making a poncho out of some salvaged blanket, our hero turned to the talking sword, asking for the third time if its name was really Lu. The sword called him an idiot for making it repeat itself. Giju tried to calm down and asked what an ego was, to which the sword replied, "How the F would I know, idiot?" Our hero was getting very agitated with the black sword's attitude, but continued to ask questions, and we learn more about egos. Once a link between the ego and the master is established, only the master had control over the relationship. Kinda like master and slave. However, an ego could hurt or even kill their master. But if the master died, the linked ego would also disappear. Then, with a sinister grin, Giju asked the sword if it could feel pain. To which the sword proudly replied that he was a distinguished ego who could feel all emotions, and if the settings were turned on, all sensations too. With a rock in his hand, the system prompt asked if he wanted to turn on Lu's pain perception. Our boy showing the words, manners. Mocketh. The man. We hear a loud scream of pain as someone getting the beating of a lifetime. We now return to the present, where an orc is killed with a wicked red slash. A system pop-up informs that Lu is absorbing the blood of the orc. More pop-ups appear saying Lu has acquired experience points and has leveled up. Lu's stat have also increased. When Giju casually comments there was a time when Lu rebelled a lot, the sword tries to make it pass it off as an embarrassing memory, and when he thinks back on it, it still gives him chills. After seeing an eerie look cross over Giju's face, the sword corrects himself, saying he has a chill master, and that he is very blessed to have such a wonderful master. Looks like our boy, while tempering the sword with a rock, has tamed it somewhat. With their bags full, they decided to head back down out of the tower. The next time Giju wants to try entering a gate instead of the tower. Back at the Players Association building, Tashik warns him against entering gates for the time being. They have had several cases of gates which were supposed to be relatively easy rank F turn into higher rank C for some unknown reason. Also, 4 high rankers have died in a recent gate in the United States. Tashik told our hero this has never happened in the last 23 years, but this sudden change started a month ago. Our hero thought it might just be coincidence that it's around the time he met with Lu, but just passed it off. His guide manager was just looking out for our boy and just wanted him not to rush into danger. Gates, unlike the tower, was a better source of income. It offered more crystals, special items, and had clear bounties. Our hero could not pass up the opportunity to make more money since he was drowning in a mountain of debt. He figured that a gate being an anomaly was low and started to look for random parties to join to get some fast cash. He soon found a party and met with the group leader in a coffee shop. The expedition leader's name was Song Su-ha. A standard contact, outlining the profit distribution and such, was provided for our hero to sign. Also, equipment and gear drops would be decided with a dice roll. The leader explained that they would meet in 2 days to enter the gate and told our hero not to be late. Gates are generally categorized into 2 types. Either a one-time gate which disappears after being cleared, or a sustained gates, which do not disappear and can allow players to repeat hunting within them. Of course, the one-time games offered more unique rewards, but the sustained gate were preferred since they offer lower risks and strategies to clear them are posted publicly. On the designated time and date, our hero starts the gate with his makeshift random party. The group consisted of 5 players, a tank, 2 damage dealers, one of which was our hero. A red-haired mage type, and the leader of the expedition was the archer. It looked like everyone was a stranger except the archer and the redhead. As they were walking down the corridor, they were soon approached by a horde of zombies. With menacing red eyes, they charged into our party. The blonde tanker took to the front to block their approach, while the damage dealers started the assault with the archer's support from the backline. while the gray-haired damage dealer was complaining about how resilient the monsters were. Our hero shocked everyone by tearing through the enemy lines, like they were made of paper. In a matter of moments, the battle was over and they were sitting down recovering. The blonde tanker and the other damage dealer kept on praising and offering flattery to our Giju for making this gate a breeze and wanting to tag along to all his future endeavors. When the break was over and they were going to head out again, a sly look passed between the blonde tanker and the damage dealer. The blonde guy whispered into the gray head's ears, and a mischievous grin appears on both their faces. The party quickly made their way to a massive steel bars, which was the entrance to the boss's room. When the leader started to give an explanation on the method to clear the gatekeeper Talon, he was rudely interrupted by the blonde tanker. The redhead had a murderous expression on her face, which soon disappeared when the leader looked in her direction. After their eyes met, the leader continued with his explanation. After everyone knew their role, they broke in through the steel bars and entered the room. The large bandaged boss monster was sitting with his back towards them. The archer started the battle with an arrow shot at the boss. The monster turned around angrily and charged the whole party. The tanker took the initial hits and was flung to the back. Then the damage dealers began their assault on the boss. After taking some damage, the boss hunched down into an almost impenetrable defensive stance. Taking this chance, Giju leaped into the air for an attack. Just as he was coming down to land his attack, the system message notifications popped up telling him that his synchronization rate with Lu had increased and now he was able to use Lu's abilities more effectively. Without knowing exactly what happened, an overwhelming surge of power came down with his blade, making it possible for him to kill the boss in one strike. He stood there dumbfounded like the rest of his party members. The system notification pop-up told him the gatekeeper Talon has been defeated, and he obtained a new skill called cannibalism. It was a skill used to recover health by devouring corpses. Doesn't this feel like another cheat skill? What the hell? The party members were all surprised at what just happened. Not only did they easily clear the boss, but it even dropped equipment called Dagger of Paralysis. As per the contract, they would roll the dice to determine the distribution. While this was going on, Blondie came over and put his arms around Giju's shoulder. In a sleazy manner he said that since Giju did most of the work, Dagger should be his by right and to leave everything to them. Having been a guide for more than 5 years, our hero had developed an eye for people. He had low expectations for the tank and the dealer, but this was downright shameful. As they sat down to start the distribution, the two scoundrels made eye contact and started to put their plans into motion. The tanker grabbed a dagger and made a sudden lunge at the leader. Just then our hero grabbed Blondie's arm and flipped him over his head and onto his back. The Blondie tried to get the gray head to help, but his partner in crime was scared stupid. Our hero was thinking he was lucky to be alive, not because of the Blondie but due to the red head. Since sometime during this confrontation the red head had pulled out a dagger and was shrouded in a black aura. Wasn't she a mage? This was dangerous. Even the leader acted strangely. When the dagger was flying at his throat, the leader didn't even flinch but instead kept his focus on the dagger. Our hero, still pinning Blondie down on the ground, asked the party leader what he wanted to do with these two dirtbags. To which the leader called out the redhead's name, Harem. Then without saying another word the redhead shrouded herself with a black aura and rushed to the gray head, knocking him senseless with a single hand strike to the back of his neck. As expected, this girl was dangerous. Our hero, taking this example, also knocked the Blondie out of commission. To his surprise, a chop to the back of the head really did do the trick. Then Giju declared that he would be taking the dagger since he was the one to save the life of the other party. Also, he passed the responsibility of taking care of the dirtbags in the capable hands of the other party and told them he was going to explore a bit more before heading back. There was a reason for exploring more, since killing more zombies provided him with more stats. His ego Lu had the special ability to get stats through absorbing blood. Like goblins gave him dexterity, ores gave him strength, and zombies gave him stamina. It's another way to get higher stats than he should be at his level. Of course there is a limit to the amount of blood Lu can absorb. Since he killed all the zombies and absorbed enough blood, our hero decided to head back to the boss's room to enter the rewards room. The rewards room was a limbo space that you can only reach via the gatekeeper's corpse. However, upon entering the boss's room, our hero noticed a glow coming from one of the wall that was not there before. Upon closer inspection, the wall seems to be hollow. Then, against Lu's protest, our hero swung the sword like a hammer and crashed into the wall. The cloud of dust generated by the strike was no joke, but suddenly Lu detected the presence of an ego. And as the dust slowly settles, we can see something shining from within. Was ego something you can easily obtain? Giju began to lament that he wasted 5 years of his life, to which Lu, not missing a beat, said, because his master was an idiot. But before our hero could come back to his senses, Lu hurriedly turned the conversation around and pointed out they need to look for the ego, which was nearby. Our hero had doubts that anything could be left behind, since this was a permanent gate that's been around for a while, but Lu said otherwise. Then they came upon a white sword in a stone. Could this be the legendary Excalibur? Not knowing any better, our boy grabbed the shiny sword, and as soon as he touched the sword, he was covered in a blinding white light. In a female voice, "Are you my master?" As Giju slowly opened his eyes, he found himself in a space filled with pure white light, similar to Lu's dark space. When asked if she was the ego within the sword, she replied yes and said she has been here waiting for a master. Like before, this ego asked for a name to be called, to which our hero without hesitation said L. Then as soon as the sword was pulled out, the walls started to crack, and the whole gate became unstable. Both the egos told our hero to flee, but at the same time became aware of each other. Looks like they can now carry a three-way conversation. The two egos started to chat, to which Giju told them to shut it, since he still needed to concentrate. He saw the corpse of the gatekeeper, and immediately rushed towards it. When the floors beneath his feet started to crumble, he made a desperate leap for the corpse with his outstretched hand. Upon touching the corpse, the system immediately gave the prompt to enter the rewards room. As he was being teleported away, he noticed a huge evil eye staring at him from behind the portal. Sometime later, it was being reported on the news that the permanent gate had destroyed, but the cause was unknown. On the bright side, the gate collapsed way after he left, so he was not regarded as a suspect. And his rewards for clearing this gate were 30 violet crystals, and an additional reward, Charm of Protection. Unlike towers, gates offer crystals as rewards for clearing it, and depending on their color, the value increases. Also, some valuable items that affect health and longevity can be used by ordinary people. The charm wasn't enough to cure his mother of her illness, but it was still helpful, and the money from selling the crystals allowed them to move her to a hospital. After taking care of his mother, our hero decided to climb the tower once more. Wielding his dual swords, Giju was easily able to climb from the 6th floor all the way to the 9th floor. A floor, not long ago, he couldn't even dream of entering, was made into a reality by his two egos, Lu and L. With the amount of experience gained, L was able to level up, but due to shared experience, the pace of leveling up was a little slower. However, thanks to the synchronization skill, our hero could still feel his power level rising. Now we get a little backstory for L. She was a sword that was used to seal a demon inside the gate. However, due to having sealed the demon for a long time, most of her power had dissipated. Along with her power, her memory had also faded with the passage of time, and she couldn't remember anything about the demon or the situation that put her there in the first place. With the addition of L to the group, our hero's power was growing, and with more egos, the more powerful he would become. So the next logical step was to find more egos, and the place selected for this search was none other than the item auction house. Upon entered the auction house, his egos tried to sense other egos among the auctioned items, but as each item came up, they had yet to detect an ego. With the auction nearing its end, the last item of the day, its main attraction was brought out, and wouldn't you know it, it's an ego. But alas, how could our poor fool afford such an expensive item? At least he didn't leave empty-handed, since he was able to auction away the dagger of paralysis for a whopping $100,000. He had a weird grin on his face as he left the auction. On his way home, our hero stopped by a neighborhood supermarket to buy grocery. Our boy is very frugal. And as he walks home, something catches his attention. At first he notices a small tear in space right in front of him, and as he watched, it started to expand into an unexpected gate. Now let us take a moment to learn about how to deal with newly formed gates, aka gate claiming process. When a new gate is formed, it's not considered dangerous, but they need to contact the player association as soon as possible. If anyone tries to enter a newly formed, unverified gate without prior player association approval, you can find yourself sentenced up to 5 years, or fined up to $10,000. Be sure to have solid proof that you are the first to find the gate, since priority gate access and privileges are given to the first person to find it. Also known as rolling in the money when you clear it, or for the extremely lucky few, if it turns out to be a stable sustained gate. Now, we turn our attention to the Player Association Gate Supervision Department head, which happens to be our old friend Tashik, who was recently promoted to this position. As he looks over the data he received on the newest gate, he notices it's near our hero's house. Upon finding out it was our boy, Tashik in a fit of surprise, spits coffee out all over his face. Back at the scene, the Player Association representative informs our Gidju that he now has 5 days to enter the gate, or else the rights are forfeited and auctioned away. As this is happening, Tashik has arrived at the scene, waiting for his chance to talk with our boy. When done, the two head off to a nearby nice cafe to talk. Since the new gate turned out to be an F-ranked gate, Gidju plans on clearing it himself. Tashik, while drinking sweet coffee, asks Gidju which floor in the tower he was on. We now find that Gidju just cleared 10th today and was on the 11th. This is mainly due to Lu's absorbing blood skill, which was making the process take longer than normal. Got to grind for them OP stats. Anyways, Tashik gave our boy 4 days to prepare and come find him, since he was going to personally test Gidju to see if he had what it took to clear the gate, or else he wasn't allowed to go in. 4 days later, at the basement of the Player Association Tower, they are within a training room. With space expansion, protective barrier around the walls, it's the perfect place to go all out. Tashik tries to solicit our boy to join the Player Association as an agent, but Gidju flatly refuses, saying he doesn't want to settle down anywhere at the moment. As a thought occurs to him, he asks whatever happened to Teo, since the guide department disappeared when Tashik got promoted. Seems Teo joined the Karivan Guild, it's plot for later. Tashik starts to roll up his sleeves and get down to business with his bare hands. He starts off doing some fist pumps in the air, sending shockwaves in our boy's direction, shocking Gidju. Once an expert, always an expert. Don't look down on a former high ranker, and with those words starts giving off that old man vibes. Our hero's not about to take this lying down, then a boot comes flying straight for him without a moment's notice. Gidju just barely blocks the hit with the black sword's help, but still gets pushed back a few feet. Don't let your guard down in a gate, since it's as good as dying, so stay focused. Flashback to 4 days ago, at the item auction market, Gidju is shopping for more equipment. Weapons are no problem, but his defense is severely lacking. Like shopping in a mall, stores had window displays showing armor. They even have status windows showing the stats. How cool is that? Unfortunately, reality bites, and our poor fool is sticker shocked at the prices. Cheap armor gives disgustingly shitty stats, while good armor is disgustingly expensive. player economy at its best. As he sits down to pity his misfortune, he sees a commotion nearby. A kid is arguing with players, telling them not to look down on his grandpa's skills. But others just mock him, saying what could be so amazing about equipment that doesn't even have the standard pop-up. Regardless, our hero takes an interest in the boy, and tells him to take him to see his grandpa, to which the boy happily agrees. As the kid takes him down a shady staircase, our hero starts to have second thoughts, but Lou and Elle tell him that without a doubt, the kid's clothings are all egos, artificially made by human, but partially wields the strength of an ego. Upon entering the shop, Min-soo informs his grandpa that he brought a customer, to which a grumpy old voice reminded him not to bring unwanted guests. But to Gijju's surprise, his egos inform him that everything in this store was an ego. How could this be? As Gijju looked at each item, they all showed up as nameless equipment with levels. Lou said these are all egos missing a ego, they were insentient egos. The old man behind the counter said he had nothing to sell, so just leave, since he wasn't planning on selling to the likes of him. Jilchul Won, the blacksmith, keep on looking at his book, with a knowing expression that all the guys that come to his shop are trash. Our hero insisted that he wanted to buy, to which the blacksmith waved his hands and said that even if he bought them, he won't be able to use them anyways. So Gijju countered that if he could use them, the blacksmith would sell them? Our hero started to name a sword and its level out loud. To which the blacksmith in shock couldn't believe he can see the sword's abilities. When told to try it out, Gijju first stared at the sword, and told it from now on its name is sharpness. Everyone in the room was shocked that nothing happened. Then Elle told our boy the sword didn't like the name. What a surprise. Now back at the present within the training room, Gijju stands a distance away from Taeshik with both his sword drawn out, with a red glint in his eyes. He quickly charges forward, closing the gap between the two, to land a blow on Taeshik. Without even flinching, Taeshik parries the blow with a single arm, like he's batting away an annoying bug. He angrily screamed that if you hesitate in your attack, our hero couldn't even put a scratch on him. Renewing his concentration, our boy takes one swing after another, without landing a solid hit with his swords, but gets easily countered with jabbing punches. Fist versus sword, the battle dragged on until Taeshik decided enough was enough and pulled his fists back for a decisive blow. Our hero noticed too late, as his arms were still behind him in a swing that would come little too late. Oh boy, another flashback to the blacksmith's shop. Gijju couldn't believe he couldn't link to any of them. He really needs to work on his naming skills. But as our hero takes some clothes from a shelf, Lou reminds him, while these are second-rate, egos are usually rather picky about their owners, unlike Elle and himself who couldn't help their situation, but they are not the norm. With a look of defeat, our hero decided to try one last time, touching a purple gold armor, naming it Brunhart. In a flash of bright light, the system message informs him that he has successfully made a link with the ego, Brunhart. While our hero celebrates, the system goes on to tell him that, due to lack of ability, not all of Brunhart's abilities can be used. We see Brunhart's stats. A new skill, Reflect Defense 12, is added to our hero. By the way, this is Reflect Damage. Now finally back to the present time, when the decisive fist blow from Taeshik is about to land, the system shows reflecting damage accumulated by Brunhart, and he is taken aback and a big explosion takes place at that very location, with rocks and dust being blown in all directions. Gijju is sent flying, and he crashes into the wall, spitting out some blood. From the bellowing cloud of dust, we see several potions thrown to our hero, who is crouching and still coughing on the ground. They are potions to heal any internal injuries. Taeshik also came prepared. He tells our boy, while he passed the test, if the gate isn't cleared within a week from today, the association will be sending their agents inside. However, Taeshik was only giving him 5 days. If he didn't come out, Taeshik was personally going to drag his sorry butt out. After making sure everything was in order, like a mother hen, it was time to enter the gate. Our brave hero entered the gate, transforming his egos into their sword form. He stabbed a wolf down its throat. Then he got down to business, as a large pack of wolves came into view. A single slash is all it took to kill these wolves. Lu kept on absorbing the blue wolf's blood. L leveled up. Using his new skills, taking his time to train, level up his egos, he started to clear the gate with ease. Just like a simple walk in the park, if the park had wolves. After some time, he sat down to get some rest, and eat some dried-out jerky, while he mused at his luck for entering a gate like this, since normally given his position, it would be almost impossible to do something like this solo. A player's rank is used to determine everything, and measuring a player's rank is done without any equipment. Unfortunately, when he is a certain distance away from his egos, he loses all their abilities and additional stat bonuses, goes back down to level 1, so he couldn't get a proper evaluation. L cheers him up, saying that as Master's abilities advances, distance would no longer matter to maintain the link. He really hoped so. Unfortunately, he was still clueless on how to advance his skills. He also wondered about the cannibalism skill. Was it really eating one's own kind? Plot for later. Anyways, since his bag was already full of mana crystals, he decided it was time to conclude this, and headed for the main boss of the gate. He headed towards an entrance, which emitted the strongest energy in the gate. Our hero started to chug down on buff potions. Better safe than dead, started to walk down the dark tunnel. The light at the end of the tunnel finally came into view. Due to the tension, our hero spoke quietly for the egos to quiet down, to which his egos reminded him that no one else can hear them. Our silly fool forgot. The tunnel opened into a meadow. The boss wolf was lying down in the distance. At their approach, the eyes of the gatekeeper flared up, then standing up majestically gave a menacing growl, baring its fangs at our hero. The pressure it was giving off were leagues beyond the gate boss he previously fought with the random party. With a sudden leap, the boss charged towards our hero with blinding speed. In a matter of seconds it was within striking distance. Giju stood his ground, and met the charge head-on with his swords crossed, and blocked the first Fang attack. Then taking the momentum, like a badass, pulled L back, and swung it forward into the side of the boss's face. The attack was still shallow, and barely dug into the tough hide of the boss. The wolf was beside himself. How could a worthless human dare to scratch his face? His eyes started to glow red with rage. With the swing of the head, the wolf launched our hero rolling in the ground. Giju was able to manage his tumbling by using his dual swords as anchors to stop himself. This fight wasn't going to be easy. Since the damn wolf had such strong hide, he was going to have to fight the long battle, slowly accumulating damage. He smirked, thinking this wasn't so bad. The training for 5 years, battling a single goblin for over an hour, was finally going to pay off in spades. Since a battle of attrition was his specialty. The fierce clashes between a man and a wolf seemed go on for ages. But in the end, when his buffs were about to wear off, he used Brunhart's reflect damage skill to deal a decisive blow. He sat next to the lying boss. While gasping for breath, it was a close call. While holding the black sword over the boss's body, our hero gave thanks for dying by his hands. He struck the final blow with Lu. The system window gave the usual info. Gate boss Changkyung was defeated, gained experience. Lu absorbs Changkyung's blood. To his surprise, Lu had gained a new skill from absorbing Changkyung's blood, called Strong Will, faster stamina recovery when damaged beyond one's means, great for his type of battles. Then suddenly, the system notification telling him cannibalism has been activated. As he stood there, dumbfounded at what was going on, a giant illusionary mouth appeared behind him, and chomped down on the corpse of the boss. The system informed him that Lu has absorbed Changkyung, and had successfully transformed it into an ego. As a big blue mana crystal was the only thing left behind, our hero was wondering what the hell just happened. As he sat down on the ground, with Lu and L, he tried to think on how this could be. Even his egos had no idea what just happened. They have never heard of a monster turning into an ego. While trying to figure out who had this new ego, he pulled up his status window, and it was him who had the ego of Changkyung. As he wondered how to use it, he remembered the embarrassment trying to activate it last time, and decided it was better to try it later. As he was glad about his findings, he started to get ready to head to the reward room, but our hero forgot something he had not accounted for. He looked all around but couldn't find it. Our little fool momentarily forgot that Lu ate the gatekeeper's corpse, so there is no way to port into the reward room via the gatekeeper's body. Lu lamented, "Why is it always his fault?" Our hero looked frantically all around the boss area, but there was no portal in sight. He could wait for outside help, but how could he possibly explain his situation? They would have more questions than answers he could give. If he was unable to clear the gate, then a gate break might occur, causing a lot of casualties. Giju resolved to finish what he started, first by killing off all the remaining monsters. He went through every nook and cranny, all the places that had been purposely avoided, and killed all the remaining blue wolves they found. By the fifth day, they had killed the last monster, and then suddenly felt that the entire gate's energy was being collected in one place. His egos pointed out that it was the meadow where the gatekeeper was. Now, back at the player association, we find our boy talking with Taeshik, explaining the whole situation within the gate, while taking a shower. Talk about killing two birds with one stone. We get the flashback of the last moments within the gate. Our hero is running towards the meadow. As he gets close, he sees a scene that is difficult to explain, as if the whole world was breaking into pieces and being absorbed in one place. As he touched it, the system window appears and informs him that he had acquired an ego fragment. And will you enter the reward room? Flash forward to the present. Within the showers, Giju drops a bombshell that gates might be egos, to which Taeshik only had a dumbfounded expression. Payments for both the crystals and the gate clearing reward from the player association, amounting to around $50,000, were being deposited into Giju's bank account. Taeshik offered to take our hero to the hospital to go see his mother, but for some reason our boy was a little hesitant. We see why, since Taeshik's baby turns out to be a pink vehicle that wouldn't look out of place in a Barbie movie. When they got to the hospital room, seeing his sister napping, Giju took her outside for some fresh air, leaving Taeshik to look after their mom. Our hero told his sister to take care of herself as well, to which his sister replied she wanted a charm of protection too, which earned her a stern warning. As they walked the corridors, they ran into an elderly granny, who was outstretching her legs. She had a good impression of our hero via his sister, and told him he was very energetic, as she touches his hand with the two rings. Then, as they were parting ways, the granny turned around and gave a warning to our hero that he had conflicting energies within him, and to always be careful not to lose himself. Spoiler alert, plot foreshadowing. Like a wise soothsayer, she walks off with her back towards him, hoping that he can make it through the coming challenges. He is just standing there wondering at her words, thinking, did she know something? The next day, a doctor approaches our hero, asking if he had some time to talk. The next moment we see him heading towards the gate entrance within the tower. A guy notices him as the tutorial slayer, and wanted to say hi, but soon changed his mind. We now get a flashback of the conversation between our hero and the doctor. Due to complications and unknown illness, his mother had best 1 year, at worst 3 months left to live. We now come to the present. Our hero is facing a minotaur towering over him. In his rage and frustration, he rushes into the gang of monsters, blaming himself for everything, regretting not entering the 5th floor sooner, and saying if he only had the courage earlier. While tearing through a group of monsters, without a care for his own safety, he keeps blaming himself for his inability to get stronger. We now jump to the 19th floor of the tower. We see a disheveled Giju, walking with several packs full of crystals tied to his back, walking by a group of people. He cleared his way from the 11th floor, all the way to the 19th floor in just 2 weeks. When a group of shady guys approach him, they volunteered to take the backpacks off him. They were red players who belonged to the Spear Guild, but we'll call them Smurfs since they had the Smurfs logo on their shirts. Red players are players who have either broken the laws or killed other players. Smurf number 1 tries to get his grabby hands on the backpack, but got a sword to his neck instead. Trying to be a badass for a dumbass, he starts to say, "Do you know who I am?" To which our hero told him to fuck off and stop being greedy for other people's things. Giving off enough bloodlust, our Smurf almost pissed his pants. Due to the commotion, someone from the player association on the floor came rushing over. The Smurfs made a run for it, saying the famous last words, "We won't forget your face, future plot." As the association member approached, he asked what happened and introduced himself as Seonghun Hyo, the security agent for the 19th floor from the Korean Players Association. Our hero told him that some red players were eyeing his stash, to which the agent could easily understand. Then the agent asked if he was player Giju by chance. We are now taken to Taeshik's office, and explained that Taeshik had put a bounty on Giju to be found and brought to him. When asked why, he told him he was concerned about Giju, who had shut himself within the tower for 2 weeks without making any contact. And second was for a way to cure his mother's illness. The only way to treat an illness with an unknown cause was with a game item called Elixir. An all-powerful potion that is known to cure any disease, but are very rare, with only 3 elixirs ever reported to have been found to date. You have a chance to obtain the elixir as a gate clear reward, but only for maze-type gates. Due to wide distribution of monsters of various ranks, as well as powerful keepers and frequent traps, the gate is classified as miscellaneous gate, which is separate from ranked gates, so anyone can challenge them with permission. Since 2 days ago, a third maze appeared in America. After Giju leaves to make preparations, we see Taeshik sitting alone in his office, feeling very tired, remembering his brother Kim and saying that he has done everything he could think of. Seems there is more history between these two than meets the eye. Once Giju cleans up and makes his preparation, he is greeted by Seonghun Hyo at the Player Association. Seems the security agent has been reassigned by his department head, Taeshik, to aid our hero and guide him to the gate. They were about to set off when Giju told his guide to give him a moment. In the next moment, our hero goes to the 20th floor and passes the test, which allowed his skill to evolve into an E grade. The status window shows that his skill, Synchronizing, can use 35% of Ego's power. While it might be only 35%, he feels that his body has much more strength than before the test. When he came down, the agent had an aha moment. He couldn't believe our boy finished the test, which normally takes around a day, and cleared it in 20 minutes. He decided never mind, and led the way to their destination. When asked for the time of their flight, our agent said they won't be taking a plane. Our hero had a puzzled expression. The guide told him that they would be headed to the 5th floor. You see, the tower is connected to the entire world via gates. The reason you typically do not see other people from different countries is because they are separated by regions, and these regions are maintained by different player associations from different countries. We now arrive at the 5th floor, Korean Player Association branch office. They enter an elevator, which is located within the tower. Normally this would be impossible since within the tower there is no electricity, but this elevator and even the building itself is actually an artifact, powered by crystals. As they reach their floor, the elevator door opens to reveal a room full of gate portals. This is the International Transport Portal Management Center. Not just anyone has access to these portals, and it seems Taeshik is not your average desk jockey to allow Giju the use of this top secret place. They soon arrive at a portal marked with the sign, USA, and enter it to arrive at Los Angeles, California. As they drive to the location of the maze gate, our hero looks over information concerning the other players, the high rankers who will also be participating in this gate raid. From the USA, Iron Shield, from Europe, Athena, and from Korea, the Demon King. When they arrive, the gate is guarded by armored tanks, barbed wire fenced, and military personnel, similar to something you would find in Warzone. In a location nearby, someone off-screen asks a guy in orange sunglasses, named Ball, if he knows who the new arriving Korean players are, to which Ball said he had no clue, but they look like someone from the association. In the next moment, with a penetrating eye, Ball uses some kind of eye skill and obtains information, revealing that the player is level 1 with no stats, and doesn't look to have any unique abilities. That's our boy Giju in nutshell, alright. We are finally shown the face of the off-screen voice, which turns out to be a girl with long purple hair, purple eyes, with strong purple aura emitting from her body, looks like a real royalty, who says that our boy's face is just her type. Future waifu? Inside the gate, the labyrinth's walls are overgrown with plants. We see our hero, in a fight against a giant spider. He rushes towards the spider and makes a feint, to lure the spider into shooting its webbing, then signals Mr. Sung-hoon to strike. The agent takes this opportunity to rush forward with his spear, and kills the giant spider in a single headshot. After 15 hours into the gate, Giju thanks Mr. Sung-hoon for helping him adjust to the gate. Since this is as far as he can assist, the rest will be up to our boy to manage, and they quickly say their farewells and part way, promising to meet again in Korea. Using an item called Infinite Spray, glorified spray paint, our hero marks his path as he travels within the labyrinth, so he wouldn't get lost. After a week traveling along, he is now able to handle more of the monsters on his own. Even killing 3 giant spiders all at once isn't taking much effort, but knows that even stronger monsters awaits him as he advances closer to the boss's room. As Giju thinks back to the parting gift left by the agent, it looks like a ball of string, but it's an item called the thread roll of Arachne. It allows the user to return to the entrance of the gate once. It was a gift from director Taeshik, along with the words, "Run when you face a monster that's stronger than you, don't save it, there is nothing more precious than your life." Here is Mother Hen Taeshik, looking out for our boy. However, for Giju, he had no plans on using such an item, since for him getting the elixir meant more than his life. He is suddenly awakened from his thoughts by a loud girl scream nearby. He quickly transformed his swords and cautiously advanced towards the sound, while Lu told him not to go, since it looked suspicious. Throwing caution to the winds, even if it was a trap, it wouldn't hurt him to check it out, since you never know if this might turn into a bigger danger in the future. From a distance, he saw a young black-haired girl, tied to a tree, shouting for help. While hiding behind a tree, our hero thinks this really reeks of a blatant trap. Why would a young kid, who has an uncanny resemblance to his sister, be doing alone in a gate like this? Our hero thought it was better to pretend he never saw a thing, since there were way too many suspicious things about this situation. As he was turning to go, the girl started to sob, saying, "Mom, sorry that I couldn't help with the hospital bills." At these words, Giju stopped in his tracks, clenching his teeth. Lu told him that this was obvious a trick, even a 9-year-old wouldn't fall for some simple line like this. But we know better, and these words pulled on our hero's heartstrings, and in a flash, he rushed to the girl, tearing the tree vines, and rescued the girl. The girl explained that she was accidentally separated from her party while she was distracted. Her name was Soo Jung-young, and she had a buff skill as her original talent. In this world, as long as you have a talent, even if you are underage, you can still become a player. Since not a lot of people possess a buff-type talent, much less as an original talent, they are highly sought after to party with. This could explain why an underage girl was brought into a dangerous place like this. Standing up suddenly, this girl, calling our guy uncle, asks if she can tag along with him, while making puppy eyes. Giju flatly refused, telling the girl, "Since you are a player, you should be responsible for your own life." He can't help her anymore, and thinking he's not old enough to be called her uncle. She pleads, saying she's a good supporter and would an asset to him, then starts her sad story about being a new player with low levels, lured into this dangerous gate by the promise of getting a lot of money. With a defeated face, he turns his head away, telling her that he plans to clear the gate, so he won't be going out, and it's only going to get even more dangerous, and although the rewards will be split, he can't give her the elixirs if they even come out. Looks like our fool once again got suckered into her demands. At first the girl had a blank stare, then comprehension dawned on her, and she shouted her thanks. He reaffirmed in his head that he was only taking her since supports would make this gate easier, and it's definitely not because she said her mother was sick or because she looked like her sister. Who was he trying to kid? We now continue our adventure into the labyrinth, and come across a giant ant. Calling on the girl for the buff, our hero rushes forward to slash through the group of spiders standing in their path. It's now been 2 weeks since he grouped with Sejong, and the hunting has definitely become easier. They were resting and eating by the wall when Giju felt a presence nearby. While hiding behind a broken part of the wall, he tried to sneak peek at who might be approaching. And it turned out to be the Iron Guild, led by Iron Shield. Upon noticing that this was a high ranker, and since he was hiding, they might mistake him for a spy. Thinking this, he quickly tried to run away, when an explosion occurred at the location he just vacated. A giant sword had been plunged inches away from him. While still on the ground, he quickly made his escape. When one of the members asked his guild master why he threw his sword, he just brushed it off as making a mistake. In a distant cave, we catch up with Giju and Sejong. Panting for breath, she asked why they were running away when they did nothing wrong, to which Giju informed her that they made the mistake of spying on them. Since spying can lead to surprise attacks within a gate, so typically it's forbidden among players. He was surprised to have been suddenly attacked like that, but explained it away saying that a big guild like that must have lots of enemies. So instead of avoiding them and taking the longer route, they would instead follow behind and reap some of the benefits, since a big guild like that would clear the way and likely be taking the right path. He was thinking how smart he was, following from a distance at the marking left by the Iron Guild. Just as he was saying, they just needed to find the boss's room first, he noticed that he was all alone. When he looked around for Sejong, his two egos warned him that something was approaching. The warning from his egos came too late, as Blondie was standing right behind him with a menacing glare, saying, "Found you, you little rat." As soon as he noticed what was going on, a hand he couldn't even dodge smashed his head into the ground. As the hand squeezed the head, he slowly lost consciousness, as the world around him turned black. As he was roughly slapped awake from his slumber, he found himself tied to a rock without his weapons, and the words spoken were in a language he couldn't fully understand. Just so you know, our boy's English vocabulary was very limited, so all he was hearing was gibberish. As Iron Shield grabbed his hair and kept interrogating in English, our boy couldn't fully understand the words spoken to him. But at the word kill, our boy spoke out in Korean not to kill him. Then it dawned on Iron Shield that the fool before him couldn't understand English. Iron Shield turned and called out for Rogers, to which a rat-faced member appeared in front of the guildmaster. His name is Rogers Han, a well-known individual with Korean-American ancestry, who publicly announced joining the Iron Guild. He approached our hero and, skipping the introductions, told him that he knew he was Korean by the contents of his bag. After which, he started to ask the same questions as before. Like why did he spy on them, what group he was associated with, and how he was able to fool the guildmaster's senses. To which Giju replied that it was all a misunderstanding, he was just hunting, and that he was a normal player without any affiliations. He told him that he wasn't foolish enough to try to fool anyone's senses, he just assumed they already knew, and was fine with what he was doing. To which Rogers at first agreed and said he understood, then in the next moment, the rat-face drew his dagger and plunged it into our boy's thigh. Giju couldn't understand what just happened, as he screams in pain. "Why so squishy?" comments Ratface, downgrades our hero, and tells him not to fool with him. Hunting? That's just BS, since he knows that he is also after the elixir. As our attention shifts to the background, where a member is holding our hero's two swords, and telling the guild master that he couldn't see a status window for the weapons. Also, the blades are so dull that it couldn't even be used to cut the skin of an orc. After which, Iron Shield said to just keep them, they could be used as raw material by their blacksmith when they got back. The member commented that compared to the holy sword Kallian, these were just lumps of metal. We turn back to our hero being tortured by Ratface. He kept using Gidju's expensive healing potions to heal him, just to stab him back to the brink of death. Rogers tormented our hero saying that the healing potions were being left unused, so Ratface was just helping him use them, as he continued his abuse of our hero. As if his face couldn't possibly get any worse, he tried a menacing Ratface, and continued to grill our boy asking him who he works for. Gidju continued to say that he came here alone, but all his words fell on deaf ears, since they used inspection on him while he was unconscious, so they refused to believe that someone like him could possibly come in this gate alone. Ratface was furious, thinking that Gidju was trying to make a fool out of him. At that moment, the guild master called Rogers back to eat a meal before continuing. With a swift kick to the gut, Rogers left, warning him not to cause a fuss. As our hero was left behind, he contemplated on what was happening to him. He had told himself not to be cocky, since he already realized how lacking he was while sparring with Tashik. Conquering this maze gate was a pipe dream, but he couldn't give up on the hope that maybe, just maybe, he could do it. But all his faith came from his borrowed powers, and all they had to do was simply take away his weapons, and he became powerless to do anything. At that moment, 2 kilometers away, someone was spying on his situation. The Girl Scout turned to her guildmaster to ask how she would like to proceed. After enduring brutal torture, with his fingers and toes cut, bones crushed, and body stabbed countless times, Gidju sits on the ground surrounded by a pool of blood. He recalls that it has been 4 days since he was captured by the Iron Guild. Looking at him, Iron Shield remarks that he is a stubborn, mentioning that he would have recruited Gidju had he been a little more talented. Calling out to a guild member, Iron Shield instructs him to bring one of Gidju's swords. He states that he initially thought to melt and recycle those swords, but has changed his mind, and will now use Gidju's own weapon to kill him. Holding Lu, Iron Shield declares that Gidju will be buried in this historic gate, which should be an honorable death for a player. With that, he comes closer, intending to kill him. However, as soon as the sword touches Gidju's body, he manages to establish a link with Lu, receiving an overwhelming power. Our hero opens his eyes when the sword disappears from the guildmaster, making him confused. Breaking the ropes and rushing away from the stone, Gidju summons and points the sword towards Iron Shield, shocking all the members of the guild. However, Iron Shield surprises Gidju by grabbing the sword attack with his bare hands. Remarking that Gidju was hiding his real strength, Iron Shield states that he felt the Demon King's energy from him, and is not surprised that she took an interest in him. Remarking that the Demon King used him as a plaything, Iron Shield asks how he managed to trick the detection, which even the Demon King cannot do. He states that he still needs to get more information out of him, while Gidju thinks that it is time to reveal his true strength. Meanwhile, the girl with a golden mask orders her team to initiate the attack, and an arrow is launched in Iron Shield's direction that pierces his hand. Looking at the arrow, Iron Shield recognizes it as an Artemis arrow, and realizes the attack was by Athena. Just then, Athena and her team reveal themselves, confirming Iron Shield's suspicions. Breaking the arrow, Iron Shield asks if this is a declaration of war against them. In response, Athena, standing at a distance, starts to laugh, remarking that his sense of humor has improved. Swinging her weapon, she states that there hasn't been a time when she wasn't at war, and throws the weapon at Iron Shield. In response, Iron Shield takes out his sword and pierces it into the ground with all his might, creating a giant shield before him, which collides with Athena's weapon, leading to a massive explosion with the force to uproot surrounding trees. While our hero stands momentarily blinded by the storm. Covering his eyes, Iron Shield calls out to Rogers, telling him to keep Gidju alive and restrain him. Turning back to Athena, Iron Shield pulls his sword out of the ground, stating that they will put an end to this fight today once and for all. Raising his sword in the air, he orders his guild members to prepare for the battle.
An intensive fight breaks between the two groups that shakes the entire forest.
Hearing the sounds of the battle, Rogers remarks that he is getting chills listening to the battle, remarking that they really are monsters.
Turning to Giju, who stands holding his sword, asking, "Don't you agree?"
Looking at him barely standing, ready to fight, Rogers states that their guild master instructed him to keep Giju alive. However, no one would blame him if he accidentally killed him. With that, Rogers leaps up and disappears from Giju's sight, taking him by surprise. Arriving behind him, Rogers states that he cannot let him live after he has seen his true self. Saying that, he slashes his sword towards Giju's neck. Who was waiting for this moment, shouts out, "Reflect," causing Rogers to be confused. Just then, a bright light begins to emanate from the hero's body, successfully using Bernhardt's skill to reflect the accumulated damage, shocking Rogers. Suddenly, a blast erupts from the area, covering everything with dust and smoke. After some time, Rogers lies on the ground with a coughing fit, while Giju sits in front of him. The system notifies him that Bernhardt has reached its maximum accumulation limit and has started to disintegrate. With Bernhardt falling apart, Giju starts to step towards Rogers. As he reaches for him, he raises his sword into the air while Rogers begs for his life. However, without listening, Giju pierces his sword into Rogers' body, causing him immense pain and knocks him unconscious. Afterwards, Giju lies on the ground, feeling pain due to the aftereffects of Reflect, and thinking that it won't stop bleeding. Just then, he hears the voice of a girl calling him brother and asking if he is alright. Turning to the voice, he sees a figure of a young girl standing near him and thinks of his sister Yujong. Asking what is he talking about, the girl states that she is Sujung and comes forward, which surprises him. Getting close, she asks if she saves him and gets him an elixir, what he would be willing to do for her. Would he give his life to her, or become her slave? Looking at her, Giju raises one finger, stating that he has one more request, to kill Iron Shield and destroy the Iron Guild.
Remarking that these are two requests rather than one, Sejong asks if they have an agreement. In response, our hero continues with his requests, wanting his other sword. Hearing this, she becomes annoyed, asking how many more extra conditions he was going to add. Just then, Ball, who was observing all this, comes to them, remarking that Giju is certainly an interesting person. To which Sojung agrees. Turning to Ball, Sojung reveals that from the looks of it, he appears good-natured, but is actually evil-natured inside, and someone was suppressing his true nature. Looking at how Rogers was stabbed, this was not something one does out of anger. Stating that he aimed directly for the vitals, remarking that it was his first time killing a person, yet he did it cold-heartedly and without a hint of hesitation. Pointing to Rogers, Ball asks what she plans to do with him, stating that while the wound seems to be fatal, but due to his high level, if left alone, he will recover over time. In response, Soo-young states that they will just leave him, and if he does recovers, this is his fate, and she remarks that it would be preferable for them to let him live. She states that revenge becomes sweeter the longer it lasts, and with the appearance of a purple aura, her body starts to change. With her appearance completely changed, she states that it is the coming of the Demon King, to which Ball agrees. Telling him to keep quiet, she remarks that names like that are made up by people who don't know what they are talking about. Walking ahead with an overwhelming purple energy emanating from her body, she states that she will be the one to kill the Demon King. Meanwhile, Giju finds himself standing inside a dark cubicle space, realizing that this place is inside his dreams that have been haunting him for the last 5 years. Looking at the rope hanging in front of him, he stretches his hands towards it, remembering that this dream disappeared after he met Lu. Reaching outside the cubicle space, he grabs the rope and finds a bucket hanging down from it. This makes him realize that even after getting over a wall, he is still stuck in the well he was originally in. He thinks that even his dreams have started to mock him, and he was simply lucky to grab the rope that drew him up, and his own strength wasn't involved. Just then, someone appears behind him, calling him a loser, and asks how long he will be complaining about the broken link and the powers he borrowed. With a demon-like appearance, the creature tells him it doesn't matter if it earned or by luck, as long as you have the power, it is his power. Confused, he starts to ask who, when a voice from behind tells him that he is right. Turning around, he is surprised to see an angelic figure, and she states that all her power belongs to him, telling him not to despair.
Just then, he opens his eyes and jerks up, awakened from his dreams.
Ball remarks that Giju seems to have regained his senses.
Upon noticing, he begins to wonder who this person was. He thinks of Sujung, wondering if he is someone related to the Demon King. Meanwhile, Ball smiles back, stating that the recovered sword is next to him. Upon looking down, he finds both L and Lu lying on the ground near him. Ball then tells him to rest for a little longer, stating that although they healed his wounds with potions, he should not move too much. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake, and the sky starts to turn red, making Giju confused. As he looks up towards the sky, he is shocked to find someone floating in the air. Suddenly, the ground starts to crack, and a massive blast erupts, sending huge rocks up in the sky. Giju in shock asks what it is, and Ball tells him that it is the demon commander, stating that it must be Giju's first time seeing it. Ball reveals that the gigantic demonic creature towers before them is the owner of this maze, the demon commander Haryond. Looking up at the formidable demon commander, Giju asks if it is really the gatekeeper, and Ball agrees, making him realize that he might have to fight with it. Meanwhile, Sujung floats in the air in front of the monster, with a confident smile on her face. Suddenly, the commander opens its eyes with a fierce glow in them and unleashes its powers, causing a gate to appear behind it, which shocks Giju. Gazing at the gate, Giju wonders how it is possible for a gate to appear inside another gate, while Ball tells him to stand behind him or he might die. Ball clenches his fist, causing a single drop of his blood to fall to the ground, creating a protective barrier around them. Looking at it, Giju becomes even more shocked and asks if this is really a barrier, to which Ball agrees, remarking that he is quite well informed. Meanwhile, through the portal created by the demon commander, deadly monsters starts to rush out and attack Sujung. As the monsters approach, she stands her ground and slowly begins to emit a strong energy that surrounds her. When the monsters close in to attack her, the layer of energy erupts, unleashes formidable ink flames, causing all the monsters to go flying backward. The ink flames then transform into a gigantic sword that Sujung effortlessly controls with a single move of her finger, leaving Giju amazed. Observing the gigantic sword raised high in the sky, Giju recalls Rogers's words about the fights resembling those between divine beings. Then the sword comes swinging downward at great speed, directed towards the demon commander, creating a massive explosion that destroys the entire forest. In the morning, after the relentless battle ends, the once green and thick forest appears to have been completely destroyed. Meanwhile, in the reward room, Giju opens the box containing the reward for clearing the gate and finds an elixir inside, while the egos congratulate him on his achievement. As Giju holds the box, he realizes that he has succeeded, though he feels more frustrated than happy given his situation. Sujung, who is standing beside him, states that she has kept her promise to help him, stating that Giju still has to take care of his own revenge, since he shouldn't expect her to help him with everything. Turning to her, Giju asks if Sujung is her real name, to which she confirms, also revealing that she is Korean as well. Sujung then opens her reward box and finds an elixir inside, and Ball, her comrade, also finds the elixir as reward inside his box. Then giving her bottle of elixir to Giju, Sujung tells him to keep it, surprising him, stating that she is fulfilling the condition of helping him take revenge on the Iron Guild. She tells him to think of it as part of her job. She remarks that his body is not in good condition, and the elixir will completely heal him, making him capable of taking revenge. Handing him the bottle, she states that getting it was not her main goal, she only wanted to become a commander, surprising him with her gesture. Holding the bottle, Giju decides to stop comparing himself to others, and just grow stronger by himself. After a little contemplation, he turns to her and asks if there is something she wants from him, in return for giving him such a valuable item. He asks if she intends to make him her lifetime slave, but she disagrees, stating that she only wants him to become her disciple, surprising him even more. She states that he is currently useless, because he is weak, and instructs him to come to her after he clears the 50th floor of the tower, so that she can train him. Sujung then uses her skill to instill something to the side of his head, saying this is the evidence of the existence of the contract, which causes him a slight pain. She states that he does not have any skills or abilities at the moment, and advises him to try to learn as much as he can. Remembering something, she states that she looked at his sword earlier, remarking that they are very unique, and says that she knows a way to strengthen one of them, surprising him. However, before that, she instructs him to drink the elixir she gave him, stating that it is a risky method and he needs to be very prepared.
Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the members of the Iron Guild are still engaged in fighting against Athena's group.
As Giju stands, holding just his white swords, both El and Lu tell him not to trust Sejong, stating that she is a very dangerous woman. However, in spite of their words, Giju is facing off with Iron Shield, who stands at a distance, looking at him. Seeing Sejong behind Giju, Iron Shield addresses her as the demon, stating that she stole the boss, while they were not looking. In response, Sejong clarifies that it was not theirs in the first place, and encourages Giju to do what she taught him. Gathering his courage, Giju calls out to Iron Shield, stating that he will kill him. However, instead of getting scared, Iron Shield gives a cruel smile and rushes towards Giju at high speed,
causing him to feel anxious.
Reaching near him, Iron Shield remarks that Giju has changed a lot, and asks if he has become the subordinate of that demon, or if he always been one. However, considering that it does not matter, Iron Shield states that he will have to kill Giju here. As Iron Shield charges at him, intent on killing him, Giju recalls when he drank the elixir in the reward room. While drinking the elixir, he received a system notification telling him that his body was being fixed, as Sejong and Bal looked at him in curiosity. After drinking it, Giju turned to Sejong, remarking that he did not feel any changes in his condition. Agreeing, Sejong revealed that the changes were in his abilities and latent powers, which left him speechless, while changes to his body will be small for now. She further stated that those small changes could determine a player's life or death. She told him that the most noticeable change made by the elixir was improving his senses. Thinking about that, Giju successfully dodges Iron Shield's swift attack, allowing him to distance himself. Realizing that the elixir really had an impact on his senses, Giju thinks that the moves that were previously unfamiliar to him are now becoming easier for him to understand. While he was fighting Iron Shield, Sejong stands at a distance, quietly watching him, and congratulates him in getting one step closer to becoming a high ranker. He remembers the Demon King telling him that he was no match for a strong person like Iron Shield just yet, and that the best he could do against him was to avoid one attack of his. Therefore, she suggested he not try too hard to win against him, when there are other easier solutions. Remembering that, he looks calming at Iron Shield and thinks that it isn't ignorance but his confidence in his ability. Meanwhile, Iron Shield looks at him closely and starts to figure out that between his growth and contact with the Demon King, he starts to get serious and activates the power of his holy sword. He rushes towards Giju at a very fast speed to launch an attack. Recalling Sejong's advice to not be intimidated and just do it, Giju blocks the attack with his sword. As a result of the collision between El and the holy sword, El's abilities get awakened, and she starts to absorb the powers of the holy sword, leaving Iron Shield shocked. However, due to Giju's low level of abilities, only a fraction of the holy sword's powers are absorbed. After the absorption is complete, Giju smiles, knowing that his tactics of embarrassing and demotivating Iron Shield were to create distance between them. Then taking out the thread ball, he starts to activate Arachne's web, which slowly surrounds him, making Iron Shield realize what he is trying to do. Stating that he cannot let him go so easily, Iron Shield charges at him with his sword, but before he could reach him, Giju gives him the finger and ports away, leaving Iron Shield to miss with his swing. Realizing that he has disappeared, Iron Shield feels increasingly frustrated and enraged. While he is standing there, Sejong calls out to him from behind, asking if they could have a chat. As he turns around, he sees her surrounded by her ink flames ready to fight. Outside, a car arrives at the gate, and Seong-hoon comes out of it, happy to see Giju waiting for him at a distance. They head back to Korea, and the agent also helps Giju takes his mother from the hospital back to their house. Talking to Taeshik on the phone, he informs him about the situation and states that he will be waiting for Taeshik's return to Korea. After hanging up the call, Giju turns to Seong-hoon, thanking him for all his help and telling him to take care. Waiting patiently, as his mother opens her eyes and finds him sitting beside her, he is happy to see her awake and asks if she is alright. In response, his mother states that she only wanted to see him one last time before she dies and starts to cry, thanking him for coming back. However, Giju assures her that everything is going to be alright.
His mother states that there is something she always wanted to tell him, and is about to reveal it when her condition starts to deteriorate. Telling her to hold on for a moment, Giju quickly opens the bottle of elixir and makes her drink it. After drinking it, she starts to calm down, and a bright light emanates from her body, beginning the healing process that makes Giju relieved. Feeling relaxed after such a long time, Giju collapses down near her mother's bed, and also goes into a deep sleep. Watching him, Elle calls out to him while Lu states that he has gone through so much in a single day. Elle expresses concern about getting more involved with Sejong, but Lu says there's nothing they can do and suggests letting Giju rest for a while. Late at night, while Giju is still deep in sleep, light starts to emanate from his mother's body, which starts to get brighter by the second, and then she suddenly opens her eyes. Meanwhile, his sister Yujong is angry with him for not picking up the phone. Being gone for a month without a word, he just sends one FING text and doesn't bother to pick up the phone. How infuriating. Filled with anger, she decides to scold him and starts heading home instead of attending her supplementary classes. She arrives home and opens the door, calling out to Giju while expressing her frustration at his behavior and stating that they were worried about him. Just then, their mother calls out to her, surprising Yujong. She stands frozen by the doorway, while her mother lets her know that Giju is sleeping in his room, and asking if she is hungry. Seeing her, Yujong becomes overwhelmed with emotions. Feeling both happy and surprised at the same time, and calling Mom, "Who are you?" After a while, Giju slowly wakes up to the aroma of his mother's soybean soup and overhears them talking, and begins to get emotional. He thinks that behind this door is the scene he longed to see and even risked his life for. However, he has to get a hold of his emotions and greet her with a smile, so he gets up and opens the door, only to find a stranger preparing dinner. Shocked, he curses asking, "Who are you?" He stares at her, and Yujong remarks that his expression is even more intense than hers. Then realization dawns on him, while their mother invites him to have dinner. After finishing dinner, Yujong repeats what Giju told them while eating, that he entered the maze gate and got the elixir from there, which led to rejuvenating their mother's health. Looking at their mother, who does not even have a trace of her illness and looks even younger, his sister is overwhelmed by the situation and doesn't know how to react to such great news, while Giju just laughs nervously. Calling out to him, their mother states that he had a hard time just because of her, apologizing to him. However, Giju states that it was not really that hard for a capable person like him, and they all laugh. Next morning, Taeshik visits Giju's house and is warmly welcomed by his mother, who invites him to stay and have lunch with them. However, he politely declines while blushing, explaining that he needs to discuss something in private with Giju. He then hands her a gift basket, and she expresses gratitude for taking care of her son. After that, they head to a restaurant, where Taeshik orders an extravagant meal and drinks, stating they have the ultimate cause for celebration. Curious, Taeshik asks how Giju obtained the elixir, stating that he barely controlled himself from asking that on the phone. In response, Giju, who has been thinking about something for quite a while, asks if Taeshik has the hots for his mom, causing Taeshik to spill his drink and stumble over his words, turning bright red. Stating that he has felt it a lot of times, and he will be rooting for him, causing Taeshik to feel shy. Meanwhile, the meal they ordered is also served, and they get back to the discussion of the elixir. Before revealing the details, Giju asks Taeshik to set up the portable barrier generator. When asked why, Giju reveals that it is going to be a long and complicated story. He starts to tell all the events that happened inside the gate, causing Taeshik to feel enraged at the people who tortured him. Telling him to calm down, our hero says that there is no reason to get angry, stating that he will punish the members of the Iron Guild himself. He then inquires about the guardian of the fourth floor, and Taeshik informs him that a C-rank subjugation squad was developed yesterday. Revealing the details of the squad members, Taeshik confidently states that they are powerful enough to take down even the guardian of the 30th floor, and should be reporting their success soon, to which Giju replies it's a shame since he wanted to kill it. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the tower, a person runs for their life, realizing they need to inform the association that the C-rank squad has been completely wiped out. Suddenly, the boss monster appears behind them with fierce intent in its eyes, and a moment later, a loud scream echoes in the empty forest.
The next morning, he sits in the car with Seonghun, who tells him that it's a priority to get him and his mother examined for any after effects of taking the elixir, since it can't be done at a normal hospital, not to worry since Taeshik will take care of it. He then tells him about the yellow crystal that he received as a reward along with the elixir, and reveals that he has given half of its selling amount to Taeshik, according to Gijju's wish. Going through the document, Seonghun reveals that he still has about $20 million left, and informs him about the selected location for his new house. After going through all the process, Seonghun asks if he has any questions, to which Gijju can only stare back at him blankly. Then states that he has none but asks why Seonghun is going through all this trouble on his behalf. Seonghun reveals that Taeshik has made him Gijju's personal assistant, and taking Gijju's phone saves his number in it, stating that he is looking forward to working with him. Looking at him, Gijju wonders if he was always like this. After arrived in Dongdaemun, Seonghun asks what Gijju was planning on doing with the briefcases filled with $8 million in cash. Gijju reveals that some armor that he bought on credit got destroyed, for which he has to pay and buy some new equipment as well, causing Seonghun to ask how much it cost. In response, Gijju reveals its price to be $3.5 million. Leaving Seonghun shocked. Remembering that the old blacksmith loaned him such a huge amount, Gijju thinks of him as crazy, just like himself, who accepted it without a second thought. Meanwhile, in the workshop where the old man is busy forging new weapons, his grandson comes to him, informing him about the arrival of a guest, making him confused. Meanwhile, in the room, after taking all the briefcases down, Seonghun goes upstairs, telling Gijju that he will be waiting for him upstairs. Just as he leaves, the old man arrives, recognizing Gijju and remarking that he has changed a lot in just a few months. He approaches the blacksmith asking about his well-being, to which the blacksmith replies that he is well and lets him know that he received the money Gijju sent through the association, which was a little lacking. Hearing this, Gijju apologizes, but the blacksmith said he understood, and the letter that came with it was basically a will. He states that he was not expecting Gijju to return alive, causing Gijju to laugh and state that he has finally come to pay back the rest of the money. Just then the old man notices Gijju's shirt and inquires if Bernhard is dead. To which our hero agrees, revealing that it disintegrated while saving his life. Hearing that, the old man feels sad and stays silent for a moment, but then states that this is what it was made for and asks Gijju to tell him about Bernhard's final moments. The next morning, Yujong wakes up to find Gijju and their mother ready to leave for their examination. She suddenly notices something, and asks her brother if he has gotten taller. At the examination, Seonghun also expressed his surprise at Gijju's improved appearance and remarks that he looks like a model or a celebrity. Having grown 3 centimeters taller overnight, and even gotten more muscular, Seonghun states that the elixir really has a wonderful impact. When asked if he could get him one, our hero recalled that his sister saying the same thing. Just then, Gijju's expressions changed, and he thinks that it might not seem like a big deal, but this is a big change. He remembers how he used to work really hard, and hardly got any improvement in his physicality in the past. Lu comments that his master was a weakling after all, shut up. The results of his examination are revealed. He currently has the stamina of a level 10 player, but what is more surprising is his magic and mana control, which are SS rank, and he has the potential of a high ranker. When told about this, Gijju does not have much of a reaction, prompting Seonghun to complain about his lack of excitement. While Seonghun tells him to get at least a little excited, Gijju turns around and smiles, thinking that this news is not new to him. Just then, Taeshik enters, asking if they are done, and Gijju agrees, asking about his mother. Taeshik reveals that she is perfectly fine and much stronger than an average man, leaving Gijju surprised. Also, despite being a normal civilian, she has the ability to use items, intensifying Gijju's excitement and astonishment. Taeshik goes on to tell our hero that he has come in person to see him for another purpose, and asks Gijju when he plans to get back to hunting. He was thinking to rest until El completely absorbs the powers of the Holy Sword, to which El apologizes for the delay. Taeshik goes on to reveal that they have lost communication with the C-rank subjugation squad, which shocked our hero. He goes on to state that they are currently in the process of preparing a B-rank squad to send on the mission, revealing that the boss monster has still not been defeated. While Gijju stays silent, Taeshik states that an even bigger problem is that the monster possesses the capability of hunting the players to grow more powerful. Meanwhile, Seonghun stands at a distance, looking at their serious expressions, and wonders what they are talking about. A B-rank subjugation team consists of 30 members, 60% of whom are B-rankers, while Giju thinks about himself having no rank. As he sits in Taeshik's office, Taeshik tells him to take the official rank assessment, stating that he does not have to worry about being able to equip items anymore.
Taeshik assures him that his physical attributes might be D rank, but considering his potential, he will surely get a B rank.
However, Giju states that you usually have to be level 100 to become a B rank, and since he is only level 1, asking if talking about potential is too ambiguous. In response, Taeshik explains that mana capacity and utilization directly translate to practical combat, and in short levels are not as important, compared to the potential of incremental stat increases upon leveling up. He says that he thought Giju would willingly get assessed, in order to get a rank that drastically changes the way a person is treated. Giju remains silent and takes a sigh, while Taeshik shows him a paper stating that there is still a way for him to participate in the raid. Confused, Giju asks him how, and Taeshik tells him that he can join one of those guilds temporarily. Just then he notices the guild named Morningstar, which is headed by Seonpil, and includes all 3 of his group members, which leaves him surprised. The next week, a player named Donghee Kim from the Child Guild, standing in front of a large group, lets them know that he has been appointed as the captain of the subjugation squad, saying that they will leave as soon as all the people arrive, and looking forward to working with them. After some time, while walking towards the 4th floor, Giju, who accompanies Seonpil and his friends, thanks them for taking him in, while they state that they basically owe their lives to him. Seonpil feels bad for not being able to do more, but Giju assures him that what he is doing now is more than enough, and he is grateful for the opportunity to fight the monster. Seonpil laughs, saying that they might not get a chance, because there are a lot of big shots in the group, which puzzles Giju. Seonpil reveals that the squad captain Donghee, according to the rumors, is about to be promoted to an A rank. Looking at Donghee effortlessly killing the monsters coming in his way like insects, they state that even getting close to A rank is a huge deal while Donghee walks ahead of them. Looking at him, Giju wonders if this was something to be amazed at, since it wasn't much when compared to the likes of the Demon King or Iron Shield, while the egos remark that his standards have become uselessly high. Just then, the redhead approaches him, complimenting his changed appearance, which confuses him, while another member agrees, asking if he did something to his face. While looking at them, Giju wonders if he really changed that much, while Lu remarks that his vibe has certainly changed and they have started to get an impressionable feeling about him. Hearing that, Giju turns to them and clarifies that it is not related to plastic surgery, and that he only gained a job-specific skill on the 5th floor, resulting in him growing a bit taller. Upon hearing that, all of them express their astonishment and wish to have such a skill as they continue walking ahead. While they walk and talk to each other in a friendly manner, the members of another guild watch them with a cold expression on their faces. After some time, the group reaches the 4th floor of the tower, and Donghee instructs the search party to track the guardian while telling the others to rest for a bit. Complying, the search party leaves for the tracking mission while the rest settle down to rest. While sitting with his group under a tree, Giju looks at all of them. Considering that Seonpil is an archer, Hanul is a mage, Songhwa is a swordsman, and Jaewon is a tank, Giju asks about the logic behind naming their guild Morningstar. While Seonpil feels embarrassed by that question, the rest of the group starts laughing, which causes him to become annoyed. Just then, one of them reveals that Seonpil decided on that name because of Giju. He says that when Giju left the cave to call for help, Seonpil saw a light shining from him, just like a morning star, and gave this name to his guild. Meanwhile, Seonpil keeps expressing his frustration at his group members laughing at him. Stopping them from fighting, Giju tells them to speak more casually with him, stating that he is not their guide anymore, and they agree. In response, they also tell him to become more comfortable with them, and he agrees. While they are busy talking, someone stands at a distance, looking at them. Coming near them, the person states that the world has really changed, causing Giju to become startled. Turning to them, he finds the same guild members who were observing them a while ago when one of them states that they seem to have come on a picnic. Looking at them, Giju asks who they are, and Seonpil replies that they are members of the Brother Guild, and the person talking is a B-rank player, Yeonseok Nam. Hearing that, Giju asks about their job,
and Seinpil reveals that they are quite famous. He states that their slogan portrays survival of the fittest, they pursue strength, and they are known for valuing tradition and loyalty above everything else. While they discuss that, Yanseok remarks that they are useless, and this is the reason why they are only C rank. Hearing that, Jae-won becomes enraged, but Hanul tells him to ignore them. Meanwhile, Yanseok keeps on mocking them, stating that they must think of themselves as useless individuals who are being let into a B-rank subjugation squad. He states that they should be on guard more than anyone else instead of gossiping lazily, and they should be more useful than porters, at least. Hearing that, all of them feel enraged but control themselves while the members of the guild walk away, stating that they are no fun. After they leave, Seinpil turns to Giju, apologizing to him for getting insulted because of them while he keeps looking down. Suddenly, Donghee, who is standing at a distance, feels an overwhelming amount of energy coming from Giju and turns around with a shock. Meanwhile, Giju, who is sitting still, holds his chest while El and Lu ask him to calm down and control his emotions, stating that his murderous intent is growing stronger. Feeling confused about his own reaction, Giju thinks why he is feeling so angry when the situation wasn't that frustrating, and wonders if it is a side effect of the torture he endured. As he contemplates this, Donghee approaches them and mentions that there seems to be some disturbance. He clarifies that he is not blaming Giju for anything, but as the squad captain, he needs to know what's going on, and Giju agrees. With an idea in mind, Giju states that there was a bit of friction and he wants to request something from Donghee regarding it, which leaves Donghee confused. Getting up, Giju states that he wants to spar with the player Yanseok Nam, believing that resolving any conflict between players before going into battle is the best approach. Hearing this, Yanseok turns to him, surprised by the statement, and the other players standing around express their astonishment as well. Meanwhile, Donghee questions if Giju is sure about it, emphasizing that the difference between a C and a B rank is significant. Giju says that he is aware of it, and adds another condition, explaining that his guild is currently a backup force, while the members of the Brother Guild are the main attack force. He believes that practical combat strength is more important than ranks, and proposes switching positions between the two guilds if he wins against Yanseok, which shocks Seinpil. Confused, the members of Giju's guild ask why he is suggesting such a thing. And he apologizes for not discussing it with them, asking them to trust him. Just then, Yanseok approaches him, stating that Giju cannot decide everything on his own and pointing out that they have nothing to gain from the fight. In response, Giju states that if Yanseok beats him, he will give him 500 million and says that it is a very good condition. Hearing that, the members of the Brother Guild become surprised and wonder if he is serious. One of them speculates that Giju might later deny his own words, but Yanseok argues that it's not possible when many people have heard him. Turning to Donghee, he states that this is a jackpot for them and there is no way they will lose it. Remembering the overwhelming energy he felt from Giju, Donghee thinks that if it was a coincidence, he should confirm it by this fight and allows them to spar. After a while, all the players circle around Giju and Yanseok while Donghee explains that the use of weapons is prohibited and the fight will end when one side forfeits. Looking at his swords held by Seinpil, Giju wonders if this much distance is fine, and Lu reassures him that the more he progresses, the greater the distance he can maintain with the links. Meanwhile, Yanseok, who appears very confident in his win, states that he will let Giju have the first blow, as ending the battle too quickly wouldn't be fun, and invites Giju to come at him. Observing the gaps in Yanseok's defense, Giju wonders if he is being baited, but he decides to trust his agility and close the gap to make the first move instead of simply gathering information. As he gets closer and prepares to launch a punch, Yanseok remains still and smiles, making Giju wonder if he possesses the skill of an immediate activation counterattack. However, considering that it is too late to pull back, Giju decides to draw back his body as quickly as possible and prepare to hit back when Yanseok launches a counterattack. With that in mind, he reaches for Yanseok and forcefully punches him, to which Yanseok does not respond and collapses to the ground, becoming unconscious. Seeing that, the other members of the Brother Guild and Donghee become shocked, and Giju is declared the winner, which makes his group members happy. Looking at Giju standing with his group and the members of the Brother Guild trying to wake their leader up, Donghee thinks that Giju's movements were hard to follow, even for himself. He believes Giju will be the biggest variable in this raid. Just then, the scouts sent for the tracking mission return, badly panting, surprising them. Meanwhile, in the association's president's office, Taeshik reports to the president about the formation of a B-rank subjugation squad that departed on Friday morning. While reading the squad members' details, the president comes across Gyeju's name. Remembering the association's basement training, the international portal, and Seonghun's assistant work, he remarks that Taeshik has shown extravagant special care to an outside player. Turning to him, the president asks Taeshik if he has an explanation for all that. Meanwhile, on the fourth floor, Gyeju and his group reach the monster as part of the main attacking group. The monster, with its back turned towards them, keeps consuming the dead bodies of the players and other monsters it killed. Looking at it, they think that as players, they might get used to death, but seeing a creature treat its own kind as mere prey is not easy to accept. Seeing the monster, Dong-hee charges his sword with overwhelming energy and unleashes a water jet cutter directed towards the creature. Enraged by the attack, the monster turns to them, and Dong-hee calls out to the troops, telling them to start the attack. Meanwhile, Gyeju and his group stand behind, holding their weapons ready for the command. He remembers the plan for the subjugation, recalling that the water jet cutter attack of Dong-hee was just a signal for them to begin their powerful spell. As the main troops attack the monster, it runs towards them and becomes blocked by the backline tankers who step up defensive barriers, like Earthwall and Stone Shield. Using their defensive skills simultaneously, they keep blocking the powerful attacks, allowing others to attack back. At this time, the D-rank and below porters start to throw the explosive items over the shields, while the ranged dealers also join in with their ultra-long-range attacks. All these simultaneous attacks directed at the monster bewilder it, and cause a massive explosion, proving it to be a simple yet effective strategy. However, our hero, who is thinking something is off, turns to Seonpil, stating that they should not rush to the front at this moment and should observe the situation instead. Confused by this suggestion, Seonpil argues that they finally got a chance to become part of the main attacking group, but suddenly stops speaking and looks ahead with surprise. In front of them, the monster shatters the stone wall into pieces, causing a massive explosion that makes Dong-hee confused. While Gyeju thinks the biggest problem with this strategy is that if it fails, all hell breaks loose. Just as the monster comes out from the clouds of smoke, holding a giant blade, and lets out a loud scream. Reaching within the group of players, the monster starts to wreak havoc by injuring players and throwing them in different directions. Drinking the healing potions, the players wonder how long it has been since the battle started, only to realize that it has not been 5 minutes and the monster has already started to overpower them. However, looking at Dong-hee, they remark that it is amazing that he can stand confidently against such a dangerous monster. Meanwhile, Dong-hee charges his sword with powerful force and rushes towards the monster, launching a powerful strike. However, as he looks back towards the monster after the strike, he realizes that the monster's wounds are healing very quickly due to its incredible regeneration skill. Considering that, he orders the two main teams to start the attack while the backup team is instructed to prepare for the battle. Meanwhile, our hero remains still just watching, and Seonpil states that they also need to get ready because it will be their turn soon. Gyeju replies, "He's got this," making them confused, while our hero starts to walk towards the monster, holding both his swords. While they shout at him, telling him it's dangerous, our hero pays no heed as he continues to approach the monster, while emanating strong energy from his body. While dodging a few of the blows, Gyeju smiles and thinks that the players who graduated from the tutorial would never be able to understand what he knows. With that, he leaps up and starts launching swift attacks, thinking the patterns of the Guardian are similar to regular orcs, and the difference lies in their physiques and regenerations. Recalling his visit to the blacksmith shop to buy new equipment, our hero smiles, thinking his is the best opportunity to test out his newly linked ego's powers. He leaps up and reaches the monster at high speed, launching countless attacks, leaving it bewildered. Looking at his shoes, Hermes, it increases his movement speed and gives him the haste ability. When activated, it gradually increases the speed of the wearer for 5 minutes, and its top speed can be reached after 3 minutes. After a few moments, blood starts to spurt out of the monster's body, causing it to scream in agony, which leaves all the other players in a state of astonishment. Looking at the wounds on the monster, Dong-hee warns Gyeju that it has a powerful regenerative ability and they need to use deep attacks rather than several light attacks. Stating that this will be a battle of attrition,
Dong-hee instructs him to save his stamina. However, just then, he realizes that the regeneration of the monster has stopped and becomes surprised.
As Giju stands looking, we see that his necklace is another ego named Rain. It allows the user to regenerate mana at a faster rate and applies grievous wound, which slows down the healing of any wounds he inflicts.
After a few moments, the monster gets up again and changes the patterns of its attacks, leaving all the players bewildered. To our hero who is just watching, thinks that this change is not impressive, it's simply the flailing around of a low-level monster that has been cornered. With a smile, he predicted all of this in advance, leaps up launching a brutal attack on the monster that leaves all others astonished. After landing, he rushes forward again and gives a powerful horizontal slash to the monster, thinking that it is an orc after all and cannot scare him no matter what. Following that attack, he keeps on launching continuous strikes, causing blood to continuously spurt out of the monster's body. After some time, the other members of the squad stare at him in shock while he stands near the boss monster lying dead on the ground. While the players express their astonishment at our hero taking down the monster alone, a notification confirming his victory over the low-ranking demon Ferrith. Giju is surprised to realize that it was a demon. Just then Lu's cannibalism skill activates and the monster starts to be devoured. Witnessing this, all the other players become shocked, while Giju remains still and receives a notification that the egoification of Ferrith has failed.
He looks at Lu with an accusing look, then another notification tells him that the fragments of Ferrith's egoification are being absorbed into Lu.
With the monster's body having disappeared, Giju stands still, while Dong-hee keeps looking at him in astonishment. Turning to the other players, he instructs all the injured members to focus on their recovery, and tells the non-combatants to start organizing the front line's leftover belongings. He advises them to remain attentive and not let their guard down, then walks towards Giju, asking for a private conversation. As they walk, Giju wonders if Dong-hee was gonna interrogate him for the disappearance of the corpse, since he knows the Guardian's corpse holds significant value. Considering that all the spirit stones and reward items will now be inaccessible, Giju suspects that Dong-hee plans to blame him for that. However, he believes there is no concrete evidence that it's solely his fault, as it was an irregular fight, and Dong-hee cannot make hasty assumptions. While these suspicions fill our hero's mind, Dong-hee gets straight to the point and asks him if he has any interest in joining their guild, making him realize what his intentions were. He politely turns down the offer, stating that he's not interested in joining any group at the moment, and says that he temporarily joined the Morningstar Guild to participate in this raid. Understanding Giju's decision, Dong-hee expresses his desire to maintain a good relationship with him. So, he gives Giju his business card, suggesting that Giju can contact him if he ever changes his mind or needs assistance. After leaving the tower, Giju stands with the members of the Morningstar Guild outside the association building, showing his appreciation for their efforts. Turning to Seonpil, Giju asks why he didn't join Sequa's kind guild. He remarks that Seonpil is very capable, has more than enough potential and connections, and would have been very successful if he joined, but Seonpil states that it is nothing special. Seonpil goes on to explain that he didn't want others to think his recruitment was based on nepotism, and that he aimed to achieve everything on his own. He then poses the same question to Giju, suggesting that Sequa would have highly appreciated someone like him. After some contemplation, Giju states that he's nothing extraordinary and starts laughing. Just then, other members of their group approach them, asking about their discussion and inviting them to join them for lunch. He politely declines, telling them that he is moving soon and needs to go home and pack up, and bids them farewell. He assures them that he will contact them once the move is completed. He takes his phone out, planning to call Seonghun, since he told him that he would call after the raid. However, opening the phone, finds a message from Taeshik, telling him to call right after the subjugation is over. At an apartment building, Taeshik apologizing for calling so late. He reveals that the president of the association wants to have dinner with Giju. Our hero felt surprised, thinking it was so sudden and that he should have made some preparations if he knew. Thinking that the president is a self-made man, who is popularly known as the hidden giant of the Korean player industry, Giju wonders why a person like that would want to meet him. As they reach the 10th floor of the building, Taeshik informs Giju that the president wants to prepare dinner for him, since cooking is his hobby. As they reach the door of Taeshik's apartment, he opens it and calls out to the president, starting a very informal conversation. After a while, Taeshik asks about the menu, saying that he did not have much at home. The president states that he got the groceries, and tells him to set the table. As Giju looks at the old man before him wearing an apron with surprise, realizing that this was the president of the association. Upon noticing, the president offers his hands in greeting, while Giju extends his hands in greeting. He is overwhelmed by the sheer amount of power surrounding the president. Realizing the intense pressure, Giju thinks that he is someone who is really powerful, and capable enough to become the head of the group of superhumans. Seeing Giju's expression, Taeshik remarks to take it easy and calls the president dad, leaving Giju puzzled and shocked at the realization that Taeshik is actually the son of the president. During dinner, Giju begins to eat while still feeling shocked at the implications. Meanwhile, the president states that he has heard a lot about him from Taeshik, who has given him a lot of help with his authority as the general manager. While Giju remains silent in response, Taeshik stops his dad, saying that they are at the dinner table and he should let Giju eat. The president replies that he is just saying what he needs to say, while Taeshik argues that Giju cannot even swallow the food properly because of him. Turning to our hero, the president states that he has a proposition for him, asking if he is interested in listening. Feeling nervous, Giju asks what he means, and the president states that the association would like to hire him. In response, Giju states that he is not interested in joining any organization currently, when the president interrupts, saying that it is not like that. He clarifies that he wants Giju to become a mercenary for the association. At night, while returning to his house, Giju remembers Taeshik's words that his father is not trying to pressure him or force him into anything. Instead, he only wants to give him proper labels to justify his receiving help from the association, so that he can get help when he wants and take what he deserves. Remembering Taeshik calling it a good offer, Giju thinks that it should not be bad if Taeshik has said it to him, but he does not feel good about getting affiliated with someone. Remembering Sequa's kind guild, he thinks that when he was flailing around as a level 1, Sequa became famous as the leader of one of the top guilds in Korea. He remembers that he has only been in his debt since he met him, thinks that he cannot be in debt forever, and eventually wants to stand next to him as an equal. Meanwhile, inside the tower, a fight goes on between a monster and two players who keep on missing the target and try hard to finish it off. Just then, the monster emerges from the flames once again and charges at them when one of them gives it a fatal blow that leads to its death. After the monster dies, they take a sigh of relief and wonder if they should proceed. One of them states that it is already nighttime, and they should just hunt 2 more of them. Having decided that, they start to move ahead, feeling a little chilly but thinking that it is because of the night that they feel this way. However, considering that the 26th floor generally has a hot climate, they find it strange and unusual. After walking some distance, they reach the edge of the hill and think that the monsters might be at the bottom of the hill. However, as they look down, they are shocked to see all the monsters frozen, along with the entire forest. Meanwhile, down the hill, a person calls out to the guildmaster, who is sitting upon the frozen body of a monster, and tells him that they are unable to find the thing they were looking for. Hearing that, the person gets up and turns out to be Sequa, who tells his guild members to let's head up. A TV show called The Weekly Player is revealing what happened last weekend. The Angela Guild declared that they would clear the 80th floor, causing a commotion to the entire world. The host explains that the guildmaster Seonho Lee, who is a global rank 1 candidate, and another high ranker Yubin Shin, reinforced that Korea is the nation of the strongest players. She states that this is the reason why they have organized a high rankers special event, the purpose of which is to introduce them to the living legend, Azura. Taking the discussion forward, the other host states that even amongst the original 5 high rankers, there is very limited knowledge available about Azura. Remembering that show, Giju turns to Taeshik, asking if Azura, known as the strongest player alive, is really the president of the association and his father. In response, Taeshik agrees, leaving him astonished, but tells him not to spread this information, saying that it's a secret. Taking a box with a ring out of his jacket pocket, he gives it to our hero, who looks at it extremely perplexed. Giju remarks, if you're proposing, you got the wrong person. Taeshik calls him a dumbass, and goes on to tell him it's a kind of identification supplied to the mercenaries, with which he can exercise authority equal to that of the managers, surprising Giju. He states that Seonghun will give him all the other details.
telling him that they have made Seonghun his official secretary starting that day. He further explains that Giju will receive the treatment of a high ranker regarding many things related to the tower or gate clearing, and will be rewarded for completing the mission. He also reveals that Giju will have the right to decline any mission as a mercenary, leaving Giju astonished, and he remarks it to be the best offer. Meanwhile, in the main building of the Iron Guild located in New York, Iron Shield stands looking out of the window when a person comes to him, asking if they were called. As he asks what their request is, the person, who turns out to be Rogers, stands behind him, requesting to be sent to Korea, stating that he will do anything to go there. Iron Shield reveals that he will make a branch in Korea, and send Rogers there as a manager so that he can do as he wishes for revenge or otherwise. Along with it, Iron Shield states that he will bestow 9 upon him. Realizing that 9 is the powerful holy sword possessed by him, Rogers becomes overexcited and thanks him for that. Looking at him, Iron Shield states that he has to become the stepping stone for their revenge. Remembering the Demon King, he turns around with one of his legs replaced by an artificial one and expresses his anger, vowing to tear her to shreds the next time they meet. Meanwhile, traveling in a car, Giju looks at the stat window of L and remarks that it has grown considerably stronger after absorbing the power of the holy sword. However, he wonders where to get an actual holy sword and asks if L is aware of it, but she says sorry, she's still not regained all her memories. After thinking about it for a while, he turns to Lu asking about the ego shard. He states that Lu claimed that it was unaware of how to use the ego shard that they got from Changkyong's ego, but in the case of Faratha's ego, it was absorbed into it. Therefore, he asks if Lu feels like anything has changed after absorbing the ego. Lu ponders. Just then, Seonghun is quietly observing him, asks if he cut his hair and he agrees, getting that it grew a lot, so he just trimmed it a little. Observing Seonghun, Lu remarks that it seems like he is able to hear their conversation, but Giju states that it is impossible and repeats his question, and Lu states that is unaware of that. Disappointed by that reply, he turns to Seonghun, asking where they are going. In response, Seonghun reveals it to be a unique gate in Yosu whose rank keeps fluctuating between F and C, and he needs to clear it. Thinking that it is his first mission as a mercenary, Giju states that he feels a little nervous. However, Seonghun states that he does not need to feel nervous since their first objective is to simply gather information, and he will be going in as well. Seonghun then asks if he knows that there are code names given to the mercenaries of the association, but Giju replies that he has never heard of that before. Seonghun reveals that it was decided that morning in a meeting that his codename is Morningstar, making him surprised. Considering it to be a great coincidence, Giju thinks that Seonpil will be very happy if he finds out, but he notices that Seonghun has started to laugh, which makes him annoyed. After a while, they reach the gate, where the people guarding it welcome him, addressing him as Morningstar, which surprises him. The person introduces himself as the manager of the Players Association in Yosu, while Giju asks him to lift his head, feeling uneasy this way. He requests that they simply call him by his name, which causes Seonghun to start laughing again, making him frustrated. The manager explains that the gate in front of them appeared 4 days ago, and was immediately determined to be a unique gate. So nobody has gone inside. Seonghun remarks that their first goal in that case is to scout as originally planned, and inquires about the available manpower. In response, the manager states that they should be able to put together a B-rank subjugation squad upon request, which would be sufficient. Stating that they have already gathered all the supplies, the manager says that they can leave as soon as they are ready. Just then, they notice Giju walking towards the gate, becoming shocked and start to run after him. Reaching near him, they state that it is a unique gate and it's dangerous to approach it recklessly. Ignoring their words, Giju turns to Lu and L, asking if they are sure about what they said, and they agree. He touches the portal, causing it to become red, which resembles a situation where a gate break is about to occur, making everyone shocked. While Giju stands in front of the portal, others start to contact the headquarters and request backup from other guilds, thinking that the monster will soon start to overflow from the gate. While they are expressing their shock at such a sudden gate break, Giju realizes that L and Lu were indeed true when a window appears in front of him, asking him to confirm the link. This clarifies to him that this gate is indeed an ego in reality. In the surrounding area, people are still panicking and a person asks if they got any news from headquarters.
Another person on the phone answers, confirming that the backups will arrive in 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Giju is conflicted about the situation, thinking he did suspect the gates could be egos, but didn't expect to find one so soon. As he was still hesitating on confirming the link, Seonghun comes from behind to grabs his hand and pull him back, while telling him it's dangerous, some strong boy crush vibes. After Giju is taken away, the gate reverts back to its normal blue status. Inside the temporary container office, Seonghun is amazed at Giju. He asks in a mocking voice that now Giju is even causing gate breaks. What else would he be doing next, control monsters or something else similar? Giju with a guilty face states, he didn't know it would turn out like that. Seonghun gets to the point and asks him what exactly happened, saying it did return to normal, but was that really a gate break? Our hero explains that he might have an idea, but it's still his first time experiencing something like this, and can't tell all the specifics, but it might be due to his unique ability that this happened. Since they can't do anything further, Seonghun hands Giju a traditional Korean mask to wear, in order to protect his identity. Due to the signs of a break, the outside is packed with players who were gathered urgently, as well as reporters who should be arriving soon as well. If he doesn't want to get all over the news, put the mask on in front of other people. After a conferring for 3 hours, it was decided that Giju would be entering the gate alone. While there were protests, the association took care of it somehow. At the entrance, Giju stands with his mask on, as Seonghun asks again if he is sure he will go in alone. Giju replies that since it's related to his unique ability, it would be best and for them to stand by outside, just in case. He then confirmed the link, causing him to disappear into the gate. Once inside, he gets a system notification stating testing your worth. Taking off the mask, he remarks that for Lu and El, all he had to do was give them names, but for a gate ego it might be different, to which Lu comments that he make them sound cheap. While he's not completely sure on what's happening, but he just has to clear the gate and see what happens, to which Lu agrees. As he looks around his surroundings, he can't help but get chills. He figures just heading towards where the magic concentrations are highest would be best. Just then, the ground suddenly shakes, and with an explosion, the skeletal warriors appear and start to rush toward him. And among them was a Dullahan, a headless horseman riding his headless horse, leading the group. He calls on El and Lu, and using his haste skill to charges at full speed towards the oncoming force. As he slashes through the skeletal forces, killing them with single strikes, he heads towards the leader to finish this battle. In the next moment, our hero stands within a cemetery looking towards a tall monument at the end of the walkway. Lu remarks that something feels off, while remembering back to the battle with the Dullahan. Lu continues to remark that the mid-boss was very weak compared to the magic power the gate emitted. Giju agrees, and as he was about to ask more about it, something catches his eyes. The casket top slides open to reveal a green glow from within, as Lu gives a warning. Lu states that everything else is so weak, since all the magic is concentrated into the boss monster before them. What stands before him is a monster that is only found in high-level gates or on floor 60 and above, the undead king, Lich. The Lich asks, "Are you the one who wishes to become his master?" Giju is momentarily surprised and taken aback, and the Lich asks his questions one more time, "Are you the one who wishes to become his master?" Giju wonders, how come the gatekeeper has the system's voice? Giju hesitated a little but declared that's right, he was here to become the master of this gate. Then he asked the Lich if he was the gate, to which the Lich answered questioning gate. Then with an audible click, the Lich remarked right the gate, he was the master of this abandoned ruin. Our hero noticed that the Lich no longer spoke with the system's voice. Then the Lich materialized a staff in his hand, and upon noticing this, our hero informed his egos that he would be making the first move as he rushed forward. The Lich shouted, "Prove that you are worthy to become its master." Using the power of the staff, it casted a fireball towards the charging hero. Noticing it was too late to dodge, Giju collided with it, causing a massive blast in the area. When the dust settled, Lu gave a warning to pay attention, since another attack was incoming. As Giju looked towards the Lich, multiple magic arrows were headed his way. The Lich asked, "Is that all you've got?" He hasn't even gotten started yet, taunting our hero. As the arrows were about to reach his location, he quickly used haste to evade them, however the Lich was not about to give him a chance. It simply sent more arrows at Giju, and our hero was thinking that if he let his guard down, he might be done for. While still evading, he told Lu that he was counting on him, to which Lu replied, puzzled for what? As Giju threw the black sword in front of him. Lu cried for help and cursed his shitty master. And as Giju caught up to the sword, he said sorry while laughing, then used Lu as a stepping stone to launch himself towards the lich while simultaneously using the trick of transforming Lu to a ring, then back again to a sword to confront the lich. The attack of the black sword was easily blocked by the lich's staff, and he commented that if you wish to become his master, this is not enough. But before he could finish, Giju transitioned into a spin attack, using white sword this time to strike a blow to the chest of the lich, causing it to scream in pain. Then our hero jumped out of the range of the counterattack. The lich remarked that white sword was an annoying weapon, and he wanted to avoid dragging this battle any longer. As Giju looked up, countless arrows were just above his position as far as the eye could see. Lu warned that they would not be able to dodge it, but El told him to use her since she could seal it. While our hero was using the white sword to block the magic arrows, Lu reminded his master to use him instead, since these demonic arrows were nothing to him. Having decided to trust Lu, he used the black sword to block the arrow as well and got a system notification telling him that Lu was absorbing the demonic energy. More system notifications informed him that Lu has begun to gain awareness of the Lord of the Demonic Blade, which confused our hero, Lord of what? Then asked for a sacrifice in order to successfully awaken Lu. At that moment, the eye on the sword lit up and created a barrier that absorbed the remaining demonic arrows. The lich couldn't believe that a mere mortal had the power to do all this, but since he hasn't submitted to him yet, he declared the beginning of the last test. Summoning the undead from the grave, they started to combine and created a flesh golem. With the lich on top of its head. The giant flesh golem punched the ground, sending debris everywhere, but instead of being knocked out, Giju used the arm to his advantage and climbed it to reach the lich for a devastating attack. Our hero asked the gate if this was worthy enough for it, and the lich responded that he accepts his new master. The system then notified him that the gate has accepted his link, and to please give it a name. As the smoke from the last attack starts to fade away, Giju tries to think of a suitable name for this gate. Just then, black aura from the battle begins to be absorbed by Lu, and the red eye flares up causing Lu to act out of control. Giju asks Lu what's going on. Lu lets out a maddening laugh, saying did they see him, this is the real him. How long did they think that he could stand the sight of the holy blade getting stronger than him? When Giju shouts Lu's name, the black sword comes back to his senses and begins to wonder what's going on. El tells her master that Lu is confused. Then Lu informs his master that he needs to go on a break, since he has a bit of a headache. Putting the issue aside for later, he goes back to naming the gate. After pondering for a bit, he thinks back to Brunhart the armor that faded away. Then making a decision, declares the name of the gate as Brunhart. Meanwhile outside the gate, they have declared a gate break. The player association agents are moving the citizens of the city into evacuation shelters. Some players are on standby in front of the gate to eliminate any threat that appears. These two players are discussing the rank of this unique gate, which fluctuates between F rank and C rank. Nearby, Taeshik asks Seonghun about backup and is informed that all the nearby guilds and the members of the Child Guild are on their way. When asked about evacuation, it's going smoothly and they believe it'll be finished within 30 minutes. Taeshik tells them to do it within 10, and Seonghun replied he will tell them that. However, their biggest problems are the paparazzi that are not being cooperative, calling on the freedom of the press, and since some are retired players, they are being a real hassle to deal with. Taeshik with an angry expression remarks, let them be, if they want to die, then just let them. What worries Taeshik isn't the outbreak itself, since they have enough firepower to deal with it, but if a break does happen, then it means something bad has happened to Giju. Just at that moment, the players outside became alarmed due to the gate turning red signaling a gate break. Everyone braces for combat, the frontline shields are lined up at the gate to meet the assault. Taeshik feeling guilty apologizes to brother Kim for his lack of foresight, and begs forgiveness from Giju for not being able to protect him. As he materializes his weapon, he charges towards the gate shouting, he will avenge Giju with his own hands. With a mighty leap, he jumps over the heads of other players to reach the front of the gate.
While he is still in the middle of his leap, Giju steps out of the gate and asks, "Did you call me?" Which catches Taeshik off guard, causing him to lose his balance in mid-air. Just before falling he calls him a bitch, then tumbles onto the ground. Giju, wearing the hilarious mask, stands there puzzled, remarks, "What's all this?" Just as he turns to see the surrounding, he is momentarily blinded from the paparazzi try to take his picture. Giju is taken aback by the paparazzi, who want him to take off his mask and give interviews. At night, back at Taeshik's apartment building, they are met with the Player Association president and discussing the day's events while eating dinner. As he intently stares at Giju, stating that due to the gate ego, our hero was able to quickly grow stronger. At these words, Seonghun nervously remarking that, is this something that he should be privy to since unique abilities are sensitive matters, but Taeshik cuts him off saying that he is here because he could trust him, otherwise he wouldn't have made him his secretary in the first place. After saying this, he turns to Giju asking, if he linked with the gate, what happened to it? Our hero replies that since this is his first time, he is not really sure, but the gate said it's stabilizing right now and won't respond to him. Something might have happened to the gate when it closed. Lu isn't responding either, but currently it's transcending, but he can use Lu's abilities like normal, so there isn't anything wrong with it. The president is amazed that a player can possess a gate. If this gets out, the whole world will go crazy. As for the reporters, the association took good care of it, so it won't reach the press. As Giju thanks the president, his phone rings starts to ring. He excuses himself to get the call, and it turns out to be his sister asking, "Is that guy on the TV really him?" She tells him that she was able to identify him by his ring and necklace, but what's up with that weird mask? Just at that moment, everyone at the table gets notifications on their phone at the same time. While Giju's sister is explaining the exploits of the unknown hero who stopped a break, calling her brother a bit cool, and asking if she can brag about it to her friends, since she thinks a lot of people can tell it's him. While she is still talking, he turns to look at the people at the table. They stare back with blank faces. The news feed on their phones are reporting on the hero who single-handedly prevented a disaster. Is this the birth of a new high ranker? Oh, he's screwed. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the Demon King is looking at her phone and sees the news about our boy. Ball from behind her comments that she looks to be in a good mood, and she replies it's nothing. With a smile she remarks that she feels like she taught her student well. Player paparazzi are mostly retired players who report on things related to tower, gates, and players. According to Taeshik, they are hard to control and he blames himself for not being able to keep Giju out of the limelight. Our hero consoles him, saying it's not like it was done on purpose. Taeshik points out that a bothersome guy was mixed in among the mob of reports, a player who was pretty famous before he retired. Hyangchul Go, who ranked quite high even among other rankers, and warns Giju not to get involved with him, and be careful not to run into this guy in the future. Plot for later. After some time, Giju goes to the workshop of Senior Huang. He greets his senior, who tells him that he read the news and compliments him on being famous. Since he could clearly identify him with all the egos he is wearing, jokingly asking if he should pay Giju advertising fee for displaying them all. Our hero, being bashful, tells the senior that his reason he is here today. He needs something that can help him from standing out, a means to hide his identity. The senior asks if he is looking for a mask, since the one he wore on the news was quite horrendous. But unfortunately, the workshop doesn't have anything of the sort that he is looking for. Giju firmly tells him that he isn't looking for a mask, plus he wasn't the one who bought the mask in the first place. He goes on to explain that egos and masks are easily exposed to the public. While he will not be wearing the mask any longer, the problem lies with the signature rings he uses. The senior offers a simply solutions: use either a glove or gauntlets, and points to some over there for him to try out. He recalls in the past, it was really hard for him to establish a link, but afterwards when he tried again with Rain and Hermes, it was relatively easier. Could his capacity for wielding egos increased, to which L confirms his thoughts, saying that at the time he acquired Lu and L, his capacity was full. But now he is relatively stronger, so, and it's not due to his poor naming sense. Giju thanks L for trying to console him, and as he looks over the items, something catches his eyes. The senior also comments that he picked out a nice item. He puts it on and tries to link with it by giving it the name Oberon, and to his amazement it took on the first try. The system message notifies him that he has successfully linked with the ego, Oberon, and he can access Oberon's information. It feels a little awkward, but he thinks it should be fine once he gets used to them. Oberon's status window shows him that he has the ability Force, which momentarily increases strength. He wonders if he can summon both his swords while using the gauntlet, since normal gloves broke whenever he summoned them. Thinking to try it out, he summons both swords without issues and then accessorizes them all, which turns the gauntlets into normal-looking gloves and perfectly hiding his rings. Thinking he can now use this on a daily basis, he tells the senior these are great and asks how much. The senior replies that it's free, but in return he wants a favor from him. If he ever finds himself in need of help, that Giju will help him once. The next day, at the Player Association's first floor lobby, Giju finds a sea of reporters loitering around. He asks Seonghun what's going on, and is informed that reporters have been bothering them a lot recently, coming here daily, all because of the masked ranker, who caused quite a scene from his first mission. Giju remarks that he shouldn't be climbing the tower for a while, and should look into clearing gates for the time being. But Seonghun tells him that it won't be necessary, since all the paparazzi thinks that player Kim Giju is a high ranker, so they are currently waiting for him on the higher floors of the tower. And reporters who are looking for the masked ranker are all on the lower floors, so they should have no issues. At these words Giju feels offended and asks, "Are you mocking me?" Little clarification, high rankers are typically on floor 50 and higher, while our poor Giju is nowhere near that yet. Inside on the first floor of the tower, while killing a goblin, Giju reflects on the words of Senior Huang. The blacksmith values his gear very highly and takes pride in all his creations, so he wouldn't give them away for free without a good reason. It was probably a hard request for him. As he is walking in the forest, he hears the words, "Are you their master?" Turning around, he asks Elle if she heard that as well, to which Elle inquired what her master was talking about. He tells Elle that he heard someone saying something about master or something. Just then the voice said, "The one who calls yourself their master, say my name out loud." He asks Elle again, "You heard it this time, right?" Elle remarks that maybe Lou's awake now? No, it's a different voice telling him to say its name out loud. Then as if a light bulb turned on, he said, "Could it be Brunhart?" As the words are spoken, an orb appears in front of him hovering in the air. He remarks, "This feels familiar to me for some reason," and starts to wonder, when an image of him almost getting butt naked comes to mind. With shocked realization, he hugs his clothes like a little girl and screams no. Nothing happens, and he slowly opens his eyes to look. Yup, the sphere is still there and it's not doing anything. Just then the system notification pipes up telling him, "Brunhart's form has not been determined yet, please determine Brunhart's form." He just stares at it without saying a word for a while, remarking that it's a bit different from what happened with Lou back then. He asks Elle if she knows anything about how to do this, and she tells him to put his hand over the marble and visualize the form that he wants. With a bit of skepticism, he slowly approaches and put his hands on it. He starts to recall the past when they were together, thinking about how it continued to save his life until the moment he perished. Thinking only if Brunhart could continue to protect him, like he has always done in the past. He wants him to stay by his side and protect him. At these thoughts, a green energy surged out of the sphere and entered into his chest. Like Iron Man? Then a voice speaks to him calling him Master. He is so glad to be together again with Master. Giju remarks, "Back together? Could it be Bernhardt?" System pop-up shows Brunhart, the ego that had inherited memories. He looks at his new armor and says he is happy to be with Brunhart too. It's a little different than what he imagined, also the voice is very childish too. Using the new skill unification, the egos are able to talk with each other, and they make their greetings. Looking at the status window, it looks to have inherited its memories from the name, even able to retain the skill reflect which belonged to the original. Along with new skills that might be abilities it has as a gate. Praising Brunhart for having very impressive abilities, he began to test them out. While climbing the tower for a week, he focused on understanding the conditions of each ego, including Brunhart.
First, his new skills, open and close, are used to open and close a gate at his location. Even though this is his ability, he can't enter the gate himself just yet, and also the monsters that spawn out don't listen to his commands either. But it's still very useful, since he can now intentionally create gate breaks. Once he is fully able to control this ability, it should exceed the powers a single person should have. The other abilities allow Brunhart to get stronger. Absorption can allow Brunhart to grow by absorbing other gates, while domination can allow Brunhart to absorb lower ranking gates and dominate it. But these abilities are limited to the gates he possesses. While he wants to test more, he needs to take care of the monster in front of him first. The guardian of the 28th floor, Giant Smilodon, looks like a giant saber-tooth. He remarks that he's only been going against weak monsters for the past week, so he needs a little challenge every once in a while. By using the force skill from his gauntlets, combined with haste from his shoes, he is able to block the attack of the guardian. Saying this is enough for a good warm-up, he starts to battle the overgrown cat with seriousness. After exchanging some blows, he uses his reacquired reflect skill to finish it off. Since all the guardians are huge, it's getting easier for him to fight against them once he got used to the size difference, and with the stronger reflect skill makes it even easier. The guardian this time only dropped a single green crystal, but at least he can sell the corpse at the association for money. As he throws the crystal into the gate, he learned one thing about Brunhart's ability over this past week, and that is the gate can gain experience from the crystal and the monsters inside the gate can be strengthened. Now that he has grasped Brunhart's abilities and gotten used to using combination skills, he thinks about going directly to challenge the 30th floor of the tower. But he'll make the final decision once he gets to the 29th floor. Meanwhile, on the 29th floor of the tower, a group of players are facing off against red players. Oh, what do you know, it's the Smurfs gang again, the same trio in the front as last time. It's time for some guild battle. As our unsuspecting hero is walking by, he hears the noise of the battle nearby between players. Brunhart suggests to his master to go check it out, while our hero thinks he shouldn't be doing things like that. The group that is being ambushed is part of the Kane Guild, and Smurf number 1 is telling the injured guy that they are just using them as hostages to lure their guild master Sequo here. Just at that moment, a shadowy figure of Giju appears from behind him and grabs his head and lets him taste the dirt. While emitting a fearsome aura, he asks Smurf number 1, what was it that he was going to do? His heart was beating out of control, pumping blood faster than normal, and his rage was getting out of control. Even the pupil in his left eye had changed to purple and was exuding a powerful aura. He recalled a time before when he almost lost control and started to calm himself down. While looking at the beat-up face of the guy he was holding by his hair, he recalled where he saw him last. So why would the Smurfs Guild be messing with the Kane Guild? While he was trying to regain control over his raging emotions, the other members of the Smurfs Guild noticed him. With their weapons in hand, they rushed to our hero, wanting to mess him up. How could he take this sitting down? In a flash, he started to smack down the approaching players. He had already killed a person before, so didn't hesitate to swing his blade. If anything, he was getting a thrill as his blade cut through the flesh of the surrounding players, and his heart won't stop racing. He was killing the red players and loving every moment of it. Even as Elf tried to get his attention, he was mowing through the red players, leaving behind a trail of blood in his wake. After multiple tries, her voice was eventually able to reach him and brought him back to his senses. The leader of Kane's middle-tier group, Bong Gudu, was thanking him for his help. He couldn't believe his savior was Giju, the one he has heard so much about from their guild leader. Our hero was a bit skeptic and asked if it really was Sequo, and he replied the very one, and he wished for Giju to join their guild. However, in Gudu's mind, he was thinking that this person was nothing like what the guild master had told him about. His guild master was always worried about Giju since he had a weak heart, but the person in front of him used his blade against others without any hesitation, and the power he displayed was comparable to their guild master. Nonetheless, Giju asked why was the Smurfs Guild after Sequo. Did something happen between their two guilds? Gudu had no idea, since their guild master wasn't someone who went around making enemies without good reason. The only way to get information would be to interrogate the red players they had captured. Since red players are supposed to be killed anyways, torturing them can be done based on the situation. But there are reservations on doing it, even if it is allowed by the association. As our hero was thinking about torture, he stepped away from the captives and let the Cane Guild deal with it. He thought back to the Guardian subjugation, where he lost control of his emotions before. But at the time he just thought it was due to the trauma from getting tortured before and the problems with stress. But right now he didn't feel anything when they talked about torturing the captives, so could it be he had no trauma at all to begin with? Then he started to question why he was not able to control himself just now. No, that's not the most important thing. More than anything else, why was he thinking that killing people was fun? Interrupting his dark thoughts, his ego spoke up concerned. He hurriedly stated he was sorry for making them worry for nothing, and they didn't need to care about it too much, since he had his suspicion on what might have happened. The Demon King must have done something to him back then. As he walked back to the rest of the group, he was welcomed back. Gudu apologized for the unsightly things they had to do, but Giju said that he understood it was just the situation they were in. He then asked if they found anything, and Gudu replied nothing other than that they are just following their boss's orders. Our hero commented that they might just be the lowest members, since they don't know anything and their skills were below average. While Gudu agreed, in his mind that's probably because Giju was strong. Gudu said he would be headed down from here, and while it would have been great if they were able to contact their leader, but alas they had things they needed to take care of first. However, at that moment, our hero sensed something and told him to hold a second. Soon they all heard footsteps in the surrounding area, and soon members of Smurfs Guild arrived and surrounded them from all sides. There were over 100 players. It looked like their entire guild had come here. Giju asked Gudu if he sent anyone out to contact the association or their guild. He replied affirmative but did not expect any backup. He then told Gudu to get another messenger ready as well as a flare, since he was planning to clear a path. All this time, instead of being scared of this dangerous situation, our hero was getting more excited at the prospect of fighting. With his evil eye flaring up again, he rushes towards the unexpected Smurfs members and charges past them up into a tree. Then using the tree to catapult himself, crashed down within the group and started to cause havoc from among them. The members of the Cane Guild were mesmerized for a moment by what they saw before them, then charged forward to support Giju. Meanwhile in his head, he was thinking killing these players were no different from slaying monsters. And he didn't even feel an ounce of guilt for doing it either. In fact, but at these thoughts he was interrupted by a blast of flames that seemed to encompass him. The onlookers were shocked at the sea of flames erupting on the field of battle, but miraculously Giju escaped the flames without any damage. Stepping onto the scene, he told our hero that he was impressed that he was able to dodge that attack, and he even used an expensive item that he stole from someone else. Looking at the newcomer, Gudu stated that it was the leader of the Smurfs Guild, the fallen ranker, the slayer Minsik Choi. He had red head and stood behind the flames with a wicked dagger in his hands, claiming that our hero gave off the same kind of scent as them, and asked if he would like to join the Smurfs Guild. People who commit crimes daily within the tower were labeled as red players. Since it was basically impossible to enforce the law within the tower, the most that association could do was manage the portals, which is the tower's entrance, and hinder their growth. Among the red player, there is a player who was once a ranker. He was the current Smurfs Guild leader, Minsik Choi. The fact that he gave up all the luxury and honor of being a ranker voluntary for a life of crime, he's that much of a psychopath who's addicted to murdering and torturing other players. Minsik asks if he is interested in joining them, since he can tell that he is one of them, and promises that it'll be much more fun to join his side. While Giju thinks about his recent emotional outburst, he tells them to shut their trap and not to lump him together with the likes of scumbags like them. Which caused the vice guild leader of the Smurfs Guild to be offended. In fury he says to our hero that he's an arrogant brat, how dare he talk like that in front of. But before he could finish talking, he was covered in flame, which shocked Giju. Minsik furiously stated how he dare cut in when he was in the middle of talking, and the head of the vice leader was burned to a crisp. Then a headless body fell before him, as Minsik with a calm expression, made an apology stating that they have a lot of rude people due to their lack of education. Anyways, they now have a vacancy in their guild for the vice guild leader position, and he would give him that spot if he joined their guild. After a moment of contemplation, Giju asks why are they after the Cane Guild? While scratching his head, the redhead asks, "So you're going to ask me a question instead of answering?" Then he states he has no reason not to answer. He goes on to say that they are going to get outside of this tower, since they are tired of being stuck in this hellhole. That's the reason why they have some business with Kane's guild leader. Gudu, shocked by this revelation, asks why would their guild have to do with them going outside the tower? Are they just planning to use them as hostage? As Minsik shows a grin, an enraged Giju questioned, how did he know about that? This was Sikwa's secret, his second unique ability he gained within the tower. With surprise, Minsik asks if he knew about this secret too, and smiles, saying he really is amusing. With murderous intent, Giju charges Minsik, telling him to answer his questions. Minsik meets the charge with a grin, while materializing another knife in his offhand. This took Giju by surprise and left an injury on his cheek, and he questioned if Minsik had dual blades from the start. As they continued to clash blades on the battlefield, Minsik declared that there should be a clear hierarchy to things, as he caused a fiery explosion which forced the surrounding players to cover their eyes. The blast also forced our hero back, and he thought with just a few clashes he can already feel a difference from the fights of the past. He has met a lot of people who are just as high-leveled, but this guy was basically a professional at hunting other players. Minsik was laughing maniacally and clashed with Giju, commenting, "Did you think he would let him have a break?" While our hero managed his skills to keep up with Minsik. A kick to his side caught him off guard and sent him flying. He managed to keep from falling by using his two swords to stabilize himself. He was wondering how Minsik suddenly got so strong. Was it a skill he used? But his egos told him that his opponent's movement hasn't changed. Minsik with a devilish grin says, "Looks like it's starting to take effect," mentioning that he seemed like he was intimidated by his firepower, that he didn't notice the full power of his weapon, Flame Dagger. The dagger accumulates damage against someone he clashed blades with, meaning the winner was already determined when the fight got extended. So give up now, since he was still willing to accept him into his guild. At these words, Giju shouted that you should have told him that sooner, and using the haste skill charged at Minsik, who was momentarily shocked. After which a gleeful expression appeared on his face as he exclaimed maybe he had something else up his sleeve, and then he will also show his full power, unleashing his skill Hell Flame. As Giju was fast approaching him, it felt extremely hot, and thanks to that he should be able to finish him for sure. When they were only an arm's length apart, they crossed blades with each other. At the same time, Giju used his skill Reflect, using all the accumulated damage caused by the flame dagger, and the power was overwhelming that it shocked Minsik. In the next moment, the explosion within the pillar of flame sent something crashing outside of it. As the other players looked on in shock at what might have just flew by, the object left a trail of destruction in its wake as it finally came to a stop to reveal the body of Minsik. As Giju slowly approached the body, he remarked that exposing one's own weakness was a very amateurish mistake. As he pointed his sword to the lying body, the system notification informed him that cannibalism has been activated, player Minsik has been accessorized, and the accessorization was successful. Giju was shocked at the revelation that people can be cannibalized, and wondered just what are the requirements to activate it. Standing there, he thought his legs would give out on him. As expected from a ranker, this battle could have gotten ugly. He can't show his weak side just now. There were other members of the Smurfs guild left, so was really hoping they would just go away since their guild master was dead. However, he felt more menacing glares coming from behind him. He turned to look at the sea of menacing faces grinning eagerly, wanting to devour him for their personal gain. These were all red players, thinking whoever kills this bastard before them can be the next leader of their guild. While some wondered at the disappearance of their guild master's body, they just assumed it was part of a skill. As he stared at the mob, his egos advised him to make a run for it. The Reflect skill deals a lot of accumulated damage, but it doesn't mean he can avoid all damage. In order to return damage, he has to take damage, and just like in the Maze Gate, the damage he receives gets stronger based on the damage reflected. Thinking about all the hurt his body was facing, he looked at the mob with a glare of his own, thinking if he only had some rest even a minute would do. Some of the Smurfs guild members had second thoughts, filled with doubts and hesitation, as he stared at the intimidating aura coming from Giju, thinking just who is this brat? While others thought it didn't matter since they had the advantage due to their numbers, even if a lot of them died, as long as they delivered the final blow. With shouts of him being tired and inciting the group that this is just like their usual hunts, they all rush to be the first to take out Giju. Just as they were closing the distance to him, he felt a presence that was very familiar to him, and a smirk appeared on his face, stating, "You're too late." As Arctic cold air came blasting in and froze the players that were closing in on Giju. He let out a sigh of relief as the figure of Sikwo appeared, greeting him saying it's been a while. As others became aware of Sikwa's appearance, saying that while he would love to chat longer, he needs to take care of some business first. Using his skill Blizzard to cover the area, he started to count the number of red players. Afterwards he declared it will take him 3 minutes, then they can catch up. After materializing his twin ice blades, he jetted into the crowd and started to take them out as quickly. Every slash left frozen ice surrounding the wound. While drinking a potion, our hero thinks it's expected of Sikwo that he has gotten even stronger than before, but now the gap between them is closer than it was at the start of their meeting. Remarking that expensive potions are always the best, he charges up his skills and enters the fight, slashing through the remaining Smurfs members. From afar, Sikwo notices Giju's return to the battle with surprise, then a grin appears on his face. As they both declare a challenge, as if against each other, that it will only take 1 minute to clear the field of this trash. In a short period of time, the battle comes to an end and things are being tidied up by the remaining members of the Cane Guild. Sikwo walks over to Giju's resting place. He comments that Giju has changed so much, he almost didn't recognize him, and asks about his eye. To which our hero didn't know what he meant, and was told that his left eye is now purple. Thinking must have something to do with what the Demon King did to him in the past, he tried to pass it off as part of a skill. While a little skeptic, Sikwo continues and remarks not only did Giju's appearance change, but he had gotten way stronger than expected. They sat making small talk about recent events and how Sikwo found out that Giju was the masked ranker from Seanpil. Thinking about all that, Giju couldn't let out a bit sigh, saying it's really a nuisance to him, and it amazed him how Sikwo can deal with all that fame. So are there still reporters at the association? Sikwo responds that it's been a while since they have already moved on to another topic, which piqued Giju's curiosity. Sikwo remarked how long has it been since he was out of the tower, and he should at least check the latest news at checkpoints. It appears that the president of the association showed his face on the news for the first time, and due to the timing of such an event, Giju guessed it must have been done for his benefit. Sikwo while getting up saying it was great meeting him again, and would love to buy him a drink, but looks like that will have to wait a while. But at least he has time for coffee at least, and he doesn't want to say goodbye like this, while materializing a ring on his hand. While flashing his ring, stating we do have a lot of catching up to do. Giju is surprised to learn that Sikwo is also a mercenary like him, and Sikwo mentions that there are many others like them, and warns not all mercenaries tend to protect each other, so be careful in the future. Each mercenary in their own way tries to hide their identities, whether through skills or items. He then gets to the main point and tells Sikwo the reason why the Smurfs Guild was attacking his guild, and asks how did it get leaked out. This was about Sikwo's second unique ability, portal generation. This ability generates a portal, whether it's within or outside the tower, and it's a unique ability with the power to shake the entire world. It's an ability that he probably tried his best to hide, but how did the Smurfs Guild find out about it, since even members of his own guild were unaware of it? Sikwo says it's a long story, and since they're finishing up here, they can head down and talk. When Giju mentions since he is a guild leader, doesn't he have more pressing matters he needs to deal with first, Sikwo replies what's more important than talking to someone who was personally involved, and anyways the other members were handling it well. If that's how it works, then Giju had a place, he had a cafe in mind for their chat. Later inside the manager's office, Taeshik was furious and asked does his place look like a cafe to them? However, Giju pleaded that due to the nature of their discussion, this was the only private place he could get for free that he knew of. Taeshik asked what did he mean by free, he was going to start charging in the future, so keep that in mind. Then he noticed Giju's eye color was different and asked him about it, and Outboy answered it must be due to the skill, at the same time wondering how long will it be before it changed back to normal. Dismissing the issue, Taeshik went directly to the point of saying that since they came here right after the massacre of the Smurfs Guild, they have something to ask of him, right? To which Giju said not really, which astonishes Taeshik, thinking they really came for the free noise cancellation he has. After some time, Sikwo discusses what happened a few months ago, when he was forced to use the skill in front of a few guild members. Unfortunately, one of them got caught by the Smurfs Guild, and since they wanted any information about getting to the outside world, would have used any means at their disposal to get them to talk. Taishik remarks that it's an annoying coincidence, and asks what happened to that member. Since none of the Smurfs members they captured alive knew about them, he assumed that they must already be dead. Taishik, sipping his drink, silently contemplates on what he was told. Sequo asks when a team will be formed to wipe out the rest of them, and Taishik informs him as soon as they found any more information. The Kane Guild volunteers to join the group, since they have to know if the captured member is alive or not and make sure more information does not get leaked. After which Sequo states he will be headed out first, since he still has a lot of work to do. Seeing him off, Taishik comments that Sequo is acting brave but probably going crazy on the inside, since he treats his guild members like family. Taishik then asks about his condition, but Giju tells him he is fine since he used a lot of potions and got healed by a healer. But Taishik clarified not that, he was asking about his mental condition since this was his first time killing a person. While looking slyly, he said it was complicated to say it's his first time, since he was determined to kill Rogers Han back then, stating all his enemies deserved death, and he had no reason to feel guilty about it, so he feels fine right now. But the problem now is while killing people, he felt a thrill from it. Taishik remains silent for a minute, then rubs Giju's head, telling him not to overthink things. This job has a lot of people who are dark inside, what's really important is if you are able to control that or not. Pondering on those words, can he really control it? The next day, back on the 29th floor, he was looking around the battle area and there are still signs of frost left over, and he wondered what Sequo's level is now. To think that he killed a few dozen people here yesterday, he still can't believe it. Also, his eye color hasn't come back to normal yet, so did he really completely change or was he always like this? Anyways, he decided today was the day he was going to challenge the 30th floor test of this tower. He already completed 3 floor tests. First was to hunt a goat, second was to hunt a orc, and third was to hunt a minotaur. Each test was a simple mission with the difficulty decreased drastically. But as he was trying to open the door, his hands started to shake. Was his body trying to warn him, he wondered. A player should never ignore their own senses, and especially for him since his senses has been enhanced beyond normal after drinking the elixir. He recalled the memory of his first test, and taking a deep breath told himself what's the point in hesitating now, just got to do this. His egos encouraged him onwards. As he entered, the system message informed him that he had entered the 4th testing room, and a special test was being initiated. On a desert with the dust clouds covering him, an outline of a castle could be seen looming in the distance, as the sun was setting behind it. Since the system said it was a special test, it might be different from the other tests so far, and decided to head towards the castle in the horizon. Just at that moment, warnings come from his egos, and giant scorpions come out of the ground around him. This was just as he expected. As he got his swords ready, he charged forward using his haste skill, but to his surprise he lost his balance, due to the sand underneath. Off-balanced, he barely managed to block the pincer attack with his swords in the nick of time, then launching himself up into the sky and came down to deal a devastating blow, killing the scorpion. He thought since the terrain wasn't a good fit to use haste, he would just have to walk the distance to the castle instead. At that moment, Lu's voice could be heard saying he can feel it. Giju asked how long has he been awake for, and Lu replied since he entered the gate, but that wasn't important, they needed to head to the castle since his body was there. Then we are shown the vague image of a man with glowing red eyes sitting on a throne seat within the castle. While Al was glad to see Lu awake, Giju questioned Lu about his physical body really being inside the castle. Lu remained silent on the matter, and Giju after some contemplating decided he understood that Lu needed more time and he can tell him when he was ready. As the scorpion's tail was about to strike, our hero jumped up into the air to avoid the blow. While in the air, he stepped on top of the black sword, which made Lu question what he was doing, to which he replied with a devilish grin that he was using him as a stand. Since they had no idea what awaited them inside the castle, it would be a waste of time and energy to deal with all the monsters on the outside, so he decided to go straight into the castle. Using Lu as a jumping board, he made his way towards the castle, while Lu shouted for someone to help him, while killing monsters that were in his path, he apologized to Brunhart for not having the time to pick up the crystal drops, to which Brunhart replied he was fine. Lu asked who that voice was, and was introduced to the gate ego who received the memories of the old Brunhart. To which Lu commented that everything seems to have an ego now. Giju continued to carve his way to the castle, and finally arrived at the entrance saying he barely made it. Lu yelled at him to stop acting cool and hurry in, since a lot of the scorpions were still approaching from behind. Upon entering the castle, he started rubbing his hair to get some of the dust out of it as he surveyed his surrounding area. The room was enormous with two gigantic armor statues standing beside the entrance to the boss's room. Lu said that his physical body was just beyond the doors in front of them, and even Giju could sense it now that he was this close, or rather he can sense that there was something beyond the doors. As he was getting closer to the door, the gigantic statues came to life and attacked him, simultaneously striking the floor where he stood. The debris of the attack scattered all over the place, but luckily our hero was able to dodge out of way in the nick of time, remarking they used some impression golems as guards. He dashed in and attacked the legs, but they were sturdy and hardly took any damage. Impressed at this, he decided to take care of them before heading inside, since he couldn't afford to leave something as dangerous as this behind. Even if they are strong, they must also have a weakness. He first dashed up and attacked the head of a golem, which turned out to be ineffective as well. Just then the second golem struck him while he was still in midair, unable to dodge. It sent him crashing down. That was some power. He took some serious damage despite the fact that he even turned his body to reduce the impact. Upon Lu's urging to use their strength against them, he got between the two golems and used force skill to withstand the blows, then skillfully deflected their attacks. The battle ended with both the golems destroying each other, while he was thrown to the side by the force of the blows. Lu complimented, saying that's impressive, while Giju, slowly getting up, remarks, why does he have a feeling that he tumbles a lot more nowadays? Then asks Lu, what did he mean that his physical body was inside? Lu replied that inside was his physical body he had when he was still alive. Which puzzled Giju, asking when you were still alive, to which Lu confirmed. Lu goes on to warn that he was very strong when he was still alive, and originally it would have been impossible for him to defeat him even in his dreams. To which Giju replied that he will just ignore that cocky attitude of Lu's for now, and asks, so that's not the case anymore? Lu tells him it's now just his physical body, and his soul is right here beside him, and what's inside is just a hollow shell of what he used to be. A creature that's only able to move by muscle memory, and just a sorry excuse of what used to be his body. After using healing potions and taking all the buffs he had on him, he enters the door to the boss's room, thinking with this much prep he should be fine. But just then, a voice spoke from the end of the room asking if he was the one that had awakened him. He looked to see an almost empty room, with a red carpet walkway leading down to a raised platform upon which a dark figure sat on a throne seat. To think there was this much pressure while they are so far apart. And this is what Lu called a sorry excuse of a body. Then what was Lu in his past life? The dark figure stood up and slowly walked towards our hero, and Giju asked if he was really Lu, to which the dark figure stated that his name was nothing of the sort. He was the master of demonic arts, and the master of the demonic sword. The king of all demons, and he should call him by the name, however something interfered so that we are unable to know the name. When he first met El, a demon was the owner of that gigantic eyeball. But can the real identity of Lu be the demon king? It seems Lu has countless secrets yet to be fully revealed. With a mischievous grin, he asks Lu if it's okay if he slashed up his physical body. Frustrated, Lu told him that this was merely just a shell and he didn't know who was doing this, but destroy it so that they can never play games with his body again. Getting ready for combat, our boy just told Lu not to regret it. With that he hasted forward and using force to strengthen his slash on the enemy, however the attack was stopped inches away by a strong energy field. Taking a step back, he launched a barrage of attacks in front of him. But they were all deflected by red energy swords. Lu warned to be careful while multiple energy swords were pointed in his direction from above. While they came crashing down on his location, he deftly dodged out of the way. Meanwhile, another group of energy swords formed around him, as he remarked that his visitor was not bad, but with just those skills it would be impossible to even scratch his body. Giju thought that he wasn't wrong. With these endless walls of swords it would be impossible to get close enough to attack.
Acting smugly, the enemy asked if this was it for his attacks. If that's the case, he will now be the one to do the attacking, and sent the wall of swords flying towards our hero with a snap of his fingers. This caused a huge explosion at the spot our boy was at, but once the dust cleared, Giju was already behind the demon lord and going in for a jump attack. However, the demon lord had already anticipated this move, and called our hero stupid, as another batch of swords came flying in his directions and sliced him up. Taking some damage and being pushed back, he came to a stop using both the sword to get his balance. All his egos were worried about him, and Lu warned him that the demon lord is coming again, so get ready. Without a moment to breathe, swords came flying his directions, and the only thing he could do was block them away while dodging all over the place. These attacks were more annoying than one powerful strike. It's as if he's fighting multiple swordsmen at once. Just now recalling this being saying he was the master of demonic sword and king of all demons, he asks Lu if these are demonic swords, to which Lu confirms. Then Giju asks him if he can absorb the demonic swords, to which Lu shouts if he could he would have done so by now. Lu can't do much at the moment, since this place controls more power with that body than it does with him. While the battle with the wall of swords still wages on, Lu tells him that since this is a special place, he thinks he might be able to lend him some of his power, just give him some time. Giju complains, saying, "Do you think having some time would be that easy?" while he blasts another wave of swords, then quickly shifts to dodging around to avoid more attacks. While trying to avoid the deadly hits, he shouts to Lu asking how much longer does he need? Unfortunately, Lu tells him to hold out a bit longer, to which Giju tells him to hurry it up. With a last-ditch effort, he dives for the enemy, getting as close as possible, and then used the reflex skill, which also sends him flying to the wall, while hanging onto the wall with a sword. He wonders if that last attack worked. However, looking over at the enemy, he saw a wall of swords pointed in his direction and the body was not even damaged, and he cursed his shitty luck. He states to Lu that he doesn't think he can hold off much longer, and asks if he is almost done. Lu congratulates Giju for doing a good job, and as the swords are just about to make a deadly strike, the system notification tells him that sensitivity to magic is rising, and synchronization has reached level C. Just as the wall of swords was about to hit him, he remarks, "Come on, we almost died." Then in the next moment, system notification tells him that you may now use the ego's abilities more effectively, and a red explosion occurs in front of our hero. Lu's body shocking questions, how can this mere human have that power? The system notifies our hero that you have learned the skill death from Lu, and he can handle death to a certain degree. As the smoke from the explosion clears, we see our hero's eye glowing red. As the power of death slowly eroded the demonic swords, Giju landed on the ground covered in a dark aura and had glowing red eyes. The demon looked at our hero, he couldn't believe what was happening. Driven into madness, he shouted that's his power, sending a massive chaotic wave of demonic swords swirling at our hero, with the command to tear him into pieces. However, Giju was not fazed and countered by attacking with his own power of death at the enemy. When the two attacked clashed, the dark red aura of death eroded the swords, and even had the power to reach the enemy. When the red haze cleared, the demon, having taken some damage, was furious at our hero, and started to materialize a large sword in his hands, screaming how dare a mere human like him dares to attack him. And with a dark red aura surrounding the sword, brought it down to strike the ground, which sent a rippling red energy coursing towards our hero. At the last minute, our hero was able to dodge out of its path. He was shocked to discover that even after taking a direct hit from death, which contained a significant amount of magic power, this demon still possessed enough strength for this powerful attack. Lu chimed in that even though it's just a vessel, its original form is very powerful, at which comment Giju told him he didn't need to hear more bragging. Asking Lu to let's do the attack one more time, Lu complained, "Do you think it's that easy?" Although they are inside a special place, he can only do it one more time before reaching Giju's limits. With confidence, he said once will be enough and started to dash towards the demon. The demon, drawing his sword, said this mere human never learns, and attacked our hero once more. This time using his combo skill Force and Haste, Giju just barely managed to parry the sword attack using his white sword. The demon remarks that a flea is a mere flea no matter how high it jumps, so what was he planning to do now? Are you trying to test your limits with? But before he finished his repertoire, he noticed something wrong with the situation. He noticed that the human before him was no longer holding his black sword. At this time, Lu made his surprise appearance behind this demon.
As the demon turned his head to look behind him, Lu greeted him with a hello, as Giju let out his death skill at close range.
The dark red aura of death started to erode the demon along with his sword into nothingness.
After the battle was won, our boy stumbled and collapsed onto the floor exhausted beyond belief. At the worried shouts from Brunhart that he mustn't die, Giju told him not to worry and he was simply exhausted. Lu warned that since he handled that much power without holding himself back, the aftermath will be very costly. While he drank his health potion, the system notification window popped up to inform him that he had passed the special test and he will be rewarded. Groaning to get up, more notification of his perfect clear with additional rewards, and he was ported to a room which had a table with 2 reward boxes on them. System notification told him that he had obtained a new skill, the synthesis skill, and also obtained the embodiment skill. He was amazed to hear that he got new skills. And also his synchronization skills level has also increased. Checking his status window, he was of course still level 1, his synchronization skill was B, which gave him the ability to wield 60% of the power of an ego, death skill gave him the ability to wield death, his new skill synthesis gave him the ability to synthesize egos, and finally his embodiment skill gave him the ability to embody egos. While looking at his screen, he commented that he gained a lot of new skills. Since he now has the power to synthesize and embody egos, he mused if he synthesized Lu and L, would he get a Elu or Lul? Is that how the skill would work? Lu asked if he was dumb or just got hit in the head once too often in this fight just now, and L apologized to her master but had to agree with Lu on this one. Giju just brushed it off as if he was kidding, saying he would need to actually use the skill to know what they did. While walking over to the rewards, commented that since he can't test the skills out right now, he might as well open the rewards boxes first. A golden and a diamond box awaited him on the table. While the golden box is great, the diamond box is special since it's the same type of box that contained the elixir last time. Saving the best for last, he opened the golden box to reveal 3 yellow glowing orbs within. It felt like he has seen these before, when the system notification informs him that he has obtained 3 pieces of egos, a golden light shooting up from the box. He remarked, "Are these not the same as the one he got when he cleared the Blue Wolf's gate? Why are these inside the tower as rewards?" Putting off the thoughts for later, he probably will find good uses for them sooner or later. Next he opened the diamond box with lots of anticipation, wondering if he would be lucky enough to find another elixir. But to his dismay, he only found 3 bone fragments within the box. But an angry reaction came from Lu. As Giju questioned what's wrong, Lu replied that those were a portion of his real body. Sometime later, we arrive at the 30th floor checkpoint within the tower, which looks like a modern city. Inside a cafe under the direct control of the association, which offers soundproof barrier rooms, Giju was sitting inside a room asking Lu to tell him the whole story. Lu remained silent, while Giju went on to say that up till now, why did you, but decided that wasn't important and asked the real question, just who are you? Lu said that like his body told him, he was the king of all demons. Giju was thinking about demons he knew and recalled that the guardian from the 4th floor was only a lowest grade demon, and it's even difficult to even estimate the strength of the demon that L was sealing. So the next question was, why is the king of all demons now a sword? Lu in turn asked the question, did he know why an existence with an ego needs to do to bear perpetual time? Giju like a smartass almost said smartphone, just when Lu answered himself saying to forget. When questioned, Lu stated to forget, to bear existing for such a long time, he needed to forget even the time that he spent. If he didn't do that, his existence itself would have become dull along with that time. He was the king of all demons, however he was incarcerated by rebels and lost his body, and was left spending a long time in perpetuity. And in order to protect his own existence, he had to forget his emotions, objectives, then his name and lastly even what he was in order to bear it. However, when he awakened as the ruler of demonic swords, the memories that he sealed away awakened momentarily as well. It was only a small portion, but it confused him enough to make him unable to decide on what he needed to do. So he decided to forget everything again. Giju at the end of the day didn't get much more information out of his conversation with Lu. Since Lu decided to forget once again, most of the questions could not be answered, and since he didn't want to see Lu suffer anymore, he didn't ask any more from him. So for now he decided to put off his decision on what to do with Lu's body pieces. Since no matter what past Lu had, he was still his first ego and the one to give him hope, so from here on they can just make new memories for him.
He decided to head home and rest, since tomorrow will be a busy day. Meanwhile, at the director's office, Taeshik was busy typing away at his desk.
As the door to the office slowly opened, the face of Sunghoon came peeking in asking for the director. Taeshik peered from above his computer to check that it was Sunghoon, and told him thanks for his hard work and he can leave for the day. Sunghoon commented with concern that he was aware that the director was busy with the Smurfs incident, but wasn't he going to leave work anytime soon since he stayed here all night yesterday as well as. But Taeshik cut him off saying he needed to finish it by tonight, since tomorrow he gets to meet Sujin SSI, no he has to go to Gijju's housewarming party. The next day the Morning Star Guild members came as housewarming quests and stared in wonder at the new house.
Gijju welcomed them inside.
Brunhard said his greeting and his name, but El told him that only Master can hear their voices. The house looked very similar to the one found in the movie Parasite, as one guest remarked he wouldn't be surprised to find someone living in the basement. Another guest remarked it was a really amazing house, compared to their guild house which was just an abandoned building by comparison. Inside, the mother and sister greeted them with warm smiles. The mother thanked them for taking care of her son. The guild members were all surprised, since they all mistook her for being his older sister since she looked so young.
Gijju's sister, disappointed, asked why didn't Sequel Appa come. Gijju asked why did you want to see him.
To which she made a face and said what was he talking about, she just wanted to get an autograph from him for a friend, yeah right. Unfortunately he was busy and had a lot of work to do recently, and he can get an autograph for her later. He told her to stop saying weird stuff and go help mom, since he needed to go outside to meet a guest. Upon going out he was immediately met by Taeshik and Sunghoon, who had just arrived. Sunghoon was making an apology for coming without a gift since they have been so busy, but Gijju told him not to worry about it, since he should be the one to thank him for finding such an amazing house. Taeshik also chimed in saying he didn't need to give a present either, right, to which Gijju said well you did buy us new furniture for the house, which really surprised Sunghoon. As they were walking up, Gijju slyly asked, did he buy the new furniture thinking he would be living here in the future, which made Taeshik blush and stuttered his words saying what are you talking about, he has no idea what he was talking about. As they entered, Taeshik was offering a gift to Gijju's mom, and they had pink lovey-dovey feeling around them. As night came, they gave thanks for the wonderful meal, and they started to clean up. At this time Taeshik asked Gijju to step outside for a moment to talk with him. Once outside, Gijju asked what was so important that they needed to stop outside, and Taeshik told him that it will be officially announced soon, but he thought it best to tell him now that the Iron Guild has established a Korean branch. This news shocked our guy, and Taeshik continues to tell him that the association was against it, but the Ainzella Guild intervened. They seem to have some sort of a deal, and since the association can't just ignore the Ainzella Guild, them being the #1 guild of their nation, but as Taeshik blabbered on, Gijju was lost in thought, remembering the torture and treatment he had at the hands of the Iron Guild. Taeshik said that due to this situation event the association president showed himself to the media because of his, and as he turned to look at Gijju, he told him he will take care of the cleaning, so head inside when he cooled himself off. As he walked off, he told Gijju not to release such bloodlust in front of his family. As we see a really pissed off Gijju releasing a menacing dark aura around himself. As he clenched his fist, blood can be seen dripping down from his hand. Meanwhile, inside the training room of the Iron Guild Tower in the US, Rogers Han can be heard obsessed with going back to Korean in 3 months. We see a picture of the masked ranker hanging on the wall, but suddenly gets stabbed by a dagger. As Rogers stares at a case with sleep-deprived eyes, he declares it doesn't matter how much stronger Gijju gets, since he has the holy sword that was bestowed upon him. Staring with obsessed eyes, he shouts, "Wait for him, Kim Gijju." At the end of the night, everyone said their goodbyes and left.
Gijju went down to his basement thinking about the Iron Guild opening a branch in Korea.
It will open in 3 months, and the branch manager will be Rogers Han, and he will be able to get an opportunity for revenge much faster than expected. He entered the underground basement. It was completely empty except for a chair in the middle, and he designed the room to be his training room. Lu asked, since the entrance was right outside his house, wouldn't this place be inconvenient, to which Gijju said it's fine since he was going to test the opening of the gate, so we just need to make sure that no monsters go up to his house. He never thought that Sung-hoon would be able to find such a perfect house for him. His opponent was the Iron Guild's branch, and even if it was just the branch of a top 10 guild in the country, it will have substantial powers at its disposal. Since 3 months isn't exactly a long time, he must first strengthen himself. To increase his powers, he first needed to know more about his new powers. He got the new ability synthesis and embodiment skill, so how should he use them? He called up synthesis and a pop-up menu asked him to choose his main ego, remarking that means the main ego will be the core of the synthesis. But it's still an ability that he wasn't sure of, so he couldn't use it so recklessly. It would be too dangerous to synthesize Lu, El, and Brunhart since they already have their own consciousness, also since Oberon, Rain, and Hermes were part of the main egos he depended on during battle, he shouldn't use them either. He guessed he will have to use some of the remaining egos he had in storage as materials, but just then Brunhart volunteered to be the test subject. Since he wanted to become as strong as Lu and El, he wanted to do more to help out his master. Giju still hesitantly asked if Brunhart was really okay with it, since he wasn't sure how it will turn out. However, Brunhart convinced his master that even if he died, he will come back again like last time. Taking everything into consideration, he smiled and thanked Brunhart. Calling up the menu for synthesis, he used Brunhart as the main ego and a piece of ego as the sub-ego, and then proceeded with the synthesis. As soon as it started, he was covered in golden light, like that of the piece of ego. Then the voice of Brunhart slowly faded away, alarming Giju, who shouted out to Brunhart but did not get a response. While he was trying to stop the synthesis, the system notification told him that he will be moved into a gate. In a flash of light, he disappeared from his basement. He reappeared within the cemetery of the gate, where he had once fought the Lich. El confirmed that it was the gate they were in before, and Lu told him they were inside the kiddo Brunhart. The system notification told him that the synthesis between Brunhart and the piece of ego has been completed successfully, and due to the piece of ego, Brunhart's gate can be influenced. He remarked, "How can the gate be influenced?" To which Lu stated, "We can probably find the answer over there," directing our hero to the coffin before him. It was the coffin that the Lich came out of previously, and it was glowing with a golden light. As Giju touched the coffin, the system notification informed him that the gate's administrator does not exist, and that he can create the administrator using the synthesized piece of ego, so please choose the gate's administrator. He was thinking of a few monsters that came to his thoughts, like zombie goblin, skeleton knight, ghoul, and most of them were of the undead kind, which is probably a reflection of this gate's theme. Thinking that a higher-ranked monster would be best, he decided to go with the Lich. The system informed him that he chose a Lich to be the gate's administrator, and the body of the Lich slowly materialized from the coffin. The synthesized piece of ego was all used up, and the Lich created will be given the rights to manage this gate in the future. When it fully materialized, the Lich bowed down before Giju and greeted his master. Our hero was a little weirded out by the fact that an opponent he recently fought was now being so polite to him. He asked the Lich if he was now the administrator of this gate, to which the Lich confirmed. He asked if the Lich could control all the monsters that are within the gate, and will they follow his orders? The Lich said that was not true, since the gate's domination rate is too low for him to summon any monsters. A pop-up status showed the gate's current domination rate at 1%. He told Giju if he or his master killed the monsters in the future, the domination rate will increase and they will be able to summon monsters. At that moment, a surge of monsters were fast approaching their location. Giju surmised that if they hit them, they would obey them in the future, kind of like what he did to Lu in the past, to which Lu objected. Gearing up for battle, he declared that since he had cleared the gate before, it should not be a problem to clear it again. Lu warned that the monster would have been strengthened after the change. But Giju countered that he has also gotten a lot stronger as well, and charged into the mob and attacked them. 4 days later, Giju's mom was telling Taeshik that they had been unable to contact Giju for 4 days now. Usually when he enters the tower he would leave a message, but this time nothing was left and she was worried about him. Taeshik reassured her that he should be fine, and not to worry since he was so strong. While Sung-hoon was getting the information from Giju's sister about the last place he was seen, was when he entered the underground basement. He asked her if she had gone inside, to which she said no, since her brother forbid her from entering no matter what.
They told the family they will go in and take a look first. Upon entering, it really was an underground room, and they were unable to see anything in the room that could give them any clue to the whereabouts of Giju. While they were talking that there's no way a gate would appear here, a gate started to form in the center of the room. This dumbfounded Taeshik, as a gate actually appeared in the room. He sensed a very powerful and dangerous aura coming from the gate, and was wondering what was inside this gate, when a foot appeared to step out of the gate. The person who stepped out turned out to be Giju, who was hungry and exhausted. Giju asked what was Taeshik doing here, and it felt like deja vu. All of a sudden, the two of them shouted, "What's with this amount of magic power he had? What was with that gate, and was he really in that gate for 4 days, and did he clear the gate?" Taeshik put Sunghoon in a headlock and told him to let him talk first, "You bastard." Giju told them to calm down and speak one at a time, since he was planning to contact them anyways, so it was good they came here. He had something to request from Taeshik, but Taeshik was furious, saying, "Request my ass," then grabbed Giju by the ear and told him to explain everything first, calling him an idiot. Giju, under pain, explained that this was the gate ego he was linked to last time, and he managed to enter it, and now he can manipulate the gate. Shocked at this news, Taeshik let go and asked if he can really manipulate gates? That meant that Giju could now handle monsters however he wanted, and also cause gate breaks at will. He had enough power to create a natural disaster. Taeshik asked if he told this to anyone besides them, and Giju relied negative since this was his first time using it, and he planned to keep it a secret until he fully understood it himself. Taeshik, relieved that they were the only ones to know about it, asked what the request was. And Giju wanted to spar with Taeshik, so that he can test the power he obtained recently since he didn't have a suitable opponent. Taeshik remarked was he some kind of a training doll to him. But Giju easily persuaded him to reconsider, since if he helped, he can arrange for Taeshik to have dinner with his mom. With a polite cough, Taeshik replied if it was a request from Giju, he sees no reason for him to refuse. But before they start, Giju should see his family since they were worried about him, and Giju apologized for forgetting. Lu, without missing a beat, called him an idiot. It really took 4 days to get the domination rate to 100, since it took longer than expected due to the gate being strengthened by the crystals. He named the manager Lich after Brunhart, and named it Hart. However, he was originally planning to name it Brun, but it was rejected by the 3 egos. The next day, at the Association Tower training room, Giju and Taeshik was about to spar, and Taeshik reminded Giju not to forget his promise. Taeshik first told Giju to release his magic power. A little puzzled, he did as he was told. Magic power release is revealing your magic power without restriction, since the amount of magic power you have increases with your level, but you also become more skilled at hiding it. Therefore, when a strong player releases their magic power, the suppressed magic power bursts out like a flood. Just as he didn't sense it wrong yesterday. With this, it looks like he couldn't hold back when fighting. Taeshik materialized his weapon from the get-go, and said he will face him for real this time, releasing his own magic power from the start. Meanwhile, outside the training room, vibrations could be felt by the other staffers. They wondered what could be the cause of these vibrations, while one co-worker mentioned he saw the director heading to the training room earlier, wondering if that could be the cause. A peek inside the training room, the two combatants clashed against each other, neither having the advantage. A female co-worker said that with the amount of protection the training room had, not even magic power will be able to seep out of there. Her co-worker agreed, unless the director was careless and went all out, but he was too smart for that. Also, there are not many people he can go all out against in the first place. Back within the training room, the battle was getting heated up. With a surprising attack, Taeshik was able to hit Giju with an elbow to the back of his head, sending him to the ground. And just as he was about to strike him down with his full power, Giju released his reflect, causing a huge explosion in the area. The power of their fight was even felt by some at the gate entrance to the tower. Yubin and her grandma both felt this power, since earlier these vibrations were enormous amounts of magic power that were colliding against each other. The redhead asked if this could be a break occurring somewhere, but her grandma corrected her, saying it's more likely players who are rankers are facing each other head-on. As we return to the training room, Giju parries the attack by Taeshik, but is still forced back by the blow to crash against the wall. El tells him not to push himself too hard, while Brunhart says this person is too strong,
and Lu tells him not to be a wimp. This is how one becomes stronger. He tells his egos that he's fine, and as he becomes stronger, he can feel the gap in their strength even more now, so he was a bit surprised. As blood drips from his gauntlet's hand, he thinks the person before him is not so simple. He was hit directly with reflect, and even under the effects of Rain's grievous wounds, is able to move without much change since the beginning of their match.
As Taeshik compliments our boy on becoming strong, but asked was that all he had to show him?
Lu agreed with his master, saying that a normal person would have dead from his blows. Giju, shouting he will attack as hard as he can since he knows there's no way he'll die, charges towards him using haste and take a mighty swing but hits only empty air. Saying as he thought, he can even see through a surprise attack from him. At this, Lu retorted it's because his movements were so easy to read. This was the former high ranker, Behemoth, and he got his name because he wielded the legendary weapon, Thorn of Behemoth. Giju told Lu let's do this, to which the Black Sword warned are you planning on killing him, even if its strength has decreased compared to the 30th floor, it's by no means weak. In the next moment, he unleashed Death sent a blast which can be seen from even outside the building. Sometime later, Sung-hoon came peeking into the room and was shocked at the scene that greeted his eye, since the room was in shambles. Taeshik while lying on the ground greeted Sung-hoon for coming, while Giju remained silent while lying face down. Sung-hoon started to ask what in the world happened in here, to which Taeshik replied he didn't know, but wanted him to bring some health potions for them. The room had a huge crater in the center, and even the magic barriers protecting the room were destroyed. Using the potion, Taeshik applied it directly to the wound on his arm. Taeshik asked, does he have a curse skill or something because the potion doesn't seem to be working, to which Giju confirmed that he had a similar effect called grievous wounds. Sung-hoon asked if they could explain the situation to him now, since what on earth really happened to make this training room be in this sorry state? Taeshik told him, it's as you can see, to which Sung-hoon said it looked like if someone was intentionally trying to tear this place apart. After drinking his health potion, he turned to Taeshik and asked how he did, was he pretty strong now? He told him he still had a long way to go, since he still had poor movements because he got too powerful too quickly. While he can take on 100 weak enemies with ease, but if he ran across a strong opponent he would have a difficult time, to which Giju agreed. Taeshik gave him some pointers. First he needs to figure out his opponents, and second make it hard for his opponents to figure him out. He was advising him to work on his techniques more, and Lu also commented that he was a little clumsy when it comes to using dual swords as well. Taeshik thought that a person wouldn't be able to use half of their power if they didn't have the necessary techniques along with it, but for Giju to scratch a legendary weapon that didn't even know the meaning of durability. If he's able to make that power his and control it. Then, thinking about it, decided to have Giju registered, since it's about time Giju got himself a title of a ranker. He wondered wouldn't being a ranker mean everyone will know who he was, but Taeshik told him not to worry about disclosing his identity, since he was a mercenary before he was a ranker. And protecting the mercenary's identity was top priority, so they wouldn't have any issues with the association divulging his identity. Seeing his performance today, Taeshik was sure even if his identity was revealed, he would be capable of protecting himself. Giju got embarrassed at this compliment, and started to blush red in the ears, and of course his egos were fast to point this out to him. He was still hesitant on taking on more risk by getting the title, since he thought having the authority of a mercenary was enough. However, Taeshik told him to hear the details from Sung-hoon before making up his mind, since he had work to finish and he was so damn tired. On his drive home, Sung-hoon explained there are two big benefits to becoming a ranker. One was the ability to influence the association's decisions, and the other was access to a lot more information. More importantly was that the title of ranker and high ranker was not given by Korea, but by the International Players Association. While mercenaries only had authority within Korea, rankers possess authorities all over the world. It's to be able to do things on the global scale, and while Giju didn't think he was that influential, Sung-hoon thought otherwise and guaranteed that Giju would be getting involved on the global stage in the near future. With his ears turning red, he said that even if he praised him like that, nothing will be different. Then deciding, he said piece of cake, he will become a ranker. To which a depressed Sung-hoon said piece of cake, does he think becoming a ranker was so easy? What would that make him, why was he still living? Which made Giju quickly apologize for what he said, saying that's not what he meant, while a pleased smile could be seen appearing on the face of Sung-hoon in the rearview mirror. He went on to tell him that there are only pros to it and nothing disadvantageous, but there is actually one thing that's troublesome. He needed to participate in an unofficial ranking battle at least once. Normally a ranker would get their title from fighting in public ranking battles, but in the case where a person gets registered unofficially, even if the association acknowledges it, it doesn't mean the rest of the rankers will. So an unofficially ranking battle requires the participant to spar with a ranker, where 3 or more other rankers are present to watch the match. Giju asks if the sparring ranker would not be someone close to becoming a high ranker, to which Sung-hoon confirms, saying since it's actually a formality, they normally would use a new ranker. Meanwhile, on the 45th floor of the tower, a red drake was charging a group of players. A beautiful girl with long hair was calmly watching it approach their location. The monster was charging with its mouth open, showing sharp teeth, but when it attacked it was surprised to find its enemy no longer there. However, the girl was standing on the drake's head, telling the other players that lesser drakes have duller senses in return for having tough skin. So instead of fighting them up front, it's better to get on top of their heads and attacking their eyes from there. Saying this, she skillfully used her sword to strike a blow to both eyes before elegantly jumping off the drake. She also demonstrated that if things didn't go as smoothly, slashing them at the back of their knees will also make them easier to hunt. Then she quickly dashed in and slashed the drake into pieces, saying that you need to get strong enough to be able to deal damage first. She was the guild leader Shin Yubin of the Mist Flower Guild. When she asked for questions, everyone in her guild looked at her with blank stares. They were charmed by her skills and commented, as expected of their guild leader, "She is so cool." After some time, inside the tower's locker room, an elder was asking Yubin shouldn't she let another guild take up the guiding work from now on since she became a ranker, to which Yubin replied that she is doing it because she liked it. Her late father told her that it's more meaningful to guide those that come after them, as compared to leveling up. He would often tell her about the guide that helped him a lot when he was a newbie, but just then a message appeared on her phone informing her of an upcoming unofficial ranking battle. She turned around to her elder and asked what's an unofficial ranking battle was, since she only knew about ranking battles. Her grandma told her that it's a battle that's a formality for some who has already become a ranker in the association. Yubin cursed, saying, "So this guy is getting a preferential treatment instead of helping out others. This person was stealing an opportunity from someone else that rightfully deserved it. She won't let him get his qualifications so easily," while on her phone showed the picture of our boy Kim Giju. If only he was even half as good as the guide that her father had talked about, while staring at the picture thinking he's quite good looking though. The people who would be judging this unofficial ranking battle were the association president, director Oh Taeshik, and ranker Yu Sikwu. While looking at the information, Giju was commenting these are all the people he knows. He was asking Sung-hoon, wasn't this too much of a preferential treatment, and is this really alright for an association that should pride themselves on fairness to do this? Sung-hoon could only shrug, replying why was he being like this, since he already told him from the start that it was gonna be a formality. And they are not the kind of people who will let their emotions get in the way of the evaluation, and in the first place, Giju's skills have long since reached the realm of a high ranker. They were just worried about who to put in the ranking battle with him. At these words Giju calmed down. Then, thinking he forgot to ask the most important question, who would be his opponent? Sung-hoon told him to scroll down a little more, and it showed the leader of the Mist Flower Guild, which was a small group made up of elite women, the Mist Sword, ranker Shin Yubin. Upon seeing the picture, Giju said it felt like he had met her somewhere before. At these words, Sung-hoon commented that people don't use pickup lines like that anymore, which caught our boy off guard. Sometime later at the second training room, the people were gathered for the unofficial ranking battle, where Giju and Yubin were to face each other. Sung-hoon explained the rules of the sparring match. Excessive attacks are prohibited, and the spar ends when one side surrenders. The moment it's judged that the rules were broken, but before he could finish the cheerleaders on the side interrupted, saying comments like "You got this, just do as you're always done, and let's see what you're made of," which unnerved our boy. Which only angered Yubin further, making her believe that Giju only climbed the ranks through his connections, and she couldn't accept this so easily. If he was unqualified, then she would fully reject to this qualification, and after thinking this she firmly gripped her sword with both her hands. At the sounding of the start, Both combatants charged it towards each other. Their swords clashed, without anyone taking the advantage. After Yubin swung her sword with a powerful two-handed style, she changed into a one-handed style and using the momentum of her strike, to quickly maneuver behind Giju, leaving only after images in her wake. Giju, noticing her strike from behind, deftly dodged out of the way and counterattacked. Lu was coaching him, saying good, now suppress as much power and speed as possible, and face her with only technique. She isn't a bad opponent and her movements are passable. However, Yubin was getting frustrated at not being able to hit her opponent and continued to strike at him with multiple attacks. Lu continued to coach, saying to block in the most ideal way and follow the most ideal path to evade, and if he can redirect the blow instead of blocking it head-on, then do so. Meanwhile, Taeshik remarked, this was supposed to be a sparring match, but he's training instead, while Sequo asked if ranking battles were always this carefree. While clashing swords, Yubin was thinking she's made a hasty judgment of this guy. He wasn't someone who was pretentious, but someone who actually strong. No matter how she attacked him, she couldn't reach him. Where did such a strong person come from? She wasn't planning on using skills, if possible, but she powered up her sword and unleashed a powerful slash that hit her blade from the naked eye. Giju was taken back since he couldn't see her sword, and El told him it was an illusion-type skill. Lu chimed in saying it looks like he can't hold back any longer, to which Giju replied affirmative, and he should finish this up soon. He used haste to quickly appear before her, and then using force to deliver a blow to her sword, knocking it away from her. The guys on the side were impressed with the move, while Yubin declared that it was her loss. Sunghoon loudly declared player Kim Giju the winner, and for winning he will be approved to be promoted to ranker without being given a grade. With her head held down, she thought she misjudged him unfairly and even lost so disgracefully, she couldn't even lift her head. Just then, Giju extended his hand out to her, saying thank you ranker Shin Yubin. It's been a while. Surprised, she asked him did he know her? He asked her isn't her father's name Shin Junchul, to which Yubin was shocked and asked how did he know. As he thought, he told her that he was a tutorial guide previously and he heard a lot about her from her father when he was alive, and he even saw her once during his funeral. He wasn't sure at first, but seeing her face he remembered her being a high schooler, but she has grown up a lot. Yubin recalled the memory of her late father, telling her that he met a guide who can't level up, but even so, he helped other people grow, calling him cool. But at the same time thoughts of her misjudging him came into her mind as well. She was silent for a moment, then all of a sudden blushed red with embarrassment. She met his hand in a handshake, saying it's been a while, and using her other hand to cover her face. The others just congratulated our boy, and left the room saying they had things to do. While Giju was signing some documents, Yubin shyly came up to him with her phone asking if she can have his phone number. And Giju calmly replied of course, while Sunghoon behind him gave him a knowing grin. When asked what that expression was, Sunghoon replied it was nothing. Later as Giju was getting out of the elevator, he was thinking he didn't really feel like going to the tower, so he'll just go talk with Taeshik for a bit. Upon reaching the director's office, he was going to knock and ask for permission, when he noticed the door was already open. He peeked inside, but to his shock saw Taeshik hunched over by his desk in the darkroom, and shouted his name. As Taeshik raises his head, he was holding his stomach and grimacing in pain, and blood can be seen on the corner of his mouth. Giju runs to Taeshik's side, shouting if he was alright. Upon seeing him bleeding, asks what happened. While thinking inside, for a person who barely received scratches against his most powerful attack to be in such a condition, and who in the world could have done such a thing? Giju questioned if he was poisoned, or was he attacked, maybe an intruder in the association. As Taeshik whispered association president, our hero said he will call him immediately, to which Taeshik said no, that old geezer was the one to hit him. Giju was lost for words, remained silent for a while before asking, what, while helping Taeshik get off the floor. After drinking a potion, Taeshik slams the bottle on the table saying, that geezer, to think he would hit him for real, he vowed to sue him one day. So our hero finally got around to asking, so why did he hit him, to which Taeshik replied, that the old geezer keeps telling him to meet someone for an arranged marriage. When he told him he wants to marry someone he likes, the old man flung his fist at him. Giju hearing this was sweating a little and said he understood, however Taeshik told him it's not that grand, it's just his father finds his grown-up son being single distasteful.
Saying stuff like an unrequited love at his age, and does the other person even like him?
Taeshik let out a long sigh, while Giju just sat there without saying a word.
Then Giju asks Taeshik if he is busy lately.
To which Taeshik replies that he is so busy he could die, then asking if he came here just to tease him when he's already this upset. Giju remarks that's a shame, since he was worried about his family's safety because of the Iron Guild, and wanted someone to protect his mom whenever she went for a walk or buy some groceries. At these words, Taeshik's eye lit up and stood up suddenly shouting, he's not busy and all he's got is time. With determination and burning passion, he gets directly in Giju's face telling him that the association still gets its job done even if he's not here, and if his vacations days are not enough, he can make it happen even if he has to beat up that geezer. While sweating buckets, our hero tells him alright and he'll leave it to him, so just calm down and sit for now. Saying he didn't come here for that but rather he wanted to discuss more about the Iron Guild, and if there was any recent news regarding the matter. Taeshik tells him that it will be officially announced tonight, and they have already secured a guild building. Then the plans will go though as scheduled, but was there any response from the International Players Association? And Taeshik tells him that they have a non-intervention policy, so unless there was conflict they're not an institution that will get involved in every country's association. But the real problem will be the Ainzella Guild, since they supported the Iron Guild's branch formation out of nowhere. From what they gathered, it looks like they'll take their hands off the matter once the branch is established, but the most bothersome thing is for two guilds with a hostile relationship are discussing between themselves. Iron Shield and Lee Xianho, they are guessing that there was some sort of a deal between the two guild leaders. Taeshik then asks Giju if he was still planning on to take his revenge. Since this is a golden opportunity, however he can't recommend it since there are still too many risks. After a moment of silence, Giju says that it just so happens to be right now in Korea, and the manager happens to be Rogers Han, then they are definitely aiming for him. Since that is the case, he has no choice but to take them head on. For the next 3 months, until the branch is established, he will be erasing those risks one by one. Later that night, a press conference announcing the establishment of a branch office for the Iron Guild in Korea was made. The word guild has a friendly ring to it, but in actuality it's a military force. There are those who welcome the Iron Guild to reduce the dangers of a break happening, but then others who oppose the entry of another country's military force. The next day, they arrive at a secret meeting place to meet that person, which happens to be an abandoned city in ruin due to a break. As Sung-hoon confirms the place, but says the other party is late, while Giju remarks it can't be helped since they are the desperate ones. Just then Giju senses a presence nearby and remarks, looks like he's here. For his revenge 3 months from now, the first part was the player paparazzi former ranker Go Hyung-cheol. As he turned around to look up in the sky, a man in glasses was floating in the air above them. As he came down, he apologized for being late, saying that he was Go Hyung-cheol's contact. Recalling the warning Taeshik gave him about him nothing good comes out with association with this paparazzi. However, even with the bad impression, what he needed right now was his information network. Being puzzled, Giju asked his contact. He said that he wanted to speak directly with the player Go Hyung-cheol. However, the man apologized, saying that he only accepts commissions through him. Being unfazed by the situation, he told him that it was a big case with a lot of risks, so please let him meet with him directly. The man stood his ground saying that he cannot do so, since all commissions are received through him and the decision to accept or not was also up to him. Our boy pondered on this statement for a bit, while Sung-hoon next to him advised that it's too dangerous since if their plans get leaked, to which Giju said it's alright since he had a plan. Giju went on to say he will tell him about the compensation first. It was 5 billion up front. If he brought him the information that he wanted, he will give him 10 billion. The glasses guy, looking interested, asked about the contents of the commission. It was information gathering. Since the Ainzella Guild was involved with the establishing of the Iron Guild's Korean branch, he wanted to know what sort of deal they made. After hearing this, the guy was in a panic, saying was he insane? He declined the commission and turned to leave, saying no matter how high the compensation is, they can't risk their lives. He started to fly away, saying he will pretend as if he never heard about this, but his leg was suddenly grabbed by Giju. He turned to look in shock, while Giju tells him did he think he's let him go so easily after hearing all this. He arrived here freely, but leaving is a different story. While panicking and telling him to let go, Giju turn on his menacing look telling him if he doesn't want to get beat up, to come back down and cut the acting. Trying to feign ignorance, the glasses guy asks what is he talking about? Without wasting a moment, Giju pulls the guy down and slams him into the ground, causing a massive explosion sending debris everywhere. He goes on to say that he suffered a lot last time thanks to him, so he has a bit of a grudge against him. With his purple eyes still glowing with power says, let's just have a nice long talk, go Hyungcheol. As the dust cleared, he was shocked to learn he was only holding onto a torn piece of cloth. Standing a distance away from him with torn pants, the man questioned why in the world they were doing this to him. If they do any more he wouldn't just stand for it. Giju slowly walked towards the man, laughed saying as expected of a rancor, go Hyungcheol. The man still feigning ignorance and told our hero he was not go Hyungcheol. Giju told him to stop fooling around, since he has his way of knowing, and with the help of his eye, the name of the person in front of him was shown in purple, go Hyungcheol. A day ago, while in his underground basement he got a system notification pop-up telling him that Ego Lu had completed his awakening as the ruler of the demonic arts. He had completely forgotten about this due to his hectic schedule, but it looked like it wasn't completed when he awakened. He asked Lu if he noticed any difference, and Lu said a portion of Giju's demonic eye ability should have opened, since being the ruler of the demonic encompasses all that is demonic. Giju taken back asked what demonic eye is, and Lu told him that it was his left eye. Giju shocked shouted, this was a demonic eye, then why was he just telling him this now? Lu retorted that he never asked and he wasn't sure at first. A human usually can't get something like a demonic eye so easily, and he didn't know what that woman who calls herself the Demon King did. Giju once again thought, just who is she to have such power? Anyways, a demonic eye is an eye that sees through the true nature of all things, and not all of its power has been opened yet, but he could probably see someone's name. Our hero remarked that it should be very useful if he had something like a death note, reference to a manga. Calling up the status window for Lu, we see a new skill called Demonic Arts, which can grant demonic power to egos. He mused out loud, does this mean that he can grant skills like Hermes' haste and Oberon's force, to which Lu confirmed saying that he can grant skills that match the ego's characteristics. Back to the present day, he uses the demonic arts on his glove to obtain the skill binding, which restrains the opponent with a black magic power. As lines of dark magic extends out from his gloves to grab the guy shocking him. While Sunghoon asks hesitantly, is that a new skill, and Giju casually replies something like that. Turning his attention back to the guy, he tells him to stop acting. And this will be his last warning. The guy caught in the blinding, upon noticing shouts demonic eye, as he though, Giju has had contact with the Demon King. Upon making a decision, white smoke starts to come over his body, and he was able to break away from the binding. Once the smoke clears, we see a man in a suit with red glowing eyes standing before them, saying if that's the case he's interested and will listen to what they have to say. Giju goes on to say that a contract is 5 billion up front and 10 billion upon success, but the man said it's not enough since he has to put his life on the line. Giju asked what did he want, and the man replied information about his relationship with the Demon King and about the power of his demonic eye. After a short pause, our hero asked is that really all he wanted, and the man replied that it's plenty and stated that he must not understand the value of such information. Then Giju gives him the 411, saying he is the Demon King's disciple and the demonic eye has the ability to see through the true nature of a subject. Surprised by this revelation, the man commented that he didn't seem to be lying, and since he received the payment he will accept the commission as well. Saying that he'll come find him when he obtained the information, he started to be covered by smoke and disappeared right before their eyes, saying goodbye. Lu was disturbed that the guy didn't even doubt the words of his master, to which L replied that he might have a skill for it. Standing dumbfounded, Sunghoon comments, what a hectic meeting, at least it went a lot smoother than he expected, to which Giju agreed, saying they should move to the next location. Sometime later at the Player Association's president's room, the president was telling our guy that he heard about his situation from Taeshik. Revenge, even if he was a mercenary, is something that they cannot help with, but he can at least close his eyes to what he'll do. Only since the situation also coincide with the association because the branch office case is a huge pain for them as well. Giju said rather than revenge, he was just preemptively attacking first, since those bastards will definitely be aiming for him. And while he is thankful enough for them to overlook it, he had to shamelessly request one more thing from him. His request was the complete regulation of information, by changing the regular schedule of the normal civilians working in the Iron Guild branch office, as well as making it impossible for other guilds to approach. He asked the president if this was possible, to which the president asked in turn, was he planning to take on the entire branch office in the middle of Seoul? The branch office still contains the forces of one of the top 10 guilds of the world, and should not be taken lightly. The president commented that the association isn't all-powerful, so information regulation to that extent isn't easy, as long as a break doesn't happen somewhere. Giju, taking the hint, asked then if a break did occur, then it's possible to do this. The president, taken aback with a moment, stated that he was saying this as if he can cause a break. Giju replied definitely not a break, to which the president let out a long sigh of relief, saying of course, there have been several attempts to weaponize breaks in the past but with no success, since that isn't a power that one individual should have. However, Giju, scratching the back of his head and slyly commented that he can do something similar. The president was silent with a grave look upon his face. Sometime later, arriving at an unknown office building, he knew he has been given 3 months of time to prepare. So he had to move as quickly as possible. He had Hyuncheol to investigate any risky variables that might appear, and also got the promise from the association for the small amount of assistance. He still had something else that he needed. Even with his control over a gate, it still didn't amount to much in terms of forces. Since the opponent is one of the 10 great guilds, no matter how much stronger he can get in the next 3 months, it would be impossible to take them on alone. Upon entering a room, he excused himself and looked at the mountain of paperwork lying on top of the deck in front of him. He was amazed, and said what he was doing all alone after sending all the guild employees home. To which he got a reply from behind the pile of paperwork that he's finally arrived. Since the association cannot assist him directly in battle, he needed allies to fight with him. The man behind the mountain of paperwork was none other than Sikwo, the guild master of Kane Guild. So Giju told him about the detail of his story dealing with the Iron Guild, and Sikwo said he heard something like that happened, but it was his first time actually hearing all the details. Then Sikwo asked what Giju planned to do next. Since his guild owes a large debt towards him, he would like to do any kind of favor, he asked. Giju said this was gonna be dangerous, so he didn't come here as a friend but to suggest a proposal. Sikwo, curious, asked a proposal, to which our hero tells him that various interests that will arise once the Iron Guild's branch office disappears, and majority of them will be transferred to the Kane Guild through the association. Since the outcome is obvious, he would attach another condition for their heir, and that would be if the Kane Guild ever needs his help in the future, no matter what it is, he would do it without question. Lu told his master he was becoming very arrogant to use himself as a condition for a proposal, and Giju rebuked him, saying not as much as him. While Sikwa thought it felt like yesterday when our hero was trembling from just one goblin, and said out loud that it's a charming proposal, so what exactly did they need to do? They just needed to fight the guild members of the Iron Guild branch office, to which Giju confirmed that's plenty. Sikwa got up and said he can't decide on such a large matter alone, but he should be able to persuade the executives with this much. They shook hands to seal the deal. Day 53 before the establishment of the Iron Guild branch office, at the Suwon city before a portal entrance. Sunghoon was looking at his phone and remarking that he's late, to which a man next to him asked who's late. Sunghoon told him he was waiting for Morningstar, aka our boy Giju, but he is a bit late today. The man next to him was puzzled and said it hasn't even been an hour since he went inside the gate, and as he was saying that this is a B-rank gate, Giju stepped out of the gate all bloodied. The man was beside himself, saying he went inside by himself, and finished a gate that normally takes a guild several days to clear. Sunghoon proudly said, was this his first time seeing a mercenary, to the man. Then told Giju good work, and asked was he not planning to sell the crystal this time either, to which our hero replied of course, and he also plans to buy more crystals with the clear reward money as well, which made Brunhard very happy to be eating them all. While stretching his arms, Giju asked where to next, and Sunghoon told him there wasn't one, since he's cleared all the gates that the association provided to him.
Now there wasn't any single intractable gate along the entire Korean peninsula.
At this, Giju was a little surprised. If nothing else, he was planning to go home and take a shower, then thought a bit and asked Sunghoon if he cared to go out and grab a beer. Near the Han River at Seoul, they sat on a bench and drank their beer. With only 2 more months left, Sunghoon asked what Giju was planning to do for the remaining 2 months. He didn't plan on going out of his way to buy gates or go overseas to get crystals, so he thought he would try getting them in the tower. Since he still hasn't completely absorbed all the power he obtained either, so the 2 months should just fly while he took care of a bunch of things. Sunghoon also agreed, and mentioned didn't that person say he was going to meet with him? And Giju said that he probably appeared behind them while they were talking, since he has done it that way the past 3 times that he made contact. Then pointing his thumb to his back and said like that, and looking in that direction saw smoke condensing in a spot behind them. Appearing with red eyes within the smoke said, to think he saw through his stealth again, he surprises him every single time. Giju handed him a beer and he mentioned that even high rankers can no sense his presence, but Giju can do so easily, remarking on his magic power sensitivity was abnormal. Changing the subject, Giju asked if he found out anything this time, since the last 3 times were a bust. Hyungcheol complained, saying, "What do you mean?" He told him about Iron Shield's leg being severed, and since this job to uncover the relationship between 2 of the top guilds in the world, it's not as easy as taking a candy from a baby. Then went on to say he had some intel, and after giving this information he was going to take himself off this case. Giju asked was he that certain about this information. And Hyungcheol told him positive. First he asked if he heard the rumor about Lee Seonho going around society these days, and Giju said didn't he injure himself while clearing the tower. That was correct, but he wasn't certain about the exactly what kind of injury, but here it's quite a crisis and he needed an elixir. Later that night in his underground basement, Giju was thinking that the last known place that an elixir came out was the maze gate he and the Demon King came out of. If information about himself and the Demon King wasn't been leaked, then it's natural to deduce that the Iron Guild who participated in the subjugation would have obtained an elixir. Then could he have used a non-existent elixir as bait to make a deal? But Iron Shield wasn't a fool to go against Lee Seonho, so more likely this deal involves the Demon King. But as our hero was pondering what kind of injury would require an elixir, El told him he must have damaged his vessel. Since the elixir can reconstitute a vessel, then damage to his vessel is the most likely. His egos advised him to meet with the Demon King lady, but it wasn't so easy to find her lest meet her when she only told him to come see her once he cleared the 50th floor. Just at that moment Brunhart notified him that he's so full he can't eat any more crystals, as we see 2 skeleton warriors shoveling crystals into a gate. Giju, getting a mischievous look in his eyes, said, "Let's put aside the things that they can't even answer, and shall they go do something else?" Pulling out his necklace Rain, he called the synthesis menu and assigned the main ego as Rain, and when asked to choose a sub-ego, we are not shown that info just yet. The synthesis begins and crystal on the necklace starts to shine brightly, covering the whole room in a blinding light. After 2 months on the D-Day of the establishment of the Iron Guild branch office, we are at the Incheon International Airport. We see the arrival of the Iron Guild, as one in the iron suit says this is the country of Lee Seonho, while another in red hair replied who cares, he is just wanting to fight already, as a blonde just watches silently. The full detachment of the Iron Guild is led by Rogers Hans as they exit the airport and are met with the reporters asking them various questions. As a little girl walks up to Rogers with a wreath in her arms, and tries to hand it to him. Instead of accepting, he angrily sneers at her, but just then the associate president arrives and picks her up on his shoulder. He stated that the branch manager lacks showmanship, and asks what is wrong with accepting a wreath like this. Rogers knows he is not someone he can just kick around, then says why is the association so sloppy as to have civilians in an official area? The president just laughs and says that the branch manager of the Iron Guild doesn't know how to judge someone's competence either, asking what kind of problems could a child like this possibly cause, while the reporters kept taking pictures of them. Clearing, showing that he is pissed off, he angrily snatches the wreath out of the girl's hands and says he gratefully accepts it. The president shows the way and tells them a welcome ceremony has been prepared at the association, so he would appreciate it if they could attend. After getting into a car, Rogers curses and throws the wreath on the ground, scattering the flowers. then tells the driver to head to the branch office right away. When asked if he was not planning to go to the association, he told him he has no need to comply with them and just to tell them that they need to inspect the branch building first. While traveling, Rogers was thinking Giju information was strangely being restricted, and that could be due to his association with the Demon King, but it didn't matter since he can get info on his family very easily. With a devilish grin, he stared at his phone, which showed information about Giju's mother and sister, wondering what his expression he'll have in front of his family's corpses. Upon arriving at the branch office, he remarked it was strangely quiet considering that they should be near a main street. Just then, the alarm sounded warning that a gate break has occurred, telling ordinary citizens to evacuate immediately, and this is not a drill, while the Iron Guild members looked baffled at the situation. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon on the phone said that the evacuation and blockage are almost complete, so he can begin soon. Warning the person that this is the last time he will contact him, then activated the jamming field to the surrounding area. As Giju ended his call with Sung-hoon, he remarked, with this there's no need to worry about witnesses, as he stood on the streets with Sequo and his guild in the back. He then opened his gate, upon which an army of undead stepped out of it, followed by the Lich and the Headless Horseman. They knelt down on their knees and greeted their great master. Giju told them the plan, and said that the players with the red armbands are their allies and the rest are enemies. The moment they meet with an enemy, exterminate them. As Sequo watched, thinking he really did cause a break, but how can each of these mere skeletons look so strong, especially the energies from the Lich and the Dullahan gave off a rancor grade. Upon seeing all this, a member of the Child Guild was commenting that, as expected of player Giju, he always exceeds expectations, while Seonpil next to him asked, are they really going to face off against the Iron Guild branch? Flashbacks to 1 month ago, in a coffee shop run by the association. Guildmaster of the Child Guild and the Morningstar Guild meet with Giju and told him that they would like to form an alliance. Much to his surprise about the alliance, but asked why did they both appear before him together. They have been in contact with each other since the Guardian subjugation, and since the Guildmaster of the Child Guild retired, Dong-hee Kim has taken over as the new Guildmaster. Anyways, after talking with Seonpil as fellow guild leaders, they talked about Giju a lot naturally. They thought an alliance involving everyone would be mutually beneficial, so they decided to all meet here. While hesitant, Giju said that he appreciated the high evaluation of him, but he is an individual and not a guild. But Dong-hee said that since he saw the report about the masked rancor, he knew that this person is going to become big, so there was no harm in him forming a good relationship with player Giju. Putting his cup down, he stated in that case, as a member of the alliance, he had a request from them first. In a month from now, at the time and place he designate, please bring all of their available forces there, and he can't give them any details for security reasons, but it's a job where you will face an enormous enemy. He knows this request is too much, but if they come he will form an unshakable alliance relationship with them both. Back to the present, Dong-hee was thinking they are in a dangerous situation that even a slightest misstep can destroy them, but he became certain after seeing our hero controlling that gate, Giju will lead them to a much higher stage. Meanwhile, at another location, Giju called on Lu, who said he was tired of waiting, then El, who answered her master. Then he called Rain, and upon activating his skill it summoned a Fenrir with lightning coursing all over his body. Then with strong conviction, he declared the start of his revenge. Meanwhile, on top of a building, with the rain falling down, 2 men stood looking down at the scene. It was Taeshik and his father, the president of the association, who declared that it's begun. Below, an army of undead was marching into the battlefield in orderly fashion, lead by the Dullahan and followed by the Lich. As the 2 men stared down at the undead, they were skeptical at first, but couldn't help remark that the force below them was actually an army or something close to that. The president asked Taeshik if he was confident that the child wouldn't turn into a monster, and Taeshik replied he wouldn't know something like that since all he wants is for him to be happy. The president declared with a grave face that if that child ever becomes a monster and interferes with their plans, he will have to step in. Just at that moment, a person informed them that the preparations have been completed. Taeshik told him that from now on, keep anyone from entering this place, whoever it is, don't let even a single rat inside. At another location, Sequo and his guild was running to their destination, when he felt energy from a distance that was different from ordinary players. He was thinking how they were going to restrict such a wide area, but it looks like they used Grigori. it was an organization that looked like they were affiliated with the association, but in reality are purely private soldiers under the association president and Taishik direct command. They have mysterious organization with unknown origins and history. But rumors of them suggest they exist to protect Korea and save humanity. Sikwo is roused from his thinking by his guild member, telling him the enemy is in front of them, and upon looking sees a group of Iron Guild members led by the maniac with red hair. Sikwo was thinking since they are unaware of their plan, he could use a surprise attack instead of attacking them directly. He approached the group offering his greeting and his name, and then stating they are reinforcements for the gate break, when suddenly he is attacked by the maniac swinging his sword. Without hesitation, Sikwo let out his ice attack in retaliation while dodging backwards to avoid the blow. The maniac was surprised that he was able to dodge the attack, saying players here aren't half bad, and with a swing of his sword shattered the ice barrier in front of him. The maniac with red head remarked he didn't care for breaks or reinforcements, since Rogers told him to eliminate anyone who blocks their way. Acting like some kind of a lunatic, he shouts for them to have a fight, because they look so much more fun than a break. This man is the Iron Guild Military Force second team leader, the Man Rhodes. Meanwhile, on top of a building, Giju was riding his wolf looking at the scene before him. The teams for the Iron Guild was as follows: the branch manager Rogers Hand as the head, first team leader was Charlemont in his armor, second team leader was Rhodes with his red hair, and third team leader was Carlin the Blondie. And Giju's job was to make sure the Iron Guild teams remain separated, so they can't regroup. Since it was raining heavily, he used Rain's ability Elemental Water, which allows the user to turn the body into water, to partially turn the wolf into water to travel faster among the builds. In terms of the number of troops, they were superior, but they can't let their guards down, since they were only an improvised alliance. If they allow the Iron Guild members to group up, it will be to their disadvantage. At another location, the first team leader of the Iron Guild was being assaulted by members of the Child and Morningstar Guild. An archer shot his arrows at the Clarlement, which caused a large explosion upon contact. When the smoke cleared, an unharmed Clarlement came out asking, "Is this how they hold their welcoming ceremonies?" The members of the Morningstar Guild were cursing their luck for having to face Charlemont. While Donghi from the Child's Guild was having his hands full just fighting the ordinary Iron Guild members, so had no leeway to help the other party, and was wondering when Giju would be showing up. Charlemont wielding his sword was easily able to break up the defenses that were blocking his path, commenting that they were so weak to think that he would be ambushed by such low level of strength, it was hurting his pride. He declared that they should at least have brought a ranker to take him down, and just as he spoke Giju appeared above him saying, "Here's a ranker, you son of a bitch." As Charlemont looked upwards, Giju's swords came slashed down on him and killed him on the spot with a single strike. System notification informed him that cannibalism has been activated, and was attempting egoification of player Charlemont, but unfortunately the egoification has failed and only a fragment was absorbed. The other players seeing the situation were shocked, while Giju was surprised at the cannibalism. Remarking on the egoification failed and the fragment, however else call, brought his attention back to what was important at the moment. He asked if Jae-won was okay, but Jae-won just replied that he was late. Saying his apology, he pulled out a potion from his gate and handed it to him to drink. Jae-won asked, where did he pull that out from just now, while Brunhart was shouting he wasn't a storage. Looking at the scene, one member of the Iron Guild remarked that the team leader was killed in one strike. As he noticed, it got dark all of a sudden, and upon looking up saw the jaws of the wolf closing in on him. It killed him on the spot, shocking those surrounding him, while Donghi was wondering if this monster was an enemy or, then upon looking at Giju's directions saw the wink from him. He then shouted that the wolf was their ally, so don't attack it, and told them to fall back to the rear. However, the Iron Guild members started to gang up and attack the wolf with a coordinated attack. Upon seeing the wolf disappear into a puddle of water, they started to wonder if it was dead. Just then, the water started to rise up from behind them, forming into the wolf, and with a mighty roar attacked them. As one of the Child Guild member asked Donghi if they should attack the rear now, Donghi warned him to calm down since they didn't want to get caught in the splash damage if they joined recklessly. While Donghi was thinking about the attack on Charlemont just now with the corpse disappearing, as if it was chewed apart by something, and this situation was same as the time with the Guardian subjugation. Upon thinking about it really hard, he saw the situation in front of him, which had Giju and his wolf running rampant and killing remnants of the Iron Guild members mercilessly, then concluded what the hell he saw nothing. On another battlefield, the undead army was fighting against Rogers and the third team of the Iron Guild. The Lich was in the air surveying the situation below, thinking he just had to tie this group up according to the orders of his great master. However, the weapon that Rogers Han was using was the worst match against them, since it was a holy weapon being used against the undead. The Lich create demonic arrows to send down from above, but it was easily blocked by Rogers with a sword blow, which also reached the Lich and sent him flying backwards. Rogers stated that he was a moron for underestimating the power of 9, and told Carlin that he can handle things here himself, so regroup with the other teams. She replies that she doesn't think that's necessary, but is cut off by Rogers telling her that he can tell from this fight that their movements are different from the usual monsters. Looking around, he states that he has a bad feeling. On another battlefield, members of the fallen Iron Guild members litter the ground. As members of the Morningstar Guild and others look towards a certain direction, wondering if the green light they just saw now was the Iron Guild. Donghi by Giju's side comments that, as expected, the scale of Ranker's battles are on another level. While Giju ponders for a second, then asks his egos, could that be a holy sword, and they reply with an affirmative, but El tells him that it kind of feels different. Just then Brunhart tells his master that the skeletons have been wiped out, to Giju's surprise. It was faster than he had expected, so called on his wolf and tells the other allied guild members that he will be going to support another team. They should finish treating their wounded and then regroup. Afterwards he went off at top speed to where the green light was, jumping from building to building. Nonetheless, at a meeting room located outside the battlefield, the top 10 guilds were discussing the actions of the association. The Hephaestus Guild, that should have been maintaining the area that the break was occurring, were disgruntled, since the association has kicked them out and forbid them from entering the area. Another guild master of the Blue Dragon Guild spoke that this was definitely strange, since the association has never acted arbitrarily to this extent before. Also noticing that Sequel was not present at the meeting was also suspicious. One of the other guild masters suggested to hear the opinion of the alliance leader of the 10 great guilds, and everyone turned their heads to look at guild master Li Xianho of the Anzella Guild. As the rain continues to pour down on the battlefield, Giju rushes forward while asking Brunhart, how are Hart and Dullahan doing? Brunhart replies that they are still fighting, and should be able to do at least that much since they are that many crystals. Giju, while concerned, comments that's a relief, but if that's the case, then the team they were fighting must have been divided into two. Since not even the two of them strengthened by the crystals would be able to handle the entire team by themselves. Then it's possible that the Kane Guild might be fighting with two teams at the moment, so he must hurry, since he only had 2 hours to finish everything. In a flashback before the battle, he was in the director's office talking with Tashik. They will be able to block off the entire area using highest grade barrier, however it won't be for very long. There's the issue of the usage expense, and also accounting for interference from other guilds. At most they can keep it blocked is about 3 hours. Tashik warned him that no matter what, he will need to finish everything within 3 hours. Unfortunately, in the present time, the president of the association was saying that at most they can keep it blocked for 1 more hour. Tashik was angry with this and said it was different from what he said before, and the president said it can't be helped, and that is the limit. Tashik shouted angrily what was he talking about, even if the Ainzella protests, but the president cut him off saying that Li Xianho was coming in person, which shocked Tashik. The president told him to call the Grigori, their private army, since it's time for battle. Meanwhile, at the Kane's Guild location, the battle with the Iron Guild team was getting heated up. The Kane's Guild was getting into a difficult predicament, since they had enough trouble with one team, but another just showed up and changed the balance of the fight against them. Even Sequel was having an issue, since now he was faced with 2 commanders instead of 1 and was getting pressed hard. However, the redhead was telling the blondie to fuck off, since the prey was his. And she retorted, how many times has he failed in missions after he did shit all by himself like this? Even though they were arguing, their teamwork was so refined that it was giving Sequel a hard time. He retreated backwards from their rushing attacks, and using his feet to create an ice barrier to encase them both. The blondie was swift enough to dodge out of the attack. Carlin was the girl who doesn't have any outstanding characteristics, but her speed and reflexes were a problem. Since Sequo couldn't use the environment to his advantage, since she was able to detect the attacks just as it was happening and react accordingly. While in a 1 versus 1 fight, that might not be a problem, but combined with Rhodes, who has the unique ability regeneration that can heal cut and wounds almost instantaneously, it was a different story. Sequel was regretting not using a fatal attack at the start, since Rhodes' combat ability is lower, but since Carlin arrived, Rhodes is playing the role of a tanker so that Carlin can display her true skills. He needed to separate them, even if it's just for a moment, to have a chance at winning this fight. Just then Carlin sensed something and warned Rhodes about it. As Giju jumped past Sequo, crashing through the ice wall, then proceeded to go between the two and came to a stop behind them. Carlin was caught off guard. Wonder what just went by them. Giju was using his new skill acceleration that was acquired using Lu's demonic arts on Hermes. It gave the ability to accelerate beyond physical limits for an instant. Carlin turns around and wonders just who the hell was that, since she couldn't follow his movements at all. And Rhodes beside her just notices cuts appearing on his body and looks at it in puzzlement, remarking, "What is this?" Then in the next moment, shouts in pain as blood gushes out in all directions from the multiple cuts on his body. He turns to Giju and calls him a fucking bastard, telling him that scratches like these won't work on him, no matter how many times he does them. However, to his shock, Giju calls out his name and tell him about his unique ability regeneration will not work anymore, due to a child of his with a skill. As we get a status window for the updated Rain, which has wound aggravation, which blunts wound recovery and even aggravates them. As blood continues to drip down around Rhodes, Carlin is stunned at finding that this person was able to stop Rhodes' regeneration ability, since something like that isn't possible with just ordinary items or skills. Rhodes remarks that he must be a unique ability user, as we get a classic pose of Giju standing with his two swords while a lightning strike flashes in the background. With a maniacal laugh, Rhodes asks how long has it been since he was injured this much, then admits that their compatibility is bad and his unique ability far surpasses his. However, did he think he wouldn't have a countermeasures against his only weakness? After saying these words, his eye glow red and he grips his fist as he grows bigger using his berserker skill, which shocks Giju. With his bulging muscles and his wounds no longer bleeding, he stomps the ground and instantly covers the distance between them. Saying with this, "We're even," and then swings his sword down on our boy, causing a mighty explosion. People in the surround area are shocked at the amount of dust floating in the air, especially on a raining day like this. Carlin thinks that the fight must be over on that side, since he used the berserker skill that substitutes the overflowing regeneration ability to other stats, to temporarily increase combat ability explosively. To think he used the skill he left unused due to the long aftereffects. But her thoughts are interrupted by a voice that asks her where she was looking. As the ice breaks to reveal Sequo standing there facing her. He tells her that he's not down yet and she shouldn't have the leeway to take her eye off him, as he sends multiple ice shards in her direction. She deftly dodges the attacks, saying, "Don't you already know that your attacks won't reach me?" Confidently stating that she can handle someone like him without Rhodes, as she maneuvers around him to strike him from behind. However, he laughs, saying it looks like he was being severely underestimated, and unleashes his unique ability Absolute Zero, which started to freeze everything around him including Carlin. He tells her the reason he was being pushed back was because he was saving his strength in case things didn't go as planned, but since Giju was here now there's no need for him to do so. She jumps back out of range and replied, "Didn't he see that his comrade must have become minced meat by now?" Sequo just stood there looking at the dust cloud, saying, "I wonder." As the dust starts to clear, an image of Giju on top of Rhodes with his sword plunged to his back. As Carlin, witnessing the scene before her eyes, is shocked and says it's impossible. Sequo then turns to Carlin, saying, "Now then, try blocking this as well." As he casts an ice wall towards Carlin, but she was unable to dodge since its size was so massive, it towered above the builds in the area. Everyone is shocked again at this sight, as Carlin is frozen within the ice, and Sequo comments that he went a bit too far since he was a little heated. He turns to look towards Giju, wondering, is their battle not over yet? Lu asks his master what was he doing, and Giju is wondering why he couldn't pull out his swords. As a grin appears on Rhodes' face, Giju senses something and jumps off his back, as a sword is thrust through Rhodes' chest and almost hit him. Rhodes pulling his sword back out, remarking how fun, and shouting, "Let's start fighting for real now." Just at that moment, they are interrupted by Sung-hoon calling out Gijju's name and shouting they have to finish this as soon as possible, since ranker Lee Seonho is coming. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the barrier, a confrontation between the guild masters and the association president is starting to brew. As Lee Seonho with the other guild leaders are asking the association president and Taeshik, isn't it time for them to tell them what is going on inside? Meanwhile on the battlefield, Gijju's battle was interrupted by Sung-hoon's sudden appearance. Rhodes gets annoyed at his battle being interrupted, since he was just starting to have so much fun. While shouting "Don't interfere," he strikes out at Sung-hoon, who gets shocked at this sudden attack directed at him. Our hero uses the binding skill to keep Rhodes in place temporary, and regains his aggro on him. Gijju shouts a warning at Sung-hoon to use this chance to get out of here, and tells him he will finish up soon. While the association decided not to participate in the battle as much as possible, seeing the situation he decides to go help the Kane guild members since the situation has changed. Rhodes remarks a mere skill like this is nothing, and uses sheer force to break the dark binding. The charges directly for Gijju, saying now then the disruption is gone, and resumes his assault. While shouting the battle has only just begun, he slams his sword at Gijju, causing a massive explosion in its wake. As the dust settles, he looks in bewilderment as his opponent has disappeared. While sitting upon a traffic light behind him, Gijju says he hates to interrupt him while he's so fired up, but he has no more time left. He turns to look in the direction of the voice. Gijju remarks he should end this as soon as possible. He uses his elemental dark skill, as dark energy flows into his ego rain. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the barrier, Lee Seonho is asking the association president to tell them what is going on inside. Lee Seonho asks why the Grigories are blocking their way with such menacing looks. Could they be thinking of fighting them? The president tries to defuse the situation, saying of course no, there must be a misunderstanding since the association already requested their cooperation, and as far as he knew, all of them here have accepted that request. Lee Seonho comments that the request was a bit too obstinate to call it cooperation, and the master of the Hephaestus Guild, who has their headquarters here, was pretty much evicted with the notice. He goes on to say that they are only trying to help block the break, so what reason does the association have to refuse their help? Then with intimidating eyes says, or could it be that something that they shouldn't know about was happening inside? Dark foreboding eye of the president stares back at him, as he starts to grin, saying don't jump to conclusions, Guild Master Lee Seonho. They are only there to maintain the barrier, to prevent any additional harm. Also they can't give the people that are risking their lives inside needless reinforcements. Suddenly Lee Seonho looks offended, shoutingly questioning if was he a needless reinforcement, while emitting a terrifying aura. As tensions begin to mount, both of them remain silent for a moment. Then Lee Seonho asks if they were going to push inside by force, were they thinking of fighting them? The president declares that he was, which shocks the other guild masters. As the other guild masters shout their disbelief, Taeshik opens his hands out and materializes his weapon in his hand and looks towards them with conviction in his eyes, then slams his weapon onto the ground with a loud thud. As one guild master says alright, let's go, but before he can finish, Lee Seonho interrupts him and offers a suggestion of letting him go in alone, without anyone else accompanying him. He talks with telepathy, saying, please do not worry President Azura, he will not say a word about what he sees inside, and that he is on their side. Meanwhile on the battlefield, Gijju uses his skill Elemental Dark, which can turn the body into darkness, which surrounds his body with a dark black aura. As Rhodes stares up at him, Gijju says out loud, binding his dark tentacles from his body heads towards him. Laughing as the dark energy wraps around him, Rhodes shouts he has already saw this skill and it doesn't work on him, but suddenly finds himself unable to break out of this binding. Elemental Dark skill only looks like his appearance has changed, but what's more important is its secondary effect, which makes the power of a demonic art with the same attribute stronger. It made his binding skill strong enough to withstand Rhodes' might, and using it to drag his victim towards himself. Rhodes could only think that shit, he can't break out and he's being dragged towards the sky. Gijju, who has his sword ready for a powerful strike, and using the force of the pull plunges his black sword into Rhodes' head. The system notification tells him that cannibalism has been activated, egoification of player roads has begun, and egoification of player roads has succeeded.
As the elemental dark skill fades from his body, he sits down, remarking he was trying to save this as much as possible since it places a large burden on his body.
Even tired, his egos reminded him he didn't have much time to waste, and looking around the area, they seemed to have more or less finished things as well. Calling upon rain, he got on his wolf to move to the next location using elemental water. As he was moving across the building, he asked Brunhart how Dullahan and Hart was doing. To which Brunhart replied that they were still holding on. After getting their location, he wasted no time to get to that location. Meanwhile, the Dullahan swung his axe at Rogers, who parried the attack, while the Lich attacked him with his flesh golem. However, Rogers was beside himself, thinking this was unbelievable since his opponents were a mere Dullahan and a Lich, and even with his holy sword he couldn't easily dispatch this pair of monsters. Normally he shouldn't have a problem dealing with a bunch of these bastards, and getting angry shouted, "Goddamn small fries, don't look down on him." He used his holy sword 9 and shot a burst of energy wave at the Lich. The Lich was shocked at the power of the attached and immediately commanded his flesh golem to block the incoming blow. The attack was enough to completely eradicate the flesh golem. And even the Lich took some damage. Rogers was thinking these are not ordinary monsters, since they had some level of intelligence. They should have attacked him through the opening caused by this huge attack. However, the Dullahan wasn't attacking him, but rather waited for the Lich to recover, as if they were just stalling for time. Considering the timing, something was strange, and this couldn't be a normal break. Just at that moment, Giju descended upon the battlefield, telling Rogers it's been a while. Rogers looked up with a bit of surprise, and with recognition called out, "Kim Giju." Putting more power into his holy sword than before, he was about to unleash the attack at the descending Giju. However, at that moment, Rogers recalls Iron Shield warning him to beware of Giju's sword since it had the ability to absorb the power of holy swords. At the last moment before crossing blades, Rogers dodged back to avoid the attack instead. Giju was a little upset that Rogers figured out his ability, and El told him that Iron Shield would have informed him about it. Looking sideways at his subordinates, he told them good job for enduring this long. They both knelt down and told him it was nothing, and it was an honor to follow his command. He opened a small portal and told them to rest inside. In a flash, they disappeared into the gate and it disappeared. Rogers was wondering what just happened, and was he the one that caused the break, but more importantly, how could he become so strong in such a short time? Finished caring for his subordinates, Giju turned towards Rogers saying, "Let's start our game of tag for real." Rogers only angrily glared back at him. As the thunderstorm still rages around them, Sequo and Sunghoon arrived on the scene of the battle to witness both the combatants going at it. Sequo told Sunghoon he rushed over since he was worried, but before he knew it, Giju has become so strong, and Sunghoon could only agree. As they battled, Giju was taunting Rogers, asking what's wrong, and what happened to make him so squishy, as he stabs Rogers' legs, sending which gushed out blood. Rogers cursed, thinking that his guy is using his own words against him. Lu told him that he's played long enough and told him to hurry and finish it, to which Giju agreed. As Giju prepared to launch an attack with his white sword, Rogers was thinking, shit, this bastard who was nothing but an insect a while ago, and since it was too late to dodge, brought up his sword to block the attack. Meanwhile, at the Iron Guild Tower, Iron Shield was telling his subordinate that Rogers must have arrived in Korea by now. His subordinate asked if it was alright to send a holy sword against someone who can absorb holy swords. Iron Shield replied that since he gave him a warning, Rogers should be alright. With a menacing expression, he said that holy sword isn't an ordinary holy sword, and by the time he realizes it, it'll be too late. Back at the battlefield, just as Rogers was able to fend off the attack of the white sword, everyone was shocked at the outcome. Giju asked El what happened. Something did get absorbed, but it's different from Kallian's case, wasn't it? El replied that's no longer a holy sword, but to be exact, it's a corrupted holy sword. Lu interjected, saying that it's closer to a demonic sword. Rogers shouts, "What the hell, you're nothing special, were you?" He declares this is how it should be, and he was going to kill Giju in the most painful way possible, as his body was becoming consumed by a green aura that was spreading from his sword. Gidju remarked that since the sword was closer to a demonic sword, he asked Lu if he could do something about it, and Lu replied it's not that simple. Rogers got even more annoyed, shouting, "What the hell has he been mumbling about since earlier, and should he really be dazing off?" Shouting he was going to slice him to bits, Rogers charged at our hero, laughing hysterically. Gidju dodged the strike, and was surprised about something. Sunhoon, seeing the attack, thought to aid Gidju, when Sequo told him to wait. While Gidju, using the sword to balance himself from falling, kicked Rogers in the chin, sending him flying backwards. Gidju said, "What the hell's wrong with this guy, hasn't he become weaker?" El told him it was due to the corrupt holy sword. At first it'll give its user power, but in the end it'll absorb all of its user's power. Rogers coughed up blood, and slowly stood up. While clutching his chest said, "Why is his body?" Then rage clouded his expression. Meanwhile Iron Shield was explaining that 9 absorbs the user's power and transfers it to its true owner. His subordinate commented, "That's a frightening sword, but if that's the case, wouldn't your objective of planting roots in Korea become more difficult? Since it could cause a major setback if Rogers becomes too weak too quickly," but Iron Shield reassured him that he didn't need to worry about that. Since 9 was a very delicate sword, and it takes its time to encroach on its victim before they realizes it. And that's how he'll become the stepping stone for Iron Shield's revenge. Since the whole process takes around half a year to occur, there's no need for concern, although it'll be a different story if he tries to forcibly squeeze out 9's power in a short period of time, but he doubted there would be a need for him to do that in Korea. Back on the battlefield, Rogers charged at Gidju, shouting, "You bastard, what the hell have you done to him?" While Gidju was easily able to fend off the attack by cutting off the arm with the sword, which caused Rogers to become bewildered. As the cut of arm and sword landed behind him, Rogers let out a loud scream of pain. As Rogers crawled on the ground towards his arm and sword, Gidju could only comment to think that his revenge that he planned for months would end up like this. Opening a healing potion, he called Rogers to give him his hand, then pour the potion onto the cut-off arm. Rogers started to laugh hysterically, saying, "Have you finally realized that nothing good will come from opposing the Iron Guild?" Gidju countered by saying, "Do you even know what state he was in?" and told him to check his goddamn status window. Luke called him a moron, saying he's getting all giddy when they didn't even reattach his hand. Rogers, while confused, called up his status window, and it showed his level as 1 and everything else was blanked out. Shocked at what he was seeing, all he could say was his stats, his level. As Gidju was saying, has he finally realized, but was rudely interrupted by Rogers shouting, "FCK, why the hell was he level 1, even bugs are better than level 1, he's become a good-for-nothing level 1, and level 1 was more useless than trash." As Gidju's expression became darker with each comment, Rogers continued his ranting, saying it's a fate worse than death. At this, Gidju finally lost control and smacked Rogers, saying he's gone too far. "You son of a bitch." Shouting, "You think you're the shit, is that why you're getting the shit beaten out of you like this?" As Gidju took out his frustration, Rogers was clueless on why he was getting beaten. Just then Sunhoon noticed the barrier was opening and quickly warned Gidju about it, saying Lee Seonho is coming. Gidju told the black and blue beaten up Rogers that he was lucky, then opened the gate and tossed Rogers towards it. As Hart appeared, he told him to use potions to keep Rogers alive and take care of the holy sword as well. As he turned towards the source of an enormous mana that he could feel from miles away. Slowly the figure of Lee Seonho started to appear from a distance, and as he got closer, he said as he thought, "It's very strange." Stating that he can't see this situation as a mere break, asking Gidju to tell him directly what has happened here. At this, Sunhoon stepped in and informed Lee Seonho that he is affiliated with the association, and that they are currently almost finished suppressing the break, but unfortunately there were sacrifices in the Iron Guild branch. Lee Seonho replied, "What an amusing joke. Since it's obvious from this situation that they all took care of them. However, they may not know this, but he has made a deal with the Iron Guild. They were to allow him to meet with a person who has something he wanted." With a deranged expression said that if she doesn't want to see her successor ripped into pieces, why doesn't she show herself already, Demon King? They were all shocked at this revelation, as a voice asks, "Is it really alright for you to do dirty shit like this when you call yourself God's apostle?" As energy converges on a location, it reveals the appearance of the Demon King and Ball. The Demon King remarks that her long-awaited reunion with her disciple was ruined.
Giju looks at her in surprise, she smiles back and says it's been a while. Sunghoon is surprised that the real Demon King was before him, and Giju can only think that she was this close, but he couldn't sense her presence at all. She comments that his reaction is quite lackluster, since she was hoping to surprise him. Remarking to save that for later, she turns to Lee Seonho asking him if he needed her elixir. He confirms that's the case, and she remarks that his vessel has become quite contaminated, but were they close enough for her to just give him an elixir? Lee Seonho wants to make a deal, but the Demon King countered by saying what if she doesn't want to, saying that even an elixir won't be able to block his vessel's contamination, at most it will only slow its progress. If that's the case, Lee Seonho engages his battle armor and sword and said he has no choice but to fight. At this, Giju looks at the pair of pure white swords and asks his egos, could that be a holy sword, to which Lu confirms, but Elle tells her master for now they are more powerful than her. As the Demon King approaches Lee Seonho, she asks him if he thinks he can handle it, saying no matter how strong you are won't you have a hard time with both her and Ball as her opponents. Declaring that his place will also become a sea of fire, asking didn't he hate killing. He replies that he's in no position to split hairs, and the Demon King says she understands, then teleports back to the side of Ball. With her hand stretched out to Ball, she calls his name, as he gets the elixir from his coat pocket and hands it to her. The Demon King asks if they do a deal, what would he give her in exchange for it? Lee Seonho replies that including her successor, he will let everyone here live. The Demon King replies that a threat, not a trade, calling him nothing more than a street thug. As she throws the elixir to him, said to add in that he won't lay his hands on her disciple for a year. Lee Seonho upon grabbing the elixir said that he understood, and he will definitely keep his promise. As he turned to leave, the Demon King told him to wait and swear it on the name of his god. As they stared at each other, Lee Seonho whispered something under his breath then disappeared from view. Sunghoon let out a sigh as he fell to the ground, saying that he couldn't even breathe properly because of the pressure. As the Demon King addresses them both saying they were friends of her disciple, they could handle the rest right, since she was going on ahead with her disciple. Before they had time to react, the Demon King with Giju disappeared in a flash of purple energy, leaving them stunned. Sometime later, Giju slowly opened his eyes and heard conversation between the Demon King and Ball talking about his demonic eye. As the Demon King noticed him awakening, Giju slowly sat up and looked around his surroundings, to find himself in his own basement. He was thinking the fact that she just suddenly appeared earlier, and even knows where he lives. He asked her if she was using the demonic eye to keep watch over him, and she confirmed that she can see everything that's seen through the demonic eye. Giju was outraged at this and shouted, "That's a crime, you should stay out of my personal life." The Demon King just smiled slyly and asked if he was getting embarrassed, "Aren't he cute?" And Giju outright denied it. Giju, while changing the topic, asked why did they all come to his house, and the Demon King replied, "Can't a master visit her disciple's house? Since she wasn't here for the housewarming party, she was here now." Standing back up, Giju thought that he owed her a great debt, since she used 3 of those precious elixirs for his sake. He asked her, considering even the demonic eye, just who in the world are you, and moreover Lee Seonho, but he was stopped by her. She said he must have many things he wanted to ask, but don't think about them right now, and she would explain everything to him in due time. Besides, she had something more important to discuss. He was wondering what could be more important than elixirs, demonic eye, and even Lee Seonho. Putting her cup down, she made a cute expression as she asked him to let her live here. This request went way over his head, and he asked pardon? Over at his house, she is complimenting his mother for having a fair skin, and saying she would even believe her to be a teenager. His mother starts blushing and tells her to stop flattering her, while covering her laughter. The Demon King goes on to compliment his sister, telling her she is pretty and much of take after their mother. Giju couldn't believe it turned out like this. His sister asked him where did he meet such a beautiful girl, and his mother also joined in and asked him to tell them. He was starting to panic, thinking he needed a way to get out of this situation. What should he say? They were looking at him with anticipation in their eye, wanting something out of a drama. He tried to focus the energy of the universe for an answer to his dilemma, and the answer came, and he quickly stood up shouting, "Pee puppy!" Kim Giju's secret art. Changing the subject, he ran out of the house shouting he adopted a puppy. Once outside,
he asked Rain if he could transform into a smaller form.
His egos knew he was desperate, and luckily for him Rain was able to transform into a puppy-sized wolf. When his mom and sister came out, they shouting in delight to see a puppy and said it was so cute. The sister ran up to it and hugged the puppy and asked about his name, and could she name it, but Giju told her his name was Rain. Thinking it was a gift for her, she was delighted and called him the best brother, telling him he was cool for once. The Demon King came from behind and complimented him for using his head, but Giju retorted, "Who do you think's the reason for that?" She stretched and told him instead of resting like she planned, considering his effort, she was willing to talk and told him that Ball should have secured a suitable location for them. At a nearby cafe, Giju asks if a neighborhood cafe like this really alright to talk in, since he knows of cafes with soundproofing barriers in the tower. She tell him that he doesn't need to worry about that, since the barrier made by Ball is much better than that kind of cheap barrier. Not only will they be unable to hear them, they won't even be able to sense their presence. Elle tells him that this kind of barrier can't be constructed by just anyone. The Demon King says, now the long-awaited QA session is upon us, so what would he like to ask? Giju thinks that he has though of a lot of things to ask, especially the sense of difference that he felt since they met, and how he couldn't sense it properly due to the situations. He asks, is Ball a player? No, he corrects himself and asks, are you human? They stare at each other silently for a moment. The Demon King remarks, is that the first thing you ask? Your senses are impressive. She goes on to tell him why not ask your sword instead of them, which surprises Giju. Lu tells him that he hasn't said anything due to his uncertain memory, but says this guy is a demon. Not only that, he's one of the archdemons whose existences are the embodiment of atrocity. At this moment Ball suddenly gets up from his seat and kneels on the ground, says the almighty king of all demons, he greet the great master who has become the king's master. Which catches our boy off guard. And Lu says humph. The Demon King Ball up laughing out loud at the situation. While rubbing the tears from her eye, she comments this is hilarious. She says, so your current name is Lu, right? To which Lu replied, that's right. Giju, surprised even more, gets up and shouts, wait, you can hear the ego's voices? To which she replies that she can, as well as the holy sword named El and that little kid embedded in his chest. Lu mentions that's nothing strange since Giju also shares his visions with her. Giju thinks, is that so? And she replies, yeah it is. In a panic Giju asks, can you actually read his mind too? She told him she can't, but since that thought was made with the will to deliver it to her, she was able to hear it. She goes on to tell him that it's impossible to read his mind when he's just standing still, even for her, and Lu confirms. Giju, trying to calm down, says to take things one step at a time since it's hard for him to digest all this information flying at him all at once. The Demon King remarks that her disciple seems to be on the stupid side of things, and Lu agrees while the other egos defend their master. She goes on to tell him she will explain it slowly. First of all, she is saying this since there seems to be a misunderstanding, but that one Ball is showing respect to is not Lu, but to you. Lu tells him that the bastard named Ball is one of the ones who betrayed him in the past. The Demon King confirms Lu's statement, saying Ball is one of the ones who instigated chaos when incarcerating the King of Demons. To him, Lu is nothing more than a king of an era, rather he's showing respect to Giju for having someone like that as his subordinate. Lu curses Ball as a fucking bastard, which leaves Giju speechless. Getting back on topic, the Demon King states that Giju must have a lot of questions regarding the demon eye that he wants to ask about. It probably hasn't been long since it's awakened, and even Lu probably won't know much about it. She goes on to tell him that, however, she is actually the one who wants to ask him about it, which puzzles Giju. She asks, how did you awaken the demonic eye, since it's a symbol of demons after all? Giju, while shocked, asked, this demonic eye isn't a power that she gave him? Lu reminds him that he told him already, that power isn't something humans can just exchange. Giju goes on to say that this power was something he had from the beginning, and El deduces that the power she gave must have been a catalyst, but the one who manifested the power was Giju. The Demon King agrees that she never imagined that he would manifest the demonic eye. Lu questions if Giju is some demon's descendant or something, and Giju adamantly denies it, saying that his mother is a normal human. Then Lu asks about his father, to which Giju replies he's not sure. The Demon King clarifies that demonic eye isn't an uncommon ability.
Since demons above a certain level has it, but there are special demonic eyes among them, and his purple demonic eye happens to be one of them. Giju questions, "What do you mean by special?" and she replies that the color of the demonic eye shows the demon's rank. Green is bottom to low rank, red is about mid-rank, and purple is royalty. The highest ranked demons, and the final demonic eye with nothing above it, that is a purple demonic eye. She goes on to say that she can use all the demonic eyes, and Lu calls it ridiculous since even he doesn't recall using all the demonic eyes. She goes on to explain that demons have a single demonic eye, but she is different. Giju asks her if she is really human. Since demonic eye is a symbol of demons, does that mean she is a demon as well? She says she is a special case, and tells him he might be one of those special cases as well. Without another word, she slowly lifts up her shirt, which puts Giju in a stupor. While blushing, he turns his head and shouts, "Wait, what are you doing?" Lu comments, "So it's like that." He tells Giju to stop making a fuss and take a look. He slowly peeks between his fingers and sees her midriff, on which a jewel in the shape of a cat is shown. She goes on to say that she received a demon transplant, the other side of Baal. In other words, she is half human and half demon, someone hanging on the boundary. Baal's cat side also has a predation power like Lu, which has clear limits and has many side effects compared to Lu's, but it can devour other demons and absorb them. She didn't expect him to awaken a demonic eye, but from what she can see, he is special. And he is someone who could possibly grant her wish. Giju asks her what her wish was. And she, while smiling, replies that didn't she tell him before, it's why she put up that disgraceful name of Demon King, to kill the real Demon King. Meanwhile, the Iron Guild's South Korean branch, which was annihilated on the day of establishment. No information was leaked thanks to the association's thorough cleanup, while caused a lot of controversy, but it was laid to rest by the testimony of Lee Siano. The words of the nation's top player had that much weight to them, and even the Iron Shield's response was unexpectedly calm. He must have had his suspicions, but all he did was give his condolences to the fallen in a press conference. Since the parties involved didn't make much of an issue, the incident was concluded with slight suspicions and sporadic controversy. While the people mourned the loss of life, and Giju felt his heart feels heavy that casualties couldn't be avoided. As he returned home from the funeral and entered his house, his egos told him that it was not his fault. While he was the one who made the proposal, they all made their own choices. As he was saying he was back, he happened to see the Demon King sitting on the couch watching TV and eating, and he sighed heavily. While stuffing her face, she greeted him saying, "Welcome back, disciple." He remarked that she was really making herself at him, wasn't she? She mumbles some words while eating, and Giju told her please don't talk with her mouth full, as he headed upstairs. She complained, what else can she do, she has nowhere to sleep, and he asks where have she been living up until now. Thinking back, Giju in the end didn't get any more details on that day at the cafe. She told him that he didn't have the qualifications to hear this, since he has yet to pass the test on the 50th floor of the tower. He keeps thinking, what qualifications? He asks her where is his sister and mother, and she replies they are eating out with Behemoth, and Yu Yong also took Rain with her. As he stood in front of the mirror while dressing, he comments Taeshik is quite, then suddenly he has an aha moment. While running downstairs and covering himself, he shouts asking if she was looking at everything through his demonic eye. With a sheepish grin she replies that yeah, he has a nice body. He sighs and asks her to please do something about this since he can't even go to the washroom in peace, but she replies that she obviously wouldn't be looking in those situations. She tells him since she doesn't want him to misunderstand, but she's not doing this because she wants to, it was the only way for her to understand the situation while avoiding as much contact with him as possible. He understands, but please do something about it, since there's no need for it right now, right? She asks him is he sure and will not regret it later, while puzzled replies of course, is there a reason he would regret it? She tells him to break the shared vision, she would need to extract the energy she infused into him, and tells him that while infusing is easy, but the extracting is a different story. While walking up close to him, saying since he also awakened the demonic eye, to take back her influence at this point, she will have to. Then getting on her tippy toes, she gives him a kiss on the lips. In a panic Giju shouts, what are you doing? She starts to tease him, saying what's up with his reaction, perhaps this was his first kiss. While Giju remains silent, while covering his mouth with his hands. She is beside herself thinking, is this really, with a face like that? She tells him that in any case, the shared vision has been removed, and his eye should slowly return to its normal color. He won't be losing the demonic eye, but since it was strengthened by her power before, it's now just going back to its rightful color. She also can't hear the ego's voices anymore either. It was fun, but what a shame. And anyway, she is sorry to think that this was his first kiss, which annoys him to no end, wishing he could just close his eyes and give her a good smack. However, Lu advises him to endure it, since he would lose. She turns and mentions, now then, shall we get going, to which he asks where to. To the basement, since Ball has prepared something entertaining for them. When he goes downstairs, he is surprised to buy what he sees, saying, is this place really his basement? She tells him that the room has been modified to be bigger on the inside, and there's also an impact nullification barrier installed, and even if they fought there should not be a problem. He understands, even if they fought. Puzzled, he turns to her and asks fight between him and her, and she confirms. Telling him does a master need a reason to spar with her disciple, while powering up she says come at her since she will help him level up. Lu starts to laugh, and Giju tells him to shut up since he knows what she was trying to say. She tells him to be honest, there isn't much she can teach him right now, but it'd be a different story if he passed the 50th floor's test. The 50th floor is the secondary advancement, and it's an especially special floor for unique ability holders. Not only does it strengthen the unique ability itself, there is also a chance to earn a second unique ability, just like his friend. But it's not like there's absolutely nothing she can teach him. While creating her sword, she tells him to bring it on, since she doesn't like explaining with words. Then Giju powers up and charges at her, heading at her in his fastest speed and swings his swords, only to swing at her after image. With her sword pressed against his neck. She remarks something like this while standing behind him, asking, what do you think, can you understand? He thinks she's so fast, but Lu tells him she is not as fast as he thinks, since she's matching herself to his physical capabilities. Giju does a back swing, but she is easily able to dodge out of its range without much effort. L advises Giju that he only feels like that because she got into his blind spot, while L is vexed, but she does have extraordinary combat abilities. While materializing a second sword, the Demon King tells Giju that she will drill her combat skills and experience into him. He concentrates and focuses on her, but in a moment she appears right beside him. And asks where was he looking at since she was over here. As he turns to look, she strikes at him with her sword which he barely dodged. She reminds him that Lee Xianho and her are like cats and dogs who can't coexist. Her afterimage is all over the field, while Giju is just barely able to block and dodge in his confined little space. She further tells him that since neither of them will walk away fine if they faced each other, they have been barely keeping the balance, but the existence of him, her successor, and the interference of Iron Shield broke the balance. Giju asks why was she telling him all this now, and she replies that she is just tell it to him straight, since he needs to become stronger than he is now. Since in that promised 1 year, if he doesn't become stronger than Iron Shield, he'll die. As she tells him all this, she starts to power up, unleashing her unique ability Ink Flame. And he meets her by unleashing his death power gained through Lu to confront her onslaught. While Ball on the side uses his barrier skill to avoid the residual damage from their clash. After the clash, the damage to room is automatically repaired, while Giju is lying on the floor dazed. The Demon King stands over him and remarks that his last attack is a lot fiercer in person. As expected of her disciple. Then she tells him that she forgot to mention this earlier, but they are about the same age, so he can speak with her comfortably. He asks her why was she telling him that at a time like this. Meanwhile, inside the gate, a stone block is being pulled along the ground by Rogers. Above him the Lich observes, and then land behind him calling his name. The Lich throws a moldy bread in his directions and tells him that it was his meal. When it lands on his side, he looks at it, then rushes over and starts to devour it like a hungry beggar. The Lich looks down on him and says someone like him still wants to live, despite deserving to die by having his limbs ripped off. Telling him never forget that this is all thanks to the great master's kindness, and also thanks to his mercy that his wrists were put back together. The lich gets his whip out, telling Rogers if he understands to get back to work, and gives him a lashing. As Rogers grips the ground to get back up, he swears that he will kill Iron Shield. The lich thinks that the direction of Rogers' rage has completely shifted. Rather than easily taking his revenge, his master is using Rogers as a pawn for his next revenge. As expected of his great master, he cannot dare to judge neither his intelligence nor his vessel. As he looks at the plans to build a pyramid, even the fact that his master is making Rogers build a building like this must have some deep meaning behind it. As Giju from afar witnesses all this, he comments that looks like things are going well over there, and Lu asks him why was he making him do that. Giju replies that he is just making Rogers suffer, and as he turns to Ball, he asks if what he is doing is going well. He recalls the moment that Ball asked to enter his gate, since there seems to be much to research about it. And the Demon King mentioned that Baal's knowledge in the demonic arts is deep. And he'll definitely be of help to him in some shape or form. He thinks that's what the Demon King said, but that person's kind of uncomfortable to be around. Lu mentions that while he is a traitor, he is very skilled. At this moment, Ball comments that is finished, as the magic circle in front of them starts to light up brightly. Giju asked what's finished, and Ball replies that his gate wastes a lot of power. To compare it to an electronic device, it gives off a lot of heat. So he has gathered all the excess mana in one spot to create crystals. As the bright light shines behind Ball, Giju, covering his eyes to avoid the bright light, asks crystals, though that's definitely amazing, but wouldn't it just return the crystals that Brunhard ate? Since even if he resells them, it's not like he's lacking money anymore. Ball answers that he's correct if it was only extracting crystals, but it would only amount to a slight increase in efficiency. But what he's aiming for is something more special, since these are transparent crystals. Crystals are the substance that becomes the material or fuel for various magic tools, and their value changes based on the amount of mana that they contain, which also determines their color. While Giju was looking at the transparent crystal in his hand, comments that this is definitely special, but where would you use it? Elle says that it's weird that she can't sense any mana from it, and Brunhard agrees, saying it feels like it's completely empty. Ball replies that rarity quickly becomes value, as long as it's revealed that it's not a forgery through appraisal. There will be lines of people who want to buy it. When they learn its true value, even billions of one won't be enough. Giju questions its true value, as he started at the transparent crystal in his hand. Ball tells him that he doesn't need to know right now, since he will come to find out when he needed it. Lu in frustration yells for him to just tell them. Unfortunately, Ball is a man of few words. He feels more like a friend of a friend, and doesn't provide any information if he doesn't feel like it. Giju wonders if it's because he succeeded in his experiment of extracting crystals that he seems to be in a good mood lately, and so he heard all kinds of stories from him. Giju questions Ball concerning the matter that the gate is a territory, and Ball confirms, saying that to be exact it's an abandoned territory. So territories are land ruled by someone, and they can be demons or someone else. Giju starts to question if not demons, then who else are they talking about, and what reason was the territory abandoned, and further asks why do they appear on Earth, But Ball cuts him off, saying it seems he's spoken for too long. It's not like they wanted to abandon them, but they were just abandoned. There must be territories that weren't abandoned either, and if he wanted to know more, climb the tower. Once he gains new qualifications after he passes the 50th floor, he will tell him more of this story. Sometime later, back in his basement, he is training again with the Demon King. While the Demon King charges at Giju and attacks, he just dodges out of the way and avoids the attacks. She inquires that when a girl like her is coming onto him, for how long was he gonna keep running? He sarcastically remarks wasn't she coming onto him in a different way, and he had no choice but to run when someone like her is. She cuts him off and said he was being too harsh and smirks, saying did she just get rejected? As she appears in front of him and slashes him, with her head being close to his, asks shall we just continue this lesson, to which he replies that he is in her care. She tells him that while death is a powerful skill, it's not a finishing move. What was he gonna do if he can't take down his opponent in one hit, and Lu remarks that's just his basic skill. As their attacks clash, it sends him flying back, clashing on the ground. She tells him that his attacks are too simple and sloppy, since he's attacking while only believing in his new stronger power, and did he really think that something like that will work on Iron Shield?
Thinking about Iron Shield, rage covers his expression as he charges in for another attack. But suddenly a system notification tells him that his level of assimilation is increasing. Assimilation A, he can now use up to 70% of the ego's stats. As a surge of death power surrounds him, Lu tells him that since assimilation between them has grown, his ability to control death has also grown. Giju wonders, what is this feeling? He starts to feel an inexplicable level of fulfillment, and even Lu is puzzled at the reaction. As his eyes turns to purple with the rising power, the Demon King looks at this change and thinks to herself, oh shit. She quickly reaches a hand out to him and shouts for him to get his shit together, and manhandles him to the ground. As the impact brought his consciousness back, he asks what happened just now. The Demon King tells him that he almost lost himself, and asks how he felt knowing that he was almost swallowed up by the darkness. Giju questions that darkness, what's up with that Chinibu expression? She tells him it's just as it sounds, an irresistible level of fulfillment probably filled his mind, and it felt as if mere humans were below him. That's how demonic arts are. And it's also the reason why demons are so obsessed with the demonic arts, and Giju was speechless. She tells him to find the player with 100 swords, since he is a player who possesses swords with special abilities. The holy sword Kallian that Iron Shield possesses, as well as the 9 that Rogers had were both given to them by him. She tells him that he has to obtain a holy sword and use it to strengthen L, since his balance is breaking because the power of his demonic art is too strong. Reminding him that balance is what makes him special, and he can't let himself be skewed to one side, and he agrees. While putting her arms around his shoulder, she tells him that she told him before they are the same age. So how long was he gonna keep distancing himself? While nervous he asks, are they really the same age, and she answers according to their Earth age, that is. While he was wondering what Earth age meant, she turns to leave saying to just forget it and for them to go get some food, since she was starting to get hungry from all this exercise. She suddenly asks if his sister and mom was home yet, so he got his phone out from his gate, saying he thinks they mentioned they were going shopping. At that moment his phone started to ring, and it was a call from Huang Jichel, the blacksmith. Thinking that it was the first time he's called him, he wonders what might be going on. As he answered the phone, he didn't hear anything from the other side at first. The Demon King told him that she will be headed up first. On the other side we see blood dripping down the face of the elder, while Giju wondered why the blacksmith wouldn't say anything. As he continues to ask the elder if he can hear him, he heard towards workshop from the other side. In a weak voice the elder told him, please come to the workshop right now, there's no time at this rate, Minsu will, and the phone cut off. Meanwhile inside the Players Association cafeteria, Sunghoon was eating his meal when his phone started to ring. It was a call from ranker Kim Giju, and upon picking it up he joked that the handsome secretary Hyo Sunghoon was speaking. Giju on the other side asked if it was illegal for a player to run through the streets without authorization, and Sunghoon while puzzled answered that it was correct since it's dangerous to do so. He then asked Giju why was he asking something so obvious like this, and Giju replied that he had someplace he needed to get to quickly, so could he be exempted with his mercenary privileges. Sunghoon replied of course, as long as he was informed first. But before he could get any more answers from Giju, the call was already disconnected. However at this time, Giju used his powers to quickly travel the city at the fastest speed possible to arrive at the blacksmith shop of the elder. Fully going into battle mode, he took the stairs headed down towards the shop, but he didn't feel any other presence other than the misters. He started to wonder if a suspicious person trespassed or something, but even if his detection ability was unable to find anything, his ego still warned him to be careful and approach with caution. As he approached the door, he closed his eyes and used his senses to detect, but finding nothing, he started to open the door and enter the store calling for the elder. But found the shop in ruin and the mister sitting in front of the counter beaten up. He quickly ran to the elder shouting his name. While asking about his condition, he noticed that the elder's hands were both completely crushed. He also noticed that the equipment is all gone. Just who in the world could have done this? At that moment the beaten-up elder started to regain his consciousness, and Giju tried to get a healing potion to him and told him that they need to get to a hospital, but the elder said forget it. Since he can tell more or less that his life is at its end, and El told him that the elder's vitality has been depleted, and Lu said at this point a potion won't do anything at this point. Giju couldn't believe the situation,
but the elder told him there isn't much time, so could he listen to his story. It's the request that he spoke to him about last time, about one day when he needed his help, he would help him just one time. The elder said he was one of the pioneers. They are the people who became players on the same day that the tower first appeared. In the beginning, the tower was a completely unknown area. They knew nothing, to the point that even hunting goblins was difficult. A lot of them died, but his comrades fought with the resolve to save humanity. Back in the day, he had no desire to climb the tower and get stronger, but he was a tank at the time, which was unrelated to blacksmithing. He walked the path of a forger before he became a player, and so he was able to make equipment to a certain level with his abilities as a player and with his blacksmithing skills. Of course, he couldn't make special equipment like he does now. That ability came later due to a certain event. Giju asked what sort of event. The elder replied that it was when he was on the verge of the 50th floor. He had re-entered the tower for the second advancement, and during this time he was searching for a clue on how to advance his forging skills since he had hit a wall. At that time, a question came to mind, about why they must only climb the tower. Giju listened speechless, as the elder continued to ponder that does the tower only stretch upwards, what's in the tower's basement? Is the first floor of the tower truly the tower's first floor? And questions like that filled his mind at that time. He spent years trying to find the tower's basement. He first searched all over the first floor, going to places he had already been to as well as places that no one had ever gone to before. There's probably no one who knows the first floor better than he did, and then he finally discovered it. The door leading to the basement, and where he ended up after passing through that door, was a completely different world. At this time, Giju received a system notification telling him he had obtained information that he wasn't qualified to know, and a penalty will be given. He was in a world of pain, and his vision started to blur from it, and he screamed, and even the dying elder was concerned, asking if he was alright. His egos were concerned as well, and Lu shouted at him to get a hold of himself. He started to recall all those people who told him he didn't have the qualifications to hear, and all the talks of needing to pass the test on the 50th floor. And once he gained the new qualifications after passing the 50th floor, they can tell him more of the story. So the penalty for knowledge before the qualification from the 50th floor of the tower was something like this. The elder asked if he was alright, and Giju replied for him to please keep going. For Giju, it felt like someone was tearing his brain apart, but he knew he would never get a chance like this again, and he needed to listen to this. The elder told him not to push himself too hard and continued the story. The tower's basement wasn't as fantastic a place as he's expected. It was a place of blazing earth and desolate desert, and it definitely wasn't a good place to live. At this moment Lu had a reaction, and Giju asked what is it, and Lu replied that places probably, but stopped and told him just to listen for now. The elder continued to tell the story that he wandered around to investigate the place for a long time, but he couldn't find anything special. It was like he'd entered an endless gate. So after some time, he tried to return the way he came. However, at that moment he ran into a monster. The monster was much stronger than any of the monsters he'd faced in the tower before, and even for him who was considered one of the strongest of the pioneers, was made a helpless fool. Just as he felt he was about to die, a red-haired girl appeared. Giju asked a girl, and the elder replied his wife. It was quite an intense first meeting. Giju asked if his wife was also a player, but the elder told him no, but before he could continue, he collapsed to the floor. Giju rushed over concerned, but the elder told him to take what's in his pocket. In it, he found a folded paper and a little golden hammer. Getting himself up from the ground, the elder told him that it's a rough map of the tower's first floor and the location of the trapdoor that leads to the basement. If you go there, Minsu will and couldn't continue due to a coughing fit that came over him. At this moment, Brunhart asked Giju, couldn't he make a person into an ego, then can't you bring the elder back to life? This suggestion shocked and surprised Giju, while El told him that it might be dangerous. El continued to say that even if the egoification was to succeed, it might not completely bring him back to life. Lu on the other hand thought the idea wasn't bad, considering he is about to die anyways, so would it hurt to try? After a moment's thought, Giju tells the elder that he has something to say, that though there's not enough time to give him the details, he may have a way to save him. But to do so, he would have to kill him first, and the probability is 0.1% or even lower that it might work. So if he was fine with that, but the elder cuts him off, saying then it's not even worth thinking about. If there is any chance at all, he would rather be that one to request it from him instead. The elder told him that he wouldn't have called him if he didn't trust him. After the initial shock, Giju smiled and told the elder to please endure it even if it hurts. As Giju stabbed him with the black sword, the elder told him thank you, and please save Minsu, since he will be a blacksmith who will surpass him. After Cannibalish was activated, the pop-up window showed that the egoification has failed, only a fragment of Huang Jichels had been absorbed. Lu tried to cheer him up that it wasn't a complete failure, and Elle said they will definitely be able to find a way. Even Brunhart told him it'll be okay. Giju guessed it's better than nothing happening, and asked Lu if he know anything about what they just heard, since from his earlier reaction it seems like Lu knew something about all this. Lu before continuing warned that Giju might receive a penalty, just like the pain from hearing information like before. Lu confirmed that it's obvious, since he wasn't sure if it's because of his demonic eye or mentality, but it wouldn't have been strange to him if he died. Giju asked if it was that bad, and Lu confirmed, saying either the elder probably didn't think that far ahead, or thought the story was important enough to take that risk. Well, he'll try to give Giju enough information within the lines of safety. And as the elder said, there exists another world. Not only that, so many that you couldn't even count, but had to stop since Giju was coming down with another fit of pain, and simply finished by saying he'll tell him more another time. Lu warned not to rush and gain the qualifications first. Meanwhile, somewhere on the tower's first floor of the tower, a man with a monster mask in a white robe was shouting to a group of follows, telling them that the door will open once the ceremony is complete, and the gods who will punish this world will arrive. The apostle will become the king of the gods. As he turned to a man standing off to the side, he asked if something was not to his liking. And in front of the man is a boy Minsu, who is lying asleep inside a slightly open stone coffin. The man in purple said that they truly knew nothing about what will happen when the passage's barrier is undone. When the masked figure was confused, the man in purple said it was nothing and told them to begin the ceremony, as he sealed the coffin closed. Just then someone charged into their location and caused a blast among the follows sitting down, making a huge ruckus. As the man turned to look behind him, the cloud of dust started to settle and reveal the figure of a man. It was Giju, who shouted with anger, "Where's Minsu?" A few minutes before, Giju had looked at the rough map of the tower's first floor, which indicated the door that led to the basement. He was running across the tops of buildings headed to the tower, and telling Lu that he knew where the location marked on that old man's map was. Since there was no way he would forget, since it's the place he went to every day before he met Elle and Lu. The place he visited once he finished with his guide work, which is a remote place that players didn't come to on the first floor, a secret space only for him, the place where only one goblin appears a day. As he approached the location, he found a barrier that restricted entry and also a perception blocking barrier that was also applied on top of it. A barrier like this won't be easy to break, and it usually required a key to open it. Upon thinking about a key, could it be that the other item the elder gave him was the key? He used the small hammer and touched it to the barrier, and to his surprise it created an opening. The person in the purple robe was talking to the masked person and was about to start the ceremony, when a blue and red streak came down from the sky to strike among them. An angry Giju was asking them where's Minsu, and as he scanned the area he could see a coffin in front of him, and he could feel Minsu's energy coming from within. Luckily, he was able to gather information from the guard he questioned on the way. First, they were all part of the Carven Guild, and their objective is to offer Minsu, who possesses the same blood as the gatekeeper, as a sacrifice and open the door connecting to another world. Giju felt like he heard of the Carven Guild before, but most of those here were mid-rankers with a few rankers, but the most dangerous was the man in purple. Lu cautioned him to be careful since the power he feels from him is almost on par with Giju. Upon hearing this, he called on Rain's wolf form to take part in the battle, at the same time opened his gate to bring his undead minions onto the battlefield as well. The man in the mask screamed, "Impossible, how can a human possess the territory of the gods? Could this mean that he's also a god's apostle?" Unable to accept reality, he shouted with maddening eyes that this must be a trick of some sort. The masked man raised his weapon and charged at Giju, shouting, "Do not disrupt the ceremony." Giju was easily able to dodge the attack, which infuriated the masked man, who called Giju an insolent bastard, How dare he impersonate a god's apostle? Giju effortlessly dodged all the attacks, and in one move killed the masked man with a single strike. The man with his dying breaths questioned why a god's apostle was disrupting their ceremony to Lord Andras. At the moment of Andras, Lu commented, "Could that bastard have?" and Giju quickly asked Lu if he knew who Andras was. Giju could sense an overwhelming rage coming from Lu. However, Lu told him they can talk later, but for now to focus on the opponent in front of him for now. He agreed and looked at the purple-robed figure in front of him. Neither of them moved and just stared at each other. Giju was thinking that if the other party was not going to attack, should he make the first move, but Elle told him she doesn't feel a hint of killing intent. Then Giju asked, "What are your objective? Are you not their comrade, and why are you just standing still?" After a moment of silence, the maid in purple said that he didn't want to see it either, his son being used in this way. This completely mystified Giju. Then confronting the man said, "Then are you Minsu's father? And also Mr. Huang Jichel's son?" But the other party just laughed and replied, "You're taking a census in a situation like this," and called him a hectic guy. In any case, since Giju entered his barrier, his father must have sent him. Then confessed that he was the one to harm his father, and kidnapped his son. But he didn't join hands with them and did all this because he wanted to, and if he said it was unavoidable, then it would just sound like an excuse. However, at this moment, Lu commented that the other person looks way too old, since it's only been 23 years since the tower appeared. Then Giju replied out loud that now you mention it, the years didn't match up. Since Mr. Huang said he met his wife when he was a player. And since the tower only appeared 23 years ago, shouldn't the person in front of him be around his age? But considering Minsu's age and this man's appearance, then the other person replied, "So that's what he meant," and said, "Are you aware of the existence of other worlds? The flow of time there is different from Earth." Then Giju recalled Sujung's comment about them being the same in Earth age. The guy in purple continued to explain that different from his father and Minsu who were born on Earth, he was born and raised in another world. And the fact that he belongs to another world gives his existence a large penalty, so he pondered for a long time whether to return or not, and what he should do once he returned. However, at this time, a crack appeared on this man's face, and Giju noticed it. The man used his hands to cover his face, and continued to speak, saying that his father blocked him from belonging to his world, and completely severed his relationship with him. Giju concluded that the elder estranged himself with his son for some reason, after sealing the door leading to another world, and Lu agreed, saying that's more or less seems to be the case. The man continued saying although he was in pain, he endured it for his son's sake. But Andras told him to live only for his sake, and that he can become the king of that place. Giju commented, "Wasn't Andras the name he just heard?" And the man replied that he's the head of the guys that his soldiers are fighting, but suddenly the man froze in the middle of his speech. Giju started to wonder why this man was acting like this, and Lu informed him it was a mental attack, Andras' specialty. And it appears he must have a certain amount of resistance to it, but that in itself became a poison. The man shuddered to himself, he will become a king, and Lu explains further that a lasting incomplete brainwashing created a completely new consciousness. As flames started to come out of cracks on the man's face, he started to utter words, becoming a king, father, Minsu, sacrifice. The flames rose high into the sky and the followers shouted that the apostle is descending, telling everyone to get away or they'll all die if they stay there. While the lich told his soldiers don't let a single one of them get away. What appeared before Giju was a towering flaming monster with horns coming out of his forehead. While jumping up to attack, Giju couldn't help notice the incredible heat coming from the monster and called Rain to aid him. However, thinking he was too late, he blocked the attacking fist of the monster, only to crash on the ground in a flaming explosion. As the flames cleared, Giju was unharmed thanks to the elemental water protection provided by Rain in the nick of time. But Elle warned that its firepower was too strong, and Lu warned him that he can't last because his skill proficiency was too low. As the flame monster continued to attack with its fists, Giju only had time to dodge out of the way but knew that he couldn't keep using the elemental skills directly like this, since it was putting too much strain on his body. As he stood in front of the coffin pondering on what to do next, the monster conjured a giant fireball in the air and throws it at our hero. Being surprised by this sudden change in its attack, Giju barely dodged out of the way. But to his dismay, the fireball actually struck the coffin instead, which had Minsu inside of it. As Giju was horrified at what just happened, he shouted Minsu's name, but Lu told him to calm down, since Minsu was fine. He felt it as they entered this place, but Minsu's coffin was protected by a barrier. Giju was relieved and told Lu to tell him something like that sooner, but Lu rhetorically replied that he didn't ask. As Giju turned to face the monster, he commented that now all that's left is to face that thing without a care. Lu asked if he had a way, and Giju replied with confidence, of course, if elemental water won't work. He called on elemental fire, and was soon covered in burning red flames. As the heat started to rise, Giju said, "Let's see if it can burn." After encasing himself with the power of elemental fire, he charged up the monster's arms while slashing with his swords. While he ran up the monster and passed by its head, he used a double slash to strike at its neck in passing. In the air, Giju commented that thing's still hot as hell, while Lu told him that his elemental fire damage seems to have some effect on it. Using the skill of binding from his gauntlets, Giju wrapped it around the monster's neck and pulled on the binding to rebound back towards the monster. Using the momentum of the pull, Giju raised his sword and stabbed the monster on the back of its neck. The monster let out a scream of pain, but Lu considered the attack too shallow, and told his master to stop half-assing it and end it as fast as he can, since his opponent was still stronger than him. But Giju thought that no matter what, this was still Minsu's father. El told him that he is no longer human, he's a demon controlled by evil. Just then, the monster struck Giju with a raised hand, sending him flying off its back and onto the ground hard. Giju was thinking he was accumulated a lot of damage, and it would be dangerous if he delayed any longer. The demonic eye, that disappeared after the demon king, but corrected himself, thinking no, it was Su Yong who collected back her power. This power was slowly returning back to him. Now that he can use the demonic eye once more, he can tell that the fire giant is simultaneously is and isn't that man. He didn't fully understand himself, but he knew what he had to do now. As Su Yong once told him, death isn't only the concept of destroying something, but by expanding his imagination, he should be able to use the ability in more diverse manner than before. Looking up at the giant monster, he thought to himself that this was no longer Minsu's father, but just a fire giant. He explosively charged up into the air, then calling upon his power of death, came down, making a single strike down the middle of the giant monster. After the huge explosion cleared up, the charred, cracked body of Minsu's father remained on the ground. Giju came up beside the body and asked, "Are you awake?" The guy on the ground started to speak, saying his name is Huang Chiil, and his other name is the descendant of Paimon, and as he spoke his head was covered with an illusionary ruby crown. Lu commented that he knew it. Giju asked Lu if he knew him, and Lu replied that Paimon is, but thought better of it and said that wasn't important, but he should ask him about Andres for now. While kneeling down, Giju asked the guy on the ground if he can tell him about Andres. The guy told him to find the Carven Guild and Andres will be, but couldn't continue since his life force was disappearing. With his last words, he spoke to Giju, telling him to please take care of Minsu. Giju on the other hand took up the black sword, and said for him to care of it himself, while stabbing him with the sword. The system notification informed him that activating cannibalism, egoification of fire giant in progress, and egoification of fire giant has succeeded. As the body disappeared in a black smoke, Giju commented that he ended up killing both the father and son with his own hands. His egos told him he did the best he could and it couldn't be helped. Lu told him now he should think about a way to get the kid out of there, as Giju stared at the coffin. Giju asked couldn't he open the barrier with the hammer just like before, and Lu told him that unfortunately no, since the operation method is different. Just at the moment his minions called his attention, saying they had disposed of them all. While looking back, he saw his undead army kneeing in towards him. He told them that they can go back after cleaning up, and they did just that, carrying the corpses of the dead with them back into the gate portal. He got a squad of them to move the coffin carefully into the portal as well. Suddenly Giju found himself confronted by a lone goblin. Then he recalled it's that time already, and with a bit of nostalgia greeted the goblin, saying it's been a while. The goblin started to sweat, and then ran away as fast as it could. Giju questioned why was it acting like that, to to which Lu replied that it must have felt it instinctively, that it could never defeat you.
This brought a devilish smile on our hero's face. He picked up a small rock from the ground and flicks it towards the goblin, killing it in one shot.
Smiling, Giju commented that he felt so refreshed for some reason. Suddenly a glow to the side caught his attention, and even his egos felt it as well, an aura of an ego. He walked towards the direction of the aura, and soon found himself in front of a cave within the forest. As he entered the cave, El asked if this could be the entrance to the tower's basement that the elder was talking about, but Giju said he didn't feel anything from the cave to suggest that. Thinking back, the aura he felt a while ago was definitely an ego, and his other egos confirmed it as well. Thinking nothing will show up in this tiny care anytime soon, Giju sat down and said that before he headed back he wanted to take a second and talk with Lu. Getting a drink out from his portable gate, that's not an inventory, he asked Lu to tell him about what he knew. Lu feigned ignorance and said, did he assign something to him? Why would he keep asking only him? Giju said that because he keep acting like he knew something, like stuff about oblivion or whatever before, but could it be that he remembered it all? Lu complained that's not it, he just recalled little bits of related memories when something specific occurs. Giju lamented that it's no wonder that he's of no help in crucial times when all he did was act like he knew something, to which Lu protested. Then Giju asked directly what is all this stuff about Andras or Paimon's descendant. Lu answered that Andras and Paimon are demons, and they both hold a seat within the 72 seats of power. Those are the archdemons seated right below the true demon king. And not the fake demon king that young Su-young or whatever claims to be. They're ranked from the first seat to the 72nd seat, and for his information ball was the first seat. Andras used to be called the worst demon, even when he held a low-ranking seat, not the strongest but just the worst, due to his personality being just garbage. Giju thought to himself, didn't all demons have a bad personality? Lu continued saying that Paimon holds a high seat, and is one of the 2 gatekeepers of hell. He's also the great blacksmith of hell. Giju thinking that the elder's son, Huang Chiil, is a descendant of Paimon, no wonder why elder's equipment was special. After a moment of silence, Giju prodded for Lu to continue with his explanation, but Lu was indignant saying he just did. Giju asked that's it, he didn't know anything else, to which Lu replied as usual that he didn't remember. Giju thought again that Lu really was no help at all, and Lu stated that he can hear him. Sometime later after getting back home, he was faced with Sujong telling him that he had some guts, since she couldn't believe that he rejected a date with her. She kept calling him arrogant, and he just silently stood there in front of her. He walked past her and asked what date was she talking about. They just decided to have a meal, but she told him he was so dense. As he walked up the stairs, he said that he mentioned before going out that something urgent came up. Then she asked so, what happened, and he replied nothing. Then thought better of it and decided to tell her everything, but reminded that it'll be a long story. After the long discussion, she asked him if this was all true, to which he nodded that it was. She asked about that Minsu child, and Giju told her that he went down to leave the coffin to ball earlier, and he's removing the barrier inside the gate. Upon thinking about it, she said she understood and told him to come with her to meet with someone. Sometime later, they found themselves in the Player Association building. Giju was a little anxious sitting on the couch with the Demon King Young Su-young next to him, and across from them was the Player Association president and the equally anxious Taeshik. Giju was thinking, what is with this situation, when Su-young noticed him looking at her and she asked why was he looking at her like that, is it unexpected that she knew them? The president commented that they are not on bad terms with the Demon King, though it might be a different story of what she thinks of him. Su-young, while revealing her ring, said that she was also a mercenary and said he should have one of these as well. She goes on to say that he should know this, while pointing to the president, but he's desperately searching for people to strengthen his forces. They just help each other when either of them needs help, that's all, and it's similar to his relationship with the association. Giju was thinking that even if they are partners, the way she spoke to him and pointing fingers is rather disrespectful. Elle told it to him straight, saying she lacks manners. Then it dawned on him and he spoke out loud, his thinking that in the other world, time flows differently to Earth, and since Su-young said they were the same age in Earth ages, then it's possible that she could be the same age as the association president, but at that moment Su-young was shocked and shouted her protest, telling him to wait.
She said he seems to be massively misunderstanding something, and that's not it.
She started to yell at Giju, saying she was just acting like this because she did like that old man that much. And it's not because she was that old, it's because she was being a rude bitch. She got angry at the situation, yelling, "Why was he making her say stuff like this?" and hit him on the forehead. Regaining her composure after hitting Giju, she sat back down and said, "Let's stop with the chit-chat here." They more or less heard the story from the call earlier, right? The Carven Guild has started to move. The association president remained silent, while Taeshik was puzzled, asking Carven Guild. Soo-young pointed out that his son doesn't know much about them. She thought he'd know for sure since they're both pioneers. While patting Taeshik's head, the association president said that this guy doesn't know much about the other world, but it looked like he was trying to get more into it. Taeshik, removing his dad's hand, said that he couldn't stay doing office job forever, while thinking Giju is growing more and more every single day, and he couldn't stay at the bottom forever either. Then a thought came to Taeshik, and he said that he feels like he has heard of the Carven Guild somewhere before. Giju also commented that he also thought they sounded familiar. Then they both remembered a conversation they had before of a co-worker going to join the Carven Guild, and he became a completely different person. At the same time, they stood up and shouted, "The guild that Theo joined." While the other two looked at their actions questioningly, they guys stared at each other speechlessly. Lu asked who was Theo, and Giju told him that it was before his time, someone who he worked with during his days as a guide. Giju started to recall all the memories of the other person, and told Lu that he was a close comrade. Soo-young concluded and asked that someone they knew was now in the Carven Guild. Giju asked, "That sort of group is the Carven Guild?" Pondering, the association president said he wondered where he should start, then asked Giju how much did he know about the tower. Giju was shocked, and the president explained that there are countless number of other worlds, and the tower is the wedge that intersects and connects each world, as well as the chains, and slowly eats away at the worlds it is connected to. The gates started to appear along with the tower is proof of that. At this moment, a system notification informed Giju that he had obtained information that he wasn't qualified to know, and an intense pain was given to him as penalty. He gritted his teeth and grabbed his head in pain, while the other was in a panic at his reaction. They shouted what's wrong with him, and Soo-young, face palming her forehead, said she forgot about the penalty. The president asked, could it be he hasn't passed the 50th floor yet, and he still didn't have the qualifications? Giju could not reply and just silently grabbed the sides of his head in extreme pain. The association president said that growth speed like his was unprecedented. And he thought that he had already passed the 50th floor since he was this strong. As the pain subsided a bit, Soo-young looked at him ponderingly, then said, "Excuse me for a second, disciple," while her outstretched hand came close to the temple of his head. Then purple shock came from her fingertips and he grimaced in pain. Then pop-ups informed him that stigma was activating. The player Kim Giju will temporarily be subordinated by player young Soo-young. He looked at the screens, then shouted, "Wait, what does this mean?" But Soo-young told him to wait, not to misunderstand, and listen carefully. This was her second unique ability. The subordination is name only, and that it's a way to share the penalty that he received with her. She can't do anything like order him around however she liked, and he was not such a weak being that she can subordinate him with a stigma in the first place. Lu told him that she was right, it's a sort of contract, but its conditions are rather to her disadvantage. Giju told her that next time, please let him know she was doing something like this before doing it. She said not to worry, she would retrieve the stigma once this conversation was over. At the mention of the word retrieve, Giju imagined the kiss that Soo-young gave him earlier to take away her powers, and he became flustered, blushing at the thought. When Taeshik looked over at him, he covered it up with a cough. In the upper floors of the tower, the rulers of the tower exist. The ones who created the tower, its masters, and former rulers of other worlds. Though they cannot use their full power on Earth due to its incomplete encroachment, they can use their original power in the tower, the junction between worlds. Giju, while holding his head in pain, commented, "So that's the reason why progress through the higher floors is slow," and Soo-young confirmed while also holding her head in pain. Giju thought that the tower and gates are dangerous, but starting from the crystals, all sorts of resources can be found in them, but to think that their very existence was also a threat to humanity. Soo-young told him not to be so disturbed, most of them are sealed, and there's still plenty of time left until Earth is completely encroached.
And just like how Lee Xianho was pushed back by them at the higher floors, they'd be no match for him if they came to Earth. It all depends on the situation. Giju then asks how strong is Lee Xianho, to which Su-young pondered and said that he's gotten weaker due to his contaminated vessel, but in terms of his prime, we'd barely be able to match him if everyone here fought him at the same time. Giju was shocked, while the others silently nodded their heads. Giju thought that he became pretty strong, but there's still a long way to go. Since the people he already met are already extremely strong, so how many more walls did he need to overcome? Lu also mentioned about that woman too, the one named Harem or something, and Giju recalled his first gate where he met a woman who was with the party leader at that time. Giju pondered, could she still be much stronger than him, and Lu said that he couldn't be sure since the assimilation level was still low at that time, but he is sure that she would be a match for the fake demon king next to him. Giju was surprised at this revelation, thinking just who was that woman. Meanwhile Su-young noticed the stare and asked Giju teasingly why was he staring at her, was she that pretty? Being caught off guard, Giju stammered what was she talking about, he was just talking to his egos. Thinking seriously, the association president said that in any case, what's important is Andres, he can't believe he was the leader of the Carven Guild. With this, the Carven's objective is more clear. Giju asked if he knew Andres, and he replied very well, Andres the Marquis of Discord. He is the worst demon, and he desires the unsealing of the tower's rulers and the end of the world. Sometime later, after ending the meeting, Su-young told Giju to go home for the day, since she still had some more stuff to talk about with that geezer, pointing to the association president. As they drive off, Giju told Sung-hoon sorry for calling him out so late. While Sung-hoon smiled and gave him a thumbs up saying, it's alright since he will be paid overtime. Giju laughed while saying that's a relief. He was thinking that he was very tired and too many things happened today, and he found out too much. But he couldn't rest yet, he still had something to do once he got back home. Within the gate, Ball was dripping blood from his fist to activate a seal. A blinding light was given off from the seal above the coffin as Ball and Giju stood next to it watching. Giju noticed the barrier was opened so easily by Ball, and he went and slowly opened the coffin. Inside they found the sleeping body of Minsu, unharmed. Giju asked Ball why wasn't he waking up, and Ball used his demon eye to look at the body of Minsu. He said that there is nothing wrong with his body, and no spells or curses either. Lu mentioned for Giju to give the boy a potion, and Giju opened and poured the contents of the healing potion into Minsu's mouth. Slowly the boy opened his eyes and sat up. Giju asked the boy if he was fully awake, and Minsu just looked over at him. Giju asked Minsu if he remembered him, and Minsu just silently stared at him for a moment before asking Dad. Giju could not believe what he just heard. Back at the house, his sister and mom stared at his dumbfounded, while Minsu was hiding behind Giju's back. All Giju could do was laugh nervously at the situation he found himself in. His sister, jumping the gun, said, how could his brother bring home a child, while his mother took another leap forward saying she had a grandson, just when, where? Giju was scratching his chin saying that's not it, it was a long story, but is cut off by his sister excitingly shouting that it's only been a few days since he brought home Su-young, isn't this way too soon? She can't believe she already has a nephew, but it's stopped by Giju forcefully grabbing her ears telling her to stop it, that's enough. His mother, having calmed down, asks so what's really going on, then Giju lets out a long sigh and starts to explain that he's the grandson of someone he's indebted to. Quietly, so Minsu might not overhear, he tells his mother that this child lost his family to an accident, and it looks like he lost his memory from the shock. While Minsu continued to hide behind Giju, squeezing his shirt. Then Giju continues to tell his mother that the kid thinks that he is his dad, and his mother replies, poor child. Crouching down, the mother asks the child what's his name, and the kid replies Minsu. The mother smiles happily and tells the child that he can just call her grandma, to which a shocked Giju asks, were you even listening to what he just said? Sometime later, we find Giju back in his gate letting out a long sigh. Lu asks, why'd he even go back home if he was just gonna run away like this anyways, but Giju replies that he needed to eat food, didn't he? Thinking back his mother's eyes, those were the eyes of someone who really wants a grandson. Giju asks Minsu if the food was good, and the kid replied yes while eating chips. Giju was thinking that it feels like the kid's mental age might have regressed a little as well. Lu says no wonder, he probably saw his real father trying to kill his grandfather, and was even kidnapped by him. Thinking about the trauma, Giju was trying to think of what to do. Then El spoke up saying won't his memory return if he sees a place or item related to his grandfather. Giju though about the workshop, then Lu reminded him that it was the very site of the trauma. Brunhart reminded Giju about the hammer, and recalling it told Minsu to look at this, while he pulled the small golden hammer from his pocket. Minsu upon seeing the hammer was odd, Giju asks him if he knew what this was, and the kid kept saying it was pretty. Minsu jumped onto his feet and stared at the hammer in admiration, while Giju commented that it looks like he likes it. Just then, the hammer started to glow in Minsu's hands and then suddenly increase in size. Giju was shocked that the small hammer got a lot bigger. Lu commented, as expected of Paimon's descendant, he's blessed by all armaments, while Minsu was swinging the hammer easily. With eyes that looked like if the body was possessed, Minsu approached the coffin and raising the hammer, he struck a blow to the center, cracking the coffin in half down the middle. Then he started to swing the hammer on the remains, using only the hammer in sculpting. Giju commented, is it really possible to sculpt something with just a hammer and without a chisel? And Lu told him not to think about it in human standards, since Paimon is on another level compared to ordinary blacksmiths. When Giju mentioned it's unlike Lu to praise someone so much, to which Lu replied that it's because he's one of the few demons who didn't betray him. The hammering went on till the wee hours of the night. On the next day, Giju was cradling Minsu in his arms, saying that he must be tired from using a hammer larger than himself and focused solely on sculpting for 9 hours straight. Lu remarked that his stamina is impressive, as expected of Paimon's descendant. Just the fact that potions work on him, and he is able to enter the tower proves that he's no ordinary person. He can now understand why that geezer said he's a more talented blacksmith than him. Lu continued saying that for someone with no memories, he sure sculpted his grandfather accurately, while we see the gray stone statue of the elder crouching down in front of Giju. Then Lu told Giju that it looks like all the preparations are complete, to which Giju asked what preparations. Lu said, are you just gonna do nothing with that sculpture, since that is not just some exhibition piece but a vessel? Shocked by this revelation, Giju asks was he suggesting, and Lu confirmed that it can be used to resurrect the geezer with that. Giju got up with a sleeping Minsu still in his arms and said a vessel to hold an ego, but the Mister's ego was, and Lu replied that's right, only a fragment remains. El spoke up saying that Brunhart was able to inherit its old memory even though it was destroyed, so as long as he wasn't completely gone, there must be a way. Giju silently pondered for a while, and then reached out with his hand to touch the scripture while activating Link. Then a glow of energy started to emit from the scripture, and the system notified him that the link has been established. Giju had thought correctly, this was a egoless ego, same as the other gears from Mr.'s shop. He should be able to resurrect him if he put an ego into this, but a way to restore an ego fragment, is there really such a way, he wondered. As if by magic, Bal appeared beside him and said there is, shocking Giju. After taking Minsu back home and putting on his bed to sleep, he returned to the gate. Inside, Bal marveled at the statue and said it was a marvelous vessel, as expected of Paimon's descendant. Lu questioned as he was listening this whole time, the sly demon. Giju asked Bal if he was sure that there was a way, and he replied around 50%, since he can't be certain. Since Giju's existence itself is unprecedented, and since there is no precedent, it's impossible to be certain. While Giju just stood silently, Lu said that he says that. But he brought it up because he's almost certain, what an egotistical bastard. Bal goes on to say that first they need to restore the elder's ego, and actually to do this, they already have all the materials. The ego fragment, and the piece of ego that he possesses, can be used to restore the defected ego by synthesizing those two. Giju, surprised by this revelation, asked how did he know about the piece of ego and synthese, and Bal replied that he heard it from Su Young, which made Giju curse that damn demonic eye. El just called her a big mouth. Bal continued in any case, he can restore the ego to its original form with that, but that doesn't mean he can fully restore its essence. An ego isn't something that can be restored so easily. And snapping his fingers, he said that's way you'll need this, producing the Holy Sword 9 and a transparent crystal. Then started to go into a long-winded explanation explaining the process, but Giju told him to wait, since even if he explained it like that, he had no idea what he but was cut off by Ball saying that he might have went on for too long. Giju questioned was he always like this, and Lu replied that this is the problem with researchers, but he more or less get it after hearing his explanation, so he will try to explain it to him as simple as possible, so just do as he commands. First pick up the Holy Sword 9 and the transparent crystal. Looks like 9 has been completely corrupted into a demonic sword, it was probably Baal's doing. Lu continued to instruct saying, now synthesize the ego fragment with the piece of ego and let 9 absorb them, it's a sword that already has an absorption ability, so it'll occur naturally. Giju did as he was told. Holding the Holy Sword 9 in his hand and started the synthesis of Huang Jichel's fragment and a piece of ego. The system notified him that synthesizing the main ego Huang Jichel's fragment and sub-ego the piece of ego. As the glow on the sword started to shine brightly, Lu explained that all 3 parts has been mixed, and now bring the transparent crystal near 9. As Giju brought the crystal near the sword, the blended materials within the holy sword was being sucked into the crystal. As the process removed the remaining power of life within the sword 9, it started to rapidly break down. At this, Giju was wondering if he was doing it correctly, since the sword started to disappear. Grinning in the back like a mad scientist, Ball thought without a doubt, this was a sign of undeniable success. As the crystal fully absorbed the powers, it shined so brightly that it could be seen miles away. As the less parts of the Sword of 9 fell to the ground, a shining ball remained, and the system notification informed him that synthesis has succeeded, and Huang Jichel's fragment has changed into Huang Jichel's ego. Holding the glowing ball in his hands, Giju remarked that it worked. Waving towards the statue, Ball said now for the finishing touch. While taking a big gulp to calm his nerves, Giju approached the statue, thinking that if the granting succeeds as well, then this won't simply be creating an ego, but restoring a dead person's ego. It will be no different from resurrection. As Giju touched the ball to the statue, blue swirling energy started to cover the statue. A few moments later, the statue started to crack off, while Ball, with anticipation in his eyes, thought finally. As more cracks appeared, some of the pieces of the stone started to fall off. Then a brightly shining light started to encase the status and shoot up into the sky, and Giju had to use his arms to cover his eyes. Giju thought that his life, with no sliver of hope whatsoever, started to change after his meeting with egos. First was Lu. Then came El. Followed by Brunhart, Rain, and Hermes and Oberon. He was able to cure his mother's disease, became the Demon King's disciple, and even became the master of a gate. The egos were always at the center of the changes in his life. The completely new ego, different from the others, which is now in front of him. A completely unprecedented being, ego human. As soon as the light dissipated, an elder was revealed inside that suddenly opened his eyes. He looked incredulously at his hands in disbelief. Giju continued thinking that even he didn't know what result this change would bring in the future. Then the gaze of the elders shifted over to him, and the system notified him that the Guardian has been completed. Meanwhile, at the Iron Guild office, Iron Shield was looking out the office window saying that several abnormal gates will appear soon, and his guild will use that as an excuse to expand to his territory and aim for the Demon King. He understands that if things go as he suggested, then it's certainly a fine scenario. And what did he say his name was? At this, a foot stepped out from the shadows, and he said that he was the leader of the Carven Guild, Ras. We see a man with half his face shown in the light to be normal, while the other half within the shadow has demonic features, such as a red demonic eye with horn and wings. Please call me Ras. 23 years ago, the tower suddenly appeared, along with the gates. Monsters started to pour out from there, and the small portion of people who awakened superhuman powers came to be known as players. They leveled up as if they were in a game, and obtained great powers that allowed them to face the monsters. And even among those players, he, who was considered the worst of the worst. At this moment Giju slashed the giant monster in half. The system notification told him that cannibalism was activating, and egoification of Cressitu was successful. We also get to see the stats of Lu, and the stats of El. People waited outside a gate. As Giju stepped out, an association agent was suddenly shocked.
As a bead of sweat ran down his face, he stuttered the words already. So this is the power of a mercenary. Thanking Giju for his hard work. If he gave them the crystals, the association will handle the. But Giju cut him off, saying that it's alright, he had a use for them this time. Being starstruck, the agent looked at him with twinkling eyes and told him he understood, while Giju silently told his secretary Sunghoon that he can never get used to this response. In response, Sunghoon told him if he couldn't avoid it, then just enjoy it. After handing him the bag of crystals, he was reminded by Sunghoon that he missed a call from his sister Yuyong a while ago, telling Giju to hand him the other bag as well. Told him to give his sister a call since she was searching for something. When Giju called, his sister shouted at him asking where Rain was. He told her to quiet down, but she replied how could she stay quiet when he kept taking Rain with him, did he want to die? Giju made an excuse that he was just taking Rain to a vet for some vaccines, but his sister pointed out were these the same vaccines that he took him to get last week, and did he take her for an idiot? Panicking about being caught in a lie, he was thinking he was out of excuses and he really shouldn't have introduced him as a puppy. Lu commented smugly that it's a little something called karma, while Brunhart asks him just to be honest, and El pointed out if he did they won't be able to take him with us anymore. While getting into the car, Giju told Yu Yong that he's busy at the moment, so let's talk later, then quickly hung up the phone. Sunghoon asked where he should take Giju, and he replied with a haggard face not his house, but the house next door. Sunghoon questioned next door, did he buy all the houses around his and leave them all vacant since he wouldn't be able to handle it if the gate started to spill as he was experimenting? Or could it be that he was trying to start a new life with the Demon King, but Giju cut him off telling him to stop that if he knew what was good for him? Giju explained that there's just a neighbor who moved in next door. As they got to the house, Giju rang the doorbell and entered the main gates of the house. A voice from within the house commented, "Oh look who's here, we have quite the valuable guest," or should he be calling him master now? It was the blacksmith elder who was greeting Giju. Back then in the gate, as the light cleared, the elder's ego was inside the vessel, and he was the spitting image of his past appearance. But he still couldn't be sure if he's the same exact being as the one in the past. The system notification informed him that the Guardian has been completed, and the system prompted him to please set the Guardian's guarding region. Then a virtual map of the area appeared before Giju, shocking him. Lu informed him that this was a mana map, and El remarked that this is a map of the area around his residence. The system notified him that if the set area is small, the defense will become very tight in the region selected for guarding, while if it's set large, the defense will be weak. Thinking he should set it to about 500-meter radius from his house, the system notification told him that the Guardian's guarding region had been set. At that moment, the elder was beside himself, not believing that he was alive again. He questioned Giju, did he actually come back to life? Giju ran to the elder asking how did he feel, and the elder simply laughed, replying that he did ask him for this, but to actually think this was possible. Then grabbing Giju, he asked about Minsu, what happened to Minsu? Giju told him not to worry, the kid is sleeping at his house. The elder sighed with relief and, shaking with emotion, simply said thank you so much. At present, both of them are sitting inside the house and the elder is telling Giju that it's all thanks to him. Coming back to life like this, and everything with Minsu, he even gave them a place to live. How should he be able to repay for all of this? And Giju simply replied that he's received plenty of his gratitude and it was part of the deal for getting Oberon after all. Besides that, how's Minsu doing since he doesn't see him around? The elder replied that Minsu is sleeping right now, lately he's become like an owl. Giju tried to explain that it might be due to him sculpting for the whole night on that day, he had no idea where he got the strength in that tiny body of his, but he couldn't stop him at all. The elder continues to tell Giju that most of his memories seem to have returned. Except for the ones concerning his father, but it's not like remembering those will do any good. Giju tries to explain that the elder's son was being brainwashed, but the elder cuts him off and says of course he knows that, but the fact that he did something like that doesn't go away. Him getting done in by something like that in the end, he was enticed by the ambition that was buried at the bottom of his heart. Giju sits silently, while Lu tells him that the old man is right, as he said before, Andras is in the bottom tier of the 72 seats of power, there's no way Paimon's descendant would be easily enticed, even if he had some human blood mixed in him.
The elder confirms what Lu said is correct, which surprises Giju, and he asks if the elder can hear Lu's voice. Lu tells him why is he so surprised, that old man is one of his egos now.
Then Brunhard speaks up saying really, then he can hear my voice as well. Then Brunhard starts to call the elder dad. He is Brunhard that he created and he had always wanted to talk with him. The elder just chuckles and says he can't believe that he can speak with the equipment he made.
He's having all kinds of experiences thanks to Giju.
The elder tells Brunhard to wait for a moment since he still has something important to talk about, to which Brunhard happily agrees saying he can wait. Telling Brunhard that he's a good child, the elder closes his eyes for a second before continuing to tell Giju that he has something he needs to tell him. Putting on a serious face, he tells Giju that he can no longer make special equipment. Giju is shocked by this revelation. The elder tells him that those Carven bastards were aiming for something else in his workshop. It was Paimon's legacy, and it was what he was guarding as a guardian.
Lu comments that's what he thought.
His guardian ability was something he had from the start. Giju asks what is Paimon's legacy, and the elder explains that it's everything he has, and even Paimon himself. Lu remarks Paimon himself, how absurd, such an important thing fell into Carven's hands. The elder said that he's sure it won't be an immediate problem, but most of the legacy can only be used by the heirs, him and his grandson, but there's nothing he can do for him anymore. Giju quickly told the elder that everything is alright, since he was only repaying his debt, and the elder will be guarding his house as a guardian from now on. The elder held up his finger saying that he just thought of one thing he can give him, the greatest treasures that even he would covet. When he returned home, Su Young was telling him that they would be taking their leave now, which caught Giju off guard and he asked why so suddenly. Elle was glad they were finally leaving, while Lu remarked that she sounded happy that her competition was leaving, to which Elle replied that she had no idea what he was talking about. Su Young was telling Giju that they were planning on staying a little longer, but the situation has changed. Now that Andres is acting out in the open, they can't afford to just stand around either. Giju was beside himself, and said that he understood, but it was a shame, after all they had been through in the few days they lived together. It's a bit saddening that they are leaving so out of the blue like this. Su Young glared at him silently, then asked if that really was a sad face. Unfortunately Giju couldn't quite hide the fact that he was very happy at that moment. Sometime later, he was thinking about the treasure that the elder mentioned, giving him a key to a warehouse and telling him the treasures that even he would covet. When he arrived at the location of the warehouse, it was a bit shabby. His egos told him that they do not sense anything special about the place. Giju was wondering just what could it be, that the elder would tell him something like that. Brunhard thought it might be a pretty gem, while Lu said it must be an amazing item. Giju used the key on the lock, then slowly opened the doors. As he looked inside, he was amazed at what was in front of his eyes. The warehouse was lined with rolls of sports cars and sparkling treasures in the back. There were crystals of different colors and stacks of gold bars lying inside, even flashy sports cars of various colors and designs. After a bit of time, Giju was back on the 34th floor of the tower. Slashing a monster in half, he easily kills the evil eye. The system notification tells him that Lu is absorbing the blood of the evil eye, and psychological attack resistance is rising. Giju started to grin and laughs like a maniac. Brunhard was getting a little scared, while Lu told him to stop it, asking if he was really that happy, to which Giju replied of course, who won't be to find themselves with foreign cars, and not only that but 20 of them were limited editions, also heaps of rare materials that they can't obtain easily. Lu was skeptical and said, materials aside, were these transportation really that good? Giju answered that didn't he hear him when he said they were limited editions, can't you understand this is a man's dream? In his defense, Lu said he was male, but at the very least he didn't understand why someone as filthy rich as him would be happy over something like that. While putting a crystal into his gate, Giju told him to listen carefully. There are some things in this world that money can't buy, like love and limited editions. Brunhard thinks his master is so cool, while Lu questioned if these two things should be put in the same category. Suddenly gasping, Giju asked what if a thief gets in. The only security measure is that lock. Lu assures him not to fret, since that warehouse is a place that the old man was managing, your average thief wouldn't even be able to unhinge the door. Giju agreed, but thinks it would be better to move them all into the gate soon. Brunhilde complained that he was not a storage, but Lu said forget it for now and let's continue hunting. Turning around, Giju noticed that many evil eyes were hovering nearby and agreed to get on it. Lu reminded that Andrus's abilities are focused around flames, swordsmanship, summoning, and especially psychological attacks, so to prepare for him. And Giju said that they need to absorb these guys' blood and raise psychological attack resistance. Moving at top speed, Giju moved between the monsters, leaving a trail of blood and bodies in his wake. More pop-ups appeared telling him that Lu was absorbing the blood of the evil eye, and his psychological attack resistance was rising. Giju felt that this didn't feel like a battle at all, and was questioning if it was worth attacking these weak monsters, but Lu told him not to be impatient, and their priority now was in raising their stats. However, Giju was still worried about Andrus, and that aside he still had to consider the one-year agreement with Lee Xianho, so wouldn't it be better to just quickly climb the tower? At that moment, Rain came up to him with an evil-eyed clutch in his jaws. As he dropped the corpse on the ground, it turned into a crystal, which he quickly swallowed. Giju commented that he didn't think that Rain would also be able to get stronger by consuming crystals. But Lu reminded him that this wasn't very effective, it's a waste of crystals, and Brunhilde agreed, saying that all the crystals should be his. But seeing the happy expression of Rain, Giju said he seems to like it very much, so they should just consider them treats for him. Then Giju asked Rain to lure the monsters to him again without eating them this time, to which Rain happily agreed with a woof. Then Rain ran into the forest to do as he was commanded. Giju told himself not to be anxious, since he is different from other players. Imbuing the black sword with energy, for Giju this was the best way to get stronger. Then an astonished look appeared on his face, as he saw the sheer number of evil eyes that Rain was able to pull to him. He asked Rain that didn't he think this was a bit much, while facing an overwhelming number of evil eyes before him. Then thinking about it, it didn't matter to him since he had no choice in the matter, then started to use his death skill and slashed at the monsters in quick succession. He tore through the multitude of evil eyes before him, escalating to a giant whirlwind of death that killed them all. The magical crystals started to shower down onto the ground, while Rain was playfully killing an evil eye. Brunhilde praised Lu as being amazing, calling him the strongest of all the egos, while Lu simply asked him to compliment him more. Brunhilde went on to say his level is high, he absorbs blood, makes egos, and knows so much. Lu also complimented Brunhilde by saying that the kid knew his stuff, and he wasn't half bad himself. Giju was dumbfounded by this and asked them, "What are you guys even doing?" However, Elle was self-conscious about her contribution and just remained silent for a moment, before asking Giju if she was being of help to him, but before she could finish, Giju was suddenly attacked by a gigantic evil eye. He started at it incredulously, saying it's a guardian. He quickly told Elle he was sorry, let's talk later, then got ready to battle the guardian. He leaped into the air and headed directly towards the guardian, while the guardian opened its huge mouth to swallow Giju whole. After a few seconds of being swallowed, Giju's attack could be seen coming out of the back of the monster. Then the attack did a circular motion and cut the monster in half. The system notification told him that the egoification of the Evil Eye King has failed, and the Evil Eye King's fragment has been absorbed. As Giju perfectly landed on the ground, he let out a sigh of relief. He told Lu, "Come on, we can't even get any drops if the egoification fails," and Lu incredulously asked if that's his fault. But Giju instead asked Elle what was she gonna say earlier. After a short pause, Elle was saying again was she, but was interrupted again when the system notified Giju that Lu has reached level 100. Then suddenly Lu started to act up, the red crystal on the black sword lit up and red electricity shot out, while the system pop-up informed Giju that Lu's evolution conditions has been fulfilled. Giju was shocked at the evolution, while Lu told him that his body feels strange, like he was feeling hot. Then a sudden pop-up appeared before him showing all the conditions for evolution. It indicated Lu's first evolution, saying the conditions was Lu's body part 1 of 1, ego pieces 10 of 10, egoified souls 3 of 3, demon fragment 1 of 1, and monster blood of question marks. Then Giju spoke his thoughts, saying so these are the evolution conditions, and all of them seems to have been fulfilled. The first condition was Lu's body part, so that must have been why he got that as reward for clearing the 30th floor of the tower. Then thinking asked Elle if her body parts will appear on the 40th floor. To which L answered with uncertainty that she didn't know, but it might be possible. As for ego pieces, he collected them from the dungeons here and there before his clash against the Iron Guild branch. The egoified souls are from the Smurf Guildmaster Choi Minsik, the Madman Rhodes, and Minso's father Huang Chai-il, and the gatekeeper Cressitu that he killed not so long ago. If he wanted to use them, he should use the three excluding Huang Chai-il's soul, since there may come a day when he would be able to revive him. As for the demon fragment, it would be the 4th floor guardian Faratha's. Lastly, for the monster blood, does it look like this, because there's too much? Up to now, 5 egos have been successfully egoified, but he still doesn't know the exact conditions. In that case, he wonders if he should be using all his egos in this evolution. He should be a bit more careful, but Giju asked Lu if he wanted to evolve, to which Lu hesitantly replied while he guessed. Giju also agreed that it would be good as well, then executed the command to evolve. In the next moment, the black sword started to brightly glow red, and the light could be seen from miles away. A reformed black sword was floating in the air before Giju, then Lu's eyes suddenly opened. A pop-up with all the updated information about Lu was shown. His title was the Master of all demonic swords and demonic arts. Giju couldn't help comment that the information tab for Lu has become extremely long. He even got a lot of stuff with a new appearance. Giju asked him how did he feel, but Lu replied that he didn't feel any different, and thinks that it'll take some time to digest all of this new power. Giju understood and said let's head back for today. Then he recalled and asked Elle again what was it she wanted to say earlier. After a moment of silence she answered it was nothing, and simply said she was alright. Sometime later on the road inside one of the limited edition sports car, an excited Sunghoon was telling Giju that he couldn't have ever dreamed that he would be driving a car like this. He was so glad he decided to become his assistant, and Giju told him that it was his first time riding a car like this as well. Then Sunghoon asked Giju why he doesn't drive himself. He's fine with it since he gets paid more, but Giju explains that while he does have a driver's license, he has never used it. Besides, he has more fun going around with Sunghoon than going by himself. Suddenly Sunghoon is horrified and tells Giju that he wants to let him know in advance, but he likes women. To which a shocked Giju hurriedly shouts that he does too. Lu takes this time to tell his master he could be honest with them, while Brunhard comments so is that how it is, while Giju tells Lu that he's crossing the line again. Sunghoon at this moment comments that's right, Giju got Shin Yuban's number last time, and asks if he has contacted her yet. And Giju replies that they have been staying in touch, but confesses that he never knows how to reply. Lu comments after looking at the text messages that even an ego like him can see that this isn't it. Sunghoon asks for forgiveness, but has he never dated anyone before, and Giju asks him to be quiet, wondering what's with that gesture of his. Lu commented that Sunghoon knows how to see through people, while Giju was wondering if there was any way to mute them. Finally they arrived at their destination. While getting out of the car, Giju was surprised at the building saying that he heard that they merged, but he guessed it must be true, seeing the sign Morningstar and Child. Inside the lounge, the guild master was serving coffee to Giju, and telling him he was sorry for calling him here when they were the ones asking for a favor. But lately they've been pretty busy lately because of the merge, but Giju told him it was not a problem, and he also got to look around the new guild building and all. So what was the favor they needed to ask him for? And while being a bit hesitant he said he wasn't sure how to ask this, but bowing his head asked if they could borrow his skeletons a few times. Giju was puzzled at this request, but the guild master explained that as they gained a lot of new guild members recently, but didn't have enough guides for every single one of them, and since the new members were still afraid of monsters, he thought it'd be nice to use them for training. Without a moment's hesitation, Giju told him sure. And the guild master was beside himself. Giju explained he wasn't lying, since he was partly responsible for their reduction in guild members, and he still hasn't properly repaid them for their help with the Iron Guild matter. And besides, the guild getting bigger is also beneficial to him, since they were allies, right? Putting out his fist in front of him, the guild master bumped fists saying they sure were. Brunhard complained a storage space and now a training tool. Why does he feel like he is slowly becoming an object? And Lu replied that technically they were objects. 10 days later on the 39th floor of the tower, a group of players were staring dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. As a succubus was attacking, Giju was simply walking and swing his sword and killing them easily. System notification told him that Lu has absorbed pseudo-succubus's blood, and increasing psychological attack resistance. Magic crystals littered the path that Giju had traveled, and the other players were talking among themselves, asking if they saw what just happened. He was killing them all in one slash.
And is he a ranker?
However, Giju simply just walked by them without a care, as the system informed him that Elle has leveled up, and her status showed the title ruler of the Holy Swords level 99, with just the basic stats. Giju was thinking to himself that Elle will also evolve once she reaches 100, so should he get her evolved before he attempted the 40th floor's trail? No, since Lu's body part was included among his evolution materials, but his thoughts were interrupted by Lu asking him didn't he want to hide his identity, that's why he wore that ugly mask in the past. But Giju answered that he did in the past, but things have changed. Iron Shield and Lee Xianho already know his identity. And as long as they're watching him, he no longer has a need to hide. Staring at the huge door before him, Giju was ready to start the 40th floor trial. As his hands were shaking, he was thinking that it's the same as when he entered the 30th floor. He was full of anxiety. He told Elle, just you wait, she'll probably be able to evolve as well after they pass this place. After a moment's hesitation, Elle thanked him for his consideration. And as Giju was opening the door, Elle said, but it probably won't go as he expected it to. As the doors closed behind him, the system notification told him that he had entered the 5th trial ground. While Sequel was carrying a stack of papers, someone shouted to get his attention. One of his guild members told him to have a look at this, and showed him his phone. While looking at it, the guild member asked isn't this about his friend from the Yoksamdong incident. The phone had comments from a public players board talking about a player seeing a ranker on the 39th floor slaying monsters with 2 swords. One of the comments identified the person as the tutorial slayer.
After reading it, Sequel couldn't hide a smile from forming on his face, thinking Giju finally made up his mind.
Meanwhile, at the Player Association, the president was telling Taeshik that Giju was starting to show himself out in public. And Taeshik replied that it was bound to happen sooner or later since he's got the power now. The president tells him that he has known him for a longer time than himself, but he doesn't see Giju as the kind to show off his strength for self-satisfaction. He probably wanted to show them, and to show his comrades what kind of a person they're following. Now back at the tower, Jigu has just entered the 5th trial ground. Preparing for the trial, he called upon each of his egos, the gauntlets Oberon, the black sword Lu, the white sword L, the necklace Rain. Then the system notification informed him of the initiating the special trial. Giju looked around and he saw nothing but pure white space. At that moment, Brunhart complained that Giju forgot to call his name, but Giju reminded him that he was already in armor form but Brunhart said he could open a gate and call upon his minions to help. However, Giju told him that they had a good chance this trial was something related to L, so undead monsters might be at a disadvantage. Lu complimented him on his good deduction, and Giju asked L how she felt. However, L did not reply or give any kind of reaction. While still trying to get a reply from L, Giju noticed shadows on the ground. When he looked up, he was shocked at the sight before him, since a huge numbers of light swords were hovering directly above him. Then without a moment's notice, the swords come down towards him. Seeing this, Giju wasn't afraid since he has experienced simple attacks like these too many times. As he prepared to defend himself, the swords come down, but none of them were close to hitting him. As the smoke cleared, the swords were simply stuck in the ground all around him. It appeared to look more like a sword graveyard. Giju wondered why all the swords missed him. Were they not aiming for him? This situation looks similar to when he was up against Lu's physical body, who controlled demonic swords. So maybe it's likely he will be up against L's physical body that controls these swords, but Lu interrupted and told him this was different. Get ready for battle. While Giju was confused by these words, the swords on the ground started to shine brightly. As the shine turned into a blinding light, Giju had to momentarily cover his eyes. When he opened his eyes, a huge group of angels with swords were hovering around him. Giju wondered, and Lu confirmed that these were indeed angels. Giju thought so, since there were demons in this world, so angels could exist as well, but they appeared a bit different from what he had imagined, or were they normally not like this? Lu agreed that he didn't know why they looked like this.
But anyways, they were in for a long battle.
The angels started to descend and charged towards him, while El still remained silent.
Meanwhile, back at the elder's house, the elder was examining the remains of the Holy Sword 9.
He was wondering what he could to do this corrupted holy sword, since he is limited to what he can do now that his power of life has been depleted. He was thinking if he only had a perfect holy sword to analyze, but at that moment the corrupted holy sword started to shake, as if it was square.
Somewhere else, Su Yang was finishing up manhandling the caravan guild members.
Dropping one of them on the ground, she told Ball it was all done, and for him to read their memories. When Ball didn't respond, she looked over at him and saw him staring off into the distance. She asked him what was wrong, and Ball turned to look at her and told her that the tower was shaking. Meanwhile, inside a training room, Lee Xianho has been in training and has heavily damaged the room. He turns his head and remarks that it's awake. Elsewhere, Giju is facing a large number of angels, and Brunhart comments that there are just too many of them.
Giju asked if these angels are strong, and Lu replied that based on their appearance, they won't be able to fully display their strength, but they'll at least be much harder to deal with than the mobs that he has been slicing up until now.
After hearing this, he asked El what she thought, and El told him that she felt the same way. Giju thought to himself that El's not usually one for words, but she's been quieter than usual since entering this place.
No, maybe it's been since that time.
However, before he could ponder more on the matter, the angels quickly approached him. Seeing as he couldn't avoid the tough battle, he charged into the group of approaching angels and attacked them head-on. However, to his surprise, the angel was able to block his attack. Giju called upon Rain, and the wolf was able to do a surprise attack from behind her and brought her down by biting in her neck. But to Rain's surprise, the angel turned into a sword in his mouth. But before they can rejoice, the other angels came swooping down to attack. Giju was having a hard time fighting against these flying opponents. It was becoming so annoying to him. Brunhart remarked it would be nice if they had wings too. Then Lu told Giju that it might be time for them to use his new powers. Giju commented that he told him earlier that he needed time to digest them, but can he really use them now? Lu said with confidence that he could, even though he evolved. This isn't even a quarter of his strength in his prime. But Giju cut him off saying okay, so the new skills were absorption, spirit, fusion, amplification, and summoning, so which should he be using first? But before that, let me get away from these guys first. He shouted for Rain to return, and the wolf went back into the necklace. Then he activated Brunhart's reflect damage ability to blast the nearest angels away from him. Then, with some room to breathe, he asked Lu what to do first. Lu told him to use the summoning ability since that one should be fine for now. Getting ready, he used the summoning ability, which can materialize and summon absorbed egos. Lu surged with magical energy and a black and red aura erupted from the sword. At the end it materialized into a form of one of his absorbed ego Cressitu and started to attack the flying angels. Not only him, other egos that was used in the evolution of Lu took form in front of him. They approached the angels and started to attack them as well. They had the skills and fighting movements of their prior life. Seeing the summoned egos, Giju couldn't just sit still and decided to enter into battle with the angels as well. Charging forward and using Cressitu as a launching pad, he flew into the air to attack the angels head-on. After an unknown amount of time, the angels were defeated and only their sword forms came clashing down on the ground. Giju wondered, since all the corpses of the angels turned back into swords, are all angels originally holy swords? Lu told him, not quite, it's not that angels are holy swords, but holy swords are angels. Giju wondered if there was a difference. Anyways, since the battle is over, Giju wanted to have a talk with El now. Since she is the ruler of holy swords, shouldn't she know more than Lu about holy swords and angels? After a moment's silence, El said that they are angels of Prince Dom. They're low-ranking angels who were abandoned because they no longer had a use by the principalities, who are the guardians of the land of angels, Prince Dom. Then Giju asked if this place is a Prince Dom that she was talking about, and El replied that it was not. This place is merely a cemetery, and she thanked him for giving them rest. She is finally starting to remember about them and her duty. When questioned about duty by Giju, the white sword started to glow brightly, almost blinding Giju. When the light disappeared, Giju noticed that El was no longer in his hands. He started to shout for her, asking her where she was. Meanwhile, an angel floated high above him. As his other egos got his attention by shouting "Master," he turned his head and looked up. An angelic figure with white hair and glowing white sword was high above him. Giju started to wonder why he didn't realize it earlier, but ever since he entered this place, El hadn't once called him master. Giju looked at the angelic figure and asked if she was El. In response, she just said that his trial will now begin. Meanwhile, Lee Xianho was standing within training room. The two holy swords that he wields were both shaking uncontrollably. He asked them if they were delighted, since it was understandable, since their ruler has awakened. He thought the change was beginning to happen, but he alone was enough to serve the god. Back with Giju, he is standing in front of the angelic figure trying to confirm that she was El, while Brunhard commented that she's way too different from normal. Giju asked what she meant by a trial, asking why she doesn't come down so they can talk. At that moment, Lu shouted, "Dodge, you moron!" As soon as he dodged, the spot he was just at was struck by a gigantic lightning strike. Giju was shocked by the sudden attack and couldn't believe it was coming from El. As the explosion started to clear, Giju asked her why she was doing this, and the angelic figure replied that all angels have a duty, and she is no exception. "My duty is to purge," as her eyes lit up with light and she was preparing for another powerful lightning strike. Brunhard was asking her why are you doing this, while Lu just cursed. Giju could only prepare to counter the attack with Lu. As soon as she attacked, Giju deftly dodged and using haste, jumped directly towards her. But before he could reach her, she had attacked again while he was still in midair. This time, since he couldn't dodge in time, he used Lu to directly block the blow. Upon impact, it created a huge explosion that sent him flying backwards. Luckily, he was able to turn himself in mid-air and land on his feet. Lu cursed her for being a traitor and said he knew a day like this would come. Lu was furious and Giju couldn't blame him, considering he was betrayed by his subordinates in the past. Still in the air, El raised her sword and started to gather energy for another strike. As the lightning strikes continued to fall, Giju simply dodged the attacks, while Lu was shouting for him to use death and destroy her. Giju told him to calm down, since he couldn't focus because he was so hot-headed. Seeing another lightning strike starting to form, he timed his reflect ability, causing a huge explosion that was able to counter the incoming attack. However, due to her long-ranged attacks from midair, he couldn't get close enough to attack. In that case, he used his summon ability and called upon Cressitu. The gigantic monster that was summoned was able to reach El in the sky. As it was about to grip her in his hands, El simply used her ability Saint Hole. A black hole was starting to form on the right eye of Cressitu, which started to suck in the summoned monster. Giju could help being shocked, since in an instant his summoned monster was destroyed. Lu complained that Thing's strength is the complete opposite of his, and his total strength is falling behind a lot more than he expected. The other angels earlier were manageable, but he can't handle that level of sacred power coming from El. Brunhard asked if the death skill was also useless, to which Lu replied that death was a fundamentally different kind of power and it should work on that traitor as well. Ignoring that advice, Giju shouted at El to snap out of it. Didn't she recognize him? However, another lightning attack was starting to form behind him, but Giju continued shout her name, trying to get her to come to her senses. As the lightning came down, it caught Giju by shock, literally electrocuted him on the spot. His other egos shouted at him in worry, as a burnt and completely shocked Giju could be seen after the blast. Lu called him an idiot and told him to get his head out of clouds and get his head back in the game. Lu asked Giju if he was holding on to some childish hope that she'll snap out of it if he shouted loudly enough. If it was that easy to resolve, things would never have turned out like this in the first place. Giju asked Lu what was he supposed to do now, and Lu replied, kill her. You know it deep down, don't you? That this is the only way. However, Giju hesitated, saying but, then Lu retorted saying, but my ass, has he forgotten his opponent is the ruler of the holy swords? Enough with the weak talks of trying to subdue her without killing her. Since if you die, so do all of us who are linked with you. Clenching his teeth, Giju made his decision, calling upon death to make a strike. He combined his powers, haste, acceleration, elemental dark, and binding, to get closer to the angelic figure. Finally, using force, he was poised to make a two-handed overhead strike. Screaming while making his attack, he stared into the eye of the unmoving angelic figure. The more he looked at the face, he couldn't help recall the memories of El calling him master. His fighting spirit started to weaken, but suddenly he was struck by an attack. The angelic figure in his moment of weaken had struck his heart with her sword.
Meanwhile, at another location, the elder griped his heart in agony.
He fell to his knees, clutching his chest in pain. His thought was the link, so it ended up this way.
Then bent over and collapsed onto the floor.
As the sword was withdrawn from his chest, Giju could only stare blankly at the angelic figure before him. Then fell to the ground, like a lifeless body.
His egos called his name, while the angelic figure with Giju's blood on her face looked on.
Then suddenly life seems to have come into her eyes, as they were no longer clouded. Regaining control, her eyes saw the motionless body of Giju on the ground. Then she uttered the words with puzzlement, "Master." Upon seeing his figure lying on the ground, she was shocked for a moment, then immediately flew down to his side. After getting close to him, she kept on shouting "Master" in the hopes Giju would come back to his senses. Brunhard also cried for his master not to die, while Lu called Elle a wench and saying "How dare she come here," but before he could finish yelled out loud in pain along with Brunhard. Elle gripped her heart in pain and said the link. As consciousness started to fade away from Giju, he felt something faint, thinking to himself if this could be the afterlife. What happened to everyone, he wondered. Like Lu said, could they have all died with him? Because of him? If he knew this was going to happen, he would have gone to see his family's faces. He's worried about them, but he's sure Taeshik would take care of them in his place. Will Su Young be alright as well? She may be in a predicament now that the one she declared her disciple is dead. He still hadn't managed to pay her back for the 3 elixirs yet.
Sikwoo, Seonpil and Donghee, he wanted to be a more helpful ally to them.
He still had unfinished business with Iron Shield, and Lee Seonho, who may become his enemy, and of course the Marquis of Discord Andres, as well as the demon El was sealing. There were still too many threats that might harm his family. He thought he wouldn't want anything else after curing his mother's illness. He didn't think he had this many attachments left. If someone like him disappears, then suddenly he opened his eyes. He found himself seated on a huge stone throne. Suddenly overhead something flew by, and before him an army of monsters was walking forwards towards a horizon with a setting sun. He got up from his seat and shouted out loud, "What in the world?" Dragons filled the sky and monsters he had never seen before was in front of him.
Countless enormous soldiers were walking towards the angels who were standing against them.
He turned around and wondered why was he sitting on a throne. This feels too realistic to be a dream, but his thoughts were interrupted by Lu shouting loudly for him to turn back. Giju momentarily blacks out and the next moment he opens his eyes, he finds himself in a different place. His head is lying on the lovely lap of Elle, while she greets him. She smiles down at him lovingly and calls him master, while Giju is still trying to make sense of where he is. He sits up and asks where is this place. Looking around at the serene scenery before him, he asks her is this heaven? Elle tells him not yet, it's still the floor of the trial. Giju grabbing his head remarks, he thought so, there's no way he could go to heaven. But hell's a different story. But how was he not dead? Then thinking about it thought maybe it was the ability Elle absorbed from Kallian. As the ruler of holy swords, the Kallian ability allowed it to block an attack leading to instant death once. He turns back towards Elle, and tells her that he managed to survive thanks to her. He thought he almost died while fighting against her, but he froze. Elle could only look at him with expression of regret, and asked him to walk for a bit. While walking, Elle asked Giju why he didn't cut her down when he had the chance. Since she was a traitor who dared to brandish a sword against her master. And Giju replied that he knew she didn't mean to. He could tell things like that. Elle was beside herself trying to tell Giju even if she didn't, but Giju cut her off saying that he knew, she must have foreseen that this might happen. But he would have preferred that she told him beforehand, but for her defense she wanted to actually persuade him against entering the 40th floor's trial, and settled for his present situation. But in the end, she couldn't dare stop her master, since he must climb the tower after all. Giju told her not to feel guilty, since everything worked out alright in the end, so it's all good. He asked her where are the other egos, and Elle replied that because this is a separate space, the other egos are somewhere else at the moment. Giju asked her if her memories have come back, to which she replied that somewhat, but they're still hazy at best. She was originally a being created to follow the will of the One. She was in much confusion due to the matter of serving a new master. Giju wondered to himself who this the One could be. Her memories of the One must have become hazy after her mind was clear of its confusion, since she fully decided to serve Giju after this event. She did, however, remember one thing, and it's that holy swords are angels who have downgraded themselves of their own accord by dedicating their mind and body. And that she was the very first holy sword, the ruler of holy swords. All holy swords have been made with her permission and will. Then she suddenly apologized and told him it was almost time, which made Giju very puzzled. She thanked him for everything, granting her a second life, and treasuring her and always staying by her side. She continued to say that she wanted to talk about so much more with him, but she was afraid this is as far as she can go. Giju asked if this was a joke, was she kidding him? But as L's body started to break apart, she said that he was greater being than even he himself knew. Even Lu and herself, who have lived for a very long time, could not define him. Giju asked her to wait. Why was she being like this? She told him to cut down everyone who stands in the way of him climbing the tower, whether they be angels, demons, humans, or lords of the tower, cut them all down. Giju in a panic shouted loudly for L. She gave him a very gentle smile as she started to fade away and said, "Become the master of the tower." She was sure he could do it. In the next moment, he sat up suddenly back in reality, and gripped his aching heart. Brunhart was glad his master was up, while Giju was having a coughing fit, and Lu told him that he was so damn slow. Giju started to calm himself, and said he was sorry for worrying them. Then his eyes caught sight of something nearby. It was L's rustic sword form that was stabbing the ground nearby. Meanwhile, inside the Player Association Tower, Yubin was waving goodbye to her guild members after their training session. A guild member noticed Yubin stopping to stare at her phone, so she asked her if she was not going home as well, since Yubin was headed towards the portal zone. She answered that she was gonna be waiting for someone, to which the guild members in chorus asked if it was a man, which made Yubin blush red like an apple, and she stuttered that it's nothing like that. Thinking to herself, no, not completely, but, as she stared at the text messages shared between herself and Giju. Since he said it wouldn't take that long to clear the 40th floor trial, but he probably won't be coming out by today, right? Still, she decided to wait a little bit longer just in case. As her guild members were leaving the building, they noticed a figure walking in. They couldn't believe they were able to see him in person for the first time, Lee Xianho. Meanwhile, back at the 40th floor trail, Giju was kneeling before L, calling her name, but got no response. The system notification informed him that he had passed the trial, and was distributing rewards. Inside the chest was a white feather called L's token. He looked at this with shock, and felt that his link to L was broken. He clenched his teeth in anger, and grabbing his head screamed in rage. Overtaken by emotions, he smashed at the ground with his fists. Brunhart and Lu were both asking him what he was doing, but ignoring their cries, he kept on smashing his fists. He slammed his fist so hard into the ground that it started to shatter. From the force of the blow, even the bones on his fingers started to fracture. Lu desperately shouted for his master to stop. After one more blow, Giju came to a stop and blood started to drop down his fist. He put his head down and started to cry in grief. Brunhart told his master not to cry, while Lu told him to get a hold of himself. He shouldn't be crying like this over a traitoress, but before he could finish, Giju cut him off and told him to shut up. While Lu remained silent, Giju came back to his senses and quickly apologized, and said he shouldn't be getting mad at him, and asked just to stay quiet for a little bit. After some time had passed, he started to exit the floor through the portal to the tower's 40th floor checkpoint. As soon as he stepped out, Lu warned his master to be careful, telling him there is a barrier. Giju looked around and he couldn't find anyone near the checkpoint. Lee Xianho appeared before him, and said that he came here just in case, but it looks like it was a wasted trip. From the state that Giju was in, the ruler of holy swords must be, but at that moment, recognizing who was before him, Giju drew his weapon and got in a pose ready to fight. Lee Xianho told him to relax, since he made a promise not to harm him. Turning around, started to leave, saying he only came here merely to confirm something, but all he managed to confirm was his unsightly state. Commenting he couldn't believe that Giju was incapable of even treasuring a single sword. This statement completely enraged Giju. He started to imbue the black sword with death, while his egos tried to calm him down. Lu started to tell him not to do anything stupid, but not heeding their words, Giju launched an attack and struck at Lee Xianho's retreating back. However, to Giju's surprise, he was able to spot his most powerful attack with just his fingers. Then flicking his fingers, Lee Xianho was able to force Giju back away from him. After Giju fell on his butt, Lee Xianho reminded him that he made a promise not to lay a hand on him for 1 year, but he didn't make that condition reciprocal because he didn't consider Giju a threat to him. But to think that the one who calls himself her master is in such a state, what an eyesore. A dejected Giju looked at the ground in frustration. Lee Xianho continued to say that the tower does not do anything meaningless, that's the only thing he can tell him, while walking away from Giju. Giju got to his feet and cursed loudly in frustration. As the rain started to fall down, Yubin had been waiting all day at the portal entrance. She guessed that it was a bit of a stretch for him to clear it on the same day. It's getting late, so she was planning on getting something to eat and head home. While looking at her phone, she didn't mind eating alone. Just then some commotion caught her attention. She decided to go see what it was all about. Then noticed Giju standing with blood stain on his chest, and people around were wondering if he was injured or if they needed to call the authorities. Yubin started to rush towards him calling his name, and as she got close to him, she asked what happened, and a dazed and barely conscious Giju recognized her and said her name, before falling unconscious in front of her. Yubin was shocked as Giju fell into her arms. After blacking out, he felt his head feel heavy, and he wondered what happened to him after he left the tower. He felt like he met someone, but as his eyes started to open, the first words to come out was Yubin. Unfortunately, it was Sunghun who was standing in the room. After recognizing who it was, Giju sat up from bed. Brunhart greeted his master, and said he was glad to see him awake. Giju, still not fully understanding the current situation, asked where he was, and Sunghun informed him that he was at his home. He then said Giju was probably gonna ask anyways, so to keep it short, he found Giju in Shin Yubin's arms on the street, and since he was tailing him, took over for her. Then brought him here after getting the association doctors to diagnose him. By the way, he was the one to take off his clothes and gloves. Giju mindlessly thanked him, but wondered to himself in her arms. Then our hero asked that aside, he was tailing him. And Sunghun replied of course, since there's no way he could stand idly by as their VIP left the association in that state. Yubin went back after nursing him for quite a while, so give her a call later. Then stretching his arms, he asked Giju if he would like some tea or maybe a meal. Giju replied a meal and then asked if he had any alcohol as well. After drinking several cans of beer, Giju asked Sunghun if he wasn't curious about what happened, since he hasn't asked anything about it at all. Sunghun replied that he was sure Giju would tell him when he felt like talking about it. Besides, whatever happened, he probably needed time to get himself sorted out, and he can't get in the way of that. Giju thanked him, then commented that his house was pretty big, and asked if he lived alone. Sunghun smiled happily and replied yes, he was still single, and Giju said not that, do you live alone? Sunghun told him that his mother is hospitalized, and said it's a boring story about a sickly mother and a poor single mother household. He managed to get lucky and became a player after all his struggles, but the disease had already advanced too far and money couldn't cure it, or something like that. Giju commented that it's pretty similar to his life, then wondered how Sunghun felt back then, when he obtained the elixir. After thinking about things, he got up and opened the window to get some fresh air. When his mother was in critical condition, he thought he was the most unfortunate person in the world. It felt like he was out of his mind, as if he was shouldering all the sadness in the world. He felt the same way now. As Siku, Xianpil, and Donghe, who lost many of their comrades in the battle against the Iron Guild, he's sure they were just as sad as him and held back their tears. He hasn't grown at all since back then, as he gripped the handrail of the balcony. Brunhart showed concern for his master, and Giju told him he was okay, he was just sorting out his feeling a little. Remembering back to her comment for him to climb the tower. He said to himself that if he was not gonna get used to losing things, he'll just have to become strong enough not to lose anymore, that's the only way. Closing his eyes and making a conviction, he told Lu that there was something he wanted to ask. When he got no response, he called Lu's name again. Then asked Lu why he wasn't saying anything, but Lu replied he couldn't answer since he was told to shut up.
Giju asked if he was still upset about that. He said he was sorry. Lu asked why does the law exist if apologizing solves everything, then Giju commented that he was speaking fine when they were facing Lee Xianho, and Lu replied that was an emergency. So what did he want to ask? Giju asked if there was a possibility of reviving L. Then Lu replied that it took him long enough to ask, and called his master a moron. Lu was the ruler of demonic swords, and L was the ruler of the holy swords. Giju didn't think it's a coincidence at all that he became the master of two egos who are complete opposites. What's important is that their properties are completely symmetrical. Just as Lu's Bobi was the reward from the 30th floor's trial, and it was used later on in his evolution, then L's token that he got as the rewards from the 40th floor's trial was probably an item used for her evolution. As Lee Xiahan said, the tower does not do anything meaningless. From that statement, L's death on a floor meant for her evolution is contradictory. The elder, while looking at L, said it's possible. Then a shocked and excited Giju shouted really, and the elder replied that the experience obtained from observing the Holy Sword 9, and in terms of appearance, he was sure he would have no issues. But like he said, that would purely be in terms of appearance, since it was impossible for him to bring back her ego. Giju told him that was fine, since he would do that part. Then the elder asked if he could work inside his gate, since the mana density is very high in there, so it would be a great help to his work. Saying it was not a problem, Giju opened the gateway. He told the Lich Heart to make sure the elder has everything he needs. If he needs something, have the skeletons get it for him, and the Lich replied by his orders. The elder waved and said he was off to follow his orders as well. Giju told him that he was entrusting the care of El in his capable hands. The elder commanded the skeletons to bring that hammer and anvil over there into the gate. Then Giju asked Lu what they needed to do next, and Lu told him that first of all, El died because she lost her root. She sacrificed her life to save him, her master, as he was still in critical condition even with Kalian's ability. Then he should restore that root. The root of a holy sword is life, it is the complete opposite to his root, which is death. Lu continued and said that Giju needed to wield the power of life to revive El, and he needs to wield both life and death simultaneously. And of course this won't be easy, since theoretically speaking wielding both life and death is possible. No, even theoretically speaking it's next to impossible. So in other words, he would have to do something close to godly from now. So was he ready to work like a dog? Lu was starting to train Giju on what to do. First he needed to take a look at his own vessel. Giju was sitting in a meditative position and with his eyes closed started to focus and meditate, blocking all external information and feeling everything happening inside himself. Feel your heartbeat, blood flow, contraction and relaxation. Feel the mana flowing from his heart to his head and limbs. His connection to his egos, in other words, feel the link. He kept contemplating himself, and as he did so, he almost had an out-of-body experience and his body started to shift in place. Then suddenly opened his eyes, then barfed out everything in his stomach since he gave himself vertigo. Brunhard concerned asked his master if he was okay, while Lu asked him what did he see. Wiping the sweat from his face, he replied he saw an enormous void. Lu started to laugh and told him only to take a little look, but he managed to look into the entirety of his vessel when it hasn't even been 3 weeks, and called him a monster. Sighing, Giju leaned against the wall and started to drink some water, saying so that's what his vessel looks like. Lu thought it would take him at least 2 months, but he has progressed faster than expected. Giju thought to himself that an enormous void that humans likely cannot fathom. His mind was getting dizzy just from perceiving it. Our hero asked if everyone had a vessel like that, to which Lu answered incredulously that he needed to be more aware of how special he was. Giju said that he knew he wasn't ordinary but it was a bit embarrassing saying it himself, but Lu corrected him saying he didn't know a thing. The reason why he couldn't level up, and why so many powerful individuals are so interested in him, and why he managed to possess a gate that no one else could, and no, he couldn't say more since he would be penalized if he said any more. All he could say was that he'll know when the time comes. If he's done resting, let's continue with the training. Even if resurrecting her was possible, she shouldn't be left like that for too long. Giju agreed, the sooner the better. Lu continued to tell him that what he needed to do now is to find the power of life within his vessel, and as he said before, El sacrificed her power of life to save him.
Hence, its remnant must still be inside with him, so find that. Thinking about life, Giju closed his eyes again and started to concentrate. Lu warned him not to look at its entirety like he did before. Just a portion, find the beings taking their place within the void. Wondering about beings, Giju's consciousness faded and he woke up within his vessel. And the first thing he saw in front of him was a red flaming mass. Could this be death? He wondered out loud. Lu told him that it was correct addressing him as Egomancer, as an eye opened within the being known as death. Lu told Giju that he did a good job of finding him, now it was time to find the others. Shifting his head from left to right, he looked around. Then he noticed a shape in the distance, asking if that could be Brunhart. In response, Brunhart shouted in delight that he got it right, it was him. Giju was fascinated that egos in his vessel took forms like these. The one in the form of a wolf must be Rain, while those two with indistinct forms must be Hermes and Oberon. Then he wondered where the elder might be located, when suddenly he heard metal clashing from a direction. Upon looking in that direction, he found a red shape of the elder using his hammer and making something on his anvil. Getting closer to the elder, he wondered if he could touch him, but a stern warning came from Lu telling him not to touch him. That's a link connected to reality, and no one knows what sort of result his actions might incur. Was he willing to handle the consequences of his actions? Putting a head behind his head sheepishly, Giju told Lu he should have told him sooner, but putting everything to aside, he still have not seen the life that Lu mentioned about earlier. How was he supposed to locate it in such a huge space? Lu told him he can, just feel for the power of life. Since he had wielded the power of life before, albeit indirectly, when he restored the elder's ego with the help of Nine, Lu advised him to recall that memory. Giju with his eyes closed pondered. It felt vague until now, but he was starting to understand the interior structure of his vessel. This place was divided into two major sections, the territory of death where Lu was located, and the territory of the other egos grouped together. Then he found it, and Lu commented that while he did tell him to find it, he found it surprisingly quickly, and he's no longer even surprised anymore. In the distance was a glowing golden star, along with the territory of death and the territory of the egos. The place where the golden star was location make a triangle with the other two territories. As he approached closer, it was a golden ball. Was this life? All he can see is a small marble. He asked Lu what he should do with this, and Lu answered him with a question, "Are you ready?" In puzzlement, Giju asked ready for what, and Lu told him that he had to make contact with it, but even he couldn't predict what will happen once he does that. So be prepared and resolve himself to any possible outcome. Without a moment's hesitation, Giju approached the golden marble and said it's something he has to do anyway, so there's nothing to stress over, then touched the marble. In the next moment, the ball glowed brightly, filling the whole area with its aura and light, like that of a glowing sun. What followed was a scream of pain coming from Giju back in his basement, who had bloodshot eyes and was gripping his throat with both his hands tightly. As blood started to ooze out of his eyes, his ego shouted to him out of concern, telling him to snap out of it. As he fell to the ground, Lu told him to get a hold of himself and focus. If he doesn't, he could seriously die at this rate. As we see Giju lying on the ground with blood coming out of all the orifices on his head. Giju was feeling like his insides were contorting. Was this the price for meddling with life? Lu continued to tell him to get a grip and focus, or else he was going to die. With his shaking arm, he formed the black sword on it, and held the sword in the air for a moment. His egos asked in concern what he planned to do, but in the next moment Giju plunged the sword into his legs. In doing so, he was able to get some control over his senses, and Lu called him a nasty son of a, but remarked that it's fine that it brought him back to his senses. Lu then advised him to listen carefully, since the next step is for him to change his vessel's construction. Being puzzled, Lu elaborated, telling him that right now, the life that's bursting out is clashing with his death. The two don't mix well like oil and water, but even worse than that, and it's no wonder he's in such pain. That's why he needs to build a wall between the two of them, and Giju asked how the hell was he supposed to do all that, and Lu advised him to adjust the order of the territories into death, the territory of egos, then life. And if he wasn't able to do this, his life won't last much longer. Then he asked again, how was he supposed to do all that, but a sudden fit of pain struck him at that moment, making him faint into unconsciousness. As he collapsed onto the floor, Brunhart shouted for him not to die. The fall made him regain part of his consciousness. But he felt it was going to slip away from him, but Lu warned him to try to stay like that. Since the territories were already starting to move, and in his semi-conscious state the territories were moving subconsciously to their proper positions. Sometime later, Giju suddenly woken up gasping for air. Lu asked if he was finally up, and all Giju could do was stare blankly up from the ground. Then slowly sitting up with his hand on his head asked if he passed out and what happened. Lu told him to check for himself by looking into his vessel. While closing his eyes, Giju ventured into his vessel again, and what he found was that within his vessel the two forces of death and life were being kept apart from each other by his other egos. Rain and Oberon was pushing back death, while Brunhart and Hermes were pushing back life. And supporting both sides was the Elder in the center. Then a system notification informed him that the level of assimilation has increased, and he had perceived life. An updated status window showed Giju's current status. His assimilation was now S-ranked, and he can use up to 80% of a ego's stats, and he can now wield life. While Giju is thrilled at learning the life skill, Lu tells him that he was very lucky, that the egos came forward on their own, and the remaining energy of the elixir he couldn't fully absorb helped prevent his vessel from being destroyed. Rather, his vessel has expanded compared to before, so he guessed it was a blessing in disguise. Giju thought about the elixir's energy, and reasoned that it might be why his injuries are all healed. Then getting up, asked Lu what does he have to do now. Lu told him that he needed to practice controlling it now. He's sure that he will quickly get the hang of it since he's controlled death before, but not even he should be able to do it so easily. But before he could finish speaking, Giju had already called up the powers of life in his left hand, and asked if this was it, to which Lu replied with a curse saying, he should at least do it after he finished explaining. Giju thought to himself that Lu was starting to get a little condescending, but asked out loud if that was a compliment. Brunhart shouted that his master was a genius. Trying to change the topic, Lu told him that next he will need to train to be able to control it with precision, at least as well as he controls death. That aside, it must be because life and death were completely segregated, the fear he was expecting didn't happen. When Giju asked what that was, Lu just passed it off as just something, and told him to keep training. That elder is going to take a long time to repair the sword, so he would have plenty of time. Giju agreed, saying that the elder did say it was going to take a while, and he was saying it was a shame he couldn't reference an intact holy sword. Lu informed him that that was the objective of this training. Then Lu called on Brunhart, who opened a gate and the rustic sword came pouring out. Giju commented that these are the rustic holy swords they got from the 40th floor, and Lu confirmed it. He had the skeletons collect them while Giju was passed out on the 40th floor, and now was the time for their training. Giju only had a puzzled look on his face and he started to sweat a little. Then Lu told him to start resurrecting all these holy sword corpses with the power of life. Meanwhile outside, Giju's mother was asking if she really didn't need to be helping out, and Taeshik replied that it was okay. He's simply paying back what he received from her until now, while putting on an apron in the kitchen, telling her to just sit there and relax. He said with confidence that while he may look like this, he is very confident in his cooking ability and he should be able to whip up some delicious lunch in a flash. Then asked if Giju was still not coming up from the basement, since he hasn't seen his face in a while. The mother replied that he's right, it's been over a month, she hoped he was at least eating well. While laughing, Taeshik said he was sure he's doing well on his own, he's not someone who can't take care of himself. Then to himself, he thought not to lose focus, since he'll never get another chance like this, the perfect opportunity to show his appeal to Giju's mother. He's lobbied Giju all this time for a day like this, and he even learned how to cook from a famous chef through his connections with the association. It's time for those efforts to shine. As he skillfully cut all the ingredients and put them into a pot, then the moment he took a sample of his dish to taste. His only thought was that he screwed, wondering where did it go wrong, he needed to fix this somehow. Suddenly vibrations shook the house. And strange noises came from the basement. Taeshik told her to stay here, he will go take a look. Upon entering the basement, smoke coming from inside made him cough. Cursing Giju, he asked what was he doing to his house. As a voice told him not to come any closer, Taeshik was shocked at the sight before him, as three angels had their swords pointed at him. In unison, they asked to be allowed to purge the being in front of them from their father, as Giju can be seen standing behind them.
Resurrecting holy swords, it wasn't as easy as it sounded. Most of the time, infusing life into the rustic swords ended with the swords shattering into dust. Lu sarcastically asks if he thought it'd be so easy. Death and life are similar in application, but he's already been skewed to one side too much. Even a self-proclaimed genius like him couldn't be able to do it so easily. Being annoyed, told Lu to remain silent if he wasn't gonna help. Tossing the held aside, he reached for the next rustic sword on the ground. As always, Brunhard encouraged his master with his cheerful disposition. Closing his eye and focusing, he returned to infusing life into the rustic sword again. As he continued, when he got around to having only 30 swords left, he started to perceive the holy swords cores. Although he failed countless times before, he was starting to get the hang of this. Lu told him that he did a good job finding it, since that was similar to its brain or heart for a human. It was now his job to let blood flow into that area. Thinking to himself, Giju only had roughly 70 to 80 holy swords left. H encouraged himself, telling himself he can do it and he will succeed, no matter what. Staring at the last 3 remaining sword on the ground, Lu told him what a way to screw it up. What now? Did he want to take a break, since it could be his mentality that might be the problem? Giju replied no, he wanted to try it just one more time, since he can feel something tingling, and didn't want to lose the feeling if he rested. As Lu was telling him to do as he liked, Giju had already started to infuse life into the sword. Sensing that the effect was working, Lu told him to keep it up, but suddenly told him to wait and stop, since he was cramming too much inside. Giju told him that it wasn't him, it was doing that on its own. The power of life was being rapidly absorbed by the sword, and at the rate it was going, it could fail again. Lu told him that it couldn't be helped, since he's gotten the hang of it, just give up on this one and move on to the next. However, without heeding this advice, Giju reached for the remaining 2 swords lying on the ground. If one can't hold in all this power, he was going to spread it between all 3. As all 3 swords touched, the glow of light expanded brightly. The reaction from this shook the house. He was explaining the situation to Tashik, that after he passed out like that, and when he woke, there were 3 angels by his side. Tashik still couldn't believe that 3 angels were kneeling in front of him. Giju sheepishly agreed that it was hard to believe at first. Lu was laughing and commented that he was very astonished. He only told him to resurrect holy swords, but never in his wildest dreams did he believe he would end up creating angels instead. Giju again apologized to Tashik that the angels threatened him, since he had no time to stop them. But Tashik told him there was no need, he didn't mind stuff like that, since they weren't even much of a threat to him anyways. The 3 angels were very offended by the comments, and one of them shouted that he was a dangerous man, and another shouted that he must be put down. While the last requested that he give them permission to do so. Giju quickly told them to be quiet, and they bowed their heads in unison and agreed. Tashik commented that seriously life, holy swords, angels, he managed to do the absurd things almost every day. It would have been hard to believe if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Giju asked him to keep it a secret, even from the association president if possible. Tashik told him that he won't tell anyone, and he wasn't even close enough with him that he would gossip with him. Giju reminded him that they were father and son, so they should at least fix that and try to be at least nicer to each other, all the while laughing nervously. Putting everything to the side, Tashik said he had something he wanted to tell him. So Giju opened the gate and told the angels to stay in there, since it'd be a bit uncomfortable for them if they just sat there like statues. When one of the angels addressed him as father, Giju was still unnerved by it, while Tashik just laughed in the background. They asked if they could be given names, and while Giju was pondering on what names to give, Lu remarked that it's here, his master's naming time. While Brunhard wondered what kind of names they will get. Giju pointed to each angel and called them by their respective names, saying, "You are Hamiel to one of the male angel. You are Camel to the other male angel, and lastly to the female angel he named Anael." Then asking them if they were fine with their given names, while Lu commented that was fast. With tears flowing from their eyes and glowing brightly, all 3 angels in unison told him thank you so much father. Nervous by their reaction, he told them he was glad they liked them. As the angels entered the gate, Lu laughed, saying that a human granting names to angels was very interesting. Then turning to Tashik, Giju asked what did he want to talk about. Taeshik told him it wasn't much. He just wanted to share some information about the Carven Guild. Asking if he wasn't curious about their progress, right, but to be fair, there hasn't been much progress. Despite them roaming about, there are barely any traces of them, and it's not like their activities are restricted to just within their country, so they can only find small portion of them even if they do find them. That's why they needed to cooperate with associations from across the world, and the Demon King is taking care of that. Compared to a has-been like him, her influence stretches pretty far. Giju laughed, asked who would dare to call Behemoth a has-been, but Taeshik cuts him off saying it was the Demon King, and Giju simply replied with an "oh." Then Giju commented that, wasn't Taeshik climbing the towers again recently, and Taeshik replied that since Giju was getting caught up in things that even he didn't even know about, so how could he just stay still? Thinking to himself, besides the reason he settled on a desk job in the first place was to take care of Giju who couldn't level up. So there's no need for him to keep doing that anymore. Taeshik continued to tell him that one more thing, that doesn't directly impact him. But gates have been highly active recently, and even few unique gates have appeared. Giju was surprised by this bit of news, since the last time he entered a unique gate, he was able to link up with it. Then getting excited, he asked if any guilds have gone into the unique gates, and if not, he wanted to take care of them. Taeshik told him sure, he probably can, since most people usually stay away from unique gates. Then Taeshik told him he will be leaving now, and a sly Giju replied to Taeshik telling him to have a good time with his mom. Giju thought about the unique gates, and Brunhard having the skill that can absorb gates. Brunhard was excited, thinking his gate might get bigger. As Giju pondered on absorbing gates and the impact it will have on the existing gate's internal structure and monsters, he entered his gate. Thinking his gate currently is a bit gloomy, so it'd be great if the atmosphere could change. But as soon as he entered the gate, one of the angel was shouting that Father must have sent them here to purge this world of the undead, he will personally purify those filthy fake bodies of theirs. The lich with the armies of the undead was shouting how dare flies like them set foot unto his great master's territory. He'll break those ugly wings and rip out their pretentious faces. An all-out war was breaking out between the three angels and the armies of the undead in front of Giju. He stared at this scene in front of him dumbstruck. The three angels were being disciplined by doing a headstand without the use of their arms. Along with the lich. Giju had a grave expression on his face, while he was looking at the four before him. While sitting on the horse of the headless horseman, he called Hamiel's name, who replied yes father. He then called the lich by his name Heart, to which the lich replied yes great master. He then asked them to explain the situation, then Hamiel replies that he was trying to clean his father's territory of filth, since the unnerving mana within this gate must also be from that group. While the lich countered, that he was trying to annihilate the hypocrites that trespassed on his master's territory. Having flies in the territory was filthy. Grabbing his face, Giju let out a big sigh, while Lu laughed calling him an idiot. Undeads with the power of death would obviously be hostile to angels, it's his fault for not expecting as much. Giju could only lament in his thoughts that Lu knew 100% this was going to happen, but didn't bother to tell him. Regaining some composure, he asked everyone to rise. With a finger raised, Giju told them his first order was not to fight, since both the undeads and angels are under his command. But Hamiel protested, saying why would he protect these wicked undead, but Giju cut him short saying that he won't ask him to get along with them. But since they are still comrades, so do not speak ill of them in this manner. And if he really wants to get into it, they've been his subordinates for longer than them, they are also the angels' superiors. While the lich looked to be grinning, the angels were all crying. He then asked why they were crying, and the angels said that it was disgraceful and humiliating, but if that is his orders they would obey. Then a voice in his head asked if he could hear him, and Giju called out to the elder. The elder said that this was pretty cool, asking if this is what is called telepathy. Giju explained that since he was now an ego, they could talk in this manner. The elder asked that parts of the gate was pretty noisy, so did he know what was happening, and Giju replied that it was nothing much, there were just some unruly brats. Then the elder asked if he could come over and visit him, since he had something to show him. Giju asked if he was referring to the sword, and the elder replied that he had finished repairing the sword. Sometime later, Giju was holding the repaired white sword in his hand. The elder was telling him that he just barely got the hang of it, thanks to the holy sword scraps that he collected. Giju thanked the elder, saying he didn't know how he can repay him for this. But the elder told him there was no need, rather he owed him his life, so he was finally able to pay back at least the interest. Anyways, he's done everything he can with this, and the rest will depend on him. While Giju was thinking on starting the resurrection processes right away, Lu told him that it was good, but he should at least finish his preparations first. Since it's not ideal to wield life in a gate permeating with dark mana, it'll simply mess up what he had the hang of. And since he needed to play it safe, it would be better to do it at a place he was more familiar with, so he advised him to return back to his basement. Agreeing to this, Giju asked if the elder would like to come along and see the process. To which the elder agreed, saying he would love to see the moment the power of life is imbued in a sword he repaired. Lu told him that it was a good decision, since if any issues arise with El during the resurrection, then the elder could take care of it, and he should also take the angels with him just in case. They might be helpful if any problems come up with him wielding life. Back at the basement, he told his angels to stand by and take action if anything happens to him, and when that happens, follow Lu's instructions. While he might be an absolute scumbag, he's still rather trustworthy, to which Lu protested with annoy. However, one of the angels complained that they can sense evil energy from him, and didn't want to follow orders from someone like him. While holding his arching forehead, Giju told her that they are doing it again. He told them to just do it for his sake and endure it this once, to which they agreed reluctantly. Sounds of laughter could be heard from the back, and Giju turned around to see the elder covering his mouth while trying to hold in his laughter. He said it was nothing, and he was absolutely not laughing because they keep calling him father, so don't worry about it. But it was so obvious, and Giju's face started to get red from the embarrassment he felt. Brunhart said that it was cool, and asked if he could call him father as well. In the next moment, Giju declared a quick name meeting and said that the name father was being banned, which called all three of the angels to protest. They shouted that he was their creator, then how could they possibly call him anything else? Not being able to call their father was being too cruel. Giju pinched the bridge of his nose in annoyance, while Lu just laughed and said they were not wrong. These angels are being born anew with no memories of their past, so they are literally his creations. Giju then told them to call him Great Master. Since the others call him that as well, then in union they shouted yes, Great Master. Sighing loudly, he nervously looked at the white sword and started the resurrection process. Sometime later Giju entered a unique gate. Their ranks fluctuate and are considered structures that are outside the norm. They're gates that defy logic. All players avoid them due to that uncertainty and danger, but to him, they're just food for Brunhart. As Giju's forces fight with griffin-type monsters inside a unique gate, he comments that they all fight so well. While most players would avoid aerial battles, that didn't really bother him all that much. While imbuing himself with the powers of elemental dark, which can turn his body into darkness, then combine it with spirit fusion, which allows him to fuse with spirits of the same attribute, he can soar into the sky using wings made with elemental darkness. Lu remarked that he was becoming much more proficient at using his skills, but don't ever forget that's all thanks to his spirit fusion skill he earned through his evolution. While floating in air, Giju mindlessly told Lu that he was a genius when it came to praising himself. He will give him that much. While being surrounded by griffins, Giju called an end to all the chit-chat, since he as the master shouldn't be slacking off while his subordinates were fighting. Then proceeded into battle, slashing all the griffins in the sky before him like a madman. The bodies of griffins started to rain down towards the ground, everywhere that Giju passed by. Soon, lots of magic crystals started to collect on the ground by Giju's feet. Releasing his powers, he looked to his empty left hand. He still felt empty when there's nothing in his left hand. His egos told him that he needed to get used to it. As Lu was saying that L is no longer, but a sudden sound of a beast dropping behind them interrupted his speech. Turning to look, he heard a voice telling him that she had brought the materials from the gatekeeper. As he looked, a figure of an angel was standing on top of a gigantic griffin head, and she called him master. It was the younger version of El, standing before him in her angelic form. Seeing this, a pleasant smile appeared on Giju's face, and he thanked her. 2 months ago, El's revival succeeded well beyond his expectations. As El come back into existence, she had gone beyond merely reviving as a sword.
As life energy flooded the sword, it created a blinding light shocking everyone. The system notified him that he was activating the incarnation skill. L had somehow obtained a physical body, and her status changed to show that she now possessed the incarnation skill as well as life skill. As L beamed with a bright smile, Giju thanked her for her hard work, which annoyed Lu to no end. She can still transform into a sword, but he wanted to let her be as free as possible now that she's obtained a body. He asked her how her incarnation form was, and was she getting used to using it, to which L replied that she still can't maintain it for very long, so she apologized for showing a lacking side of her. Brunhard commented that she looked very pretty, while Lu griped what's so good about a traitor like her. Giju told Lu to stop being so childish, it was all water under the bridge. While L was apologizing again that she had no excuse for that time, but Giju also told her to stop that as well. Standing in front of the griffin's head, he commented that considering the duration and her childlike appearance, it looks like the skill still has some room for improvement. He guessed that the issue would be resolved somewhat after her evolution. While looking at her status screen, she was missing 2 egoified souls and 1 holy sword to start the process. Huang Chiil was one of the egoified soul, and same like in Lu's case, he couldn't use it haphazardly. Just like how he was able to restore the Elder's ego, he could restore the fragments of Charlemont and the Evil Eye King, but he would still be missing one. But that can be easily resolved as he hunted, but the real problem was the holy sword requirement. And it's not like he can offer one of the 3 angels as sacrifices, and Lu told him that they could cry if they found out he was even thinking of something like that. Then he had no choice but to find the player with 100 swords. As he turned around at the approaching footsteps, his followers kneeled down before him and told him that their mission was completed. With a smile, he told them that they all did a good job, and asked about the crystals. The Lich replied that the skeletons were gathering them, and they will put them into the gate once it was opened. Giju opened the gate, then told them that they should also go help with the collection as well, since time was money, while waving his hand to dismiss them. While turning back to the griffin head, he remarked that he should take what he needed quickly, so that he could absorb the gate. He pulled up the screen, which showed a prompt asked if he would like to absorb the gate. During the time he was reviving L, 3 unique gates appeared in Korea. He would like to absorb all 3, if possible, but he had to yield to the other guilds since the other 2 gates were showing signs of breaking. Using the lesson he learned from the commotion caused from him linking with a gate last time, he used his privilege as a mercenary to raid the gate with no witnesses, and successfully absorbed the gate with no particular trouble. Of course, just absorbing it wasn't enough, as he started at the system prompt that showed that the domination rate was at 0%. Just like what he did with the undead, he would have to kill the monsters again to raise the domination rate. But this time, with the help of his angels, the undead army, and his summoned minions, there wasn't much for him to do, as he sat on a bench drinking his coffee while the battle raged on behind him. Then in no time at all, the domination rate was at 100%. Glad that it was finally done, he closed the system window. But in the next moment, the whole gate started to shake, sending rocks and debris everywhere. As new land formations started to materialize in the sky, and land masses started to shift. As the once gloomy skies of the gate changes to a clear blue sky. A griffin can be seen flying overhead, and Brunhard commented that it's gotten bigger, and L remarked that it was more picturesque, while Lu complained that he liked it the way it was before. Giju said that besides Lu's gloomy tastes, the gate's decoration was complete and all that was left was to designate a vice administrator to this gate. Looking at the applicants before him, his number 1 candidate was Hamiel, who looks like he's considered the firstborn among the angels because he received his name first. Hamiel said that as long as he was left in charge, he would dedicate his life to his duty. The number 2 candidate was Dullahan, who became able to talk, possibly because his intelligence rose due to the development of the dungeon. He said just say the word, Great Master, he will accept his duty. And the 3rd candidate, as Giju turned to the sky, he saw the approach of a huge griffin landing near him. Was the King Griffin, the gatekeeper of the gate he just absorbed? As a glint showed in the griffin's eye, it momentarily unnerved Giju. Then in the next moment, the griffin affectionately put his head against Giju and made loving noises, and Giju told him that he will play with him later. As he can see, not an ounce of charisma from it, and there was also the communication issue, and he was afraid if he left it in charge, the whole gate might be covered in bird poop if he let it strut about.
Then his only options were either number 1 or number 2.
But in the distance, the Lich was sitting on the bench grinning with delight, since whoever becomes the vice administrator, they'll be below him, the administrator. Since Dullahan has always been his subordinate, so it was perfect, and it wouldn't be bad for him to have that angel become his subordinate either. With his fingers locked before him, whatever happens, he would benefit from it, or so the Lich thought. Sometime later, we find the Lich sitting on the cliff edge hugging his legs with the angel behind him. As the Lich sat disappointed, the angel next to him told him not to be disheartened, since it's the great master's decision. Turning to look up at the angel, but in the next moment, he put his head back down again. The angel comforted the Lich, telling him at least you're a vice administrator. The Lich, Heart, has been demoted to the status of vice administrator. And the elder, Huang Jichel, was appointed as the new gate administrator. The elder wielding his hammer said that to leave everything to him, he has always been interested in architecture and administration. Lu remarked that, wasn't it cheating to choose someone who wasn't even a candidate, and Gidju replied that he didn't think that the elder was an option before. El told him that he's perfect for the job, and Brunhart congratulated his dad calling him the best. Meanwhile in the Iron Shield Guild Tower, Iron Shield was saying that unique gates appearing in Korea was unbelievable. Asking someone if they can really create gates wherever he wanted, just what in the world was he, Ras? As the demon was sitting across from Iron Shield, he smiled and said that was a boring question. Isn't a concordance of understanding all that matters? And Iron Shield apologized, begging to be pardoned. While lighting his smoke, he thought that it didn't matter who this man was, the fact that he'll be helpful to him was all that mattered, since he's even prepared to make a deal with a demon for his revenge. Ras told him that it's still too early to be surprised, since everything until now was little more than an appetizer. With glowing red eyes and a wicked smile, he said that the real fun is about to begin. Meanwhile inside the gate, Gidju and his new admin was talking within a newly set up provisional tent. The elder brought out the gate map for them to look at. Gidju was surprised that the elder could do something like this, and the elder replied that it just naturally came to his mind when he became an administrator. Since you already know about the gate's basic environmental changes, which is the combination of the old and new gates. The elder pointing to a location said that this place had 3 mines that formed near the gate's border. A mine of crystals and rare materials, however Gidju doesn't need money, but to him this is pretty much a gold mine. Since he can now create items of great value at no cost. But not only that, he had free labor. But the elder noted that above all, the gate makes terrible use of space. As he can see, there's nothing being done with that space other than the pyramid being built. It's not like he's gonna sell it or anything, but was he just planning to just keep it lying around? The elder angrily expressed that it might look like a pyramid but the inside was a complete mess, and he was gonna have to fix it up soon, to which Gidju replied that Rogers will be the one to do that. While looking around the tent, the elder said they will also need to build an actual base instead of a provisional tent, but other than those things, they'll also have to make a prison and hunting ground. Gidju asked why, and the elder replied how else was he planning on handling his enemies. He didn't intend to nag him about legalism or vigilantism in a world filled with a-holes, but he couldn't kill them every single time. Since he could at least give them a chance to reform, but since it's not like they can all be controlled like Rogers, who's lost his powers, they'll need a facility to accommodate them. Gidju pondered on making a prison inside a gate. Since there is a rumor among those floating around in society about a prison that imprisons heinous red players, called Gehenna. Apparently, that jail considered the worst prison is located somewhere in a sustained gate. Thinking that it might not be just a rumor, he said he understand the need for the prison, but what about the hunting ground? The elder explained that this gate's greatest strength is that monsters are created for free, and of course he can just use them as part of his forces like he is already, but he's not getting everything he can out of them. He would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone if he provided a hunting ground for players close to him, while getting something out of it in the process. Then thinking back to the meeting with the guild Morningstar Child, Gidju recalled their need to train new members. The elder continued to say that he's not suggesting they tackle everything at once, but just to take care of these things one at a time. Nearby the Lich was hugging his legs in depression, but complimented the elder on being so capable. As the gate grew stronger, so did the monsters, and as a result, the classes of the skeletons have diversified. And he also had more Dullahans than before, so standing before them, he addressed them and asked which one of them was the original Dullahan he knew. Brunhart remarked that they all looked the same, while Lu complained that they had no individuality whatsoever. One of the horsemen spoke up saying that he was the original, and seeing this Giju said that at this rate, he was gonna have to name him as well. Upon pondering on the name, Lu told him to stop pretending, since it doesn't even take him a minute to name anyone. Then pointing to the original Dullahan, Giju said his name will be Hal. Upon hearing his name, his eyes started to glow red and he thanked his great master for giving him a name. Then to Giju's surprise, the head of the Dullahan floated into the air and attached to its body, and transformed into a Death Knight. The system notified him that he had successfully linked with a demon, Death Knight Hal, and a chivalric order has been formed. Then the Death Knight got down on the ground, and kneeling before his master, pledged his loyalty to assist him to the best of his abilities, and all the other Dullahans followed suit. Nervously laughing, Giju thought that not only did he create angels, but now he has created demons as well. Lu was beside himself saying it was unbelievable, what in the world has he done, and Giju replied how the hell would he know. But Lu said it was not good enough. And he needed to know what just happened, and told Giju to use his demonic eyes. Upon looking at them with his demonic eye, he tried to see into their essence, and as the name Hal appeared above the Death Knight, blood started to drop down from his nose, and Brunhart was surprised by the blood, while Lu cursed loudly. Giju just stood there being puzzled while blood started to drop from his nose without stopping. Soon he covered his nose saying no way, and started to lose his consciousness. Lu complained, not again, how many times was he going to faint? Seeing his master starting to fall backwards, Hal expressed concern calling out to his master. But before he could completely fall to the ground, Elle turned into her angel form and caught him, and shouted for her master to wake up. All his followers rushed to his lying body in concern, while Brunhart told him not to die. While Lu just grunted, "What a mess, don't cause such a fuss," since he was just. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Elle saying that this won't do, and they needed to take the master to the safest place. Lu was outraged at this, and the Death Knight Hal said that there's no way he'd listen to an angel's commands, but he was afraid he'll have to agree just this once. Lu was flabbergasted by this development, saying what the hell are you guys talking about, but again interrupted by the Death Knight as he called on everyone to assist the Great Master, with speed and accuracy, since they could not afford to make a single mistake. As Elle flew carrying Giju in her arms, and the Death Knight along with the other headless horsemen charged behind, Lu just sighed, saying for Pete's sake, now he's seen it all. As the whole group charged into the horizon. Sometime later, Giju, who was lying on a bed, suddenly opened his eyes. He started to wonder where he was, and Elle next by his bedside told him that he was inside the provisional tent, while Brunhart expressed his joy at his master waking up. Giju looked at Elle and called out her name in puzzlement. Then as he tried to get out of bed, he noticed that his body couldn't move. Lu told him that it's no wonder, since he's been knocked out for a whole week, and Giju, seeing the black sword floating next to him, shouted out in surprise, and told Lu that he scared him. Giju questioned Lu if he can float on his own now, and Lu replied that he was always able to, but didn't see a reason to until now. Giju retorted that he was pretty sure there were plenty of times, then suddenly realized something, and asked was he really knocked out for a whole week, just what in the world happened? Lu told him it's really simple, there was an imbalance between life and death. There was still a piece of the origin of life that burst forth inside him, and it clashed with the power of death the moment he activated his demonic eyes. While slowly getting up from bed, he grabbed his head, thinking he can finally move again, then he complained that again, it was like a bomb was set off inside of him. Lu told him that it's very similar to that, but for now the balance is being. Giju interrupted him saying wait, while his eyes started to look at his surroundings. Troops were encircling him, standing in attention and alert for any possible signs of danger. He asked what's all this about, and Lu informed him that they'd been guarding him without moving an inch ever since he collapsed. Brunhart said that he had ordered the undeads to protect him, while the Lich beamed with pride that he was able to fulfill his duty as the vice administrator. Elle also commented that the angels have also fulfilled their duty magnificently as well. The angels cried with joy that their father, our great master, had awoken. Being a bit unnerved by all this, Giju thanked them all, but asked where did the bed come from. Pulling the sheet up, there were griffin feathers underneath them. With a puzzled expression, he again thought just what in the God's name happened. Lu explained that here was a 3-line summary. First, the life and death clashed inside him. Second, he passed out for a week, and the two powers found some form of balance at that time. Giju gave Lu a very skeptical look, as Lu continued to say that third, this was the result of his lackeys overreacting to the situation. Finally understanding the situation and getting a giant headache as a result, he said that he was grateful for them worrying about him, but this was. Then shouted they were all dismissed, and he couldn't even think since this place was so crowded. His minions soon scattered to the winds, leaving only a cloud of dust behind them. Sighing loudly, he asked Lu to explain in more detail since just barely got the gist of things. Lu replied that there isn't much more detail than what he told him, since that was pretty much everything. If something was abnormal, it's that the fragment that broke off of life during that clash has settled in, and he's concerned by its location. This puzzled our hero for a moment. Lu told him that he should just see it for himself, by activating his demonic eyes. He asked if he was gonna pass out again, if he tried to use it. And Lu told him to just give it a shot, since he's got nothing to lose. Agreeing, he slowly closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them to activate his demonic eyes. They stared at each other puzzled, and Giju said he couldn't notice any difference. Lu replied that's because he couldn't see his own face at the moment, and advised him to ask Elle to change into her sword form, so that he can look at his own reflection. He kindly asked Elle if she didn't mind, and she readily agreed by grabbing his outstretched hand. Then transformed into her sword form. Upon looking at his own reflection, he was wondering what changed, when he suddenly noticed. He became nervous and shocked, while Brunhart remarked that one of his eyes has turned gray. The color change of the demonic eye was something that was important, but since neither Lu nor Elle knew anything about it, he decided just to keep an eye on it for now. Sometime later, Rogers was groveling in front of Giju having something he wanted to say. Rogers pleaded to be given a chance to take revenge against Iron Shield. Giju thought to himself that Hart groomed him well, seeing as all the rage that accumulated inside of him was being directed towards Iron Shield. But he told Rogers, what could the likes of him possibly do? Clinging onto Giju's clothes, like he was the last hope he had, he said level up, he just needed to level up again. He could become strong like before. No, even stronger than before in a flash. Giju told him the reality that he couldn't get stronger anymore, which shocked Rogers. He looked him straight in the eyes and continued to tell him that even if he hunted, the power 9 has taken from him will never return, and he could no longer level up. Using his demonic eyes, he could tell now. Rogers' vessel has already been damaged, to the point that it's a miracle he's still alive. Rogers started to tell him that he knew of all the corruptions that Iron Shield has committed until now, more than enough information to ruin him. Throwing Rogers back down, Giju told him that it would certainly be helpful, but how could he possibly trust him? Rogers looked dumbfounded, and could only lower his head. Giju at that moment said that he could give him a chance, but asked if he was willing to do anything. Rogers looked up with hope and said of course, whatever he commanded him to do, but before he could finish, he was cut off literally at the neck. As a puzzled Rogers looked on without knowing what just happened to him, the system notification said that cannibalism was being activated. Afterwards, Lu was asking his master, why didn't he just use cannibalism from the start instead of going through all that, and Giju replied that it was important to let his malice grow. He'll obey his commands as long as he's an ego, but he's more useful if he has his own sense of purpose. Moreover, he didn't think that's what's important right now, as he nervously looks over his shoulder. A star-struck Death Knight was standing behind him saying that it was his duty to serve his great master, and was willing to protect him by his side, wherever he goes. The angels were also awestruck and said that they belong with their great master, and should be allowed to serve him even outside. He asked them if they were insane, that they wanted to follow him outside. The Death Knight explained that their existence would have no meaning if they could not protect him, and the angels also agreed and said that their lives were dedicated to protecting him. Giju rubbed his aching temple, saying are they competing to see how burdensome they can be to him now, and Lu sarcastically said what's so bad about it, at least they won't betray him. He was wondering how he could persuade them, and then a sudden idea came to him. Turning around to address them,
he asked them if they thought that Lu and El were not capable to doing this. They were all stupefied by this question. He continued to point to his rings and said, Lu and El are protecting him, but they didn't trust them. Starting to sweat a little, the Death Knight didn't know Lu's identity, but was getting scared regardless. The angels also started to sweat, since they knew El's identity, and was also terrified of their original superior, said that was not their intention. They started to beg for forgiveness at their disrespect, and were thoughtless with their words. Lu remarked that this was power, and Brunhart said that they all belonged to their master. After exiting the gate and stepping outside the basement, Giju noticed that snow was falling outside. Giju thought that being stuck in the gate for weeks at a time was making the seasons change in a flash, and Lu told him he should go outside more often and socialize. Then he started to feel the cold, and started to shiver. At that moment, someone came walking towards him, and said it's been a while since she has seen him. Holding Rain in her arms, his sister greeted his brother, and told him to show his face more often, since she missed him, and so did Rain. He replied that he was sorry, but had stuff to do. She commented at least he had the decency to come out on an important day like today, and he replied of course, but asked what day is it. Puzzled at first, she asked didn't he come out because of it, since today was Christmas. There were several unread text messages from Shin Yubin could be seen on his phone, texting him on the day before Christmas if he was busy lately, then on Christmas Day asking him if he had any spare time today. As he was drinking water, his sister asked him since it's Christmas, did he have a girl he can meet up with or something? Looking back at her, he said that was a weird thing to hear from his sister, then asked if she had someone to meet. She proudly pointed to herself and declared that she was a student, and a student's gotta focus on her studies. He pointed out that all her testing was over with, and besides he should be spending Christmas with his family. Her sister lamented, saying that she knew he was gonna say that, and he was gonna be solo for the rest of his life. She pointed towards the door, and said that she was going to hang out with her friends and mom also has plans, so go out and meet someone. Asking if he didn't have even a single girl he could meet on a day like this, and to her shock, he replied that he got a message from someone. Seeing her astonished expressed, asked what's with that irritating look when she's the one who asked. She expressed that he's likely to be the type to send the shortest replies possible, to which he nervously looked away saying that he didn't know what she meant. He told her to be on her way, and he will take care of it himself, to which she sarcastically replied, sure he will. He was thinking at that moment, it's been a while but he couldn't really recall the last time they celebrated something like that. Then texting to Shin Yubin, asked if she was free to help him buy gifts for his family. And when she agreed told her that dinner was on him. While he was about to go out, he was stopped by his sister, who asked him if he was really planning to go out looking like that. Giju only looked back at her puzzled at the question. Sighing deeply, she told him to follow her. Sometime later, at the meeting spot, there was a large Christmas tree with decorations. Wearing a trench coat and looking sharp, wondered if he was late for the meeting. He blamed it all on his sister, who was making a fuss at his appearance. Then from behind, he heard his name being called and turned around to look. A dressed-up Yubin with her hair down, was approaching him from a distance, and greeted him with a loving smile, saying it's been a while. While looking at her, he started to blush and couldn't believe this was Yubin in front of him. Brunhart was surprised and said she was so pretty. While Lu remarked that his master's face has turned red, with El saying that it must be because of the cold. Giju said that he didn't properly thank her for when he passed out last time, and sorry for all the trouble he caused her back then. She replied that it was fine, since he's already called her a bunch of time. She reminded him that he needed to buy his family gifts right, and then suggested that they head towards the department store first. He apologized again for having her help him with this, and she said it was fine, and she was thankful he even came out to spend time with her since he was so busy. Lu told El that this woman might be serious, so she better be careful. And Brunhart interrupted saying seriously, but she seems like a good person, and El told Lu to be quiet. Inside the department store, on the 13th floor, Giju was surprised at the display of items before him, saying he never imagined that there would be a place like this inside a department store. She told him that it's for VIPs only, and even if you're not a valued customer, even rankers can use it as well. He replied that he didn't know, but asked if all the things inside were items right.
She agreed, but not only that, they can all be used by regular people as well, which surprised him. Since his mother was only able to use items after drinking an elixir, but normally people who aren't players usually couldn't use items. However, there were rare items that can be used by regular people, like the charm of protection he once gifted. He commented that these must be difficult to buy in auctions, and she agreed, saying they were quite expensive, asking if they were a bit too much. He replied no, since he was the one who asked to be recommended something regardless of price. Rather, he was thankful. But now he's with a dilemma on what to choose, since there were so many options, and he was sure his sister Yu Young wouldn't want clothes with high defense. Then Yu Bin recommended some item on display. Buy Horsenay. Giju commented that these were a luxury brand items, and she replied that was so. They usually only make a few per year, but for some reason they've released products in bulk lately. It feels like the quality dropped a little from before, but thanks to that, the prices have also gone down significantly. Looking at it closely, Giju felt that they kind of felt familiar, thinking could it be, and both Lu and Brunhard agreed with him. As Giju looked at the jewelry on display, Lu declared that these were all items made by the elder. He always wondered how he amassed such wealth when his gear wasn't selling, but seems he was moonlighting on the side. No wonder he's been making things. Even after repairing L. Yubin looked at him, wondering if he picked something, and he replied he did, all thanks to her, and said dinner was on him. Inside a fancy bakery, Yubin was pleasantly pleased at the place he took her, and asked if he came here often, while taking pictures of the food they ordered. He told her not really, but someone he knew recommended this place to him. After taking a bite, he was delighted at how good the food tasted, and without thinking said he should bring his mother and sister here next time. Yubin drank her wine in silence. After the meal was eaten, she asked him what his hobbies were, which caught Giju off guard. Then, thinking about it, said he really hasn't thought about it. Then she asked him about his favorite movie, to which he replied that he hasn't seen a movie in a while. When asked about music, he just replied he didn't really know any modern music. He told her he was kinda embarrassed, since he couldn't really answer her questions other than like this. She quickly said that was not the case, it just felt like to her that he didn't have anything to spare. Giju was still kinda clueless at all this. Yubin slapped the sides of her face, saying never mind, she thinks she might be a bit drunk. Then she quickly apologized, saying that she must have gone off on her own since she didn't know much about him. Lu remarked that she's quite sensitive when it comes to those things, since he wasn't really living a life of his own. Giju asked him to repeat that again, and Lu replied that to put in more bluntly, he didn't have anything like a self. Then asked what did he do for himself. Revenge, that's just for relief. Getting stronger, that's ultimately for his family's safety. And what about today? Not just today, but has he ever done anything purely for himself? Then with a somber expression, Giju thinks he kinda gets what he means. When he had to support his mother and sister by himself, even he must have had tons of things he wanted to do, but he had to cut them off. That was the only way they could survive. But after meeting the egos, gaining strength, and escaping from poverty, he thought he'd satisfied many of the things he'd lacked. But he guessed that things he cut off won't return to him that easily. Lu continued to say that this was the problem with humans. While Yubin was blushing red and waving her hands, saying to disregard what she just said, it was just that she heard things from her dad in the past, and she misspoke because of the alcohol. But to her surprise, Giju just thanked her. With a grateful smile on his lips, he said thanks Yubin for caring about him. Looking back at him, she started to blush red all over again. Turning her head in embarrassment, she said you're welcome. Then making a decision, she turned towards him and asked while they were on the subject if he would like to go watch a movie with her, but is rudely interrupted by a loud scream coming from outside. Both of them turn in surprise towards the shouts of help coming from nearby. They looked at the scene of chaos caused by a gate, not only that, but an abnormal one in the middle of the city. The Players Association was able to quickly handle the situation, and was setting up to test the gate, while onlookers watched the scene. People around were talking about what a horrible thing to happen on Christmas night, while Giju and Yubin watched from the back. Yubin guessed that this gate looked to be a unique gate, and he agreed. Gates often do appear downtown, but they usually don't exude enough mana to cause people to pass out. But in the recent situation, normal people were passing out on the streets, but luckily the player association was nearby, so the rescue team arrived early.
Fortunately, there were many players in the vicinity, so the rescue process finished quickly.
The representative from the player association was up front addressing the gathered players, saying they like to thank all of them who cooperated. They will now be drawing lots for the gate clearing rights from among everyone present, asking all those who'd like to participate in the draw to register.
Giju asked if rankers are automatically registered as candidates, even without participating in the draw.
And Yubin said yes, since they already revealed their identities to the association members during the rescue process, asking if he was thinking of heading home. He answered yes, since it was getting late, so his family must be worried about him, plus his phone battery's dead.
Then something caught Yubin's eye.
She didn't notice it before because it was covered by his gloves, but he was wearing a pretty old watch. She wondered if it was something precious to him, since it didn't look like an item. He asked her if she didn't mind if they finished things here for today, and she replied that she should also be heading home too. While she was thinking if it would be rude to ask him about the watch, someone called out Giju's name. Turning to look, they saw Sunghoon wearing a reindeer outfit, waving and telling them Merry Christmas. Brunhard shouted that he looked so cute, while Lu mused that he gets more amusing with every meeting. He thought Sunghoon was supposed to be off duty today, but due to the emergency summons, he rushed out here before he could even get a chance to change. However, it looked like it's mostly over, but thought better to check the situation before he left. Giju nervously laughed and told him that he sure had it hard, while Yubin also greeted him. Coughing slightly, Sunghoon pulled Giju to the side and whispered, "A date with just the two of them on a day like this." He was very impressed. While Giju tried to explain it wasn't like that, Lu commented the L was acting kinda weird and just smiling. She was doing nothing but smiling, with Brunhard asking her why, but L remained quiet. Out loud, Sunghoon said he was just joking, then told them to take care on their way home. While walking, Yubin mentioned that he was the one who oversaw their ranking battle between them, right? She also bumped into him when he passed out, saying that they must be close, and he replied yes, since they happened to interact a lot because of their work. She then asked him if he was headed straight home, to which he thought for a moment and replied that he was going to go back to the restaurant to pick up what he left there, and head back home after buying a cake. Then she was going to recommend a place to him, thinking that she will ask him about his watch another time. While walking away, Giju heard his name being called and they both turned to look. A tired and haggard reindeer was asking him why was his phone off, to which he replied that the battery's dead, then asked what he needed this time.
Sunghoon looked up and said the results for the gate rank assessment just came out.
Giju asked if that was really so important that he had to sprint here to tell him, and was the gate S rank or something. Then to their shock, Sunghoon told him that it was immeasurable, it received an immeasurable rank. Later that night when Giju got him, he gave his gifts to his family. They had stars in their eyes, as they looked at the gift bags from Horsney. His sister was in tears holding the gift, asking if he was really giving these to her, his faithful servant. He asked her why she was talking like this, and she replied that her speech center has been paralyzed by the gratefulness. His mother, putting her hands to her mouth, asked if these things were that expensive, since Taeshik gifted her something from the same brand, and now she was feeling a bit bad. While his sister expressed her joy at receiving the gift, he just told his mom that he was sure that he would love it if she just treated him to a meal as thanks. Then told them he was going to get changed, and went into his room. Then in the silence thought about what happened earlier.
An immeasurable rank gate refers to a gate above S rank.
There's not much precedence to them, but these gates have reaped many players' lives whenever they've appeared. And thinking not only that, but it's a unique gate, so it was impossible to even express how dangerous it was. The amount of mana it exuded at first was certainly different from your ordinary gates, but it didn't feel any different from them after that. Lu interrupted his thoughts and told him he has a suspicion, but he will need to see it again. So for now he was going to have a discussion with L, so Giju could just enjoy the rest of his day. L told him that nothing is going to happen right away, so she would like it if he enjoyed his time with his family, and Brunhard agreed, saying she's right. Sighing with relief, he thanked them for their consideration, saying that he made up his mind to take a break for today, so he was going to do that.
Saying what could possibly happen in the span of one day. On the news, the event of 5 immeasurable rank unique gates appearing in Korea alone was being broadcasted, which was shocking the whole world. Starting from Gangnam, they all seem to have appeared in the span of a single day. The associations and governments of each country have declared a state of emergency due to this phenomenon that was occurring worldwide, and the Players Association was investigating the cause of the unique gates which have appeared in bulk only in Korea. While brushing his tooth, he saw all this on the news, and he was more than dumbfounded at the situation. Then shouted that he was going out for a bit, while his sister asked him where was he going, and why was he taking Rain with him. Quickly getting dressed and heading out the house, he called Sung-hoon and asked him to pick him up right away, telling him that he needed to go somewhere, when Sung-hoon on the other side said he had great timing, since he was just about to call him. Being surprised at this, he heard Sung-hoon telling him that he was already outside his house waiting for him. As they drove, Sung-hoon asked Giju again if they were going to Gangnam, to which he replied yes, since there was something he needed to confirm. As they quickly approached their destination, Giju stood in front of the gate for some time thinking. Then said just like he thought, he didn't feel anything out of the ordinary just by looking at it like this. Using his demon eye, he looked at the gate again, asking Lu his opinion and if he has figured out anything at all. After thinking it over for a bit, Lu replied that he thinks his suspicion from yesterday was correct, and the answer surprised Giju. Quickly turning to Sung-hoon, he asked for the locations of the other immeasurable rank unique gates, since he needed to check them all. Sung-hoon was surprised at this course of action, since the association president has actually summoned Giju, so they had no time for sightseeing and needed to head directly to the association soon. However, Giju grabbed his shoulders and told him this was very important, and there's something that he needed to confirm, no matter what. Being conflicted by this, Sung-hoon finally gave in to Giju's demands. Meanwhile in the Player Association Tower, some shadowy people were starting to get tired of waiting. A guy with a scar across his face asked if he was really not coming. As the light from the setting sun shined through the window, it caused everyone gathered at the table to be shown as silhouettes. They were patiently waiting for the 11th mercenary. As the sun was setting, they finally arrived in front of the Player Association building in their car. Sung-hoon asked him if he knows what gets run over here, there, and wherever it goes. Giju asked if this was some sort of a riddle, since he wasn't really good at that kind of stuff. Lu asked if he was talking about determinism, while Brunhardt just said he didn't know. Sung-hoon, looking depressed, said that the answer was him. Shaking and covering his face with his hands, said that he was coming back now after setting off in the morning. He was sure he was screwed. Giju said that the association president excused him after he contacted him, didn't he? The president said that he understood, since it's related to the unique gates. While looking at Giju with a depressed look, said that this and that were different, saying that he didn't know the joys and sorrows of an employee, to which Giju just apologized saying he was sorry. Well, with jokes aside, like he was telling him earlier, he was being summoned as a mercenary. He'll be meeting other mercenaries for the first time, and to be honest, not all mercenaries are friendly to each other. If he's worried about his identity being exposed, he could wear a mask. But Giju confidently expressed his opinion, said that he was not going to hide his identity anymore, and he wasn't going to need anything like a mask. Sung-hoon, while holding the old wooden mask, said with a disappointed expression that it was a shame, since he even brought this with him just in case. With a nervous expression, Giju remarked that he still had that with him, saying he really didn't need it. Later, standing in front of the meeting room, he thought that he sensed multiple sources of powerful mana from within, so this was where all the mercenaries were gathered. Brunhardt encouraged his master, saying that he was the strongest out of them all, while Lu reprimanded him saying that's not true, asking if he was some sort of a master praising machine. Then Giju slowly opened the door, and entered into the room where a group of individuals were already sitting on the table, with the association president sitting at the head of the table. He saw Sequo, a kid with his arms on the table, a masked figure, a set of female twins, and a guy with a scar down his face. He stood in front of them a little nervous, then saw Taeshik and the association president, waiting patiently for his arrival. The association president greeted him, then pointing to an empty chair on the side, and told him to sit there. Upon looking, he saw Sequo pointed to the empty chair next to him. As he sat down, Sequo told him that he's pretty late, to which Giju replied that he had stuff that needed to be taken care of.
Suddenly a kid across the table asked him about his code name, to which Gidju thought that this kid was kinda rude to ask him about something that he didn't want to answer in their first meeting, and decided to answer that it's a secret. Lu told him that the energy this kid was exuding was impressive, while the kid just laughed, saying that he must have a childish code name as well. Then the man with the scar on his face looked in his direction, and said that he was finally able to meet the 11th mercenary. This was Kim Do-hyung, who was the guild master of the one-man guild, the Do-hyung Guild, which is considered one of the 10 great guilds of this country. Then picking up on the comment, thought that he was the 11th mercenary, but looking around the table, excluding the association president and Taeshik, there were only 7 of them here. Not counting Su Young, then 3 people were absent from this meeting. The association president called for order, and since this matter is urgent, he was going to begin the meeting right away. As they all know, the reason they have gathered the mercenaries is the unique gates that appeared recently in bulk. 20 in the entire world, and 5 immeasurable rank unique gates that appeared only in South Korea. Even an S-rank gate would be considered a disaster, but so it's no exaggeration to call this a matter of national extinction. Kim Do-hyung spoke up asking if they called them to talk about clearing these gates, wasn't it more appropriate to talk to the 10 great guilds instead of them? Since mercenaries are ultimately individuals, and they should consider the differences between an individual and guilds. Lu was wondering why this guy was acting like this, since he himself was both part of the mercenary and also a member of the 10 great guilds. And Gidju replied that it's probably due to a matter of interest, since the 10 great guilds are considered one organization, and he doesn't want to share the spoils with mercenaries that act independently. L thought that he might be an unlikable person, since he was thinking about profits in a situation like this. Sequo spoke up saying that this wasn't the time to make distinctions between mercenaries and the 10 great guilds, since he should know very well that the gathering of mercenaries equates to a corresponding level of danger. While Scarface just stared back without a comment, the school kid raised his hand saying that since the association president has already called them here for a reason, why they don't just hear what he has to say first. The president continued saying that firstly, what Guildmaster Kim Do-hyung said was valid, and the 10 great guilds should be consulted first in matters of gate clearing. However, this was different, since it may not be the case for him, since he was just a one-man guild, but did he think that other guildmasters can throw large numbers of their forces into unknown dangers? He was going to say this again, but this was a completely unprecedented event, and if they just throw large numbers and they're all obliterated, it'll be as if they did absolutely nothing. Therefore, what they needed right now wasn't a raid party, but a scouting party that can return alive. Then the twins spoke up asking if he means that even if things go wrong, it's worth calling it even if only a small number of their lives are lost. The president replied that it was nothing of the sort, what he was simply suggesting was a plan with the greatest chance of success. He will not force this upon them, just like it's always been in their relationship. Gidju thought that those two twins, if you excluded the association president and Taeshik, would be among the strongest of the people gathered here, and both Lu and El agreed. The school kid raising his hand, said that he was in, that's just how mercenary work is, and had no complaints as long as he's rewarded handsomely. Kim Do-hyung said that in that case, he had no reason to be out either, and Sequo raising his hand also said that he will participate. Gidju thinking that there are a total of 5 gates, and since 3 have already volunteered, he would also join and quietly raised his hand. But upon meeting eyes with Taeshik, he gave him the negative with a shake of his head from side to side. In that moment, both the twins raised their hands and said out loud that they were in as well, making it full. He noticed that the masked person wasn't participating. Upon getting the minimum number of volunteers, the association president said that he will be sending them the details at a later date, and asked if anyone had any questions or opinions. Gidju raised his hand and said that he had something to tell them regarding the gates. First, he told them that he was near the area when the gate in Gangnam opened, and he has spent the day going to the other 4 gates to check them out. And after investigating the gates using his special ability, which he can't go into details regarding the ability, but it's an ability that helps him understand things regarding demons. This revelation shocked the other members, who had no prior knowledge about his ability, and some even had doubts. But by their reactions, Gidju was able to figure out that they already know about demons. However, both the association president and Taeshik calmed their doubts by vouching for his ability. Then Scarface asked if these gates that appeared were really related to demons, and Gidju replied that was the case. The 5 gates that appeared overnight, no, possibly all 20 gates around the world are demon territories. They all had shocked expressions on their faces. The gate is a territory, and according to the demon ball, to be exact, it's an abandoned territory. And Lu confirmed while they were investigating the 5 gates, that it was a demon territory. And they were completely different from regular gates. The 5 immeasurable rank unique gates that appeared throughout the nation, they were occupied territories. Meanwhile, inside one of these gates, green gas-like fumes were coming out of a black hole on the ground. These were territories of being that far surpass mere gatekeepers, since they are places that demons reign over the land as lords. As multiple webbed cocoons are shown hanging in the air, emitting a green aura. We see a giant mantis, surrounded by a powerful death aura. As the meeting came to a close, everyone else left, but he remained behind with the association president and Taishik. He sighed deeply, since the rest of the meeting was so exhausting and took a while to finish. Brunhard simply called it boring, while El said the information was very important, but Lu pointed out that despite that, there wasn't much progress made from the meeting. Gidju pondered on the 5 gates, and the 5 mercenaries assigned to each gate to scout it. He wondered if it was really okay to have them go in alone, since it's a demon territory after all. But El told him not to worry about it, and Lu said stop it, since he was driving him nuts. And asked if he was dozing off during the meeting. Since the association president had said that it's better for just one decent person to hit and run instead of a bunch of small fry attacking it. Gidju thought that he didn't go that far. Then suddenly called Taishik's name, and asked him why he told him to hold back, when he raised his hand to volunteer earlier. Taishik started to rub the back of his head nervously, and said that he almost forgot, but he was planning on telling him after the meeting was over. Then told Gidju to come to the association the day after tomorrow at 9 a.m., and he will tell him the details then. They were also going to be spending the night, so he should pack any necessities. Puzzled at first, Gidju just asked he would. Then Taishik told him to go home first, since he still had things he needed to speak with the old man about. Saying his good night, Gidju left the meeting room and let out a big sigh. Then Sequel called his name from the side, and Gidju turned to see that he was still there and had not left with the others. Sequel told him that he thought it was a bit of a waste to just go home, so he asked Gidju if he wanted to go out for some drinks. Following behind, he asked Sequel what's up with him, since usually he's super busy. But he replied that it's just that this mission is a bit different from his other assignments, and he was getting a bit restless. Gidju asked is it okay for a guildmaster to play around before a big event, and he smugly replied that he's the one who works the hardest, so who would dare complain? Lu reminded him that he already made plans. Then he recalled that he promised Sunghun that he would buy him dinner, as an apology earlier that day. Turning to Sequel, he asked if it's alright with him if someone else joined them. Sometime later, in a restaurant, plates of sushi were in front of them. All 3 of them were getting ready to eat, while Sequel was about to pour some drink for Sunghun. Gidju apologized to Sunghun for inviting him to eat with them like this out of the blue, since he didn't really think he'll have any time starting tomorrow. But Sunghun told him it was fine, and it's not like they were total strangers, and Sequel agreed, saying although this was the first time they met like this. Then Gidju recalled that they met during the Iron Guild incident, and Sunghun said that was true, but he tends to meet all kinds of rankers while he works at the association. Afterwards, picking up his glass, said let's drink first since that will help take care of any awkwardness. All 3 of them put their glasses together and offered cheers. After drinking several bottles of soju, Sunghun asked if he could ask them something. How did the 2 of them get so close? It looks like they've been friends for a while. Lu said come to think of it, he has never heard about it. El said it was because they met before he met them, and Brunhard said he was curious as well. Sequel with a happy smile on his face, said that he was Gidju's tutorial guide. And being even more curious, Sunghun asked him how was Ranker Gidju back then. Sequel said he was super dark, and he would always be frowning like this, then proceeded to pinch the bridge of his nose, and Gidju protested saying when was he ever like that. Then turning to Gidju, Sunghun asked him what was Ranker's Sequel like back then, since he was already famous by the time they met. Then smiling as he remembered the past, said he was super condescending. He struck the goblin with his sword, killing it, then continued to pant as he was short of breath. Sequel, with his arms crossed in front of him, asked still nothing. Then he grabbed his chin in thought. As Giju looked at his status screen, thinking, was there something wrong? His level wasn't going up, as the status screen still showed him at level 1. As he still continued to stare in a daze, Sequo said that the guide duration for today was over. As Giju turned to look at him, Sequo bowed his head and said that unfortunately, he didn't think he'll be able to continue being his guide from tomorrow onwards. Giju replied that he understood, and thanked him for everything until now, since he knew he must be busy. But he noticed that his eyes, they've completely changed. The eyes that used to look at him like he had potential, had changed. It must mean that he was no longer worthy of investment. A month has passed since then, and he has hunted goblins until he dropped, but he still barely made enough money to live on by selling the few crystals that he earned. Still, player Sequel came to check up on him now and then, but to be honest, he didn't find him very welcome. Was it curiosity, sympathy, or superiority that kept him coming back? Whichever it was a nuisance. He'd rather he just stop paying any attention to him. At a restaurant, he met with Taishik, who was a high ranker he knew, and they would occasionally eat meals together. Taishik was saying that he got sick of the food within the gate. Giju remarked that he must have been pretty busy lately, to which Taishik replied he wouldn't believe, he was neck deep in work right now. Then asked Giju if he had any problems, and he could tell him if he needed help. But Giju with a smile asked how he could ask him for more when he's already given him so much. Cursing, Taishik told him that he makes the big bucks, even so. Then as he looked at Giju, he let out a big sigh. Then asked him how was he doing these days, but Giju just looked down without saying a word. He had become a player, and he was going to tell him once he became able to pull his own weight. While tightly gripping his legs, thought that was a good choice. He's made up his mind. With a smile looked up at Taishik and told him nothing much. Since he'll quit being a player. Sunhoon just sat there silently after hearing all this, then becoming serious, and asked so what happened, did he quit? Lu was beside himself saying, what the hell was he talking about, while Brunhart shouted no, he can't quit. Lu beside him remarked incredulously, what's with him? But back in the past as night fell, Taishik dropped Giju off at his house. And as he watched Taishik drive away, he thought that once he'd made up his mind, whatever lingering attachment he had disappeared surprisingly easily. While walking up the stairs, he thought this will do, and he was going to think of this as having dreamt a sweet dream. As he was about to open the door to his house, he thought that starting tomorrow, he will need to start looking for a new job. As he entered the house, he saw shocked at the sight that greeted him. His sister was offering some orange juice to Sequo, who was sitting at the table. Then noticing his arrival, Sequo turned to look at him. As there I met. Giju asked him why was he here. His sister came up to him and whispered that he should have told her that he had a celebrity as a friend. But he told her that he's not a celebrity, but a player and also not his friend. Sighing deeply, he wondered what on earth this situation was. Then noticed the nervous Sequo sitting in his living room and told him to let's talk outside. As they stepped outside into the balcony, Giju, being a bit annoyed by all this, asked him why had he come looking for him so suddenly, and asked if he didn't know that it's rude of him to do that. Still being a bit nervous, Sequo apologized and said that he came here since he couldn't reach him on the phone. Giju looked at his phone and thought, this stupid phone turned off again. Turning to Sequo, he asked again why he was here, and just saying this up front, but he had decided to quit being a player as of today, which shocked Sequo. He shuddered and said, as for starters, can he take a look at this first, while reaching for something inside his backpack. In the next moment, a huge stack of papers was brought out in front of Giju. Shocked by this, Giju asked what's all this? Then Sequo started to flip through the papers and said that this was all research on how long a player takes to level up and how to improve one's own ability, also interviews from players across seas that took over a week to level up for the first time, and this. But Giju soon told him to stop, and wait a minute. Then asked what in the world was he talking about so suddenly. Sequo apologized again, and said that he was not very good at offering comforting words, so he gathered some documents on his own that could be of help first. Since he was hoping that Giju wouldn't give up, which surprised him. He then asked why would he go this far just for him.
But Sequo said that he probably wouldn't believe him. But if he said that it was just a gesture of goodwill? It's just a calculation of his, a calculation he made so that he could make an ally out of a unique ability user with unknown possibilities. Giju was just speechless at this. Sequo explained that while the occupation No as a player has become an integral work of their current society, but 18 years ago, it was totally unknown. This is what he thinks, but to him, unprecedented means having infinite possibilities. With a bright smile and pointing his fingers at Giju, said that we call that being special. Back in the present time, Giju was saying that was the sweet talk that he gave and caused him to suffer for 5 whole years for nothing. Pointing to Sequo and said that he's a big-time scammer. While Sequo next to him said what, didn't it all turn out well for him like he said? And turning to look at each other's drunken faces, Giju said that even a broken clock is right twice a day. Sunhoon just looked at this scene and couldn't help but laugh at it, then said that they managed to accomplish something that was hard to do. While even crossing paths is an act of providence, but they were also basically strangers back then. Sequo laughed and remembered that there was nothing special about his first impression, since Giju had the excitement and yearning to become a player, and a slightly dark expression. Although they never had any deep talks, it wasn't hard to guess why he wore those expressions. Since he was always wearing the same few old clothes, and the obsession to get even just one more crystal. The potions he didn't use for places that couldn't be seen, he could have figured out the reasons even without looking through his personal information as his guide. To make things worse, he couldn't even level up. He wondered if it's because something connected in their hearts, but he started to think of something like this in his arrogance. For someone who's living a life rejected by the world for no reason, wouldn't it be fine if he had someone who acted positively towards him without needing a reason? Then loudly Sequo said that it was simply because he was too kind-hearted. Giju next to him just replied as if, and Sequo next to him slyly looked at him and said honestly, he's got no way to refute that, right? He owed him. Giju with a smile told him to stop trying to take credit, he just needed to repay that debt, right? And said that he'll just save his life, or something at least once in the future then. As Sequo looked back, a grin appeared on his face, and said that he sure has grown a lot from that person who used to be stuck on the first floor. 2 days later, at the Incheon International Airport. Lots of cameras were taking pictures, as director Taeshik came up to them to make a statement. The reporters were asking if the association was preparing a solution to resolve the gate incidents this time around, and if they had any comments on people saying that the end times are here. They also asked who are the players that will be participating in the meeting, and one person wondered if that was a new ranker. As Taeshik called their attention to look in Giju's direction, a nauseated Giju in a brand new suit and tie was wondering where he was, and what was he doing here. As the cameras kept on flashing, Taeshik was making his presentation saying that in the combined association meeting this time around, they will be talking about the current gate incident. Even at this moment, they were having exceptional players and guilds assist in the investigation, and they were coming up with countermeasures as quickly as possible, so they would like for everyone to not be too worried and wait for future updates. Then a reporter asked who the man behind him was he a member of the association members who will be participating in the meeting? Touching Giju's shoulder, Taeshik presented him as the new ranker that was recently announced. He continued to say that his codename was Morningstar. And the association regards him as the ranker who's closest to becoming a high ranker. At this, Giju nervously glanced over at Taeshik beside him, wondering what the F. All the cameraman and reporters watched this with shock expressions. Then reporters were shouting and asking Morningstar if he had a unique ability, if he belonged to any guild, and what level he was. Giju could only stand there dazed, wondering how things could have turned out like this, while Brunhart told his master that he was very popular. After the press conference, Giju and Taeshik started to board a plane, and Giju asked why they were going on a sudden trip to America. What was the combined alliance meeting about? And why were they going in a flashy plane when they could just go there faster using a portal? Taeshik looked back with a grin and raising up a finger, told him that performances like this was important. Didn't he say he no longer wanted to hide his powers? Giju with a dreaded expression said that he did say that, but he didn't know he'd be revealed to reporters so suddenly, and no wonder he asked him to wear a suit and took him to a hair salon beforehand. L told him that the look suited him very well, and Brunhart remarked that his master looked so handsome, while Lu said they probably did that to make him look like he belonged to the association.
Taeshik, entering the plane without a care, said, "So what, didn't it make him feel good?" And Lu remarked that it's most likely the association chairman's idea, calling him an old geezer. While lowering his head with a sigh, Giju said it would have been nice if they'd given him a heads up about the situation. At that moment, Taeshik glanced back and, noticing something, asked Giju, "Why did he take his shoes off for?" And Giju looked at him dumbfounded and said, "He was told he needed to take off his shoes on the plane. His sister told him that." Then stood there silent for a moment, before saying, "Don't tell him, it's not true." In LA, at the American Association Hotel, Giju was lying on the bed looking at his phone, saying that he couldn't believe his sister lied to him. On the phone, his sister had messaged him that he needed to take his shoes off before boarding the plane, or else they would treat him like a country bumpkin who didn't even know his manners. He thanked her for the advice. When he told her that he didn't need to take off his shoes, she replied with laughter, telling him she couldn't believe he fell for her trick. Then, shaking with anger, he stated that she will be in deep trouble once he gets back. Elle tried to comfort her master, saying that she believed it's possible for someone to think that was true, while Lu called him an idiot, and Brunhart was glad his master was stupid, since he was stupid too. Staring blankly at the ceiling, he told Brunhart thanks. He soon closed his eyes, and laid on top of his bed thinking. He told himself enough about that, since he can feel a wave of strong energy within the hotel gathering, are the world's strongest people gathering here. He soon raised his hand and called out to Elle. She appeared in her human form, kneeling before him, asking her master if he had called her, and she was awaiting his orders. He quickly told her that he didn't call her for any tasks, but since she now had a physical body, he was hoping that she could just stay around him. Brunhart expressed his desire to have a body too, while Lu stated that the sword was his body. As he looked at her ponderingly, he commented that her wings stood out quite a bit, and asked if she could hide them. While making her wings disappear from sight, she asked him if this was what he wanted. He was surprised at how easily she could hide them, then asked if she could also change her clothes as well, since they also stood out. She told him that it was possible. Then her clothes started to shine brightly, and in the next moment, she was clad in full metal armor, like Joan of Arc. She told him that this was what she wears for combat. In return for higher defense, there's a certain drop in mobility, so she only wear them when needed. With a dumbfounded look, he could only reply okay. Then suggested that they go buy her some clothes later, and Lu remarked that she's pretty stupid sometimes too. Meanwhile, at one of the unique demonic gate, inside a large mantis monster was about to make his attack, and Siqu was able to casually dodge the blow. Then, glancing at the monster in front of him, he struck his foot on the ground, creating ice that encased his foe in place. Then, nervously touching his neck, said that he went ahead and did it again. He's just not suited for infiltration, as all the monsters around him are all encased in ice. Then, letting out a long sigh, said that he guessed that's all good if the results were good as well. Then, as he continued to walk forward, he came to a stop in front of a large pit on the ground. Thinking about this place, it seems to be the most suspicious. Wondering if he should go into this pit right away, then thought better of it, since the energy it's exuding feels like trouble. He turned to leave, since he's used up too much of his magic power in a short amount of time. As he was walking back, thinking that he needed to report this matter as soon as possible, white tentacle-like things started to come out of the pit behind him. As soon as he felt something, he turned his head to look back. To his surprise, the white tentacles surrounded his position. Then in the next moment, they were starting to wrap around his body. He was thinking, what on earth was this? They looked like spider webs. Using his skill, he created ice daggers in both his hands, then started to cut at the webbing, turning them into shreds that fell to the ground. With a cocky expression, he said that no matter how tired he was, did they think he'd let himself get caught so easily? Then, to his surprise, an overwhelming huge shadow rose before him. A huge amount of webbing surrounded by red aura was coming out of the pit in front of him. It was faster and stronger than before, and soon his entire body was covered by the webbing again. Thinking something like this couldn't keep him tied, he tried to cut it again with his blade. But in the next moment, to his shock, more webbing appeared and quickly took the blade out of his hands. The webbing started to cover his mouth, making it harder for him to breathe. Within moments, it quickly wrapped his body like a cocoon, and as he was thinking this was dangerous and he needed to report this to the association somehow, it started to drag him down into the pit. Soon, the area was covered in silence. Meanwhile, back at the American Association Hotel, Sunghoon was leaning against the wall. He was waiting in front of his room to surprise Gidju. He was thinking he came in through a portal instead of coming along with him, just to do this. He even borrowed the necklace of presence confusion from the association, just for this moment, and he doubted even Gidju, who had exceptional detection skills, would not be able to easily distinguish him. Then as the elevate started to move to his floor, he felt a familiar presence, thinking that he was finally here. He quickly ran to the elevator door, and raising both his hands up in the air, happily shouted surprise ranker Kim Gidju. But then in the next moment, was shocked at what he saw. Gidju was standing inside the elevator dressed in a formal suit with a young lady next to him. Elle was standing there dressed in a very cute outfit. Sung-hoon asked him if this was his daughter, to which Gidju incredulously asked what he was talking about, then told him to move aside so that they can get out. Inside the lounge, they sat down and calmly explained the situation. Elle was enjoying her mocktail, while Sung-hoon nervously asked if this child, he means this little miss, was that ego. To which Gidju nodded positive, and Brunhart complained why was Elle the only one enjoying delicious stuff. He wanted to eat some too, but Lou reminded him that the only thing they can eat was air. As Sung-hoon watched Elle sip on her drink, he was amazed to think that the egos can transform into humans. She's definitely not a normal person, but she didn't feel like a player either, since he couldn't feel any mana from her at all. At this, Gidju looked at him and asked if that was so. Since he was thinking to himself that Elle definitely possesses mana, and uses it too, but was this what others feel from her? As he was sipping on his drink, he pondered that maybe this was due to the system. Then Sung-hoon, covering his mouth, asked him if he felt it too, and Gidju replied yes, this place is filled with monsters. He didn't even need to use his demonic eye to know that each and every person here was one of the strongest people at the world level. Lou warned him not to even think of using his demonic eye, since at this level, they'll realize he was using it, and things might get troublesome. As Gidju calmly drank his drink, he replied that he knows. Sung-hoon commented that it's rare to see so many strong and famous players gathered in one place, and asked if he recognized them as well. Just as he said, even if Gidju didn't know much about this industry, he knew who they were. The man sitting at the bar was from the Middle East, a high-ranker codenamed Oil King. He was an oil conglomerate before he even became a player. And over there sitting at another table was Japan's high-ranker Susanoo. Just at that moment, he and other players in the room felt it. Someone was stepping into the room. As high rankers in the room turned to look at the newcomer, he was a man with blue hair and wearing a white suit. Gidju whispered to Sung-hoon, asking him who this new person was, and he replied that he was not sure either. He knew most rankers and high rankers though. Gidju thought that the flow of this man's mana feels ominous. He wasn't 100% certain, but he thought that this newcomer was as strong as Su Young, the Demon King. As the man with the blue hair noticed something, his eye flared up with blue intensity in Gidju's direction, and he let his golden fighting aura explode from his body. The pressure caused Sung-hoon to clutch at his chest in pain, and noticing this, Gidju shouted out his name in concern. Lou told him that he won't be able to withstand that energy because unlike him, he was weak. Gidju called the guy with the blue hair an a-hole, and started to exert his own pressure to counteract the effect. When the two auras clashed, it broke the pressure, to the surprise of other high rankers in the room. And Sung-hoon was able to breathe normally again. This outcome surprised the newcomer, who said it wasn't bad. This angered Gidju, and he started to get out of his seat saying what the hell did he think he was doing. When he was interrupted by Elle, who angrily said how dare he do that to her master. Shattering the glass in her hands, shouted with rage, how dare he exude killing intent towards her master. Brunhart said her name in concern, while Lou thinks she might have lost her rationality. Gidju in a panic tried to calm Elle down, while she stared daggers at the guy. The guy with the blue hair putting his hand to his chest nervously asked, why was the saintess together with the man who reeks of a filthy demon? Both Gidju and Elle looked at this guy with puzzlement. Gidju turned to Elle and asked her, was she a saintess, to which Elle shook her head negative and said that she didn't know what he was talking about. Gidju turned to look at this guy, and thought that he definitively felt something from that man, but what the hell was he talking about? Just at that moment, someone shouted for Michael to stop it. As the guy with the blue hair turned back to look behind him, he saw the Pope walking towards him. Seeing who it was, Michael quickly got down on the ground and kneeled before this individual, saying, "Greetings, Your Eminence."
The Pope, wearing his regalia of state, exited the elevator. Giju and Sunhoon got out of his seat when they saw the Pope. Lu asked if that was the Pope, the one that leads a religion. He guessed that he was worthy of being a leader, since that old man was strong enough to be on par with the strongest people in this room. As Taeshik appeared from behind the Pope, he asked what was going on in here. When Taeshik saw Giju, he waved to him, saying that he sees that he met up with Sunhoon already. Then Giju in turn asked why he was here, together with the Pope. Then sheepishly rubbing the side of his head, Taeshik said that he wasn't sure how Giju thought of him usually, but he's here as the representative of Korea, so he ought to talk to the representatives from other countries too. Then getting serious. Asked what is this situation right now, and he was asking Michael. Who was shocked to hear his name, then saw the huge aura that Taeshik was emitting. Others in the room also felt a bit nervous at the pressure they felt. Michael, pointing to Taeshik, asked His Eminence why is that person, but the Pope interrupted him and shouted for him to shut up, saying that he told him to not start any trouble before the meeting starts, and how dare he point his finger at a VIP from another country. Nervously, Michael pointed to Giju and said that, couldn't he sense it too, that man possesses a demons? But the Pope shouted his name, which stopped him from talking any further. The Pope continued to say that he wants him to be isolated in his room until the meeting, and he was not going to accept any objections. Michael looked up at the Pope in shock, then silently lowered his head. Then, accepting the command, left the lounge. Giju let out a long sigh, and said he didn't even know why the hell this keeps happening. Turning to Elle to see if she also agreed, but became surprised at what he saw. Elle was sitting dazed and mumbling to herself, and kept repeating the name Michael as if she recalled something from her lost memories. Giju continued to stare at her in puzzlement, and then, as if struck by lightning, Elle seemed to have recalled something about this person. Then, as he watched, she collapsed onto the table. Puzzled by this event, even Brunhart asked Elle what's wrong, and Lu asked what was she doing. In a panic, Giju shouted out Elle's name. Sometime later, back in his room, Elle was in her ring form. Taeshik was sitting beside him on the bed, asked if Elle was going to be okay. Giju silently stared at the ring on his hand for a bit, before replying that she should be fine, probably. He recalled that back in the lounge, Elle suddenly fainted. Lu said that she must be taking after her master, since he's always fainting at the slight thing. But Giju told him that this was no time for jokes. Lu told him to calm down, since she was simply stimulated by her memories. Since, like him, she has tons of lost memories. He didn't know all the details either, but he's pretty sure it has to do with meeting that Michael person. While he's not sure what's happening, he's definitely no ordinary man. More importantly, Lu can feel the energy of an angel from him. After recalling all this, Giju lets out a long sigh. Then, turning to Taeshik, asks him who that Michael person is. Taeshik replies that he doesn't know either, and the only thing he heard was that he was someone that the Vatican Church has nurtured to be their strongest player. But even he didn't expect someone from the Vatican to have such a nasty personality, and Giju just listened to this silently. Taeshik told him that he's heading out to sleep, since there's a meeting tomorrow. Just as he was about to leave, he looked back and advised Giju to do the same, since he will also be attending it tomorrow with him. And oh, don't get into any trouble, to which Giju incredulously replied he won't. Did he think he was still a kid? Then the next day, someone called Giju a bastard, to the shock of other high rankers in the room, saying just how the F did he grow so strong in such a short time, as Giju stood there emitting an intense killing aura. Giju smirked, saying long time no see, Iron Shield. As the two faced each other. At the World Player Association building, which is also known as the General Association, Taeshik was pointing down the hall, and telling Giju that representing members are meeting there, so he will be going into the meeting room. Giju asked if he really didn't need to attend with him, and Taeshik, grinning evilly, asked if he really wanted to go in with him, and if he was finally ready to sign a contract with him and become an official member of the association team. Giju answered nervously, no, he didn't want to. Then stated that he was just wondering what the point was of bringing him here, since it's not like he's doing anything. Then Taeshik told him it was more of a formality. Since this is a place where the key figures from each association gather, so it's normal for them to be accompanied by a bodyguard. And right now, since most of the top talents of the associations are rankers, but that wasn't exactly the case in the past. This is to prevent anyone from climbing over everyone else's heads, and it's also to keep each other in check. In any case, everyone inside is a world-renowned player, so don't cause any trouble. Giju, still nervous, answered that he knows that. Since when has he caused trouble? Then Lu spoke up, asking his master did he really not remember any times, and as Giju was answering that of course not, but then recalled all his episodes. Starting from his angry flare-ups in the tower, wearing the ridicule's mask as he triggered a gate break, fighting with red players, then his confrontation with the Iron Guild, and finally his recent complications with his 3 angels. His face turned a shade darker, as he finally recalled them all. Then as Taeshik waved and said see him later, Giju came back to his senses and replied alright. As he entered his own waiting room, the other people noticed his arrival. He came into a room full of people already seated in their seats waiting. He noticed that all the people gathered here were the strongest players from their respective country. Then someone said, "What a fascinating young man." As a long-bearded man came up to him and asked if he had some kind of special abilities, or was he just stronger than him? Since it's been a while since he hasn't been able to see through a person's abilities. This kind of shocked our hero, and he wondered who this person was. The long-bearded man introduced himself as Tao Chun from China and his codename was Beautiful Beard. And Giju did likewise, shaking this man's hand, saying he was Kim Giju from Korea, and his codename was Morningstar. Then Giju recalled that Beautiful Beard was a famous high ranker in China. And Brunhard wondered how long it might take to grow a cool beard like that, and Lu just puffed. Then another high ranker from Japan came to introduce himself as Susanoo, saying he was at the bar yesterday, but didn't get a chance to introduce himself. Then Oil King came up and also said the same, introducing himself to Giju. As numerous requests to shake his hands came at him, he was at a loss for words for a moment, and thought that they were friendlier than he expected. Lu told him that they saw how strong he was yesterday, so there aren't many fools who'd try to make enemies with someone stronger than them. Smiling nervously, he shook all the hands and told them it was his pleasure meeting with everyone. At the moment, someone came in asking where's the saintess, causing Giju to turn towards the voice. He looked at the standing figure of Michael in front of him. Recognizing the figure, he said his name, while Lu confirmed it, and Brunhard stated that he didn't like this person. Michael might be someone who was connected to Elle's past. Lu asked Elle if she was still sleeping, and when no response came, Brunhard said he guessed she's still not awake yet. Michael, stretching his hand out as a gesture of peace, said he was apologizing for his behavior from yesterday. Although he didn't do anything wrong, he'd been ordered to do so by His Eminence. Hearing this arrogance, Giju just walked by him, while Michael with his eyes closed continued to say that in any case, he didn't intend to fight with him today. Then opening his eyes, noticed that Giju was no longer in front of him. Turning around, he tried to get Giju's attention, saying that he wasn't done talking yet. At this moment, Lu said we finally meet again, to which a menacing grin appeared on Giju's face as he replies yeah. Then staring at each other, said long time no see, Iron Shield. A powerful killing aura emitted from Giju caught the attention of everyone in the room. The high rankers in the back noted that the power he used yesterday might not have been his full power. While Iron Shield was cursing at our hero, asking how the hell did he get so strong in such a short period of time. Giju, still grinning, said he missed Iron Shield and he was sorry for what happened with Rogers. Further provoking him, said that his feet has gotten pretty cool, drawing attention to the prosthetic leg he got from his last battle with the Demon King. This greatly angered Iron Shield, who had a furious expression, and he called our hero a punk. At that moment, someone suddenly opened the door to the room and shouted out for Morningstar, asking if Morningstar from Korea was here. Being a bit puzzled, Giju pointed to himself and said that was him. The new person shouted that he was being summoned by the association chairman and needed to go to the meeting room immediately. Still a little dazed, he wondered who this chairman of the General Association was. Then started to walk out of the room, and as he pasted by Iron Shield, the latter told him to count himself lucky, to which Giju replied, "Speak for yourself." As Giju was walking out of the room, still pondered on why the General Association chairman would be looking for him,
he pasted by a hooded figure. Feeling that something felt strange, he quickly turned to look behind him, and saw a hooded figure next to Iron Shield. Noticing the look, the hooded figure turned slightly to see Giju from the corners of his eyes. Upon noticing the individual, he asked Lu, and Lu confirmed that was so, saying that he realized a bit late, since he could be using an item to mask his presence. Lu confirmed that was a demon, and our hero wondered why would a demon be here together with Iron Shield. Inside the meeting room, Giju was standing in the center addressing all the representatives of their respective nations. They stared at our hero with solemn expressions. Giju was starting to get a bit nervous, thinking that he felt like a criminal or something. Brunhard said all these people were so scary, while Lu commented that both humans and demons are the same when it comes to people in authority trying to look powerful and intimidating. Looking around, Giju thought that there were strong players, and those who were not strong, but everyone here was a representative of their own countries who needed to be respected, so we better watch what he said here. Seated in front of him was one of the first 5 high rankers in history, the World Player Association chairman, the Blood Emperor. He asked our hero, why did he think they called him here for? Trying to get a handle on his nervousness, Giju was thinking that he needed to be careful with his reply, he must make sure to speak in a way that won't cause any misunderstandings. Then with full confidence, shouted he wasn't sure. Then froze with an awe expression. Everyone was silent at that moment, and everything started to turn white for our hero. Taishik face-palmed himself. Lu asked if that was what he considered being careful of what he did, while Taishik let out a long sigh. The chairman said they called him here, because they heard that he had some special information regarding the recent incident. Giju glanced over at Taishik nervously, who gave him the nod to say it was okay to speak. Then Giju started to say that they have probably already heard this, but he was at the scene when the unusual gate appeared, and he has checked through all 5 gates that appeared in Korea. He was able to find a few facts after the investigation, and that this is still just his assumption, but it seems possible someone intentionally caused this phenomenon to occur. Which shocked everyone who was listening. Thinking back to his investigation, Lu found both the timing and the distribution of the gates to be way too suspicious, and there's a good chance that Andres is the one behind this. Since there's no way he could do this by himself, he definitely had accomplices. Drawing him out of his thoughts, someone slammed his fists on the table saying that his statement was ridiculous. Zeus from the European Directorate asked if he was claiming that gates can now be controlled by humans, shouting there aren't any humans capable of doing that. Giju could only dumbly stare back at his comment, since he was a human capable of doing just that. But countered. How can he be so sure? It's not like he knew the abilities of all the players, for example, asking him if he knew the abilities he had. But Zeus only incredulously asked what, when the chairman told Zeus to sit down, stating that what he said made sense. Then the chairman turned to our hero and asked what proof he had for saying that. In response, he said that the proof was his unique ability, so he couldn't tell him about it, and he'd like to make this clear. He never said the culprit was human, the culprit is probably a demon. Then everyone around the table started to murmur about demons, and wondered even if it was a demon, could they really do this? Giju, looking at their reactions, thought that they were not as surprised as he expected, and Lu told him that's because they probably know about demons since they're the leaders of the world. It's likely Taishik told them quite a bit about demons. But Giju thought that's not all. The Blood Emperor, who is the World Player Association chairman and the representative of the country that Iron Shield belongs to. There was no way that someone as strong as him didn't realize that Iron Shield brought along a demon. To him, it looked like they're turning a blind eye to the demon. After the meeting, when they were back in Giju's room, Taishik asked him if he was alright. Since he got pretty emotional, which was unlike him, was that due to Iron Shield being there? Giju, while sitting on his bed, said that it's because there are things he couldn't understand. Taishik asked if that's because Iron Shield brought along a demon, which surprised Giju, who responded by asking he knew. Sitting down himself, Taishik said that he knows what he's thinking, not all demons are enemies. The Demon King is also working with a demon, isn't she? He also heard recently, demons are actually also pretty pitiful, to which Lu shouted what the hell. Taishik continued to say that they were originally the rulers of hell, who lost their authority when the tower and hell merged. Although there are those who survived as they supported the ruler, most of them were abandoned, incarcerated, or executed.
Claiming that's why the gates are appearing.
So there are a lot of demons on humanity's side as well, demons that are of help to the leaders of each country are being overlooked and given a base, then suddenly stopped and cursed loudly. He turned to look at the incapacitated Giju who was foaming at the mouth, shouted the penalty. As Brunhart shouted to his master, and Lu just let out a long sigh. The next day, Giju slowly stirred in bed, being watched over by El. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted El, who was glad her master was awake. Brunhart commented that he felt like he's seen this scene before, and Lu remarks that both the master and the subordinate are weak. Giju, sitting up, was glad that El was up as well, and El apologized for inconveniencing him, but he told her not to worry about it, since it wasn't that big a deal. He told El to tell him about why she fainted later, since both Lu and he needed some time to sort out their thoughts, and she thanked him for his consideration. Then, shivering, he said more importantly, he was scared he'll get the penalty again, to which Lu called him a cowardly master. Then asked if people could attack others using the penalty, since for any players including himself who was below the 50th floor would be subject to the penalty just by listening to information. Lu was wondering why he hadn't asked that yet, and El said that she will try to explain it to the master. In order to apply the penalty, there are 3 prerequisites. Number 1, whether or not the listener is curious about the information. Number 2, whether or not the information gives the listener any type of potential power after they hear it. Number 3, whether or not the one who says it has any intention of attacking the listener. If any of these prerequisites aren't met, the penalty won't take place, and Giju said that it's a lot more troublesome than he thought, and Lu remarked that it's not like the tower is totally thoughtless and careless. Then getting out of bed asked what time it was, but upon looking at his phone, he noted that the meeting has already started for today. Then El suggested for him to rest for a bit longer, since she has healed him, but it's better for him not to strain himself. He got up and said he was feeling better already, and he had something he needed to do, and Lu asked him what is it. Giju said that since he was here and already met Iron Shield, it would be a pity to just go back like this. Then looking at the map on his phone, stated that New York was pretty far from here, but luckily they had domestic teleportation portals within the tower. So they were going to the Iron Shield Guild Tower right now. Ever since absorbing the gate and evolving, Brunhart has gained a new ability. It's the ability to open various gate entrances and leave them open in that location. For now Brunhart can only open up to 2 such gates. Simply put, if he leaves a gate opened in America, he can use it freely to travel between his home base to America. As he grinned and laughed, saying, a portal that can function as a gate, it's like an advanced version of Sequa's ability. Brunhart thought himself to be amazing, and Lu remarked that when he said he had something to do with the Iron Shield, Giju replied that's right. He was going to set up a gate under Iron Shield's guild building. Lu said that's all well and good, and he should be heading to the Iron Guild's building then. But why the hell were they here in the public toilet instead? Did he suddenly have to answer the call of nature? While undressing, Giju explained that they're one of the top guilds in the world after all. It'd be hard to infiltrate from the front, and he didn't really have any stealth skills yet, and since there isn't any CCTV in the toilets. However, Lu asked how are these two things connected, and why was he taking off his clothes? Wait a minute, don't tell him. But Giju explained that he'd be embarrassed as the master if he couldn't do what his subordinates can do, then using elemental water, changed his body into water, then with spirit fusion, used the skills by fusing with spirits of the same attribute. He was going to travel via the sewers to infiltrate the guild, as his transformed body went down the drain. Lu remarked that he did think this could be possible eventually, but to think that he has become this proficient, while El praised her master as a genius. However, to Lu, he didn't know how he should put this, but his master was becoming less and less human. Elemental water, fire and dark, skills that can change his bodies into specific elements. Elemental water can turn the body into water, elemental fire can turn the body into fire, and elemental dark can turn the body into darkness. With spirit fusion, one can use skills by fusing with spirits of the same attribute, and elemental skills are something Lu made possible for him to use, but what's important is that he now had a link to Lu. With this, he can help him to become proficient at elemental skills quickly. Before he had a lot of trouble changing his body into another substance, but he succeeded in it because these two skills had enough synergy with each other. After traveling the sewer in his water form,
he reached his destination and started to change into a more humanoid form. Lu remarked that he was somehow able to make it. Looking upwards, Gidju stated that he was sure the Iron Guild's building was above them, since he was able to use his energy detection to locate them. Lu asked if he was planning on deploying a gate here, since it could easily backfire on them if something goes wrong. Ignoring the warning, Gidju proceeded to open a gate near the wall, and the system notified him that he can deploy one more gate at a fixed coordinate, and asked if he would like to deploy the gate here. In response, he confirmed and the gate was deployed. Then a foot started to step out from the opening. And the elder looked around the area and asked if this was the location underneath the Iron Guild, while Gidju apologized for calling him here so suddenly. While covering his nose, the elder said that he did like being able to visit America, but it's unfortunate that it had to be the sewers. Then pointing to the gate, asked if he just needed to hide this gate, and Gidju confirmed, saying that he was somewhat able to control the amount of mana leaking out from it, but even if it's in the sewers, there was no way to prevent people from entering this place. Then asked if he was able to do something, and the elder replied that since he no longer had Paymon's legacy, it was a bit tough to make an item with a function like that, but he can just leave everything to him and he will find a way, and if he ran into any problems, he can call Minsu to help resolve the issue. Then Gidju, bowing respectfully, said thank you, while Lu remarked that when the elder said it's possible, then it's probably possible. And as the elder was about to step back into the gate, said that he would keep his secret hobby a secret, so he didn't have to worry about that. At that moment, Gidju just stood there confused in his birthday suit, and Lu told his master that his skill wasn't in effect anymore. Then, understanding the situation he was in, tried to tell the elder that this was all a misunderstanding, but the elder just said sure and he will leave it at that. But Gidju protested, saying no, he was telling the truth, but it soon fell on deaf ears. Then he used his skills again, turning back into his water form and traveled back to the bathroom. Then once again returning back to his human form, putting on his clothes, exited the public bathroom. As he exited the building, he commented that with this, he was just about done with all his business he had, and Lu sarcastically remarked, that what a fitting thing to say while coming out of the toilet. Then someone shouted, "Where did he go?" Which surprised Gidju. He activated his egos, and turned to face the speaker with both his swords. Then recognizing the speaker, his face grew dark. Standing before him was Michael, who noticed the white sword that Gidju was holding. Gidju nervously thought to himself that he couldn't sense this person's energy at all despite how close he was, and wondered when this person started to follow him. Did he see what he had just done? Then gripping his sword tighter, he decided depending on what this person saw. At that moment, Michael said what murderous eyes he had, and was he intending to silence him by killing him? That seems like what a devil's agent would do. Then gesturing with his hands, said for him to calm down, since he didn't intend to fight him. Gidju, still maintaining his fighting stance, asked him if he was following him and since when. But Michael said that there seems to be a misunderstanding here, he wasn't really stalking him, but just had business with the Iron Guild. Then pointing to Gidju with a grin, said just like him. Gidju became infuriated, asked him if he saw it. Elle tried to calm her master, while Lu said F it, just kill him. Faced with the killing aura coming from Gidju, Michael raised his hands up and told him to wait, he was not here to fight. He only sensed his energy heading towards the Iron Guild, and he doesn't know what he was doing there. But judging by his reaction, he must have done something dishonest, no wonder he felt a strange energy underground. Brunhart shouted he got us, while Lu said that he seems to be telling the truth about not knowing what they did, so let's hear him out first. After hearing this, he started to calm down, and his killer aura started to fade. Then as Michael pointed to the Iron Guild tower behind him, said that he just had business with the Iron Guild, since the Iron Guild has quite a deep relationship with the Vatican. Then picking up on the word relationship, asked if it had something to do with the holy swords, to which Michael replied yes, and it seems he was aware of it. Then Gidju noticed him shaking his fist in anger, as he continued to say that despite that fact, those people still dared to bring a demon along, as Michael's face contorted with anger. Lu noticed the intense murderous aura, and Gidju wondered why was he having such an intense reaction. He guessed that it's actually natural for the Vatican to hate demons, but he recalled Tashik's words, saying that there are a lot of demons on humanity's side as well. Then Gidju commented that wouldn't a player of his level already know, these are also many helpful demons,
and Lou retorted that even he just found out about that yesterday himself.
But Michael only asked Giju if he was mocking him.
Then, becoming even more enraged and covered with an even more intense killer aura, said how dare he say such a thing before him, despite knowing that the Vatican has fallen at the hands of demons before. But Giju stood there a little flabbergasted, since he didn't know that at all, and he was starting to feel kinda sorry. Michael said that he thought he might be different despite carrying the scent of a demon. But he guessed he shouldn't have tried talking to someone who's related to demons after all. Then he started to release a golden energy, which momentarily was so blinding that Giju had to cover his eyes. In the next moment, Michael stood before Giju with angelic wings spread behind him. He thought this crazy guy before him was an angel, and he has been hiding his powers. Then wondered if this man could be stronger than Su Young, the Demon King. Meanwhile, back at the LA American Association Hotel, Taeshik was trying to get in contact with Giju, but his calls were not being answered. Sighing deeply, he was asking where on earth had he gone, since they needed to go back to Korea quickly. Then started to get agitated, wondering why things had become this complicated. Michael released his powers, after revealing that he was an angel. As Giju felt the energy coming from his man, he wondered if this person could be stronger than Su Young. Rushing forward, Michael attacked him using his wings, and Giju was able to block the blow with his swords. After staring at each other for a few seconds, Giju was blown backwards from the force of the initial clash. But as soon as he landed, he rushed in for an attack. After another clash of swords on wings, Giju asked if the words he said earlier about not intending to fight was a lie, and he couldn't believe that he would cause such a huge commotion in an open space like this, so what on earth was he thinking? Michael remained unmoved, with only a slight singe on his wings that was used to defend. Stretching his arms wide, he said, "Relax, this place has a barrier around it because of the Vatican's treasure he had, the Holy Grail." Then grinning even more exited, said no one will be able to interrupt their fight, while rushing forward for another attack with his wings. As the wings were about to hit our hero, he activated Brunhart's Reflect Damage ability. This caused a huge explosion to occur at the location of their battle, but Michael was able to block this attack using his wings as a barrier again. Then, noticing the attack of our hero from the sky, remarked that jumping into the air when he didn't have wings will just leave him unable to move his body freely. However, while in midair, he opened a gate and called his Death Knight for assistance. His minion answered his lord's request by using his hands as a platform for his master to jump off of. While speeding in the air towards Michael, he told him that he misunderstood the comment he made earlier about the demons. However, Michael replied that he already knew that, since he could tell that he had no ill intentions, but wanted to fight with him at least once. Then, using his wings, he met the assault of Giju's once again, but this time the clash generated an even greater force than before, and covered everything in a blinding flash of light. As the dust started to settle, Giju can be seen flying backwards and thinking that his opponent's attacks are simply, but they are powerful. Giju felt a little strange by the blows, and Lou told him that this guy wasn't using his full force against him, and instead of fighting him seriously, he was using it to test him or something. At that moment, Elle asked if she could talk with this man. Then, turning into her human form, looked straight at him. Michael nervously looked at her in shock, and called out Saintus. Then got down on his knees, while dissipating his angelic wings, and said his greetings to the Saintus. He guessed that from the energy of the sword, but it was indeed her. Giju noticed that his guy calmed down right away, seriously, and Lou remarked that his eagerness to fight until a moment ago was all a lie. Giju didn't understand what was going on and asked Lou if he knew anything about this, and Lou suggested that they observe things for now. Brunhart was a little offended, asking why didn't the master ask him instead, and when Lou asked him if he know anything, then Brunhart remained silent. Elle was asking Michael, why does he keep calling her the Saintess, and does he know her? While lifting his hand to her, he tells her that he feels an unimaginable amount of divinity from her. And if she was not the Saintess, then who could she be? Giju, standing behind them, thought, so this was all due to some feelings, even though he acts as if he's certain. While Elle asked him if that was all there was to it. But Michael replied, that's not it. It might sound weird, but when he first met her, he felt an indescribably peculiar feeling. This remark started to piss Elle off, while Giju just blankly stared at them. Brunhart asked if he fell in love at first sight, while Lou said what a dangerous bastard. Michael continued to speak, that it's a little hard for him to describe it in words, since it felt like some kind of kinship. Elle just stared at him calmly, then turning to her master, she said that it's hard for her to explain it exactly, but she also feels a similar sense of kinship, like what he's talking about, and it also feels like déjà vu. And this feeling has been there, since she heard his name. While Giju pondered on this situation, Lu said that the Holy Sword feeling a sense of kinship with him, then he's definitely extraordinary.
Giju then asked Michael, was he human or was he an angel? In response, he asked Angel, what was he talking about, since he was human?
Then Giju asked about those wings of his, since it was not some kind of a skill or unique ability. Telling him it's best not to lie with Elle here, since she'll know if he was telling the truth or not. Then as his confidence slowly faded, Michael started to say that he was human, probably. Lu commented that it looks like even he's not entirely sure of that either. Then Michael nervously apologized for the misunderstanding and picking a fight with him, but clarified that it felt like he would be able to get answers to his questions if he fought with him. Elle, turning to her master, said that it might be presumptuous of her to say this. But it also felt like her memories were being triggered the more she talked to him. And thanks to that, she remembered an important fact. The method for evolving right away without gathering all the materials, and the status window shows Elle's first evolution requirements. Since Elle's evolved conditions required 3 egified souls, excluding Huang Chiel, and 1 holy sword. Even if he was able to get the egified souls, he had to postpone the evolution because it was hard for him to get a holy sword, but she was saying that she can evolve right now. With a devilish grin, he wanted to do it now. Then rushing up to Michael, said let's just act as if nothing happened today, while extending his hand for a shake. Still having that mad devilish look, said that it seems they both had misunderstanding about each other, as he was thinking of the fastest way possible to get back home. But Lu warned him that he needed to maintain his expression properly, while Brunhart said that his master is kinda scary sometimes. While Michael was nervous due to his actions, asking what was he up to, and what did he mean. Later that night, coming back to his room at the LA America Association Hotel, Taeshik was angrily shouting at him, asking where on earth he had been. Our hero nervously replied that he was just out sightseeing, asking if something had happened. Taeshik grabbed his head in frustration, let out a long sigh and said things have gotten complicated. The reconnaissance squads that went into 20 gates across the world, they have all lost contact with them, which shocked Giju. Then replied that it also means that Sequo and Taeshik could only silently nod his head in agreement. Knowing this, Giju could only clench his teeth in frustration. Then shouted that they needed to return to Korea quickly, the portals, they could use it to get back faster. Taeshik could only scratch the back of his head, saying that they were not the only ones trying to get back to their country, and the processes needed to allow teleportation between countries are more complicated than he thinks, it might take them at least 2 more hours. Saying that they lost their turn because of him being late, and since they had more people dispatched here it was taking longer as a result, to which Giju just cursed. Then remembered something, grabbing Taeshik's shoulder asked if they returned faster, it would be better for them, right? In response Taeshik said of course, but they didn't have any other means. Then grinning, Giju said that there was a way. Back at his home, inside the downstairs basement, a gate opened up and Giju and Taeshik started to walk out of it. Taeshik couldn't believe that Giju can now use his gates to teleport to different locations, and Giju replied that he can only go to a few places for now. But turning back to look at the gate, Taeshik asked what on earth was that inside his gate just now. Griffins in the sky, undead armies on land, and the force shown was on par with the fighting force of a guild. However, Giju, trying to change the topic, asked if this method of returning to Korea was really okay, since there are various procedures for things like that. Taeshik, giving the big thumbs up, said, it's all good since he left Sunghoon to deal with them, to which Lu remarked, what a wicked superior. Taeshik went on to say that he will be doing the raid tomorrow, but won't be able to go along with him, since they needed to go into separate gates to balance out the teams. Since he will be dispatched to the Gangnam station tomorrow. Taeshik told him just rest for today. But Giju protested, why tomorrow, since this was such an urgent situation. However, Taeshik warned him that if they entered without any preparation, they'll only incur more losses, and at times like this, they needed to be even more cautious. And it might sound a little ominous to say this before entering a gate, but he should spend today with his family. since no one knows what tomorrow will hold, and this time around, it's really dangerous.
After thinking it over for a bit, Giju could only agree.
Then as Taeshik turned to leave, he cleared his throat, and said he should go see if Sujin, Giju's mom, was alright before he headed back to the association. Giju told him to make sure to give it his best shot, and Taeshik replied that he was just checking in with her, calling him a brat. The next day, an army of soldiers were waiting in front of the gate. As the guildmaster of the Blue Dragon, Choi Chang-yong, was telling the gathered players the summary of the strategy for the gate. The first group to enter will be them, the Blue Dragon Guild, as they were one of the stronger guilds. In case of any unexpected situations that could occur while the main group enters, they will be going in first to make sure it's safe to enter. Then the Cane Guild, the Mist Flower Guild, and the 2 people from the association's support team. They will be the groups that enters later. At that moment, Giju was thinking that this strategy definitely sounds logical, but if they do this, too much time will be wasted. The fact that Sequo, who's able to manifest portals, is stuck inside a gate, means there exists a danger that's keeping him inside. Even right this moment, his life might be in danger. Maybe he's already. No, he didn't want to think about that possibility.
Guildmaster Choi Chang-yong looked in his direction and called out his name, which surprised him.
As he approached, Giju was thinking why he was suddenly trying to talk to him. Was he here trying to gauge his strength? The guildmaster just stared at him for a moment, then turning to leave, said he hoped that he won't end up being a burden to them. Giju just said what the hell, and Brunhard agreed, shouting that was upsetting, while El said what a rude person. Standing beside him, Sunghoon nervously said, don't be too offended by him, he's a bit rough, but he's not a bad person, since the image that rankers have of him recently wasn't all that great. Giju tried to make light of the situation, saying that well, a person who stands out among many people will incur the hatred of others. He thinks he's slowly getting used to that already. Although thinking that all this was Taeshik's fault, since during that press conference, they praised him as the one closest to becoming a high ranker. Choi Chang-yong commanded the advance party to enter the gate, and the main party to be on standby to enter after 20 minutes. As the advance party started to enter the gate, Giju was thinking that this strategy was best for a stable raid, but it also means a lot of time will be wasted before they can start to look for Sequo. He guessed that he had no choice but to act alone. But in order to do that, he will need to get some help from the main party, but unfortunately he had burned some bridges with the Cane Guild's vice guild master, Lee Byung-jin, during the Iron Guild incident. And since Yubin was the guild master for the Mist Flower, and as he turned to look in her direction, their eyes met. Then she suddenly turned her head away, blushing red, and Giju was confused on what just happened. Lu asked El if she saw all that just now, and El replied that she did, but what kind of answer was he expecting from her, while Brunhard, being Brunhard, remained clueless. As the vice guild master looked at his watch, he shouted that 20 minutes has passed, telling the main party to enter the gate. Everyone started to enter the gate in an orderly fashion, and as they came out on the other side, was shocked at what they saw before them. The ground was littered with dead monsters and comrades from the advance raiding party, as Lee Byung-jin said, what on earth happened here? While looking at the carnage before him, Lu warned his master to be on guard, since this gate was the territory of an archdemon on Baal's level, which completely shocked our hero. As he recalled, Lu mentioned that Baal was the strongest of all the 72 demons previously. In that case, Lu continued to warn him that this gate will be on a totally different level from all the gates he has experienced so far. But since it hasn't fully completed its connection with this world, the gate shouldn't be able to fully unleash its power yet, but despite saying that, it doesn't mean he should let his guard down either. Lee Byung-jin was saying what a fearsome gate this was, putting aside the fact that they were ambushed upon entering, there were so many monsters. He didn't know if it's okay for him to say this, but he's glad that the Blue Dragon Guild entered first. And at least for now, it doesn't seem like there are any more monsters nearby. But something caught Sunghoon's attention, as he noticed the Blue Dragon Guild flag left behind along with the dead. He pointed to it, saying there was a Blue Dragon Guild flag over there, and it seems to him that they must have headed left. Then agreeing to head in the same direction, proceeded with their march. As they were marching along, someone from behind asked if he was the young man Yubin talks about, getting his attention. Turning to look, he saw an elderly lady with a wooden staff smiling at him. As they continued to walk, he asked her if she was referring to the guild master Shin Yubin. And she replied yes. She usually hates men, so she was wondering who the man she couldn't stop talking about was. Upon hearing this, Yubin in the back gasped and shouted grandma in order to stop her. Coming up to them, Yubin started to stutter that it was a misunderstanding, saying that the elder was quite the prankster, so she was just joking a moment ago, to which Gidju just replied, "Huh, okay." Blushing and coughed into her hands to get her nerves under control, Yubin started to introduce the elder as the advisor to the Mist Flower Guild, and saying she's been a great help to her for a long time. At that moment, something caught Gidju's attention, saying that he would to talk more and the elder finished his sentence by saying it seems this isn't the right time for that, as she noticed it as well. Yubin standing beside them, was kind of clueless to the situation. As Gidju stated that they're coming, everyone stopped and looked ahead of them. Li Byongjin was shocked at what he saw, as a huge horde of various monsters started to stampede in their direction. He warned everyone to prepare for battle, calling the tankers to the front. As they rushed to the front, they placed their shields on the ground and created a barrier in front of the stampeding monsters. As the monsters clashed into the barrier, it created a huge explosion, but it soon became apparent that the barrier would not hold them for long. As the monsters with flying abilities were able to bypass the barrier and attack them from the sky. The command was issued for long-ranged attackers to attack the monsters in the air, while close combat squad were to protect them. Orders were issued to take down those monsters that crossed into their formation, and since they didn't know how strong they were, so warned them to make sure not to let their guard down. Then Gidju started to get into the action saying let's get going as well, and Sunghoon agreed. But in the next moment, Gidju rushed ahead so fast that it left Sunghoon in the dust. The other players were struggling in their battle, as one player claimed these monsters were strong, while another complained that their formation fell apart too soon. And as they were starting to feel hopeless, Gidju ran among them in a blink of an eye, instantly slashing all the monsters, leaving only a trail of blood behind, to the surprise of all the players who were wondering what just happened. Gidju rushed ahead to scout the situation, and as far as he could see, there was no end to this madness. The strength of the monsters was a problem, but there was also too many of them. If this goes on, it won't be long before they started to lose people. As El called him name to get his attention, he noticed something. He felt an energy coming from the sky that he recognized, and as he stared, he noticed a lightning bolt striking the monsters in front of the other players. Everyone looked with surprise at this sudden attack from the sky, and as the energy from the attack started to dissipate, a huge crater was in front of them, separating them from the advancing monster stampede. Coming to the edge of the crater, Gidju asked El about this attack, and she confirmed that it was divine power, like the one she used before during the test on the 40th floor. And as Gidju looked up into the sky, thinking that this would mean, then as white feathers could be seen, Michael in his angel form was in the air waving to them, saying that he was here to help. Then he looked in shock, as he noticed Gidju with an evil grin on his face, and shouted what's with that face of his, he's up to no good wasn't he? As Gidju let out an evil laugh, he thought that he could make use of him, and Lu agreed, saying he couldn't refute that. The Vice Guild Master walked up behind Gidju, and then asked him who that was up in the sky. As Michael was using his holy powers to blast the monsters that were on the ground below him. Gidju told him while pointing upwards that it was someone from the Vatican, and while he doesn't have the best personality, but he's definitely strong. Then told the Vice Guild Master that he will be moving separately from the main group from this point onwards, which caused others around him to be surprised. Both Sunghoon and Yubin protested at the same time, telling him that it was too dangerous. In response, he said that was precisely why he was doing this. They couldn't keep getting delayed every time they ran into a monster swarm. And it would be faster for him to move alone and search for the others. Getting agitated, he continued to say that even while they are discussing this, Siku. But at that moment, Do Hyung interrupted him saying that he appreciated his concern for their guild master, but he still thinks it's too dangerous for him to go alone, since even his guild master went missing after coming here alone. Then Gidju asked if it would be okay if he wasn't alone, which caused Do Hyung to be confused. Then pointing his sword at Michael, he told him that he will be bringing him along. At that moment, Michael felt an evil intent directed towards him. Then looking in all directions, tried to figure out where this ominous feeling was coming from. Yubin shouted that she also wanted to tag along, since she knew that both him and that person was strong, but she still thinks just the two of them alone was too dangerous. But Giju declined her offer, saying that she needed to lead her guild, and he was sorry to say this, but in order to be of help to him, she needed to be at least this strong. Then quickly leaped up into the air, right in front of the approaching horde of monsters. He used his elemental fire and spirit fusion to infuse his black sword with the power of elemental flame. Then activating the divine power from the white sword, he raised both swords above his head. While swinging his swords, released the powers contained in them both to demolish all the monsters in front of him. The others watching this scene just stood there with their eyes wide open in surprise at what they saw. Everything including the ground was devastated by the single attack. After killing a chimera, the system notified him that his HP was being increased after he absorbed its blood, as well as absorbing the soul of the chimera. As Giju was wondering about the absorbed soul, Lu told him that it was another ability that he gained from his evolution, and told him to check his status window. As he looked at the window, he noticed the new skills absorption, which allows him to be able to absorb the blood and souls of monsters he has damaged, and egoification, which has the possibility that he can egoify an absorbed soul. This would allow him to get egos without even using cannibalism. Then with this, he won't have to worry about getting egos that are required for their evolution. While Brunhart congratulated the master, Lu told him that he was the one who obtained the ability, so why was the master getting the congratulations instead of him? A disgruntled Michael walked up behind Giju while cursing, saying why was he traveling alone with him, and he felt disgusted, because it felt like he was being controlled by him. And Giju replied that despite saying that, he still tagged along, asking him if he came along just because he liked following him. If so, then stop saying such horrible things. But Michael replied that the reason he tagged along was because he thought he might be able to accomplish his objectives if he did so. Then Giju asked what his objectives were. Raising a finger, Michael said that one of them was to kill the demons, the sworn enemies of the Vatican, and the other is, for someone to know him. Giju just stared at him without saying a word, and Michael just let out a sigh and told him to let's get going, asking him didn't his friend need to be saved. Suddenly Giju shouts wait, and pointing to the crystals on the ground, asked Michael if he was just going to leave them all behind like this, saying if he's wasteful just because he was rich, he might turn into a pauper in an instant. But Michael nervously asked if he didn't say earlier that there was no time, so they couldn't waste time pickling up crystals. But Giju told him not to worry, since it would only take a second. Then he opened a gate, which completely shocked Michael, as skeleton warriors came out of the gate to collect the crystals. Lu asked him if it was okay to reveal this to him, and Giju said that this was a power he will eventually have to reveal in the fight later anyways, so it will make things go smoother this way. Brunhart asked if he was finally getting a chance to show off his powers. Michael was thinking that, not only does he possess the power of a demon and divine power, he can also create gates. Just who on earth was he? Then as they arrived at the huge hole in the ground, Giju asked if this was it, to which Michael agreed that it was. As Giju saw the crystals lying on the ground, he could see the traces of battle in the area, so probably Sequel was all the way down this pit. Michael asked how were they going to go down, when they couldn't even see the bottom of this pit, while he could use his wings, but for him. But Giju said that he can also fly if he needed to, but there won't be a need for that, since they can probably just jump into this hole without any problems, since it's connected to another space. Lu commented that it was correct. There's some kind of portal device below, and that's a trick that makes use of demonic arts, and he was surprised that his master could detect it. Michael nervously asked if he could sense something like that, since for him it's hard to believe, but he's starting to think such things aren't that strange for him. Then in that case, Giju started to strike the ground with his sword. When asked what he was doing, he replied that since even Michael couldn't sense it, that means it'll be the same for the others, so he was just leaving them a note here, while Lu complained that he was being treated like a pen. Soon after, they both jumped into the pit, wondering what kind of powerful demon was waiting for them. The system notification informed him that he was entering the territory of Bodhis, and he has been recognized as a lord, so obtained the right to declare territory war. Landing on the ground, he wondered about the territory war. Then turning to Michael, and asked if he hear any system voices as well, but Michael only looked back puzzled and asked what system voices. And Giju asked if he heard anything about entering the sphere of influence of demonic energy. The Lord has noticed the intruder, or something similar to that. Then Giju wondered if something was different, and Lu replied that of course it's different. He was not in the same position as him, to which Giju agreed. Since he can control gates, in a sense he was a lord of a gate, so was that what the system referred to as having the qualification of a lord? Lu mentioned that this was the territory of Bodhis.
And Giju asked him if he knew who that demon was.
And Lu replied that while it's not an archdemon, it is however a demon on the same level as one, and he's a demon who doesn't really have any special abilities, but he climbed to where he was right now with just his combat abilities. Giju could only think that this means that he's just that strong, and Lu agreed. Then noticing that Giju wasn't moving, Michael asked him what he was doing, since they needed to get moving. As they walked down the corridor, Giju told Michael to cover the rear, while he will watch the front. Then with the next step, Giju started to shake violently while falling to his knees. He was feeling like his head was about to burst. While Al asked him if he was okay, and Lu said that maybe this was normal. Since the demonic energy is energy that is close to death, and for him who is barely managing to maintain the balance between life and death, so leaning towards one side, the balance will be broken. Michael asked him if he was alright, to which Giju just replied that it was nothing. Then Michael noticed Giju's eyes, while Lu told his master that his demonic eyes were showing. Giju nervously tried to explain that these were his colored contact lenses, while Michael asked if he thought he was that easy to deceive, and did he take him for a fool. Meanwhile on another battlefield, a player was saying that he didn't expect a big shot like Beautiful Beard would come. Introducing himself as Choi Changyong from the Blue Dragon Guild, and he'd like to thank him for his assistance. High ranker Tao Chen was laughing and saying that his country has received assistance from the Korean Association in the past, so he was here to repay the favor. But this situation doesn't look very good though, and Changyong replied that it couldn't be helped since the level of the gate is different. While stroking his bread, Tao Chen mentioned that he heard the team was split into two, so asked wouldn't it be better to move as one team. However, Changyong let out a long sigh and said that he didn't intend to fight while carrying burdens on his team, and when asked about burdens, he replied it's nothing. Then turning to his guild members, he shouted that they will be departing again in 10 minutes, so make sure they are resupplied and prepared by then. Then stated that he won't be sharing credits with some brat, who's over his head, just because he has the support of the association. At these words, Tao Chen just pondered while stroking his beard. Meanwhile back in the tunnels, Michael was still asking about those eyes, but Giju just replied color contact lenses, and kept walking ahead. But Michael replied no, those are demons, but Giju cut him off and said color contact lenses. Michael just shook his head and said, seriously, he gets more and more mysterious as time passes, while Giju with a stoic face replied that's good, now that he knows, now shut up. With his arms folded across his chest, he asked if they were even heading in the right direction, since he's been moving without any hesitation this whole time. And Giju replied that they are heading in the direction where he feels the strongest demonic energy, and their object is the gatekeeper. Michael complimented him, saying that he's considered pretty sensitive to demons, but Giju's detection ability is truly astonishing, and he couldn't help but acknowledge how good it is. But at that moment, Giju came to a sudden stop, and said right ahead. Looking ahead, he said he can feel Sequa's energy coming from over there. Michael was a bit nervous and said he didn't understand, but in the next moment Giju activated his haste ability, and rushed forward, leaving Michael in his dust. This shocked Michael, and shouting wait for me, rushed after Giju. As he rushed forward, he cursed Giju calling him a bastard, and wondering just how fast was he. Then put on the brakes, when we saw Giju just standing still in front of him. Then asked why did he suddenly stop without warning, but was shocked at what he saw in front of him. The tunnel led to an opening, which contained lots of cocoons tied together with webbing. Michael asked what are these cocoons, and why are there so many of them, this could be even called a city of cocoons. Giju told him that Sequa was one of them. Then closing his eyes to compose himself, he opened them again, and told Lu and El that they were going in right away. But in a panic Lu told him to wait. Since the inside was Bodhi's dwelling, and since this was a demon stronghold, it will have all sorts of barriers and traps deployed, so even he wouldn't be able to dodge them all. But Giju asked what he should do then, since nothing will get resolved if he just stood around. Meanwhile Michael was puzzled standing beside Giju, wondering what on earth was Giju murmuring to himself about. Lu asked if his master was an idiot, had he forgotten what he heard from the system a moment ago, then Giju recalled the system notification telling him that he had obtained the right to declare territory war. Giju shouted out loud, that he was declaring a territory war, and the system notification informed him that a territory war has been declared. As Michael noticed his hand starting to fade, the system notified them that they will be teleported to another location for a territory war. In a panic, Michael asked what's happening, as both of them started to get teleported away. When their teleportation was completed, the system notification stated that the victor will take everything. Meanwhile, in front of the huge pit, both the teams met each other earlier than they expected. As Chang-yong was looking at the members of the other team, he noticed something was off. He asked them where was Kim Giju. Don't tell him that he died already, while Beautiful Beard was wondering about Kim Giju. Do-hyung was a bit nervous and said, "That's not it." But at that moment, their conversation was interrupted by a guild member calling their attention to something over there. On the ground, there was a message written by Giju. They looked at the message and concluded that he jumped down the pit first. Chang-yong stated that he couldn't believe that guy keeps doing whatever he pleases. That Kim Giju keeps choosing to do things that he disliked. Overhearing the comment, Tao Chen asked is he heard wrongly, but was he talking about Morningstar Kim Giju, to which Chang-yong turns around and asked if he knows him, telling him that's the burden that he mentioned earlier. And now, he's just doing whatever he wants, but Tao Chen thinks that Giju didn't seem like someone who would do that though. Chang-yong loudly remarks that this Kim Giju person doesn't seem to be very trustworthy, asking the others if they trust him and willing to jump down there. Pointing to the bottomless pit, saying he can't do that. But Yubin got angry at this, and said he was going a little overboard with his words. But her elder touched her arm to restrain her and said, "Hold it in, Yubin, this was no time for them to quarrel among themselves." Yubin turned to the elder in protest, but at that moment, the system notification informed everyone that a territory war has been declared, and they will be teleported to another location for a territory war. Everyone was shocked and puzzled, as they were being teleported away. Suddenly they reappeared in another location, looking around dazed and confused. They tried to figure out where they were. Chang-yong stated that he heard something about a territory war, and Beautiful Beard also agreed that he heard it as well, and based on what a demon working with China told him, the demons used this method to determine their ranks and to get stronger easily. Turning towards him, Chang-yong asked why they would be involved in a battle between demons. And Beautiful Beard replied that he didn't know the details, but suggested that someone in their party might be a demon. At that moment, Giju appears with Michael in tow, and asked if this was where the territory war will take place, and Lu answered that since the territory would get destroyed if an intense fight broke out there, so this was a measure to minimize the damage as much as possible. Upon seeing him, Yubin and Sunghoon both called his name in joy. Chang-yong on the other hand disdainfully called his name and asked Tao Chen who was that beside him, and was told that he was part of the reinforcements sent from the Vatican. Just like him, that player was also dispatched to Korea to assist them. Grinning with anticipation, Chang-yong said that he can sense a strong energy coming from him, and concluded that Giju could move as he pleased because of that man's help. Then shouted rudely at Giju, said that he will make him take responsibility for moving off alone. Since he is the leader of the Blue Dragon Guild, will be in charge of the battle, and the rest of those who are gathered to just focus on giving them support and not getting in their way. At this, Giju just stared back at him, and remarked that they won't be enough, which caused Chang-yong to awkwardly say what. Suddenly the ground started to shake violently, and everyone started to look at the battlefield in shock. As vague shadows started to appear on the horizon, the ground shook hard enough to crack the surface. The enemy forces consisting of both small and large mantis monsters, appeared before them. As the sheer number of the enemies charged towards them, a huge dust cloud created in their wake. The players started to panic, and asked how were they supposed to deal with those numbers of enemies before them. Chang-yong looked at this scene and silently panicked, since doing a quick estimation would put the number of enemies at several hundred, and not to mention at least 3 commander-level monsters. Then shaking with fear, he wondered if they could overcome them all. Giju told them to wait a minute, and said that they were in his way, so step aside. Chang-yong just turned his head to look back and asked what was he talking about. But Giju just let out a sigh, then without explaining himself opened his gate, shocking the surrounding players with this ability. Then from within, skeleton soldiers started to step out of the gate, and griffins flew out and filled the sky. All the players could only watch this with open mouth, shocked as powerful monsters started to appear one after another. A huge griffin, a death knight, and a powerful lich. Chang Yong could only stare and said that this was ridiculous. What on earth was he looking at right now? As Giju's armies continued to pour out of the gate onto the battlefield, the bewildered players could only stare in shock. And as energy coursed in the sky, an angelic figure appeared onto the battlefield. It was the evolved adult version of L. Chan Yong thought that he didn't actually like him from the start, Kim Giju, who relied on his connections to become a ranker through an unofficial raking battle. Adding to it, getting open support from the association, it's like the association was not even trying to hold back their bias for him. Well, it was a great move on their part using a mask as a disguise, since he just thought that he was just a mascot for the association. However, with his mouth opened in shock with nervous sweat running down his face, what the hell was this? How in the world did these skeletons have so much mana, and what on earth is with this ridiculous number of skeletons? On top of that, a death knight that he can sense the energy of a demon from. Did this territory war cause such a summon monster to appear? Just thinking about all this is already shocking enough, but there's also a lich that seems really powerful, along with countless griffins. And even the king of the griffin was leading the swarm of griffins. He has never heard of any summoner that's this powerful, and Tao Chen said, he's just so speechless. This was way beyond the capabilities of just one person. As the portal closed, an angel stood before Giju. He asked the guys if they were ready, and Hamiel replied yes. On his right hand he held the sword form of camel, on his left hand he held the sword form of an ale. Michael remarked that this man even commands angels. Just who the hell was he? Giju called upon El to appear before him. And with thundering energy in the sky, El's human form stands before him. She told Hamiel to start, and he agreed. El had remembered something important, the way to evolve without having to gather all the materials. As Hamiel stabbed El with both of the angelic swords, she started to glow with a golden aura. On the battlefield, the skeletal warriors were fighting the giant mantises, and in the air, the griffins were attacking the giant commanders. Changyong, seeing all this, said, "Damn it, they couldn't lose out to them. The Blue Dragon Guild will also be the one to lead the battle." Raising his sword high in the air, he told his Blue Dragon Guild to advance into the battlefield and show them what a top 10 strongest guild can do. With their spirits raised, his followers charged into the battlefield. Changyong acknowledged that Giju wasn't just a pretty face, but there's a limit to how much he can do by himself, since he couldn't possibly have unlimited mana. He wasn't about to let him steal all the credit alone. Just then, Tao Chen sensed something and turned to look towards the sky behind him, and was shocked at what he saw. Upon noticing others gazing at something in the air, Do Hyun quickly turned to look. Something was shooting through the air at high speed, to get to the battlefield. And as feathers dropped from sky, El's majestic adult figure could be seen standing in the sky, with her wings spread behind her. As another pair of wings approached her from behind, she asked if he won't do anything to get in her way, right? And Michael, bowing with his hand on his chest, replied, "Yes, Saintess." She turned her head back to look at him and said, "Don't call her Saintess, since she was given the name El by her master. She will simply carry out the orders given to her by her master, so if he wanted to help her, then help however he wanted." Then, without saying another word, she rushed forward at high speed. As she quickly approached one of the 3 gigantic enemy commanders, she met the enemy attack with her sword, easily cutting off the front arm with a single slash of her sword. With blood gushing out from the wound, the monster let out a menacing roar. However, El just calmly raised her sword in the air, collecting the holy energy for her next attack. With energy coursing in the air, the sky opened to release a lightning strike that landed on the enemy before her with a devastating blow. The Lich told his undead warriors to step back, since this power was bad for them. As the attack created a mushroom cloud on the battlefield, the other players came to a stop and just stood there. They started at the scene before them dumbfounded, as Tao Chen could only remark that there is an angel, and asked if they could believe this, to think there's someone who's capable of controlling angels and demons at the same time. And that power, but stopped his speech as something caught his attention. In front of him, a love-struck Changyong was blushing red, as he stared at the angel in the sky and called her his goddess. Tao Chen was left speechless and confused at this sight. As both El and Michael continued to use their power to assault the enemies on the battlefield, the undead forces could only stand by watching the scene before them.
The Lich wanted to curse them, saying that he didn't intend to work together in the first place, but they're just doing whatever they want. He wanted to swear at them openly, but doesn't dare to do it because he's a little scared. Elle concentrated her holy energy on her sword, then shot a beams of energy at the enemy below her, but the battered enemy commander saw the incoming attack, and used its remaining front arm to easily deflect the attack. Then with a glint in its eye, it laughed knowingly. Elle grunted with effort. The enemy lost one of its arms at the start because it let its guard down, but that same move won't be as effective anymore. And since her evolution was rushed, her strength was, as the battle between the angels and the enemy commanders came to a standstill. Tao Chen looked at the battle and remarked that it's been a while since he had thoughts like he might get in someone's way if he helped, while Chang Yong stared love-struck. Suddenly Tao Chen noticed something, and shouted for the guild leader Chang Yong to look at the front. Getting caught off guard, Chang Yong nervously said that he was looking, then turned back to stare in shock at what he saw in front of him. A cloud of dust was being kicked into the air by the quickly approaching enemy army. The endless amount of enemy forces were still coming towards them. Chang Yong grunted with frustration and couldn't believe that there were still so many of them left. Then shouted for everyone to prepare for battle, they're coming. As the Lich commanded his long-range forces to continue their attacks, he couldn't believe that the angels let that many monsters escape, calling them pathetic. Michael was letting out another blast of power, but complained that unless they can gather all of them together, it'd be impossible to take them all out at once. While Elle let out her anger, calling them insects. Then shouting how dare they approach her master, as she moved among them slashing at the enemies in her wake. The enemies with their heads slashed off, soon turned into crystal drops littering the battlefield. Michael could only look at Elle from a distance, marveling at how angry she was. Then noticing an attack coming at her from her blind side, shouted out to Miss Elle to warn her. Elle barely had time to block the attack from the enemy commander. Grunting with effort, she knew that her strength was slowly going away. The other players used their ranged spells and arrows to attack the monsters in the sky, but the enemies did not cease their relentless assault. Yubin remarked that something strange, and Do Hyun agreed, saying that they don't seem to care and kept on flying by, even when they're attacking them. Then Tao Chen noticed something, and shouted for everyone to protect Morningstar. Turning his head around, he shouted that the enemy were aiming for him. He thought, damn it, he was wrong to think that this was just a fight with normal monsters, but this is a territory war. A fight against an army led by a commander. And if there are too many summoned monsters, it'd be common sense to take out the summoner. The flying mantises quickly fly to Giju's position, but he doesn't just sit there waiting to die. Instead, he activates his elemental fire and spirit fusion skill to imbue his sword with fire. Then as the other players look towards his location, a large fiery explosion can be seen emitted from there. As arcs of fiery energy was shot out, it struck the flying mantises, killing them instantly and turning them into crystals, which shocked everyone around him. Lu asked him why he doesn't use his death skill in the battle so far, since it's making him look weaker than Elle. But Giju told him that this was already sufficient for now, and in the first place, insects are weak against fire, and since death was his ultimate weapon, he shouldn't use it recklessly and only use it in really important situations. Lu remarked with pride that it was just a basic technique for him, but it is indeed a pretty powerful one. Giju thinks he's so easy to please. Now then, it's about time that Elle should be getting tired, so he started to get ready to go into combat. Using haste, he zooms past all the standing players and heads into the battlefield. Tao Chen is shocked at this revelation, thinking that a summoner that can fight, that's totally cheating. While Chan Yong nervously looked at this, and declared that he can't help but to acknowledge his strength. Then clenching his teeth in anger, shouted for his Blue Dragon Guild to advance. Byamjin shouted for the other players to join in the battle as well. While the battle commenced on the battlefield above, deep underground, a monster figure seems to be slumbering. Then the system notification informs everyone that the territory Lord Bodhi's had awakened. Covered by an eerie menacing aura, the demon's eye comes to life glowing red. Meanwhile outside the gate, at the external standby team's temporary camp at the Gangnam station, the guild masters of the Morningstar Child Guild are having lunch and discussing the expedition. Seonpil mentions that it's been 10 hours since the expedition team went in, and they are still on standby. Dong Yi reminds him that being part of the standby team means they are fighting against time, since they never know when a gate break might occur. To which Seonpil can only sigh deeply, causing Dong Yi to recall that Seonpil has relatives inside the gate. Trying to cheer up the mood, he said that they were just preparing just in case, so he's sure that nothing bad will happen. Seonpil agreed, saying that since Giju was with them, everything should be okay, since he was someone who has always performed extraordinarily. Back on the battlefield, Giju started to use his summon ability and called up Cressitu, while the king of the griffins along with his fellow griffins confronted an enemy commander. Cressida lunged behind the enemy commander and grabbed its limbs and neck from behind, to limit its mobility. The enemy commander let out a terrible screech, which drew the attention of Changyang and others on the battlefield. Turning to look, he couldn't help seeing another new summon assisting in the battle. Meanwhile, Tao Chen told him not to just stand there in awe, he should just accept the fact that Giju was very skilled and move on. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he accepted the fact and said that there shouldn't be anything more surprising than this. On another part of the battlefield, Giju jumped up into the air to face off with another enemy commander. He then used his binding skill, binding the strands to the neck of his enemy. Then using the recoil effect of pulling on his binding, he launched himself towards the enemy commander. When he got close to his target, he used elemental fire to blast its head, and the enemy let out an angry screech. As Giju landed back on the ground, he saw the enemy commander's head still engulfed in flames. As the flames disappeared, the scorched angry face of the commander stared menacingly at Giju. It furiously attacked him with its huge arm, but at that very moment, Giju told Lu that it was now his turn to shine. As he drew the power of death around the black sword for a counterstrike, he unleashed the attack at the same moment the enemy's attack was about to reach him. His powerful attack not only stopped the enemy's attack, but it cut the enemy in half and beyond. This single attack dumbfounded the other players who looked upon this scene. And they all froze upon seeing this spectacle. His attack left a gigantic fissure on the ground, as far as the eye can see. The system notified him that he had defeated one of Bodhi's captain, Manteoth, and the agothication of Manteoth was successful. Giju just stood there stunned by the power of his own attack, as the enemy started to deteriorate before him. With a dumbfounded look, he asked himself, was he always this strong? Suddenly his body was assaulted by a terrible pain. As he touched his chest, Brunhart shouted in concern for his master, while Lu said he guessed that's to be expected. Due to the demonic energy here, the power of death was reinforced by the dense demonic energy, which also broke his balance of power within his body, and warned Giju that he will need to be careful with how he uses it, while Giju grunted that he should have told him that earlier. Lu simply replied that he didn't expect it to be this bad, then warned him that it's coming. The system notification informed him that Lord Bodhi's has awakened, and the whole battlefield started to shake violently. As the ground started to break apart, the players started to panic and wonder what in the world was going on. In a panic, Changyang looked down at the ground and asked if something else was coming. Byamjin wondered just how far did the cracks extended. The cracks seemed to cover the whole battlefield, emanating from its center. Then a huge explosion occurred in the center, sending debris flying everywhere, along with the combatants who were caught in the aftermath of the explosion. Even Giju was sent flying backwards, as he asked what's going on, and Brunhart replied that the ground exploded. Using elemental dark, he created wings to hover in the air as he looked at what just happened. To his surprise, he saw a gigantic cocoon before him, thinking, is this really Bodhi's cocoon? He asked how could Bodhi's be this big, and Lu replied that he knew that he was big, but not this big. It might be due to his rage, but it might explode and blow this entire place away. Giju couldn't believe the situation he was in. But Lu continued to say that this was very theoretical, but would he be able to tell if he found himself in a situation where he thinks there's absolutely no way he'll be able to win a fight? Giju just stared at him, then incredulously asked what? Giju questioned Lu, what are you talking about? And Lu replied that what he means is, never mind, just forget it. And as Giju tried to question him again, a sudden call drew his attention. As he turned to look, Elle came to tell him that her power has been all used up, and it'll be difficult for her to continue using her evolved state. As he told her good work, she reverted back into her ring form. And as the evolve status dissolved, the three angels and the after image of L's sword form appeared in her place. L told her master to forgive her for not being of much help, but Giju told her she had been of great help. Then he opened the gate, and told the other angels to go into it to rest as well. They thanked their liege, then they left the battlefield. Suddenly he caught some swirling movement from the gigantic cocoon, as something suddenly approached him, and Lu shouted a warning to him that it's coming. He brought up his sword just in time blocked the attack, as a spike from the cocoon reached him. He was shocked, and couldn't believe that the spike was so tough that his block barely left a scratch on its surface. His hands were still shaking from the impact, when he noticed more swirls forming on the cocoon's surface. Multiple spikes launched from the cocoon's surface, and they impaled some of the flying griffins nearby, and also indiscriminately struck the flying mantis as well. Giju noticed that it's just attacking randomly, regardless of whether an enemy or friend. He asked Hart if he was okay, and the lich replied that he was fine, for now. And since they are undead, as long as he was there, their numbers of soldier would never decrease. Lu called him a braggart, since that's only possible because of the massive amount of demonic energy in the area, but warned that he's still at his limit just enduring at the moment. Then told Giju that this situation wasn't really optimistic, and Giju agreed, saying that they don't have much time. Since the thorns couldn't reach too high in the sky, the griffins kept their distance. And except for the few that got attacked suddenly at the start, most of the flying griffins shouldn't have any problems. However, for the subjugation team, as he turned his head to look, he was shocked at what he saw. They were surrounded by a golden bubble that prevented them from getting hit by the spikes. It was a protective barrier created by Michael called Saint Area. Lu remarked that it's some crazy amount of mana that was being used, and said that he might even be on par with his master. At that moment, another spike formed and shot out directly at Giju, almost catching him off guard, but he was quickly able to fly around the spike and avoid getting hit by it. As he flew towards the cocoon, he unleashed his death skill, and landed with a strike, sending waves of death from his initial hit. Unfortunately, due to the sheer size of the enemy, it was only able to make a small hole on the surface. Then recalling something, he asked Lu about what he said earlier, about something happening if this thing explodes. Lu answered that first, this entire area will be completely destroyed, and then an even bigger and stronger boss will be awakened. And once all the people inside the gate are dead, a break will occur, letting both us appear in the middle of the city. Giju angrily said that this was crazy, while imbued more of his death power into his sword. Then as blood started to ooze out of the orifices on his face, he was suddenly overcome with pain. As he started to lose his consciousness, Lu shouted, "Fuck, the balance shifted too much on this side, and he can really die if he keeps using death." As swirls started to form under his feet, the cocoon launched move spiked at his, which he miraculously dodged. In his hazy state, he thought his vision was starting to get blurry, but did he just get attacked? If he couldn't use death anymore, then he needed to find another method, but what? This is a cocoon that withstood death that was strengthened, so there's no way a regular skill would be able to damage it. Even L, who possesses divine power, was out of energy, and he was sure that Michael would be reaching his limit soon. To make the situation even worse, there are still 2 enemy commanders remaining. His body started to fall lifeless, and soon the spikes were about to strike him. As his consciousness faded, he recalled that once the people inside the gate all die, a break would occur, letting both us appear in the middle of the city. He saw the image of his beloved sister and mother, which jolted him back into awareness, and he quickly opened his eyes. Then recalled Lu's words, that if found himself in an unlikely situation, that there comes a time when he believed that there's no chance of winning, to use him to strike deep into his stomach. Seeing what Giju was about to do, Lu in a panic shouted to his mother to wait, while Ellen Brunhart also cried for him to stop. But in that moment, Giju stabbed himself in the stomach with the black sword, while the spikes were about to reach him. Then a system notification appeared, and informed him that his link with his ego Lu has expanded. Then said that something unknown has descended. Meanwhile, Michael's protective barriers on the subjugation team members were starting to show cracks under the pressure from the continued attack by the cocoon spikes. As the cracks appeared on multiple barriers, it was only a matter of time before they collapsed. Michael was struggling to hold on, as he remarked that his mana was being used up way too fast. He thought that if this goes on, but suddenly he felt an attack coming from behind him. As he turned to look, the two remaining enemy commanders were attacking him. Michael could only lament, damn it, he noticed them too late and he couldn't dodge or block them right now. But suddenly the whole battlefield was filled with a powerful aura. The two enemy commanders halted their attack as they felt the tremendous pressure. They quickly fled away, which surprised Michael. As he was wondering what in the world just happened, he turned to look at the fleeing figures and saw that they were scared. But in the next moment they were vaporized into nothing and disappeared, causing everyone who was looking to be dumbfounded, wondering what just happened. As an outstretched hand with lingering power of death was pointed in that direction, we see it was Giju Wood is perched on top of a spike. In a voice different from usual self, he said that how dare a weakling who hasn't even sat on the throne, dare to appear before him without his consent. Even the Lich, witnessing this scene of his master, was speechless. An outline of a demonic horn appeared on his head, as Luan Giju's body said, "Now then, kneel and bow your head." As he stood atop the spike, majestically opening his arms as half a demonic wing was shown on his back, and continued to say that the King of Hell has returned. Michael looking at Giju, and said, what in the world is with his appearance and this overwhelming power? While Chanyong was shaking from fear as he looked at Giju, thinking to himself, what the hell is with that energy, he couldn't even move. With a panic, he saw dark energy that started to move around him. Even Yu Bin and Sung Hoon noticed the energy in this space was all gathering into one area near Giju. The Lich was shaking, and noticed that his demonic energy was being absorbed away. Even the demonic combatants on the battlefield lost their energy, while the undead on the started to collapse from the loss. Do Hyung let out a nervous laugh, saying as expected from Ranker Kim Giju. But Tao Chen noticed something was off, since he could tell that Morningstar wasn't the one doing this. Because he can see that the energy is being absorbing by the cocoon, it was taking all of the energy within this space. Once it absorbed enough energy, the cocoon started to explode, shattering all the protective barriers surround the other players, and sending them flying backwards by the force of the explosion. In a cloud of dust, the players were all flung backwards, to clash on the side of the cliff. As the dust started to settle, the players started to cough and pick themselves off the ground. Tao Chen slowly got back on his feet, and started to ask if everyone was okay. Then, wondering what happened this time, he looked towards the battlefield and was shocked at what he saw. Towering over the whole battlefield, stood a gigantic demonic mantis that was even bigger than the commanders. He thought to himself that this couldn't be happening. And the problem isn't whether they'll win or lose now. Since most of Subjugation team members were throwing up because of the nauseating energy of this boss's presence alone. And most likely they will lose consciousness after 5 minutes at best. And if Morningstar and that thing fights, everything here will die for sure. Even Sir Michael took a hit after his shield broke, and even he wasn't sure if he would be able to survive this. Closing his eyes, he resigned himself and thought that this place will likely be his grave. But since the worst-case scenario where that has been released, has been stopped, he guessed that his death was not in vain. The boss started to move its arm, and was posed to make a strike at Giju. It brought its arm down in a powerful strike, and just the pressure from its strike forced all the other players to collapse onto the ground. Chanyong was struggling to maintain his composure, but just the pressure alone was enough to put him down to his knees. As the strike was about to reach Giju, he wondered if this was all there is, then told Vothus that he has lost a lot of his senses. With a simple snap of his fingers, he vaporized the area in front of him, completely destroying the upper body of the boss. Both Tao Chen and Chanyong stared at this with extreme shock. Tao Chen wondered, just what in the world just happened? What did Morningstar just do? He was sure that the demon boss had attacked him, and all he did was close his eyes for a second due to the wind pressure. But in the split second that his eyes were closed, half of that colossal body just disappeared. Giju was floating in the air above the body of Vothus. He still had the black sword stabbing through his stomach, and half his body was covered in a dark aura. With a sinister smile, he told Vothus that it looks like he was able to use his head. Then, gathering the darkness which swirling around him, he shot like a comet directly towards the colossal body. Landing on the top of it, he was holding the head of a smaller version of the demon in his hands. With a devilish grin, he asked did he really think he could hide himself, while trying to distract his attention with that massive attack, Vothus. A panic-stricken Vothus was sweating buckets, while Gidju's hand gripped his head. As Gidju slowly squeezed his hands, cracks started to form on Vothus' face. Then Vothus in a panic quickly stated that he never heard about him being here, claiming he was tricked as well. And he was willing to tell him what happened, he would tell him everything. But Gidju replied that he didn't need to, since there are different ways to learn it. In a panic, Vothus asked what? Gidju said that well, it won't really fill him up when he's in such a small state, but it doesn't really matter. This one statement completely shocked Vothus to the core. In a panic, it said to wait and please spare his life, don't kill him, Lucifer. But Gidju cut him off saying in a demonic voice to shut up, since that's a name he has already forgotten, as he turned completely demonic, and opened his mouth for a bite. He activated cannibalism, and the system notification informed him that he has successfully transformed Vothus into an ego, also he has won the territory battle against Vothus. After getting back up, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and started to look around. Then wondered out loud, what did he come here to look for? The other players were standing outside the open cocoon, as Tao Chen asked Changyong, what did he think is going on in there? Then suddenly a figure leaped up in front of them, and the demonified figure of Gidju was standing in front of them, holding an unconscious Siku. Then he suddenly drops the unconscious body on the ground, and Do-hyung recognizes the body as his guildmaster. As the undead army approached, they knelt down on the ground and offered their greeting to the junior master. As Gidju looked over, he completely disintegrated the head of the lich. And as he walked over he commented Junior Master, huh, as the lich's face was regenerating back. He grabbed the lich by the collar, and said that he was quite impertinent for a lich, just because his life vessel was inside the gate, doesn't mean he couldn't kill him. But the lich didn't back down and said that it seems that he has already overtook his consciousness, but please return his liege's body. As Lu and Gidju's body angrily started to say you arrogant, El and Rain both materialized their physical bodies. And as the gate opened, the three angels stepped out as well. El pointing her weapon towards Lu and said, give back her master's body, while Rain growled at him. The angels also demanded that he return their master's body, and Brunhard told Lu to get his act together. Then Lu, who was possessing Gidju's body, grabbed his face saying, was that it? So that was it, and peeking from between his fingers stated how annoying. As he unleashed his powerful force, striking those around him, which sent them flying backwards. It completely knocked the wind out of those around him, El, the undead, the angels, and even Rain. As the others fell to the ground around him, he looked at his hands and remarked, what's happening to me, why did he go easy on them, to those who bear hostility towards him? As the others struggled to get to their feet, he kept asking himself, why were they still alive? They should have been in his stomach by now. As he stared at his hands, he asked himself puzzled, wondering just who was he. As the darkness that covered half his body started to fade away, the black sword started to transform back into a ring on his hand as Gidju's body fell onto the ground. El was the first to react, calling out to her master. But someone from behind her said, they should kill him now. As El turned to look at the person who spoke, it was Changyong saying, didn't they just see what just happened, that guy isn't human, they need to kill him while they still can. El was silent for a moment, then she slowly turned to look directly at him with eyes filled with rage. As Michael lands on the ground, he is shocked to witness the scene before him and asks, what kind of situation is this? Changyong shouts to everyone that this is their chance while he's unconscious, and they need to end his life now. While Sunhoon protests, what the hell was he saying, and Yubin shouts questioning, how could he say such a thing? Do-hyun, however, nervously remains silent while carrying his guild master sequel over his shoulder. Changyong adamantly points his finger towards the unconscious body of Gidju and shouts, didn't they see how he even attacked his own summons just now, it's too dangerous to leave him alive. Then turning towards Tao Chen and questioned, didn't he also agree? But Tao Chen nervously remains silent. He thought that thanks to Morningstar, they were able to remain alive, and that's the cold hard truth. However, what he said about Morningstar being too dangerous if left alone, was also undeniable. At that moment, Elle let out a laugh, which astonished the two of them. Getting up from the ground, she questioned them, asking if they have forgotten just who was responsible for keeping them alive right now, and calling them an ungrateful lot. Suddenly, Michael was overcome with an unpleasant feeling of fear.
As Elle started to emit her aura, she apologetically thought to her master that she was sorry for acting on her own accord.
But right now,
she will annihilate all of these ungrateful vermin, as she stared at them with eyes filled with murderous intent. Her energy shot out at them, forcing them to defend themselves, as Chan Yong grunted from the strain, and asked what's with this energy. Even the undead nearby was not spared, as the Lich called her a crazy bitch for releasing so much energy. Tao Chen also grunted nervously, clearly aware that this bright energy was definitely mana, but this killing intent was. Even Michael was forced to defend himself, as he worried for her.
Then someone started to step towards her from the crowd of onlookers.
Yubin was surprised to notice that it was her elder that was moving forwards against this onslaught of energy. As the elder stepped between Changyang and Tao Chen, she quietly approached Elle, who placed her sword near the elder's throat. She told the elder that she had no intent to attack anyone who doesn't hold hostile intentions, but if she came any closer to her master, she will not show any more mercy than this. But the elder just shifted her head to look at Gidju's fallen body, and asked if she was sure this was okay, since leaving things as it is, her master will soon die. At these words, a shocked expression crossed Elle's face. Then nervously said that she was sprouting nonsense, but the elders countered that she'll know whether she was speaking nonsense or not if she just leaves things as it is, and it'll be too late by the time she realizes the truth. And asked again if she was sure she'll really be okay with that. Suddenly Gidju woke up with a shock. He was surrounded by darkness, and wondered what this place was, and where was he. As he looked around, he felt this place was familiar. Then a voice told him that this was the world that one goes to after they die, which surprised Gidju, but the voice continued and asked if that's the stupid thought that he was having right now.
Shifting to look around, he asks if this voice was Lu. Is this Lu? Then Lu answers him, damn it, there's not much time left, so he'll get straight to the point. He's going to forget everything that happened today, which dumbfounded Gidju. But Lu continues to say that he's not confident that he'll be able to endure that extreme void again, and Gidju nervously asks him, what was he talking about? So Lu tells him to listen carefully now, that they are, but a sudden sound interrupts his speech. In a panic, Gidju shouts that he couldn't hear him, and to repeat what he just said again. As Lu's voice starts to fade, he tells Gidju that he feels a void within himself when he's without him. And as Gidju's body starts to get smaller and smaller, we see an image of a serpent eating its own tail, an ancient symbol of Ouroboros. In the next moment, Gidju finds himself awake again. But this time on the battlefield, as Brunhard tells his master that he was so worried. The elder standing near him asks if he is awake now. As Gidju starts to sit up, he replied positive and recalls that this elder is Yubin's advisor. Then he notices the blood stain on his stomach, but his body feels totally fine. Then looking up at the elder, asks if she was the one who saved him, to which the elder simply replies that she didn't do much. If he really wanted to know who saved him, then that would be his subordinate, and Michael, who's standing over there. As he turned to look at Michael, he noticed that the mana he sensed from him was significantly lower, even though the battle had already finished. Just what in the world happened while he was passed out? But before he could think further, the elder told him that it wasn't over just yet, and told him to come look for her after they get out of this place. As the elder looked over her shoulder at Gidju, she thought that this could be Kim Sejin's child, and wondered if this really was the son of Kronos. As Gidju opened a portal to send his subordinates back, he asked Michael about the fragment of the Holy Grail. And Michael replied that he indeed used a part of the Holy Grail that he possessed and gave it to him. Gidju was puzzled, wondering wasn't the Holy Grail something like a wine cup, so how could a fragment of a wine cup enter his body? Lu told him that from what he has heard, that doesn't seem to be the case, it could be a kind of power or something similar. Brunhard agreed, saying that since Michael didn't have anything in his hands at the time, it was something like energy that was transferred, as he recalled that Michael's hand at that time just glowed with energy. Nervously Gidju asked, wasn't this the holy treasure of the Vatican? But Michael told him with confidence that there's no need to make such a face, since it's only just a fragment, so it'll be restored soon and he won't get in trouble either. But then he recalled the recently past events. As tension between the elder and Elle came to a boiling point, the elder told Elle if she wanted to save her master, she should conserve her powers. Since she has used up a lot of her life power because of the battle, if she wasted any more unnecessarily,
she might not be able to save him anymore. Then the elder asked her to trust her just this time, and as their eyes locked onto each other, Elle was the first to close her eyes and said that she understood, and asked what she needed to do now. The elder asked if she was able to transform into a sword, then do that first. In an instant, Elle turned into a sword that was held by the elder. The elder looked at the sword in her hands and said that she hoped that she wouldn't misunderstand what she was about to say, but she was going to stab her master with her right now, which shocked Elle. But the elder told her that there was no need to worry though, since there was no need to create a new wound, as she stared at the already open wound on Gidju's stomach. Then the elder turned to look at Michael and called him over. She said that she didn't know his relationship with Kim Gidju, but she needed that thing that he had, and asked if he could use that on him. Then in the present, Michael was telling Gidju that he still didn't understand, but how did that old lady know about the Holy Grail, and that he had it with him? As he looked at the retreating back of the elder, asked who on earth was she. Gidju replied that he wasn't sure himself, since today was the first time he was meeting with her. And he only knows her as the advisor of the Mist Flower Guild. But Michael turned to look at Gidju, and said that he didn't really know him either, and at these words, Gidju pointed to himself and asked if he was referring to him. Michael continued to say that the only one who's been able to accept the power of the Holy Grail up until now was him, but Gidju was able to withstand the power of the fragment without any issues, and even absorbed the power better than him. Just who the hell was he? At these words, Gidju recalled the memory of the Demon King asking him how did he awaken his demonic eye, since the demonic eye is a symbol of the demon. Then looking up into the sky, said that he wondered that himself. And didn't know that either. As Sunghun touched the cocoon, the system message asked him if he would like to teleport to the reward room. He then informed all the other players near him that this cocoon was being recognized as being part of the boss, so everyone will be able to teleport to the reward room now. As Gidju watched the other players making their exit, he proceeded to touch the cocoon as well. But unlike the others, his system notification asked him if he would like to absorb the gate. After seeing this prompt, he figured that he will have to be the last to leave this gate. Lu remarked that it couldn't be helped, and Brunhart shouted for everyone to leave quickly so that he could quickly absorb this gate. Looking at his ring, he asked Lu if he really didn't remember anything, to which Lu replied that he has already told him that he'll forget everything again. Well, he actually prepared some measures in advance, and they could talk about that later. This response completely caught Gidju off guard, but he said alright, for now he understood. Then asked about Elle, but Lu told him not to worry, since she simply used up too much life power, and she will recover naturally with time. While he was talking with Lu, someone called his name, and with surprise, he turned to look. He saw Tao Chen and Chanyang with his guild members standing there. As he asked what Guildmaster Chanyang wanted, Chanyang was at a loss with words for a moment. He scratched the side of his head, then closed his eyes in contemplation, then they all bowed their heads as he said thanks. They were only able to survive thanks to him, and on behalf of the Blue Dragon Guild he wanted to say thank you. Gidju could only stare at him in stunned silence, and Brunhard warned his master not to be deceived by him, since this guy wanted to kill him, and Lu commented that he would be totally justified even if he insulted his whole family. But Gidju told them that there was no need for them to lower their heads, since he was simply raiding the gate. As he slowly approached Chanyang, who was still bowing, he said in a hostile tone, "Let's treat everything that happened here like it didn't happen, do you understand?" Drips of sweat started to fall from his face. Chanyang replied that he understood. As the last remaining party members left, to teleport into the reward room, Brunhart asked his master, why did he go easy on him? Those people tried to kill him. But Gidju just let out a long sigh, saying that it's not like he can just kill them, and told Brunhart not to be influenced by Lu, to which an indignant Lu replied that he didn't say anything though. Gidju thought that this might be better, since they owe him one now, and he wouldn't be able to fight all of them in his current condition anyways since he hasn't fully recovered yet, plus they had 2 high rankers here. But Lu remarked that it doesn't take mana to curse or swear at them, but Gidju just told him to shut it, and Lu indignantly replied that he should have said that to them, not him. Meanwhile outside the gate, the relief troops were getting exhausted from waiting on high alert. Then suddenly they noticed a change in the gate, and everyone started to gather in front of it. As the players started to exit the gate, someone shouted in excitement that they cleared the gate, and the raiding party was back. There were also a lot of casualties, so transport them to the hospital after performing emergency care on them. Seonpil saw his cousin being carried by Donghee and approached them. His guild members also asked about the whereabouts of Giju, but suddenly something caught their attention, as someone shouted to look over there at the back. The area of the gate started to glow brightly. Sometime later at the Player Association building, Giju was taking a shower. He thought that in the end, he wasn't able to find out why Sequo was kidnapped, and not killed, or what he was after. Lu remarked that they can just ask him personally, since he's been egofied. To this Giju was surprised, and asked if that happened while he was unconscious. Lu replied that yeah, he ate him. With a bewildered expression, he commented that he was just asking this for reference, but when he said he ate him, it was figurative, right? Lu replied him, no, he meant he literally ate him, and Brunhart pitched in shouting that he ate him with such gusto. After hearing all this, he just stood there with a perplexed expression, searching for an answer. He soon entered the room with a toilet, then looked at his left hand which had 2 fingers raised together. Then looked at the toilet, and sounds of someone forcefully throwing up could be heard coming behind closed doors. Back at his house, his sister was sitting on the couch with Rain in her arms. Rain isn't just any regular dog, anyone who isn't an idiot would know that. Whenever her brother would leave for work, he'll take Rain along. There are times when he'd forget to bring Rain back, and would go back out to fetch it back. While she was holding Rain up, she said it's probably a player's summon. She couldn't hold back from hugging Rain to her, and wanting to protect it from going to dangerous places, but if doing so will endanger her brother's safety, then she couldn't really say anything about it. She closed her eyes, and came to a serious decision. She would make him tell her the truth today. And he shouldn't have to keep hidden the fact that Rain wasn't a normal dog this whole time. Then she marched purposefully to his room, opened his door wide and shouted to her brother. Then was shocked at what she saw. Her brother was lying completely disheveled in bed. As she looked at his face, he looked very exhausted. After a moment of silence, she covered her brother with the blanket, and quietly left the room. Giju had no idea what just happened, since he was deeply sleeping due to his exhaustion. Later that night, he was woken up, due to a phone call from Sung-hoon. As he sat up in bed, he picked up the phone, and the other party asked him to have dinner together with Yubin. And he agreed to do so. Still trying to wake up, he told Sung-hoon that he'll head over once he washed up. After hanging up the phone, he noticed that the time was already 6 p.m., since he got back around 10 a.m., he must have slept for around 8 hours. However, Lu told him that he got it wrong, that he had been asleep for more than 30 hours, a whole day had passed by, to which Giju was flabbergasted, and Brunhart commented that his master was such a sleepyhead. Giju protested and said they should have woken him up, but Lu and Brunhart countered that rest was important. Then Lu remarked as a side note, that his sister came by to check on him to make sure he was still alive, and Giju shouted that they should have woken him up then. Later in a restaurant, the three of them ate together. As he ate, he asked them where Guildmaster Choi was, since it would have been nice if he had joined them as well. Sung-hoon told him that Choi has been busy handling the deaths that his guild had experienced, and since the Kane Guild suffered quite a bit of casualties, it seems they're preparing a combined funeral with the Blue Dragon Guild. Then sweating profusely, he asked Yubin if her guild was alright. Yubin replied that no one on her side had died. With a gloomy expression. He said that it was a relief, but Lu questioned why he was suddenly so down, since death is a common occurrence. Sung-hoon while eating said that it was good that they were able to clear the gate quickly, since they didn't know when the other gates would be cleared. They couldn't even begin to estimate just how many casualties there'll be. Giju questioned the other gates, and he replied yes, the only gate that has been cleared is the Gangnam Station gate. While Giju was anxiously thinking about Taeshik, Yubin called his name, which jarred him out of his thoughts, as she asked him if he was thinking of entering other gates right now. Even Sung-hoon said that it would be tough, even for him. But Giju protested no, he didn't even say anything about that. Lu reminded him that it'd be impossible for him to join fights in his current condition, unless he just had a death wish. Brunhart also told him that he really needed to rest, and Giju could only relent, saying that he understood them. Then suddenly changing the subject, asked how was Sequo doing. Sung-hoon told him that Ranker Sequo still had not woken up yet. He doesn't have any external injuries, but for some unknown reason, he's not regaining his consciousness, and they also don't know what the demon did to him inside the gate, currently he's recovering under strict supervision in the association's treatment center. He remains silent after hearing this, with a somber expression. Lu asked him why he was looking so dazed, since all they said was that they didn't know what the demon did to him, then he just needed to ask the demon then, calling him an idiot. A flash of insight came into his eyes, upon hearing this. Later, after returning home, he created the gate within his basement and entered it. The elder greeted him upon arrival, and told him that has been waiting for him. Then asked if he came for this correct, while showing him a huge hole on the ground. The elder commented, first it was a floating island, and this time it's underground, and he was curious to find out how big this will become, and Brunhard replied that it might become way bigger than Earth. Giju nervously apologized and said it must have been very troublesome for him to manage all these, but the elder replied that he was actually liking it, since the bigger the area, the more satisfaction he got from managing it. In any case, he'll take his leave first, since the administrator can't be away from his position for too long. And after saying his goodbyes and left Giju alone. As Giju looked around, he couldn't help but laugh at what he saw. He recalled that this was originally a pyramid that Rogers made, but what has he been doing with it, as he looked upon the construction of a building still in progress. While Lu called the old man crazy, Brunhard said that his dad was amazing. Soon, Giju teleported to another area with the remains of the gigantic cocoon. Giju looked at it and said that it's just as Lu said, it's still here. Bodhi's corpse, and Lu said that it's obvious, since in a territory war, the winner takes everything in the opponent's territory after all. As Giju approached the corpse, a prompt asked him to choose the designated ego. And he assigned Bodhi's ego. The gigantic corpse started to glow with a blue aura. Then suddenly, silk threads started to form around the corpse, and turned it back into a cocoon. Then as he watched, the cocoon quickly shrank in size. After shrinking to the size of a normal body, the silk threads started to fall apart, revealing a form that was kneeling before him. Bodhi's was still kneeling on the ground, as he said that he was paying respect to his king. Brunhard said that he now looks more like a human now. But Lu asked if he was blind, and couldn't see that head of his. Giju just greeted Bodhi's, and said it was nice to meet him, and said he was sorry to do this right after his resurrection, but he needed something from him. Bodhi's obediently asked to be given his orders from his king. While rolling up his sleeves, Giju said that first of all, he needed to take a beating, and changed Oberon into its goblet form, which completely shocked Bodhi's. He nervously asked in fear, "My king?" In reply, Giju said he was sorry, but he had a friend whom he owed a huge debt to, and Lu started to laugh maniacally. Giju continued to tell him not to worry, since he won't be too harsh on him, but sweat started to drip from Bodhi's face. As he tried to speak but only came out. Then as sounds of punching among screams of agony was heard, Lu shouted that he was doing a great job, while Brunhard praised his master for being great at everything he did. After being thorough beaten, Bodhi's is lying inside a pit with bruises all over its body. Giju asks Lu if he's satisfied yet, because it was getting hard trying to control his strength now, and Lu replied that he wasn't completely satisfied with it, but they couldn't let him die either. He was sure there'll be another chance next time anyways, to which Bodhi's couldn't help but shiver at these words, while Brunhard agreed that there will be plenty of chances. Giju calmly asked Bodhi's if he's feeling like spilling everything now. The terrified Bodhi's started to stutter his words saying he was going to obey his commands from the start though. Then Giju suddenly squatted down in front of him, which caused Bodhi's to move back in fear. But Giju just said that he'll get straight to the point then, asking what's Andra's goal, and what were they trying to do by opening the gate. Bodhi steadied himself and replied, "My king, it seems you think this is all Andras doing, but all he did was suggest a proposal to the demons." This came as a surprise to Giju, and he asked what the proposal was about. To which Bodhi's replied that it was to steal the bodies of the players and invade Earth. This revelation shocked him, and he thought was that why Sequel was still unconscious. But Lu interrupted his thoughts, and told him that this was complete nonsense. A lot of time has passed for sure. But there's no way Andras would be able to do such a thing, but Bodhi's nervously countered that what he said wasn't just empty talk, with just Andras alone, that'd be impossible, but wasn't creating large quantities of gates also pretty ridiculous. Andras said that all this was possible because of Paymon's legacy, which shocked both Giju and Lu. Giju thought about the words the elder once told him, concerning Paimon's legacy. But he was interrupted from his thoughts by Lu, who told him that this was much more than just demons stealing the bodies of humans, and for a demon to be able to steal the body of a player. Would that mean that those who weren't able to use 100% of their strength on Earth originally will now be able to do so? Nervously, Giju stated that even if this plan was possible, there are strong individuals like the Demon King or Li Xianho who can defeat the gates, so to him, this plan sounds like it has a low chance of succeeding. Bodhi's humbly stated that his king was correct, however, that was because he was unlucky to have met him. They had already judged that as long as there was even the slightest possibility, it'd be worth the risk. With a glint in his eye, he continued to say that Andres also said that he already has someone among the humans on his side, and that someone is in a country known as America, as the Iron Guild Tower looms in the background. After the sometime, Giju was standing with the elder looking up at the new building they built within the gate. As the elder turned to look at him, he asked what did he think, pretty impressive isn't it, while Brunhart was shouting, yes yes yes. Giju could only nervously laugh, while the elder explained that he intended to display the foreign cars that he gave him on the first floor, while making the second floor his office, and if he had any certain interior design requests, he should let him know. Giju only replied that he trusted the elder's professional judgment on the matter, then asking was this building something that's really possible, since he has worked part-time in factories before, but it feels like even the way he built it is very different from the norm. But the elder confidently pointed to himself saying that he and Minsu are descendants of Paimon. There's also the power of magic and infinite labor, so there's nothing to be worried about, as the Lich and a skeletal warrior is working tirelessly in the construction. He continues to say that at this rate, we should be able to connect this tower to the Sky Island, and Lu remarks that he's saying such ridiculous things with ease, while Brunhart tells him not to be rude to his dad, and Lu counters that his father is only 1 year old, which left Brunhart to be flabbergasted. The elder said that he was going to name the tower Giju Tower, and Giju asked him to please reconsider. Then getting serious. The elder asked him what he wanted to talk to him about, and as Giju was replying about that, we flash back to his earlier conversation with Lu. Lu was telling him that someone in America was conspiring with the demons so that they can take over the bodies of players and invade Earth, and what they needed to be most concerned about isn't the invasion itself, but it's about the demons concealing their identities and hiding among humans. What's worse is that the intelligence units who are uncontactable right now are among the most powerful people in their respective countries, and if the demons are able to make use of their influence, it could get really dangerous. While sitting on Bodhi's back, Giju pondered on what was being said. He sighed deeply and remarked that he'll need to find out who the hidden traitor is and who the demons are now, and it's not like he was a detective, so what on earth is this? Lu remarked that what they needed now was more information, since they also needed to find out the exact details of what Andres is planning. So returning to the present, Giju told the elder that it seems that it's time to wake his son, Huang Chai-il. For a moment the elder remained silent, then asked, is that so? Didn't he know this already, but he's unable to go against his master's orders? If that's what he wants, he can just do as he pleased, but Giju replied that he didn't regard his relationship as one between master and servant. And how he felt towards things matters a lot to him, but the elder with his back turned away didn't say a word. After letting out a long sigh, asked Giju if he can give him some time. Back at home, Giju was meditating next to the gate in his basement. Lu told him to meditate on his vessel. Since when he descended upon his body, he had actually destroyed Giju's vessel. That old lady used the power of life to kind of put it back together, but that was just emergency treatment. And what's inside his vessel was extraordinary as well, and not even he knows what kind of changes happened as a result. So Giju, with his eyes closed, started to focus. He found himself floating in black empty space, and since he's done it once already, it wasn't as difficult as the first time. He needed to feel everything within his body, and meditate upon it. Then he slowly opened his eyes, only to find a gigantic demonic purple eye, staring back at him. He was overcome with terror and shock. And he snapped out of his meditation. He was panting heavily, wondering what was that just now, and Lu replied after a pause, holy shit. It's mixed now, to which Giju asked what? Then Lu explained that his personality descended upon his body along with him, and all those fragmented memories that had to be erased are now mixed into his vessel. Giju, being shocked, asked, then that means, and Lu replied to put it simply, that his personality that had dominated his body could suddenly reappear at any time, regardless of whether he allowed it or not.
Giju nervously asked, so that demonic personality could awaken again.
That savage personality that ate Bodhis alive like a barbarian, while covering his mouth starting to feel sick to his stomach, but Lu retorted that there's no need to put it like that, is there?
Damn it, how the hell is this happening? While Giju was feeling queasy, Lu continued to say that it seems like looking for that old lady is their top priority, since she told him to find her as soon as possible, after leave the gate. But before that, they need to carry out what they can do first, which is to wake Elle up so they can maintain the balance. While it's a temporary measure, it's better than not doing anything at all. And Giju agreed, but was puzzled on how to go about waking her up. It's not like he can just beat her till she wakes up like he does with Lu, but Lu protested that why is that okay with him, and Brunhard answered saying that he's their master's punching bag, and Lu questioned where did he learn to say such things. He reminded his master that Elle just fell asleep because she used up too much life power. So they just need to put the life power into her, and of course, if he wants to be sure that she wakes up, evolve her at the same time. Thinking about that, Giju looked at Elle's first evolution conditions, and all they were missing was a holy sword. He also looked at his own stats. And thanks to Lu's absorption skill, they have more than enough egofied souls, but still it'd probably be better to use the pieces of Manhwa's ego as well as Charlemante's and the Evil Eye King's. Lu agreed, since the stronger the egos they used, the stronger Elle will become, just like the egos which were summoned for his evolution. But that doesn't mean that Elle can use summon skills like him, and Giju replied is that so, he'll know after she's evolved then. But for the holy sword, since he destroyed all of them from last time, they won't work. Lu told him that this could be resolved rather easily, they just needed the elder's help. But Giju said that it might not be such a good idea, since he just talked to him about his son recently. However, Lu asked what other choice do they have. Upon asking the elder, he said that's possible, which surprised Giju, and the elder continued saying that it was only possible because he had the remnants of the holy sword that he's gathered previously. Although a part of those will be used to restore Elle, there should still be enough. Giju was amazed to think that this was possible, and Lu proudly said that he told him it'd work, didn't he? And Brunhard praised his dad as incredible. The elder held up his finger saying, actually he had already made something in advance because he thought this might happen, and even though he said he made it, it's more like a shell. Then he mentally commanded the lich heart to bring that here. A short time later, the lich came flying down from the building holding a sword case. As he landed on the ground, he knelt down and asked if the administrator had called for him. The elder praised him for coming really quickly, and the lich with a glint in his eyes said that he's already ready. While Giju watching this spectacle thought that he's totally tamed him. The lich presented a case with a sword inside. Upon exiting the gate, Giju started to put the power of life into the sword, and it started to glow with a golden aura. Giju was amazed that it really worked, and Lu commented that he's tried it before after all, reminding him that he did it earlier to save those 3 holy sword angels before, who was on the verge of breaking. Giju wondered if this sword would become an angel like Hamiel, and Lu replied that if that's possible, then that old man is fucking overpowered. Just doing this is already an amazing feat. Then looking at the sword, he was ready to evolve Elle, and Brunhard shouted with excitement that it's time to bring Elle back to life, while Lu retorted that she's not dead. Giju started the synthesis process, using Charlemante's fragment and combining it with Ego Piece. Then synthesis on the Evil Eye King's fragment as well. Then using Manhwa's ego, Charlemante's ego, and the Evil Eye King's ego, for the evolution process. All the parts used in the evolution started to glow brightly, and filled the room with a blinding light. Elle's human form started to take shape, with her face, then her wings, and finally she appeared kneeling down in front of Giju. She pressed her hand to her chest and said that she was paying her respects to her master. Shocked by the change in appearance, Giju could only ask Elle right. As he started at her with purple highlights in her hair, something felt different about her as compared to the past. While rubbing the back of his head, he said that although he has a lot of questions to ask her, for now, why does she only have a pair of wings? Weren't she supposed to recover her original power when she evolved? Elle replied that there's no need for extra pairs unless she needed to use all her strength. So she only kept 1 pair for now. But if he wanted her to bring them all out, she could do so. However, Giju with a calming gesture said that there was no need, as long as she was comfortable with it, it's all good. then asked about her hair, and what happened to it. As Elle lifted up the ends of her hair, she said that about this, she wasn't too sure either, but Brunhart shouted that her hair was so beautiful. Lu sarcastically asked if he really couldn't tell, it's mixed, causing Giju to be confused by the statement. Lu explained that Mantho's ego, which was used for her evolution, that ego is currently mixed into Elle, and as a result, she's now an angel with the power of a demon and unprecedented existence. This caused Elle to be dumbfounded. Giju, looking at this situation, could only nervously ask what. While Lu laughed maniacally, saying, although he did say this before, this is a totally crazy situation. Then, thinking of something, suggested to his master to spare with her right this moment, saying if his guess is right, something pretty interesting should happen. But Giju nervously questions his request, and asks if he's not up to anything funny. But Lu just feigns ignorance and asks, has he ever asked him to do anything that's not for his benefit? This leaves both Giju and Elle unable to reply, while an angry Lu tells them to answer him. Since this isn't just to check what Elle is capable of, it's also for him as well. Puzzled, Giju asks how this would benefit him, and Lu tells him if he has forgotten about his powers, Link, the power that's able to bring out a part of a linked ego's ability. And questions who did he most recently link with, and Giju with a shocked expression recalls that he recently linked with Bodhi's. Lu confirms this, and tells him that a special power equivalent to one of the 72 demons, Bodhi's, might be at his disposal now. At the mention of his name, Bodhi's wonders why his feelers are feeling a bit itchy. Could someone be talking about him behind his back? Meanwhile, Elle plucks a feather from her wings. Then, infusing the power of life into it, converts it into a replica of her sword form. Then proudly offers the sword to her master, telling him that with this, he should be able to perform in the duel as per usual. Upon looking at the offered sword, Giju marvels at the sword being a real copy of Elle, while Brunhart shouts that Elle is much stronger now. Then Giju asks if she can make swords like this, then couldn't they produce them in infinite amounts? But in a humble manner, Elle tells her master that she is unable to do so, since this sword is like her manifestation. She can only make one sword that can stably contain all of her power. There may be some time constraints, but she is sure that it can perform the same as when she turned herself into a sword, and it'll be better than in the past due to the evolution. Still nervous, Giju could only wonder if this was all possible. However, Lu in his excitement tells him that this makes the total amount of power almost doubled, saying it's unbelievable, but all this was only possible because of his link ability. Meanwhile, Elle walks onto training ground to get into position, then tells her master to get ready. As she starts to transform into her battle mode by obtaining more pairs of wings, as she releases her full strength with 6 pairs of wings behind her. With a joyful expression, she brandishes her sword before her in preparation. Giju, answering her determination, uses Brunhart, which shines brightly on his chest, to summon his armor like Iron Man, and showing the same delightful joy on his face says, "Let's start." Like a graceful dance, they clash swords in rapid succession, moving their swords so fast that only after images of their strikes could be seen. Being able to keep up with his sword, Giju compliments her, saying that he didn't know that she was this skilled in close-range combat as well. She happily replied that she learned it all from watching her master, but she's embarrassed because she's still lacking. Brunhart, excited, says he wants to fight as well, but Lu reminds him that he doesn't even have a body, to which Brunhart counters that neither does he. Giju then jumps away from her, putting some distance between each other. Then questions Lu about the interesting thing he mentioned, as well as Bodhi's special power, but Lu hesitantly answers that it doesn't seem like things will be playing out like he thought they would. But tells him to look at Elle, she seems to have gotten the hang of it. Then, wondering what this could be, Giju just looks towards Elle with a puzzled expression. With a smirk on her lips, she releases power into her hands that faintly show golden lightning. Then in the next moment she apologizes to her master, as her power starts to spike as the glow now radiates a violent purple lightning. Then as her aura gradually turns into a purple demonic aura, she tells him that from this point on, she will use everything she has. Giju is shocked by the demonic energy coming from Elle. Looking at this, Brunhart shouts that Elle somehow feels similar to Lu, wondering if Elle is also going to have the same bad personality as well. While Lu asks what did he just say. Giju remembers hearing that his demonic power was mixed in, but for Elle, who is an angel, to be able to use demonic energy. But Lu questions why is he so surprised,
since that wasn't the interesting thing he mentioned, to which Giju could only dumbfoundedly ask what. Without answering, Elle started to gather the power of death near her sword. Seeing this completely shocked him to the core. As Elle poised to unleash the power of death on her master, Giju could only laugh nervously at the situation he found himself. Unable to fully comprehend what he was seeing, he hysterically asks if using death on her master wasn't being too harsh on him, while Brunhart just shouts that she was infected by Lu. But with a knowing smile, Elle tells him that it's because it's her master, that he will be fine even if she were to give it her all. Then charges towards him at top speed, determined to land her strike. Giju continues to laugh nervously, as he tells her that he appreciates that she believes in him so much, then starts to gather death on his sword as well, charging forward to meet her strike. But suddenly he finds himself feeling strange, as he can now predict Elle's movements. And as Elle advances with her strikes, getting ever so closer, he was able to easily block her advance by placing his sword at the right location. With a simple flick of his wrist, was able to easily disarm her, to her shock. She was bewildered, wondering what just happened. As her sword flew into the air, and hit the wall, shattering out of existence. Impressed by this action, she gets down on her knees, praising her master and tells him that she knew he would block it, but didn't expect him to perfectly deflect it, while Brunhart cheers for his master saying he is the best. But Giju was beside himself thinking no, it was like his eyes were either better at perceiving movements or it was her movements that were predictable. But that wasn't what it was. It was like, then Lu chimed in saying, like he was able to see the future right. Congratulations master, since that's the special power that Bodhi's has. Future foresight. Giju questioned about the future foresight ability, and Lu replied that while there are various constraints, he should be able to see the future to a certain extent. Then Giju asked, why did Bodhi's lose to him even though he had such an amazing ability? Then in frustration Lu replied, didn't he just tell him, there are various constraints? Saying that he won't be able to see the future completely, and it'd be useless against a force so overwhelmingly powerful that he'll be helpless against it. To Giju, this just sounded like Lu was boasting about his strength yet again. Then recalling Elle back into her ring form, he stated that although he had quite a few things that he still wanted to try out, it's for him to get some rest since, otherwise his days and nights would be mixed up, as he looked to his watch. Lu agreed, saying that he hasn't fully recovered after all. However at that moment, Giju was surprised to find that his watch was no longer working. Lu told him that it could happen, since a watch isn't supposed to keep going for eternity, while Brunhart told him that it's okay, since people say that a stopped clock is right twice a day, and Elle asked if it could be lacking lubrication. But Giju said that not it, this was his father's keepsake and he's always had it since he was young, it has never stopped moving nor has it ever broken. Lu asked if this was an item then, since he didn't sense any special energy coming from it though. Elle thought it was strange that she couldn't sense anything from it at all, and Lu agreed since he didn't ever realized its existence until just now. For a moment Giju stood silently, then as drops of sweat ran down his face, he tried to reason that it's not strange for a watch to stop working. But as he stared at his watch, he couldn't shake off the feeling that something serious was taking place right now. It's like his sixth sense as a player was warning him about this. As night turned into day, he was wakened from bed by a phone call that told him that Taeshik has made it back, and he was currently at the association right now. If he wanted to meet with him, they can come pick him up in about 10 minutes from now, to which Giju agreed to get ready and head out soon. At the player association building, Giju entered Taeshik's office and upon seeing him, asked what happened to his eye. With an eye patch over his right eye, Taeshik just calmly said hi to Giju, and apologized to him for almost dozing off. Then sitting up on his chair, he said that he just got a little scratch. But Giju was having none of this nonsense, asking what, was he joking with him right now? Then demanded what on earth happened, and asked if he didn't take any potions with him, or did he even get himself treated for his injuries. However, Taeshik lifted his eye patch to reveal a scar running down his face and said that he did everything he could, but it didn't have any effect. The wound is a simple one, but he thinks that some unknown energy is deterring his recovery. Further saying that even Rancor Choi Myung-gil tried to help him, and he was the leader of the Saints Guild, one of the top 10 guilds, who is known as a famous healer worldwide. Taeshik continued to say that he was actually the lucky one, since the Phoenix Guild that went with him had suffered more, and the major repercussions that it's hard to call them a guild anymore.
This news shocked Giju, who was thinking that one of the top 10 guilds would suffer such a huge blow. Taeshik told him that when they entered the gate, Jang Hyojin was already surrounded by enemies and was fighting while on the verge of death. By the way, you remember who that was, right? He was the mercenary who wore a school uniform during the meeting. After they met, they split up the raid team and a part of the team was to escort him outside, with the remaining members proceeding with the raid. The territory that they had entered was called Simmeries, and at these words, Giju quietly asked Lu in his thoughts if that was a demon that he knew, and Lu replied yes, that would be a demon that specialized in combat like Bodhis, but he was only ranked 66 out of the 72 thrones, so he's still considered one of the lowest ranked. Meanwhile, Taeshik continued with his story, saying that he's never seen such a gate. It was a literal battlefield, and after he defeated the boss, he realized that he was the only one left standing. Lu reminded Giju that, even though he isn't as strong as Bodhis in Berserk mode, he isn't as easy enemy either. While he might be one of the lowest ranked, but he was still occupies one of the thrones. So he did well to survive and come back. Giju could tell that while Taeshik was acting all calm and just yawning in his chair, it's fatal for a player to lose one of their eyes, since there's no way he isn't affected by it. If even the top healer of our country couldn't do anything, then the only way to treat a wound like that might be to use an elixir, something that even Lee Xianho had a hard time getting. Could he possibly obtain another one, when he purely got one by luck previously? Suddenly El spoke up and said, Master, she could try healing him. At first, Giju was surprised by this request. Then he summoned El in front of him, which surprised Taeshik since she suddenly appeared in front of him in a flash of golden light. El bows before them, and Taeshik in surprise asks, wasn't El younger before? To which Giju nervously answers, that's a long story. Then turning to El, asks if it's true that she can heal him, to which she just nods. Then excusing herself, she approaches Taeshik, which surprises him, then she extends her fingers to his face. Then she starts to chant in a foreign language, and golden glow starts to emit from her hands. The scar on his face slowly fades away. As he opens his wounded eye, the eye patch starts to fall to the ground, as he stands there dumbfounded at what just happened. Then in shock amazement, he touches his eye and nervously states, it's healed, but Giju standing nervously beside him tells him, it's not just his wound. He looks younger as well. As Taeshik's whole face starts to glow with radiance, Brunhart shouts his face has gotten smoother, while Lu just complains, what good would good skin do for a man? Giju silently looked at this situation, and thought that a wound that couldn't be healed, was just healed, and a physical body regaining its youth as well. This effect was just like when his mother drank the elixir. But El interrupted his thoughts, saying that she had something she needed to tell him. As she glanced sideways at Taeshik, she told Giju that while healing him, she took a look at his vessel. She discovered that there was something within his vessel, which greatly shocked Giju. He recalled his earlier conversation with Bodhis, who told him about the proposal to steal the bodies of players and invade Earth. Then as he stared at Taeshik, who was engrossed at looking at himself using his phone, wondered if they got to him already. Meanwhile, within the office of the Player Association president, the president was mentioning to someone that strange rumors were going around regarding the raid at the Gangnam station. Some people were saying that they saw a monster as tall as a building, or that they even saw an angel. He had his hands on a report about the Gangnam station gate. As he stares at a person and says, which brings me to ask you this, you are still carrying out your original mission, which is to surveil the station, correct? Addressing Hyo Sung-hoon, who stands in attention. When Sung-hoon replies that he is, the president with his hands folded in front of him asks, when Kim Giju was in the gate, what did he do? After a moment of silence, he replies that Rancor Kim. Meanwhile, back at Taeshik's office, as Giju was wondering if there could be a demon within Taeshik, but Brunhart shouts no way, and El tells him that's not it. Lu also remarks, that's not it, since if a demon had possessed his body, he'd act more naturally. Also, there's no need for him to act like he injured his eye. More importantly, a demon wouldn't have allowed El to get so close this easily, and El agrees with what Lu just said. What she felt within him wasn't the energy of a demon, but seeing as how they're not acting within our expectations right now, there's still a slim chance that this is a deception of a demon. But Lu argues that if they think of things in that manner, there are infinite possibilities. Being overly cautious only serves to hinder them. As Giju silently ponders on the matter, he is suddenly roused from his thoughts as Taeshik asks, why was he making such a serious expression without saying a word? Did he need to take a shit? Giju answers and no, he was just thinking of something. Then recalling L back, he says he needs to get going, which surprises Taeshik, who asks so soon, and Giju replies that he just came over to check on him and see if he was fine, then waves his goodbye as he leaves the office. As soon as he left the office, he was wondering if it wasn't a demon, then what could it be? L asks before she continues, has he ever felt like something was out of place with him before, which puzzles him. She continues to comment that his level of strength and experience, it's pretty high even within the association. And the strong people they have met so far all know about demons or the tower's secret to a certain extent, but strangely, he knows nothing at all. As an image of Taeshik appears, who questions what demons are, and says he knows nothing about that, but all he wants is to have a meal with his mother. At this mental image, Lu questions just what kind of person does he think he is. Disregarding all this, L continues that while one of the reasons she manifested herself earlier was to heal his friend, but it was also because she needed to get close to him in order to uncover what exactly was out of place about him, and what she got was whatever she was implying earlier. That Taeshik, he's hiding a big secret. This unnerves Giju, while Brunhart shouts that she couldn't find out what exactly it was then, and Lu summaries, what a long-winded way of saying she didn't know Jack. To which L remains silent. Then recalling something, Giju asks L about the healing that she just used earlier, since the effect was on par with an elixir, was she able to use healing abilities that are similar to an elixir now? But Lu interjects saying that not at all, the reason the healing was so effective was due to the foreign energy that was preventing him from healing was demonic energy. And that healing was only possible because L is able to control both divine and demonic energy, to which L says that's right. The reason why he looks younger is because she helped to strengthen his weakening life source, and Giju could only reply I see. Lu explained that he didn't know how powerful this Choi Myung-gil was exactly, but he's still a human, and if L's power was at its prime, he wouldn't even be worthy of being her footstool, since L's healing is fundamentally different from that of humans after all. Brunhart remarked that it's a rare sight for Lu to be praising L like this, but Lu replied he liked demeaning humans more, especially when he was talking to his master. Then continued to say that it'd be good not to treat her as some convenient healer, since what just happened this time was a special case. However, L healing that human, Puzzled, Giju asked if he found anything strange, but Lu replied that it's nothing. Frustrated, Giju asks why didn't he finish his sentence then, that was being pure evil. In any case, he understood that L's power was truly incredible and told her so, and she was delighted by her master's praise. At that moment, he suddenly recalled something. He remembered that Sung-hoon told him that his mother was sick, and he grew up poor with a single parent, and although he was lucky enough to overcome the hardship when he became a player, he was never able to cure his mother despite having the money now. He wasn't certain yet, but maybe they can cure his mother now. Meanwhile, in the association president's office, Sung-hoon was about to answer the president's question. He said that ranker Kim Giju performed exceptionally within the gate, and if it wasn't for him, there probably would have been way more casualties. The president, with his hands folded in front of him, asked, was there anything special to take note of, and Sung-hoon simply replied no. After a moment of awkward silence, the president addressed Hyo Sung-hoon, and stated that he judged Kim Giju as someone who needed to be monitored, and had assigned him in charge of that in case anything unexpected happened. Based on what he heard after looking into the matter himself, something definitely happened back then, but yet you're standing here and telling me firmly that nothing happened. Then with a face distorted with anger, he shouts, who the hell was he supposed to believe, you dare lie to my face? As waves of powerful aura started to assault Sung-hoon, he stood his ground grunting in pain. As the force of the aura started to shatter objects within the room, even causing the very ground to break. It forced Sung-hoon to get down on his knee, causing him to cough in pain. Shortly after, the president started to calm his anger, and Sung-hoon just knelt there trying to catch his breath. The president remarked that's good enough, to which Sung-hoon could only reply pardon. As the president turned to look out the window, he said that he wanted him to become a source of support for Kim Giju, and to stand by his side. So that he too, will stay on the side of humanity. He just needed him to do that. After getting his breathing under control, Sung-hoon could only laugh, saying that was a nasty prank. But for him to destroy the floor along with an expensive vase, he asked the president, he was going to pay for that out of his own pocket, right? And the dumbfounded president could only reply yeah.
Later inside a hospital building, Giju is standing alongside Sunghoon as Elle starts her healing treatment. She gently places her hand on the forehead of the patient, who is lying on a bed. As time passes, Elle and the patient starts to glow with a golden aura. The dumbfounded doctor looks at all this with a nervous sweat rolling down his face. He can't believe that a patient who was recently bedridden with severe sickness is now sitting up on her bed, looking healthy and younger than her actual age. Sunghoon, looking at all this, couldn't keep his emotions in check and starts to get tears in his eyes. He starts to shake as pent-up emotions starts to take over, then suddenly hugs Giju, who is standing beside him. As his mother looks on, and Giju is genuinely touched by this gesture of affection. Sometime later, sitting on a bench outside the hospital, Sunghoon wholeheartedly thanks him. He doesn't know how he can repay this favor, but Giju tells him not to worry about it. He didn't do it because he wanted something from him, and since he has done so much for him, he was always thankful towards him. However, Sunghoon, with a glint in his eyes, seriously stated that he is willing to offer his life to him now, but Giju nervously rejected the offer, saying there was no need for that though. Lu suggested making him into an ego, while Brunhart asked if he was going to get a younger sibling. But Giju told them both to be quiet. Then, getting up from his seat, Sunghoon tells him, "Shall we get going then? I think it'd be a good idea for us to change out first." With a puzzled expression, Giju asks, "Change out? Where are we going?" Looking a bit surprised, Sunghoon asks, "Did no one tell you? We're headed to a funeral parlor." At the Gangnam Station Gate Victim Memorial, pictures for all the victims that died that day were on display. As Giju arrived, Lee Byungjam, the vice guild leader of the Kane Guild, greeted him with sad panda eyes. As they bowed their heads, Giju tells him, "My condolences, I'm not good at comforting." And nodding with understanding, the vice guild leader tells him that it's fine. "I'm really thankful that you came. This way please." As he gestured towards the memorial. As the incense was burning, they both respectfully bow their heads to the images of the deceased. As he was able to finish, someone from behind called his name. As he turned to look, he saw guild leader Choi standing behind him. After a moment of awkwardness, Giju started to walk towards the guild leader. As he approached, Choi was starting to sweat from nervousness. Giju suddenly bows in front of the guild leader and says, "May the deceased rest in peace." Choi, taken aback for a moment, also bows in return. Then Giju says, "The incident this time around is a really unfortunate one." Then, locking eyes with the guild leader, he says in a menacing voice, "There shouldn't be any more victims, right? I trust in your judgment," which leaves the other party completely scared. And as Giju walks away, Choi remains rooted to his spot, unable to move. Brunhart with concern calls his master, to which Giju asks what's the matter, but Brunhart is unable to answer him. Then Elle tells him, "I know it isn't my place to speak, but may I still continue with my sentence?" But Giju tells her that there is no need to be so formal, you can speak freely. Then Elle says, when she was unconscious previously, she heard that he threatened them a little to keep them quiet about what truly happened, and that was a wise decision. Fear is something that will diminish with time, and there is probably a need to reinstall fear within those ignorant fools again. Giju agreed, saying, "Yeah, well, that was what he was after, but it still feels a little embarrassing to get my actions analyzed by someone else." And Elle asks to pardon her for giving him this advice, but questions if the time and location was a little inappropriate. As if pondering those words, he looks at his surroundings and finds people mourning the dead, and a child asking his mother, "Why isn't Dad here?" But after a moment, all Giju could think was that they're a little noisy. Then a puzzled expression appeared on his face as he asks himself, "What did I just think to myself?" Then, becoming a bit nauseous, he bends over, covering his mouth with one hand as the other supports his stomach. Lu suddenly asks, "What's wrong? Did you finally notice it, you hypocrite? What thought did you just have? Are you finally feeling sympathy for them? Your condolences, is that really something you meant from your heart? Do you really understand the sadness in the atmosphere?" But all Giju could say was, "Lu, shut up," as conflicting emotions ran wild within him. Lu's voice continued to assault him, saying, "Don't put up an act, there's no need to do that anymore." But Giju just shouted, "I said shut up." As he thought to himself, he's already confused enough, why was Lu trying to get on his nerves today? Then a sudden realization dawned on him, as he asks, "Are you not Lu?" Then a face shrouded in darkness. says with an evil grin, "Your seal has already been lifted."
As we are shown the watch that is on Gijju's arm, we see the hands of the watch start to move once again.
Then all of a sudden, the hands of the watch start spinning wildly out of control.
Subscribe to the channel for the next part. Thank you for watching, until next time.